Introduction. In a parallel world, the continent of Jojo faces an extraordinary event. A mysterious forbidden zone has descended, selecting two fortunate individuals from each nation to bind their national fate and participate in a game. In this game, the rewards obtained by players bound to their nation's fate manifest in reality at a minimum tenfold. However, should a player perish, their nation will endure severe repercussions. Qin Chuan traverses the Jojo continent, embodying a mere 4-year-old child, endowed with a role-playing system that allows him to become the magical child Nezha. By sheer coincidence, he is chosen by the game. When the people of the Yanhuang nation discover their representative is merely a 4-year-old child, despair sweeps over them, while other nations mock them mercilessly. Yet, when the true power of the magical child is unveiled to the world, they realize how profoundly mistaken they had been. Yanhuang netizens exclaim, "The magical child is remarkable. May heaven bless Huaxia." Citizens of other nations retort, "This child seems to possess cheat-like abilities. We refuse to accept this." The initiator of the national fate declares, "This child exceeds my expectations. He must be eradicated." Qin Chuan boldly proclaims, "My fate is determined by me, not by the heavens. Be you a deity or a demon, I shall bring about your destruction." Chapter 1. The Arrival of National Fate, the Opening of the Forbidden Zone. In the Beihai orphanage, within a peculiar small black room, a child of 3 or 4 years reclines against the ground, propping his head up with one hand, a blade of grass dangling from his lips. Most striking are the dark circles under his eyes, which render him an embodiment of dejection. His name is Qin Chuan. He has just been confined by the headmaster in this small black room, a place he evidently frequents. Thus, rather than feeling anxious about his confinement, he recites to himself, "Locked in this room with naught to do, I scale walls and knock over jars." Repeating this 1,000 times, even I grow weary. I am an ill-fated soul, carefree and untroubled. Yet when nature calls, I lament forgetting the paper. Life is but a stream of tears as long as I live. I must endure suffering. The more I struggle, the more misfortune befalls me, the greater my aspirations, the deeper my despair. Exhausted from my futile struggles, perhaps I would be better off languishing in bed and sleeping. With a sigh, young Qin Chuan lifts his gaze. I never imagined it has been 4 years since I traversed the Jojo planet. Indeed, Qin Chuan is a traveler from another world. For years prior, he was swept away by a sudden flood, leading to his demise, only for his soul to cross over to the Jojo planet. This planet closely resembles Earth, yet its overall mass is approximately twice that of our own. As time progresses, technological advancements and population surges have depleted the resources of Jojo planets significantly. Some powerful nations in the Western continent audaciously plunder smaller nations, exploiting their military might. To be backward is to be vulnerable. Fortunately, after centuries of development, Yanhuang Nation has emerged as the most formidable country on Jojo planet, renowned for its commitment to peace. As long as the enemy does not provoke us, we shall not initiate conflict, steadfastly guarding our borders. Upon his arrival in this new world, Qin Chuan became an orphan, raised by the headmaster of the Beihai orphanage in Yanhuang Nation. Like many others who have traversed realms, he too activated an actor's system upon his arrival. By continuously embodying a character and increasing his portrayal level, he could gradually acquire the abilities of that character. The first persona he unlocked was none other than the rebellious and audacious Nezha from Nezha, birth of the Demon Child, a youth who dared to defy fate and pierce the heavens with a single strike. Nezha's life is undeniably poignant. He is reclusive and indifferent, both rebellious and cynical, harboring a profound disbelief in destiny, even daring to challenge the heavenly order. His declaration, "My fate is determined by me, not by heaven," has touched the hearts of many. In his 4 years of traversing this world, Qin Chuan has exerted every ounce of effort to embody Nezha. To date, he has achieved a portrayal level of 20, equivalent to possessing 1/5 of Nezha's strength. Regrettably, due to insufficient portrayal, he currently lacks any of Nezha's legendary artifacts. Moreover, his determination to embody Nezha has led him to adopt an eccentric appearance and behavior, which alienated him from his peers, who neither wished to associate with him nor shunned him entirely, even labeling him a monster and an ill omen. Yet, the orphanage director has never given up on him, which deeply moved Qin Chuan. He remains indifferent to the taunts of other children. To enhance his portrayal level, he often creates chaos within the orphanage, much to the chagrin of the staff. Consequently, the director has confined him to the black room once more for reflection. Boom! While Qin Chuan languished in the black room, boredom enveloping him, a sudden flash of lightning illuminated the sky. The thunderous display struck terror across the planet, as if a deity had descended. Then, a mysterious voice resonated in Qin Chuan's mind. Global announcement. A mysterious forbidden zone is about to open. Across the globe, 300 nations will randomly select 2 fortunate individuals each, totaling 600 participants. The chosen individuals will be bound to their respective countries and cannot be exchanged, with their fortunes closely tied to their homeland. The exploration of this mysterious forbidden zone will be broadcast live on various screens, allowing anyone to switch their perspective among the 600 participants at will and view from multiple angles. Within the mysterious forbidden zone, the fortunate ones may explore uncharted territories and acquire abundant resources. Any resources discovered by a nation's lucky individuals can manifest in the real world at a minimum tenfold based on their star rating. The mysterious forbidden zone is rich with opportunities and fraught with peril, containing not only abundant resources, but also myriad mysterious chances awaiting you. Completing certain events may yield exceptional rewards. Kind reminder, some concealed areas may harbor unexpected tasks and treasures, while one must remain vigilant of lurking dangers. It is imperative to remember that each fortunate individual within the mysterious forbidden realm is granted a singular chance for resurrection. Upon the exhaustion of this resurrection opportunity, the associated nation of each individual shall incur a mandatory reduction of 5 years from their lifespan. Each fortunate individual is inexorably linked to their homeland thus. One must exercise caution and refrain from reckless behavior. Should 2 fortunate individuals from the same nation perish within the forbidden realm, the repercussions will manifest as a doubling of the adverse effects on the climate, environment, and geological stability of their nation. In this enigmatic domain, anything is possible, therefore. It is essential to safeguard oneself and place no trust in others. Ultimately, when a fortunate individual attains a certain pinnacle, an ultimate task will be unveiled. Only upon the successful completion of this task will the gates of the forbidden realm close, ushering in a revival of spiritual energy in the real world, where all surviving fortunate individuals shall be transported back to reality. The fortunate individual who accomplishes the ultimate task will be bestowed with a mysterious reward, and their nation's spiritual energy, resources, and secret realms will be amplified 100-fold compared to others. The mysterious forbidden realm shall commence in 10 minutes thus. Prepare yourself, for you may indeed be that fortunate individual. The countdown begins. 9:59, 9:58. Not only Qin Chuan, but simultaneously, this mysterious voice resonated within the minds of humanity across the globe. Countless individuals were enveloped in curiosity and confusion, while others exhibited indifference or disdain. Yet, from this moment forth, the world erupted in fervor. Many hastily unlocked their smartphones, discovering that the internet had ignited with discussions surrounding the mysterious forbidden realm, flourishing with enthusiasm. The occurrence was undeniably strange. Had it merely affected a handful of people, it might have been dismissed. However, the voice reverberated worldwide, confirming the reality of the situation. This is no mere hallucination, it is authentic. What on earth is happening in this world? How can such an enigmatic phenomenon exist? This defies all scientific understanding. Science can wait. This is not the time for rationality. You fool. Einstein's theories are being upended. Everyone, lend a hand. Let's focus, shall we? The mysterious forbidden realm is astonishing. The prospect of resources at least tenfold in the real world is undeniably exhilarating. Truth be told, I believe I shall be that fortunate individual. Nonsense is clearly my destiny. Do not rejoice prematurely. Being that fortunate individual may not be a blessing. The penalty for death imposes a 5-year reduction in the lifespan of one's compatriots. That is indeed severe. The fortunate one will be chosen at random. Let us hope that they are a formidable special forces operative or an adept in wilderness survival. My greater concern lies with the revival of spiritual energy. Oh, how thrilling this prospect is. Chapter 2. Participating in the national fortune. The allure of the mysterious forbidden zone is profoundly enticing, particularly for the increasingly resource-depleted planet of Jojo, making it a cause for great excitement. After the initial shock and astonishment, many individuals began to make preparations. They donned their backpacks and ventured out to procure various necessities, causing an unprecedented surge in the activity of shopping malls and supermarkets. Conversations about the enigmatic forbidden zone permeated every moment, as people oscillated between anticipation and trepidation, each hoping to be the fortunate one selected. Yet, they were acutely aware that being chosen might not necessarily be a blessing. Their knowledge of the phenomena within the mysterious portal was non-existent. A mere reflection would reveal the inherent dangers that awaited within. As time ticked away, a palpable tension gripped the populace as they awaited the opening of the Forbidden Zone. In response, the high-ranking officials of each nation convened urgent meetings, swiftly issuing a series of recommendations. In a timely manner, a captivating host named Bing Bing appeared on screen, her expression grave as she addressed the nation. Though it pains me to acknowledge the existence of the Forbidden Zone, at this moment, I urge citizens to prepare necessary supplies and defensive items while awaiting its unveiling. Bing Bing is urging us. I must act immediately. If even the stunning Bing Bing is saying this, we must heed the call of our nation. Thus, the entire populace of Yanhuang prepared to confront the impending Forbidden Zone. The central authority encourages us to gather all essentials. This matter, indeed, holds significant implications for our country. Undoubtedly, every nation must participate. If we can safely procure resources, it will be a triumph for all. But should calamity strike, the vast majority of the global populace consists of ordinary individuals. Thus, the probability of an average person being selected is high. The Forbidden Zone must be perilous. What if all the fortunate ones perish there? While that scenario is not impossible, we must maintain hope. I shall cease my musings. I must hasten my preparations. Choose me. I am a retired veteran, willing to sacrifice everything for my country. I, a former Navy SEAL, stand ready to serve my nation at a moment's notice. Though I am merely a physician, this concerns our nation's future, and should I be chosen, I will strive until the final moment. A primary school student claims to have never felt fear. Forbidden Zone? Qin Chuan mumbled, momentarily taken aback, rising from the ground. He had assumed that this world bore little difference from Earth, yet it appeared he had underestimated this planet's complexities. He once thought that embodying Nezha would be a formidable challenge, especially since, in comparison to the original mischievous Nezha, he felt devoid of any predetermined destiny. It became clear that the Forbidden Zone was, in fact, his ultimate objective. Preparation was unnecessary. He had spent a full 4 years readying himself. This is an unwavering confidence in oneself. Even with merely 20% of Nezha's strength, one could undoubtedly overpower any individual on this planet. Countdown, 010, 009, midnight. You have been chosen as a fortunate one and are now bound to the nation of Yanhuang. 600 fortunate individuals have been identified and permanently linked to the national destiny. The National Fortune live broadcast has officially commenced, and a mysterious forbidden realm is about to open. As the ancient bronze door on the live broadcast swings open, a golden light engulfs the entire scene, randomly transporting 600 fortunate individuals. The national fortune has begun. With the sound echoing, the silhouettes of 600 individuals vanished in a flash of white light from the 9 continents planet. Billions of people across the globe tuned in to witness this crucial live broadcast pertaining to their country's fate. Some were curious, others ecstatic, some anxious, while many sighed in relief. Their absence from the teleportation signified they were not among the fortunate, and with that came a sense of disappointment. Many aspired to bring glory to their homeland, yearning to become the fortunate ones and carve out a legendary path within the Forbidden Realm. Yet, these were mere fantasies. On every nation's live streaming platform, the first to appear were the names of 2 representatives from their country. Qin Chuan's name stood out prominently, alongside another, Shangguan Ruyun. It was evident from their names that among the 2 individuals bound to Yanhuang, one was male and the other female. In an instant, their names became known to countless people, eclipsing the fame of all celebrities at that moment. The comment sections across various platforms erupted with activity. What a pity, I didn't become one of the fortunate. I feel a bit heartbroken. I had my Italian cannon ready, alas. I couldn't showcase my skills. My great knife is itching to be used. Why does fate deny me this opportunity? Qin Chuan, Shangguan Ruiyun, you must persevere. Do not perish. Indeed, nothing is more precious than life. Please do not act recklessly. Even if you survive by the skin of your teeth, we will not blame you. The number of viewers is staggering, reaching tens of millions, and that's without counting other platforms. Fortunate ones, give it your all. Go for it. Strive hard. You can do it. They quickly shifted their focus to the fortunate individuals from their respective countries, eager to see what these chosen ones looked like. What first captured their attention was an endless sea of trees, towering ancient giants seemingly reaching the heavens, exuding an aura of antiquity. The fresh air evoked, all among many such forests, are exceedingly rare on the 9 continents planet. As the teleportation was random, each fortunate individual found themselves in different locations, yet they all silently chanted a name, and soon, the live broadcast of that fortunate individual appeared on screen. Over 80% of viewers initially focused on Shangwan Riyun, not for any particular reason other than the fact that she was a girl. Wow. All it takes is a silent thought. This live stream is astonishing. I am the first to check in. Let me see what our nation's fortunate one looks like. On the screen, a woman clad in a pristine field combat uniform stands resolutely, wielding a submachine gun and equipped with a knife and grenade, vigilantly observing her surroundings from behind a tree. Though her face is painted in camouflage, her expressive eyes and striking demeanor, coupled with the live stream's vividness, create an illusion of witnessing a real person. What a beautiful young lady. This young lady is undoubtedly a soldier, and she appears to be an exceptionally skilled warrior. Just look at her adept movements and fluid maneuvers. It's truly impressive. How wonderful that our nation possesses such a formidable female warrior. No, she must be a female deity of war. May heaven bless our land. A woman can indeed hold up half the sky. Go, young lady. Chapter 3. The fortunate ones of Yinhuang are surprisingly children, however, just as the citizens of our nation rejoiced at the presence of a female soldier. A portion of the audience's attention shifted towards Qin Chuan. Upon witnessing his figure, everyone was momentarily stunned, rubbing their eyes in disbelief, convinced they must be mistaken. Yet, once they confirmed this was indeed the national fortune broadcast, chaos erupted. Who can tell me this is not real? Surely, our nation's 2 fortunate souls include a mere child. I seriously doubt he has even been weaned. Is this the end for Yinhuang? Panic ensued, as thoughts raced through the minds of the populace. Our nation's fate, representing 2 billion of us, rests upon a woman and a child. How can we possibly face this? Whoever made this choice has gone too far. What can a 3-year-old even do? It's akin to sending a lamb to the slaughter. It is utterly cruel. I can hardly bear to watch the subsequent broadcasts. Were it not for the presence of a female soldier, the entire nation might have succumbed to madness. The gravity of this situation weighed heavily, as it was undeniably tied to the destiny of a nation. This was a battle in a forbidden zone that could not be lost. As the saying goes, without comparison, there is no harm. When the audience's gaze shifted to other nations, despair washed over them. There stood the champion of the beautiful nation, having earned his title at the tender age of 30, an embodiment of fortune. Yet, that was merely the beginning. For another fortunate soul from the beautiful nation was yet to be revealed. Who is it? The captain of the beautiful nation's elite special forces, a veteran of countless battles, adorned with no less than 100 medals. He is a seasoned warrior who recently participated in a conflict against another country, successfully obliterating the presidential palace of the opposing nation. Furthermore, the fortunate ones from the land of the rising sun were no less formidable, one a 3-time Olympic wrestling champion, the other a renowned master of Japanese swordsmanship, reputed to possess skills in ninjutsu. When juxtaposed against the fortunate ones of the other countries, the disparity became glaringly apparent. While Yinhuang boasted a lucky female soldier, the gap compared to the elite warriors from other nations seemed insurmountable. The foreign crowd erupted in laughter upon learning of Yinhuang's unfortunate selections, one a female soldier, the other merely a 3-year-old child. They inundated the broadcast with mockery, proclaiming the impending doom of Yinhuang. The citizens of Yinhuang would not stand for such slander, retaliating fiercely in a keyboard battle within the broadcast room. Meanwhile, 4-year-old Qin Chuan remained blissfully unaware of the ruckus around him. Even if he were, he would be completely indifferent. Director Yang Jingyi of the Yinhuang National Security Bureau inquired, "What have you discovered?" It has been discovered that Qin Chuan, having grown up in the Beihai orphanage, is now 4 years of age. A staff member responded with palpable despair, 4 years old. A profound silence enveloped the room. Could they truly rely on a mere child of 4? Clearly not. Fortunately, there remained Shangwan Ruyun. Yang Jingyi relaxed his brow but insisted, "We must prepare for the worst. We must be ready." Upon hearing the mysterious voice proclaiming his selection, Qin Chuan inwardly mused, as expected. Suddenly, his surroundings brightened, and he found himself in a forest adorned with towering ancient trees. Upon arriving in this new realm, Qin Chuan could no longer contain his exuberant laughter. Ha ha ha. At long last, I can soar freely. While at the orphanage, he endeavored to embody the spirit of Nezha but had to temper his exuberance, mindful of the immense destruction Nezha could unleash. The orphanage, after all, was his home, and the elderly director had treated him kindly. Though he often wreaked havoc in his portrayal of Nezha, he remained restrained, fearing for the safety of the orphanage. Yet now, in this new world, he was liberated from such constraints. He began to revel in his newfound freedom, wandering the forest unabashedly and even singing Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star. The viewers in the live stream were bewildered. After all, he was in a forest. Was it truly wise to shout so recklessly? Oh, dear little star. Please refrain from calling out. It is quite perilous there. Child, please return. I would willingly take your place in the forbidden realm. It is too dangerous for you. He was but a child. How could the gods be so cruel as to thrust a mere 3- or 4-year-old into such a brutal game in a forbidden land? He likely had no comprehension of what lay ahead, perhaps even unaware of the concept of fear itself. I cannot bear to watch the unfolding scene any longer. I must take my leave. Qin Chuan's innocent and whimsical demeanor tugged at the heartstrings of many. In a realm fraught with peril, danger lurked at every corner. While others refrained from making a sound, yet our Qin Chuan hummed his tune, blissfully oblivious to the lurking threats. Perhaps he was entirely unaware of what constituted even the most basic dangers. All hope now rested on Shangwan Ruyun. As for Qin Chuan, they merely wished for him to endure a little longer. He possessed nothing, not even the most fundamental provisions of food and water. I truly wonder how he will navigate the challenges ahead. This is but a secondary concern. The forest is fraught with peril, especially this primeval wilderness, teeming with snakes, insects, and rodents. Even seasoned soldiers would tread cautiously here. It is entirely normal for Qin Chuan not to carry anything. Would one truly expect a 4-year-old to survive alone in the forest? Absurd. Ah, a tree. Qin Chuan spotted a tree in the distance, adorned with luscious, red fruits. A smile crept upon his lips as he remarked, "They appear to be quite delectable." The viewers in the live broadcast murmured their disapproval, aware that one should never recklessly consume items found in the forest. To their astonishment, they noticed a venomous snake lurking on one side of the tree. Alarmed, they exclaimed, "Oh no, there is a snake in the tree." The serpent was remarkably well camouflaged, almost going unnoticed. To their horror, the little creature was heading towards the tree, seemingly intent on plucking the fruit. Heavens, he wouldn't dare to reach for those fruits, would he? There is a snake up there, one that is clearly lethal. Fear not, it cannot ascend. He is merely a child. But to their utter disbelief, Qin Chuan displayed an extraordinary ability to scale the tree. Chapter 4. Astonishment. How is he accomplishing this? He is merely 3 or 4 years old. How is this possible? The fruits hang at least 5 or 6 meters above the ground. Can he truly achieve such a feat? My word, his climbing skills are astonishing. Has he been climbing trees since birth? Ah, he is just a child. His parents must be frantic with worry. I am Yin Huanghongkou, and I have just uncovered some information about Qin Chuan. He is an orphan, abandoned at the Beihai orphanage, and today marks exactly 4 years since his arrival. A 4-year-old orphan. Many fell silent, some even weeping in the live broadcast. At 4, a child should be enjoying a carefree childhood. Yet he has become a fortunate soul devoid of hope for survival. This game is exceedingly cruel. Hello everyone, I am Bing Bing, here to represent the official commentary for this live broadcast. Suddenly, an official window appeared in Qin Chuan's live stream, leaving countless viewers in awe. Wow, Bing Bing has arrived. Good heavens, my beloved Bing Bing is here to commentate. How delightful. That is my wife. Mine. Thanks to Bing Bing's presence, Qin Chuan's viewer count surged by millions. A testament to her immense popularity. Each fortunate child was granted a small window representing a national figure in the lower left corner of the Forbidden Realms live stream, showcasing the commentator's image. Given Qin Chuan's tender age of 3 or 4, he warranted even greater attention, prompting the Yanhuang National Security Bureau to dispatch the most popular Bing Bing to support him, though the inhabitants of the Forbidden Realm were unaware. This gesture ensured that the entire nation recognized that no citizen would be abandoned. Bing Bing declared, "Do not underestimate young Qin Chuan. You must have faith in him. A typical 4-year-old child lacks the ability to climb trees, thus we must believe in Qin Chuan." Although even she herself found it hard to believe. Bing Bing was resolute in her determination not to let the people of the nation relinquish hope. It was her duty during the live broadcast. Bing Bing was right. We must rally for Qin Chuan. With her encouragement, the flickering spirits of hope were reignited. Within the Forbidden Realm, Qin Chuan's innocent smile was vividly etched in the minds of the onlookers. He was drawing ever closer to the fruit hanging from the tree. Yet, those in the live stream fervently wished for Qin Chuan not to ascend that tree, for the perils above awaited him. They were both astonished by Qin Chuan's climbing prowess and hoped he would tire before reaching higher. However, reality surpassed their expectations. Qin Chuan climbed 3 meters, then, with a sudden burst of energy, he sprang forth, leaping directly onto the branch beside the fruit and standing there with remarkable steadiness. The audience in the live stream was left in stunned silence. They gazed in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. Was this truly something a mere child could achieve? Even a special forces soldier would struggle to leap onto a branch several meters high without assistance. It was utterly astounding. How tall was Qin Chuan? Not even 80 centimeters. How could such a small child summon such immense energy? The live stream fell into a hushed silence for a moment. Haha, it certainly looked delectable. In the frame, Qin Chuan grinned as he reached out with his tiny hand to pluck that peculiar fruit. Yet, at that moment, an unseen danger loomed ominously. Oh no, the venomous snake was still on the tree. Little one, quickly take cover. It's perilous there. Qin Chuan, you mustn't come to harm. The entire audience was holding their breath for Qin Chuan. At that instant, he tugged at the hearts of countless viewers who anxiously watched the live broadcast. Witnessing the snake open its mouth, poised to strike at Qin Chuan. This was disastrous. Oh no, poor child, your fate seems grim. How vile for the snake to threaten even a child. Many viewers could scarcely bear to watch, unable to endure the moment they feared would see Qin Chuan bitten. However, contrary to their expectations of a blood-curdling scream, the audience instead heard Qin Chuan's youthful, slightly exhilarated voice. What was happening? All eyes turned back to the live stream in astonishment. What did they see? Qin Chuan's tender left hand was firmly gripping the head of the venomous snake, allowing its body to thrash around, while his right hand held a fruit several times the size of his own hand. He nibbled at the fruit while inquiring of the snake, which he held fast in his grasp. Goodness, how is he managing to catch a snake with his bare hands? Having missed it, I was deeply concerned and failed to witness the moment when Qin Chuan captured the snake. Could someone please fill me in? I have seen it now, and it was truly remarkable. It was like a divine intervention. You cannot imagine the disbelief I felt when Qin Chuan effortlessly seized the venomous creature. Even Bing Bing, who could not bear to watch as Qin Chuan was bitten and fell from the tree, regretted missing the live broadcast. However, as an exceptional journalist, she quickly remarked, everyone has witnessed this. These are the people of our nation. Even if he is merely 4 years old, what of the venomous snake lurking in the shadows? It must kneel before him. Bing Bing astutely observed that every child of Yan Huang is extraordinary. A mere snake is inconsequential. Sister Bing Bing is indeed impressive. She had already hinted at Qin Chuan's exceptional nature, and seeing it firsthand confirmed her insight. With such talented descendants of Yan Huang, how could we worry about the future? Our mischievous children of Yan Huang are truly remarkable. In truth, Bing Bing herself was utterly bewildered. She had no idea how Qin Chuan accomplished such a feat and was filled with curiosity, just like everyone else. Can an ordinary 4-year-old child really capture a snake with their bare hands? The speed of the snake's attack was incredibly swift. Yet, foreign voices emerged in the live stream. Humph, it was merely luck. You Yan Huang children will eventually meet your demise. Indeed, it is quite amusing that you believe a mere child can achieve anything significant. He may have been fortunate this time, but this is the forest. Who knows what will happen next time? Those who spoke were foreigners, who had just witnessed Qin Chuan on the brink of being bitten and felt a surge of excitement, only to be astounded when the scene shifted and the child remarkably turned the tables by capturing the snake. They were eager for a spectacle, but were left unsatisfied. You foreigners must be envious that even a child can surpass you. Go back to your live stream. Do not come here to embarrass yourselves. Their remarks were quickly drowned out, rendering them ridiculous, and they left after muttering a harsh word. Chapter 5. How joyous. Within the forbidden ground, Qin Chuan remained unaware that he had become the focal point for countless spectators outside due to his actions. Qin Chuan plays Nezha. Have you ever seen Nezha fear a mere snake? Nezha is a being who dares to skin dragons. He has never known fear. A tiny venomous snake appears quite delectable. Qin Chuan also discovered that the fruits on this tree were not ordinary. They could enhance his internal energy, albeit slightly. This proves that within the forbidden ground, there indeed exist many treasures beneficial to the fortunate. As the individuals within the live broadcast room observed, Qin Chuan, after consuming a fruit, fixed an extraordinary gaze upon the feeble serpent in his left hand. He even licked his lips. Those witnessing this spectacle began to voice their thoughts. I possess a daring notion. I have a well-formed plan regarding your idea. I have devised a flawless strategy for your scheme. Goodness. The expression in his eyes evokes the sensation of craving something delectable from a hamburger joint. Could he possibly intend to consume the snake? My word. That is a venomous serpent. Is he not concerned about the risk of poisoning? You are overthinking it. A 4-year-old child, devoid of any tools. How could he possibly ignite a fire? Surely, you do not naively believe he has already acquired the skills necessary for outdoor grilling. He is merely fortunate. This sentiment garnered unanimous agreement. Although Qin Chuan had captured the snake, there is a saying, a newborn calf fears not the tiger. Perhaps it is merely luck that allowed Qin Chuan to seize the serpent. However, they were evidently mistaken. With a flick of his wrist, Qin Chuan discovered he had inadvertently crushed the snake to death. Even a mere fraction of the strength of the magical youth Nezha is formidable enough. What significance does dispatching a venomous serpent hold? How mundane, it died so easily. Bored, Qin Chuan began to toss the lifeless serpent about on the tree trunk, flailing his arms as if engaged in play. The audience in the live room initially stood in stunned silence, only to be subsequently amused by Qin Chuan's antics. What a lively little rascal he is. Yet, some viewers speculated that Qin Chuan was practicing martial arts. What martial arts could a child raised in an orphanage possibly learn? This notion was quickly countered. However, Bing Bing noticed an intriguing detail and promptly remarked, "Has anyone observed something remarkable? Our Qin Chuan is truly extraordinary. While you focus on his exuberance, you completely overlook the fact that he is standing atop a tree trunk. This trunk is by no means large, yet he maneuvers with such ease. Does this not speak volumes?" Upon her observation, the audience directed their attention to this detail, collectively acknowledging Qin Chuan's exceptional abilities. Could it be that he practiced acrobatics from a young age? Perhaps children in orphanages are inherently more self-reliant. Confusion reigned among them. Despite his small stature, Qin Chuan remains an enigma. After frolicking for a while, Qin Chuan carelessly discarded the deceased serpent to the side and then sat upon the tree trunk, consuming several more fruits. The viewers in the live room were left bewildered. How could such a small child possibly digest so many fruits? His little stomach is remarkably robust. Wait a moment, is this a National Fortune live broadcast? I almost mistook it for a children's show. I nearly believed it was a culinary stream. Silence enveloped the room as everyone was rendered speechless, momentarily unable to distinguish the nature of the broadcast due to Qin Chuan's display. There must be something more thrilling to discover. Qin Chuan gazed into the distance, his eyes alight with excitement, as if in pursuit of some delightful amusement. The viewers in the live stream shared his sentiments, recognizing the exuberance of youth, despite the perilous surroundings. They never placed the burden of exploration solely on Qin Chuan. Their only wish was for his survival, nothing more. They hoped his fortune would continue to shine brightly. Many netizens expressed their thoughts. Suddenly, Qin Chuan grasped a large tree and, with a swift motion, slid down as if on a slide, landing gracefully on the ground below. This display left the audience momentarily speechless. Such agility, who could he have learned it from? Were it not for the certainty that this was a live stream, they might have believed they were watching a film. Wandering aimlessly through the lush forest, Qin Chuan found himself amidst grass that towered over him. However, troubling news emerged from abroad. Someone had succumbed to a venomous snake bite. Such a rapid turn of events, with a life lost to a snake. A young child from Yanhuang remarked that one could crush a snake with bare hands. Which unfortunate nation was this? Curiosity piqued. Many netizens sought out the live stream of the ill-fated individual, only to find the footage frozen, depicting the unfortunate soul with a pallid complexion, lifeless on the ground. Wasn't there supposed to be a chance for resurrection? Where was it now? Little did they know, this unfortunate had already faced death for the second time. Unbelievable. The children of our nation thrived, yet calamity struck elsewhere. A grave situation was unfolding. Reports indicated that numerous elderly individuals had perished suddenly, while many others aged dramatically, and countless were hospitalized. Could it be the severe? They had forgotten that if the fortunate one perished, every citizen of that nation would face a 5-year reduction in lifespan, a calamity for the elderly. Fear gripped everyone as they realized that merely one death could incite societal turmoil. They never anticipated such dire consequences. Moreover, if both fortunate souls from their own country were to die, an even greater disaster loomed. Witnessing the unfolding events abroad, the gravity weighed heavily on every heart, particularly in Yanhuang, where a mere child could dictate the fate of an entire nation. Thus, many redirected their focus back to Qin Chuan, while the adult female soldier, Shangwan Ryun, appeared to require less concern. Unlike Qin Chuan, she was mature and seasoned. Qin Chuan, you must stay safe. I cannot bear to lose 5 years of youth. My grandmother has treated me with such kindness. I do not wish to see her depart like this. Qin Chuan, please do not falter. I implore you to survive. Yet, as is often the case, fate does not always align with our desires. In the live stream featuring Qin Chuan, a sudden beastly roar echoed, prompting our Qin Chuan to brighten with excitement as he exclaimed, "Wow, there's a wild beast. How delightful." With that, he eagerly ventured towards the source of the roar. The audience in the studio was utterly alarmed, nearly bowing in reverence to Qin Chuan's audacity. while others wished to distance themselves from danger. This reckless child seemed drawn to it. Was he courting death? His innocent declaration of joy nearly sent me into a cardiac episode. Alas, I rushed towards the hospital. A man in his 50s, uncertain of how much longer I might endure. Sigh, binding the fate of the nation to a child, what a burden for him to bear. It seems destined that our Yin Huang must confront this calamity. Excuse me, I would like to reserve a spot for the black men carrying coffins. What? Their SAQ? Chapter 6. Horse riding. As Qin Chuan followed the sound, he soon entered the dense forest, vanishing from the sight of those watching. He was simply too small. Where is he? The grass is far too tall, exclaimed one viewer. How is he moving so swiftly? Questioned another. Could it be that he spends every day navigating through the jungle? That's perilous. The forest harbors many unknown dangers. Though it was difficult to catch sight of Qin Chuan, the rustling of the grass and the live feed indicated that his speed remained unaffected by the overgrowth. The viewers speculated that his diminutive stature allowed him to navigate the underbrush with ease. Before long, they were greeted with a long-awaited sight. Qin Chuan emerged from the thicket, seemingly unscathed save for a few stray blades of grass. This astonished many, for they were aware that others who had ventured into similar foliage had emerged covered in sores. A truly frightening sight. Perhaps Qin Chuan was simply fortunate. This particular patch of grass must not have posed any danger. Indeed, fortune appeared to favor our lucky child. Yet, as he moved towards peril, one could only wonder how long he might survive. An uneasy silence fell. The forbidden zone was cut off from the outside world, leaving them helpless to communicate their concerns. Upon emerging from the thicket, Qin Chuan intended to proceed further, but his keen senses soon detected that something was watching him. What could it be? In the footage, the forest behind him shook violently before falling still again. However, as Qin Chuan paused, the rustling resumed, indicating that a creature was advancing towards him, locking onto him with predatory intent. Suddenly, the jungle shook violently, and a dark shadow leaped forth, confronting Qin Chuan with bared teeth and a fierce glare. As the audience beheld this terrifying beast, their hearts trembled, for the live stream rendered the scene so vividly that it felt as though they were witnessing the creature with their own eyes. To everyone's astonishment, there stood a black leopard, towering at approximately 1.5 meters in height, its ferocious visage truly terrifying, especially with its mouth full of sharp fangs. It was easy to believe that a single bite would reduce a person to mere fragments. With a roar that echoed like that of a king, the leopard unleashed its dominion, striking fear into the hearts of those timid souls in the live broadcast room, some nearly losing control of their senses. Run, Qin Chuan, run. Humans are no match for a leopard. Shall we wait to be a snack for an explosion? Perhaps the leopard wouldn't even bother with such a small fry. Are you blind? The leopard is clearly targeting the little brat. It doesn't care who you are in the eyes of its prey. At that moment, a data card appeared on the live stream, prompting everyone to click and read. Monster name, Shadow Leopard Power Rating, 1-star talent, Speed Friendly Reminder, in the Forbidden Zone. Monster strength ranges from 1 to 10 stars. This was a 1-star monster, the Shadow Leopard. How formidable might a 10-star monster be? I could almost envision the scene of the Shadow Leopard sinking its teeth into Qin Chuan. At this juncture, Bing Bing spoke in the live room. We must trust Qin Chuan. He has surprised us before. Even so, this was a 1-star monster. Towering at 1.5 meters, it could likely cleave Qin Chuan in two with a single bite. Have you noticed? Little Qin Chuan shows no signs of fear. Compared to us, he is truly exceptional. He probably doesn't even know what fear is. Nonsense, my son, at 10 years old, would be in tears. My niece was so frightened she nearly lost control. This little fellow possesses quite the fortitude. Perhaps it's due to being an orphan. They say children without parents tend to have stronger mental resilience. Just as everyone was fretting over Qin Chuan's safety, he spoke. With his hands clasped behind his back, he turned his head without a glance back and said, "You've arrived." The room fell silent. The Shadow Leopard, taken aback, responded with confusion. "You shouldn't have come." Qin Chuan continued, turning to face the Shadow Leopard. "What are you staring at?" he asked defiantly, hands on his hips, exuding an air of fearless bravado. The Shadow Leopard remained puzzled. "Try staring again." The Shadow Leopard let out a roar in response. The live room fell into a stunned silence, many secretly thinking, impressive. Some viewers even found themselves amused by Qin Chuan's antics, though that amusement quickly faded. For at that moment, the Shadow Leopard opened its massive jaws, lunging towards Qin Chuan. As the colossal creature's mouth gaped open, its menacing fangs became a stark reality before the audience. The little child, in his innocence, dared to provoke the beast. Yet, do you not find him endearing? Endearing? Do you not consider such behavior before a wild animal to be foolish? But he is still just a child. Oh no. The little boy is about to meet his demise. I hope that this time, after his demise, he will gain some wisdom. I have already prepared myself for the loss of 5 years of life. It's a bit daunting to look on, yet I find myself compelled to continue watching. Such a conflicting emotion. Just as everyone believed that Qin Chuan was destined to be devoured, he expressed his discontent, exclaiming, "What are you being so fierce for?" In an astonishing display, Qin Chuan leaped as if gravity had lost its hold on him, narrowly evading the leopard's fangs. He then effortlessly landed atop the shadowy leopardess back, sitting there with utmost steadiness. The viewers in the live broadcast were rendered speechless. Goodness, what a twist! They exclaimed in disbelief. This is extraordinary. Anyone who claims he is merely lucky will have to contend with me. I harbor serious doubts that this little rascal did not begin studying martial arts from a young age. It is highly probable that he was taught by the director of the Beihai orphanage, who I feel has been unjustly accused. The audience was bewildered, initially believing this to be a dead end. Yet who could have anticipated that the young boy would slip past danger with such ease? But what was his intention by jumping onto the leopard's back? With one hand gripping the shadowy leopard's fur, he excitedly clapped his other hand against its rear and shouted, "Giddy up!" The viewers were left in utter astonishment. I need a moment to recover from this shock. Perhaps a cup of 1982 milk tea will help calm my nerves. A 1999 spicy strip to soothe my throat as well. Darling, come quick. The little rascal is riding a leopard. He rides the leopard, while you ride me, yuck. The crowd fell into silence, particularly Bing Bing, who had already prepared a eulogy of sorts. However, she was soon left dumbfounded. The atmosphere had taken an unexpected turn. Chapter 7. The great cat. The shadowy leopard would not permit Qin Chuan to ride it without protest, becoming infuriated and leaping 3 feet into the air. The onlookers braced themselves, believing Qin Chuan would tumble off the beast. Yet, he clung tightly to the leopard, his small hands gripping with remarkable strength. The expression on the leopardess face, one of despair, revealed the extent of its discomfort. This scene elicited suppressed laughter from many, leaving them in a state of internal conflict. They understood that a one-star monster was no trifling matter. Indeed, upon realizing that Qin Chuan remained atop its back, emitting cheerful sounds, the leopard's fury intensified. Not bad, not bad. This feels exhilarating. Let us see what you've got. Qin Chuan's cheerful voice resonated throughout the live stream. The audience was left speechless, with only a couple of comments reflecting their sentiments. Impressive. Impressive indeed. The shadowy leopard surged forward at an accelerated pace, and the visuals followed suit, racing ahead with remarkable speed. Suddenly, the leopard halted abruptly, attempting to fling Qin Chuan off. Yet, with a grin, Qin Chuan remarked, "Well done. Well done. Let us go again. This isn't enough." The crowd expressed their bewilderment. Could this little brat truly defy the heavens? With a fierce growl, the shadow leopard was enraged. It collapsed onto the ground, rolling about in an attempt to pin Qin Chuan beneath its weight, a tactic that proved effective. Observing this, Qin Chuan vacated the leopard's back, hands on hips, approaching the creature with evident dissatisfaction. With a swift motion, he delivered a resounding slap to the leopard's face. The onlookers were left in utter shock, gazing at the scene with disbelief. What is this? Hitting a leopard's face? How strangely satisfying it sounds. They murmured in unison. Qin Chuan, still displeased, admonished the shadow leopard for its disobedience. As the leopard prepared to snap at him, before it could open its mouth, another slap silenced it. The viewers were left puzzled, questioning why this leopard seemed so feeble, easily bested by a mere child. This was a game of national fortune. The leopard being struck by Qin Chuan should be considered auspicious. Though they shouldn't harbor such thoughts, they couldn't help but feel that the leopard had lost its dignity. The leopard, feeling insulted, attempted to bite Qin Chuan once more, only to be met with another slap. Undeterred, it continued to try, only to be met with repeated blows. After several exchanges, a decisive crack echoed as a tooth flew out. The audience in the live stream was collectively dumbfounded, witnessing the lost tooth and the humiliated shadow leopard. They were struck by an odd sensation, as if the child were mistreating a wild animal. "Why do I feel so sorry for the shadow leopard?" one remarked. Yet they recalled how the leopard had intended to feast upon the child earlier. Perhaps the creature was unwell or out of sorts. Otherwise, how could it be so weak? Such reasoning was compelling, almost convincing. "Then explain this to me," came the retort. "Who dares to explain?" As the crowd engaged in their musings, the leopard opened its mouth again, but the child swiftly extended his hand once more. In that moment, however, the shadow leopard seemed to move with newfound speed, its mouth darting toward Qin Chuan's hand, and to the astonishment of everyone in the live stream, it licked the child's hand. The viewers were instantly taken aback by the leopard's unexpected action. Goodness, is this creature surrendering? It truly understands humanity's essence. They recalled a saying, if one knows how to please, they may preserve their life. A licking leopard. What had become of its dignity? This leopard displayed remarkable intelligence. Employing such a strategy, if it could comprehend human speech, that would certainly be intriguing. What you are displaying is an instance of racial discrimination. Even dogs are capable of comprehending human speech, let alone leopards. The ability of dogs to understand commands stems from their training. Why then can we not permit leopards the opportunity to educate themselves? I am utterly speechless. This creature embodies a lack of leopard virtue. The shadow leopard, in a bid to avoid punishment, disregards leopard integrity. Qin Chuan found himself bewildered by the actions of this shadow leopard. Had he not perceived the absence of malice in its eyes, he would likely have struck it once more. Nevertheless, the current submissive demeanor of the shadow leopard appears rather comical. Are you impressed? Qin Chuan declared with pride. To his surprise, the shadow leopard humanely nodded in acknowledgement. It had indeed understood him. Laughter erupted in the live broadcast room. Huh, what do I see? A leopard that comprehends human language. The Forbidden Zone is indeed extraordinary. Harboring such a creature. Initially, I thought it to be perilous, yet this scene unfolded. Our Yanhuang truly produces exceptional talents. We commenced with a dog. Oh no, a leopard. What lies ahead is bound to be even more delightful. Bing Bing also found herself taken aback. Even a professional like her was left in a state of agitation by this twist. Everyone bore witness to this fortunate turn for Yanhuang. Thus they must place their faith in Qin Chuan, for he symbolizes our nation's fortune and embodies our future. To have a leopard yield at the outset, who else from other nations could achieve such a feat? This sentiment ignited the hearts of countless individuals. Initially, it seemed that Yanhuang's fortune had chosen a mere child like Qin Chuan, destined for failure. Yet, unbeknownst to others still struggling for survival, our Yanhuang's clever child had already compelled a shadow leopard to submit. This exemplifies the strength of Yanhuang's young ones, and likewise, the might of Yanhuang itself. Returning to the scene, Qin Chuan called out, "Big cat." The shadow leopard appeared momentarily perplexed, but upon meeting Qin Chuan's gaze, it grasped the reality. Lie down, Qin Chuan commanded. The shadow leopard promptly obeyed, lying on the ground, resembling a trained hunting dog. Hunting dog? No, we do not possess such brethren. Qin Chuan climbed onto the back of the shadow leopard, gripping its fur with one hand while patting its back with the other. Giddy up, the shadow leopard retorted. I am not a horse. However, in order to avoid a beating, it willingly transformed into one. The shadow leopard obediently began to run forward. To ride a leopard as if it were a horse. That is the audacity of Yanhuang's clever child. Those who rode wooden horses in their youth pale in comparison. I rate this maneuver a perfect score. Are we witnessing the beginning of our Yanhuang child's conquest of the Forbidden Zone? Conquest begins with a devoted leopard. I have discovered a new perspective. May our little one always be blessed with good fortune. This occurrence rapidly spread overseas, leaving people abroad astonished. Chapter 8. The beautiful nation discovers iron, or beautiful nation. Oh my goodness. How fortunate is this little rascal. A timid leopard has been bested by a mere child. This young one must possess the uncanny ability to tame beasts, perhaps even being a wicked sorcerer. It seems that the East lacks true magic. Yet they are rich in legendary spells. Eastern country, Bakayuru. To be unable to dispatch even a child, what utter uselessness. It's merely a sickly cat. Look, it's missing a tooth. I've heard it was knocked out by that little brat. Only you would believe such nonsense. Can't you see this is a gravely injured leopard? That child must have saved its life, which is why the leopard has chosen him. Qin Chuan, you truly are a clever one. Great Bear Nation, well done, young lad. You embody the spirit of our Great Bear Nation. Truly, our mysterious old neighbor has produced a remarkable child. Britain, that rascal will surely face retribution from the leopard. Just wait and see. Our fortunate Britons will undoubtedly find a stronger companion. After all, what's so formidable about a mere leopard? I have faith that Jesus will watch over us. Goryeo, this mischievous child might be one of our lost Korean kids. Just look at how much he resembles us. Let us not speculate. He is one of ours. Once he returns to reality, we must bring him back to our homeland. At this moment, Qin Chuan sat upon the back of the magnificent beast he had conquered. Brimming with joy, his performance as Nezha had finally risen by 21 points, allowing him to once again feel the surge of tremendous power. Indeed, in such an environment, one could rapidly enhance their prowess. This place was significantly more powerful than the Jojo planet, greatly aiding his performance improvement. Great cat, where are you headed? Qin Chuan noticed that the shadowy leopard seemed to have a destination in mind. Shadow leopard, roar. In a fit of frustration, Qin Chuan smacked the leopard's back and commanded, "Speak in human language." The sight was so amusing that viewers online erupted in laughter. The expression on the shadow leopard's face was utterly pitiful, yet comical. Qin Chuan leaped down from the shadow leopard's back and directly inquired, "Are you intending to take me somewhere?" The shadow leopard nodded, gesturing in a specific direction with its head. "Ah, I see," he replied, having nothing else to do. "Let us set forth and explore this place you speak of." The shadow leopard, displaying remarkable intelligence, lay down as if to welcome an emperor, only commencing its swift advance once Qin Chuan was securely seated. Bing Bing was once again taken aback, yet her heart swelled with happiness as she remarked, "What a surprise! Who would have thought that a creature from the Forbidden Land could possess such high intelligence? I'm sure everyone is as eager as I am to discover where that shadow leopard intends to lead our little Qin Chuan." "Indeed, indeed. It is quite intriguing," came the collective response. "At first, my greatest concern was for Qin Chuan, yet now, I find him to be the most secure among us." A 4-year-old child venturing into a foreign realm, not only refraining from tears and tantrums, but instead exuding optimism, confidence, and resilience, has truly opened our eyes. Heaven bless Yanhuang, for it has chosen him as its fortunate one. The online community engaged in fervent discussions, but soon, an announcement resonated throughout the entire live broadcast room of the Forbidden Zone. Forbidden Zone announcement. The fortunate one of the beautiful nation, John Jelly, has discovered a 1-star iron resource. This resource will be rewarded with a tenfold bonus in the beautiful nation region. The Forbidden Zone will grant John Jelly a 1-star level lottery, a reward unknown to outsiders. The global audience was momentarily taken aback before erupting in excitement. Countless viewers switched to John Jelly's live stream in the beautiful nation, discovering a lively atmosphere. "Well done, Jelly. As the captain of the Demon Special Forces, you have brought our nation its first honor. Hurry and draw the lottery. We can hardly contain our anticipation. Hey, did you see that? This is our magnificent, beautiful nation, the first in the world to receive a reward." Other nations appeared feeble in comparison. Rumors circulated that Yanhuang had a mere child participating in national fortunes, and it was presumed that he had already met his demise. Truly, the divine favors our beautiful nation, as evidenced by these two fortunate ones. The beautiful nation's officials promptly announced the news of their lucky individuals, and they quickly discovered a newly surfaced iron mine, boasting about their nation's might in an ostentatious manner. Countries like Great Britain and other Western European nations immediately offered their sycophantic smiles, praising the beautiful nation's prowess. The small island nation of the East even bowed low in flattery, elevating the beautiful nation to great heights. They even aimed their criticisms at Yanhuang, declaring that it was devoid of capable individuals, with its two fortunate ones, a woman and a child, having accomplished nothing, and asserting that they would soon surpass them. The official Yanhuang channels refrained from any statements. After all, why should one respond to barking dogs? Yet, the netizens from Yanhuang could not tolerate the beautiful nation's ostentation, responding fervently to John Jelly. "It's merely a 1-star resource reward, and yet you act so arrogantly. Truly, you have never seen the world. After being suppressed by our nation for so many years, let them have their moment. Our fortunate one is undoubtedly far more formidable than this John Jelly. Indeed, our nation's mischievous child can easily tame a shadow cheetah as a mount. Let us see John Jelly accomplish that. Yellow skin monkeys, just wait and see. Our beautiful nation will soon reclaim its status as the world's strongest power. Without a doubt, your two fortunate ones are utterly useless. Surviving to this point is merely a stroke of luck. Wait, this is merely the beginning. Our John Jelly is an exceptional Special Forces soldier, the finest warrior in the world. He has the capability to ceaselessly uncover countless resources for our nation. Once our resources are sufficiently abundant, prepare to be conquered by us." A keyboard battle ensued between the two sides. The representatives from the beautiful nation made a valid point. If the resources cannot be found by one's own country, once other nations become resource-rich, they will grow stronger and manufacture more advanced weaponry. At that juncture, nations lacking resources will find themselves in a precarious position. They will either have to pay exorbitantly to procure from others or resort to warfare to seize what they need. Regardless of the method, the cost will be substantial. Moreover, Yanhuang has consistently been a peace-loving nation, never inclined to instigate conflict. Thus, there remains but one course of action: to purchase at a high price. This, however, is merely a worst-case scenario, as the two fortunate individuals from our nation are thriving. Chapter 9. Who is the clown? In the Yanhuang National Security Bureau, Yang Jingyi inquired, "Have we determined the iron ore reserves discovered by the beautiful nation?" "We have indeed." They, in their eagerness to show off, have disclosed the specific quantity, which stands at approximately 1 million tons, replied Su Xiao, opening his computer to display the information. While this quantity is not exceedingly large, it allows for a rough calculation of the rewards from a single-star iron ore. Yang Jingyi nodded in acknowledgement. Although the reserves amount to merely 1 million tons, they are the first to uncover such resources, and look at how proud they are. Su Xiao expressed his displeasure. Yang Jingyi, however, remained unfazed, stating, I find myself quite unconcerned about that little fellow Qin Chuan. He always manages to bring surprises. Let him enjoy his time in the Forbidden Zone. Subsequently, they turned their attention to the individual bearing the heavy responsibilities of Yin Huang, Shangwan Rian. As a young woman, she is meticulous and cautious. With ample survival experience in the wild, having narrowly escaped danger on numerous occasions. Currently, she is diligently searching for resources on behalf of the nation. Such endeavors require patience, and everyone is waiting with bated breath. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shadow Cheetah, accompanied by Qin Chuan, had arrived at the foot of a cave mountain, where an entrance awaited them. Big Cat, you cannot be serious that this is the place you mentioned, Qin Chuan exclaimed, hopping down and surveying the area, which, apart from a pile of rubble, revealed nothing. He immediately clenched his small fists and approached Shadow Cheetah. Shadow Cheetah, suddenly uneasy, mumbled incoherently, gesturing insistently ahead. The online spectators were utterly baffled by Shadow Cheetah's antics. This transcended mere generational differences. It was a matter of interspecies communication. What is it trying to say? Perhaps it is indicating the presence of something ahead. I suspect that might be its den. Is it suggesting that Qin Chuan should wash up and rest? This could very well be a land of fortune. Curiously, Qin Chuan walked towards the direction indicated by Shadow Cheetah, remarking, what else could possibly be here aside from these broken stones? After finishing his words, Qin Chuan raised his eyebrows slightly, displaying a demeanor akin to a sulky child ready to strike. The shadow leopard immediately gestured with its head towards the stone beneath Qin Chuan's feet. Qin Chuan casually picked up a stone and exclaimed in anger, you want me to hit you with this stone? Then I shall become. You have discovered a 2-star resource copper mine. This thing is actually a copper mine. Qin Chuan gazed in disbelief at the shabby stone in his hand. Forbidden Land announcement. The fortunate child of Yin Huang, Qin Chuan, has discovered a 2-star copper resource, which will appear in the Yin Huang region with a 20-fold reward. The Forbidden Land will grant Qin Chuan a one-time 2-star level lottery, a reward unknown to outsiders. The entire world fell silent once more. The previously raucous chatter in John Jerry's live stream abruptly ceased, with the barrage of comments mysteriously disappearing. However, soon after, cheers erupted throughout Yin Huang, resonating across the land. Listen, did you hear that? A 2-star copper resource, discovered by our little rascal. No, it wasn't merely our little rascal who found it. It was that shadow leopard that contributed it. You are mistaken. The shadow leopard is now our Yin Huang rascal's steed. So it was indeed our child who discovered it. Well said. I find myself at a loss for words. At this moment, all I could express was how impressive. While others toiled and strived to unearth resources, our little rascal simply struck down a monster, which graciously presented him with a 2-star resource. Compared to the elite warriors of the beautiful nation, our child had it far easier, effortlessly acquiring a mine without any intent. Haha, I am so delighted. Me too. Congratulations to us. At a press conference in the White House, President Biden was boasting extravagantly about the legendary life of the country's fortunate warrior, John Jerry, asserting that the beautiful nation would soon surpass Yin Huang, and that the 2 fortunate children from Yin Huang were nothing but a joke, incapable of obtaining any resource rewards. On the wall of the White House, a colossal screen displayed the pride of the beautiful nation, the live stream of John Jerry, albeit devoid of any comments. While Biden continued to ramble about the future prospects of his nation, an announcement from the Forbidden Land appeared behind the large screen. However, due to the press conference, the screen emitted no sound. Biden, facing away from the screen, remained oblivious. Nevertheless, noticing that everyone was fixated on the large screen, he felt a surge of joy and remarked, seeing your expressions, it must be something delightful. Before you speak, let me take a guess. With a grin, Biden feigned contemplation and declared, I figured it out. It must be that our Jerry has once again created a historical miracle, blessed by the heavens, and received a resource reward. Don't speak yet. Let me guess what kind of resource it is. As Bai Deng observed that a reporter was about to speak, he promptly halted the proceedings, resembling a jester as he took center stage to perform his own little act. I believe it must be water resources, he suggested. Noticing the disconcerted expressions among the audience, he assumed he had erred in his guess and ventured again. Then it must be metal resources. When he perceived the same blank expressions, Confusion began to brew within him, and he continued in self-indulgent delight. Could it be that you wish to announce that Jelly has discovered oil? The audience was left in stunned silence, contemplating their president's unhinged obsession with wealth. Upon witnessing the change in the reporter's expressions, Bai Deng realized he had struck the right chord, erupting into laughter. Splendid. Jelly, you are the savior of our magnificent nation. Upon your return, I shall bestow upon you the highest honors of our country. He firmly believed that, with Jelly's efforts, the Eastern Lion would eventually be subdued once again. Prepare yourselves, for our great nation is on the rise. Hooray! Bai Deng raised his fist in jubilant cheer towards the camera. At last, one reporter could no longer contain himself and remarked, Mr. President, I believe it would be prudent for you to take a glance at the screen behind you. They were utterly bemused by their president's antics, feeling an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. No need for you to tell me. I shall witness this historic moment myself. Bai Deng, with his most radiant smile, turned to face the screen. In an instant, his smile froze in place. Squinting, he confirmed his worst fears were true. He glanced back at the reporters, who now regarded him with pitying eyes. The realization dawned upon him. They had been mocking him all along. Bai Deng felt an acute sense of embarrassment. The true jester was he. His smile vanished in an instant, replaced by a visage of despondency as he left the scene without a backward glance. Chapter 10. The lottery. The citizens of Yanhuang, who were watching Bai Deng's press conference, erupted into uncontrollable laughter upon witnessing this spectacle. They swiftly crafted short videos and shared them online. As the views surged, more and more people joined in the mirth, unable to contain their amusement. Bai Deng is truly a talent, they exclaimed, celebrating the fortune of our nation while being utterly foolish. He was indeed the greatest fool in history. Especially amusing was the irony of his celebration while vowing to use these resources to vanquish Yanhuang. It was simply comical. They couldn't help but laugh until their sides hurt. Our mischievous youth had delivered a resounding slap to Bai Deng's face, an invisible rebuke that stung all the more. I suspect Bai Deng is feeling quite foolish now. Our Qin Chuan, oblivious to the external happenings, remains unaware that he has garnered countless fans among the citizens of Yanhuang. The entirety of Yanhuang was applauding Qin Chuan's actions. The thrill of delivering unseen blows to their adversary brought them immense satisfaction. As Qin Chuan gazed at the vanishing ores surrounding him, he finally comprehended the purpose of the shadow leopard's presence in this place. Although he considered such meager resources beneath his notice, he nonetheless praised the shadow leopard. Had you mentioned this was copper ore, there would have been no issue, Qin Chuan admonished. The shadow leopard flicked its feline face aside, silently enduring the unspoken hurt. Internally weeping, I did say so. It's your inability to understand that is to blame. The chasm of racial communication is indeed a significant dilemma. Great cat, can you transform into a human? Qin Chuan inquired with curiosity. The shadow leopard's expression shifted. It suspected that Qin Chuan was mocking it. Why would a majestic leopard wish to become human? Wasn't being a quadrupedal leopard delightful? Yet, it dared not oppose him, and under the weight of Qin Chuan's dominance, it shook its head, indicating, I cannot. Ah, I see, Qin Chuan responded. Approaching, he intended to place his small hand atop the shadow leopard's head, only to realize he was too short to reach. Just as he furrowed his brow, the shadow leopard promptly lowered its head, allowing Qin Chuan to satisfactorily pat its head. Rest assured, I possess 100 methods to transform you into human form. You need not worry. Upon hearing this, the shadow leopard's eyes widened in shock, and it immediately began to weep, emitting soft whimpers that conveyed its dismay. Please, no. Truly moved to tears, Qin Chuan mused to himself. I am indeed a considerate child for the leopard. The shadow leopard sobbed even more sorrowfully. You must have a name, Qin Chuan declared after a moment of contemplation, suddenly struck by an idea. From now on, I shall bestow upon you the name Shen Gongbao. Qin Chuan stated earnestly. The shadow leopard pondered. Can I refuse? Why not give it a try? Qin Chuan challenged. The shadow leopard replied, I will try, but this name. It is surprisingly delightful. In the live stream room, laughter erupted. I am currently on my way to the hospital. This National Fortune live broadcast nearly took my life. Yet this mischievous child is truly on the verge of sending me into fits of laughter. This duo of one human and one leopard is nothing short of a perfect match. Just looking at the leopard, now endowed with a name, Shen Gongbao, adds a unique charm. Its expressions could amuse me for a decade. I have even created a collection of leopard emojis. Feel free to check them out. Young man, send me a copy. Sure thing. Initially, the National Fortune live broadcast was intended to be a serious affair, yet under the antics of this mischievous child, it became anything but serious. They tried to suppress their laughter, but it was simply irresistible. Even the stern members of the Yanhuang National Security Bureau found themselves chuckling upon viewing the news and then watching the exchange between Qin Chuan and Shen Gongbao. It had been a long time since they had laughed so heartily, for they bore the weight of duty and responsibility, with no room for relaxation. Because this nation requires guardianship, even the director of the National Security Bureau, Yang Jingyi, remarked that this national destiny may hinge upon Qin Chuan. Indeed, who could have anticipated that he would excel to such an extent, whether through fortune or otherwise, the moment he represented the nation in the Forbidden Realm? He was destined to share in the glories and disgraces of Yin and Huang. Yet, he remains but a child. Yang Jingyi sighed, wishing he could venture into the Forbidden Land himself in exchange for Qin Chuan. The burdens of the country should not rest upon such young shoulders. At once, Bing proclaimed in Qin Chuan's livestream, "Our Qin Chuan is not only lively and adorable, but also quite mischievous. With the assistance of this Shen Gongbao, I am confident our nation's little savior will once again bring us miracles. I share her belief. Bing's judgment is astute. Go, little Qin Chuan." The Yanhuang nation soon identified the location of the copper mine rewarded to Qin Chuan, a staggering 5 million tons of copper ore, confirmed by experts to possess exceptional quality, requiring minimal processing for extraction. The disparity between 1-star and 2-star resources is evidently vast. Yet no one knows the criteria for such classifications. Yanhuang promptly broadcasted this news, with Bing immediately sharing the reserve quantity of copper ore in her livestream, once again praising Qin Chuan. Although the reserves are not particularly abundant, their significance is monumental, delivering a resounding slap to the face of the beautiful country, who had previously boasted. In the livestream, viewers observed Qin Chuan gesturing excitedly atop Shen Gongbao, quickly surmising that he was likely engaged in a lottery, the details of which remained unknown to them. They were immensely curious about what he might obtain, certain that a 2-star lottery must be remarkable. The 1-star lottery from the beautiful nation Jieli had already been revealed, seemingly yielding some form of extraordinary ability, as Jieli was able to conjure flames with his bare hands post-lottery. Incredible. One can only imagine how impressive Qin Chuan's 2-star lottery would be. Everyone was eager to discover what Qin Chuan would draw. However, the obscured lottery process left them in a state of anxious anticipation. Indeed, Qin Chuan was engaged in the lottery, faced with a multitude of packages, from which he could select only one, the contents of which were a mystery. He casually chose one at random. Upon unveiling the package, a flash of golden light revealed an antiquated ring in his grasp. Congratulations. You have acquired a storage ring, containing 200 cubic meters of space. Qin Chuan paused, pondering the storage ring. It seemed quite decent, though he had nothing to store within it. He donned the ring. Yet with no possessions to fill it, it served merely as an ornament for now. Chapter 11. Where danger lurks. There shall he go. What remarkable treasure did Qin Chuan draw? I too am filled with curiosity. With keen eyes, Bing noticed the ring that had suddenly appeared in Qin Chuan's hand and exclaimed, "Look, our little one seems to have drawn a ring. Surely, this ring must possess other functions." That is undoubtedly the case. Even a 1-star lottery can yield a flame ability, let alone a 2-star power. This ring must be extraordinary. I suspect there's an old man within it. You've read too many novels. Perhaps it's a beautiful woman inside. While everyone else trudged through the perilous forest, our little rascal from Yanhuang was already exploring the scenery atop a large cat. As the onlookers gazed at Qin Chuan basking in the sun on the back of the shadow leopard, they couldn't help but feel the stark contrast to the other fortunate souls struggling for survival. In Qin Chuan's livestream, no foreigner dared to speak, consumed by envy and resentment. As for the Yanhuang people, they openly ridiculed the other fortunate ones, relishing in their discomfort. Shen Gongbao, do you know if there are any interesting places nearby? Nezha was never one to be idle. This large cat was native to the area and should be quite familiar with it. Shen Gongbao paused, somewhat bewildered by Qin Chuan's query. What kind of fun was he referring to? Were there particularly formidable monsters? You're simply too weak. This is utterly dull, Qin Chuan stated bluntly. Shen Gongbao, feeling utterly despondent, suffered a harsh blow to his pride. However, after heeding Qin Chuan's words, Shen Gongbao's mind began to churn with alternative thoughts. To teach Qin Chuan a lesson, he devised a plan to have other powerful beast clans eliminate him. This way, he would be saved. Truly, he was a cunning leopard. Whimpering, Shen Gongbao pointed towards a certain direction. Slap. To his surprise, Qin Chuan delivered a resounding slap to him. What are you still dawdling for? Hurry up. Qin Chuan expressed his displeasure. Shen Gongbao realized he had gained considerable weight, not from food, but from the beating. Come, let us capture this little demon. The viewers, witnessing Shen Gongbao being bullied by Qin Chuan, flooded the chat with memes. Poor thing. Accept your fate. What a pity you're not on the Jojo planet. Otherwise, you'd be a protected species. Transforming into a whirlwind of the forest, Shun Gongbao accelerated to his utmost limit, yet no matter how fast he went, Qin Chuan remained steady as a rock, reclining with his hands behind his head, half-lidded eyes, a blade of grass protruding from the corner of his mouth. Observing Qin Chuan's leisurely demeanor juxtaposed with Shun Gongbao's horse-like form, the livestream viewers couldn't help but chuckle. Initially, they were worried sick about Qin Chuan, but their concerns proved unfounded. Look at this little rascal, living more freely than they ever could. Have we forgotten something? It seems there's something we overlooked. Wait. Qin Chuan had previously remarked, prompting everyone to regain their focus. He had expressed his boredom and requested Xinguang Bao to accompany him in seeking some amusement. This amusement, however, involved the pursuit of even more formidable creatures. The crowd was left speechless upon reflection. They realized that this mischievous child had already tormented one Xinguang Bao and now sought to challenge other monsters. Was Qin Chuan out of his mind? Having fortuitously acquired Xinguang Bao as his mount, did he truly believe that all the creatures within the Forbidden Zone were as feeble as this one? Xinguang Bao retorted, "You are the weak one. Your entire family is weak." The logic of a child was evident here. At such a moment, one should prioritize assisting the nation in resource gathering. This sentiment seemed somewhat morally coercive. Merely surviving in the Forbidden Zone was already a remarkable feat moreover. Qin Chuan was merely a child. Should one truly entrust the nation's future to him? He was only 4 years old. What could he possibly comprehend about national fortunes? The resources in question were entirely gifts from the Xinguang Bao. As this topic unfolded, the group splintered into several factions, each presenting valid arguments. However, none could sway Qin Chuan's determined actions. Bing Bing, too, was perplexed by Qin Chuan's choices, questioning why he felt compelled to engage with danger. While others instinctively distanced themselves from peril, Qin Chuan seemed to embrace it, boldly venturing toward wherever danger lurked. Soon enough, as they approached a dense forest, Xinguang Bao's stride diminished, revealing a newfound caution as if wary of hidden threats. Qin Chuan, ever observant, lazily inquired, "Have we arrived?" Xinguang Bao responded with a growl. Qin Chuan interpreted this as affirmation. Perched atop Xinguang Bao's back, he surveyed the surroundings, only to place a foot on the creature's head. Bang! Big cat! How dare you deceive me? Where are the monsters? I don't see any. Qin Chuan's expression betrayed his discontent. Xinguang Bao, feeling wronged, shook his head, lamenting the trials of being a leopard. The online audience was collectively dumbfounded. While others would hide upon encountering monsters, here was Qin Chuan, displeased for not spotting any. He had sought out danger only to discover his quarry absent, and now he was upset. Truly, the mindset of a mischievous child. Xinguang Bao gestured forward, seemingly eager to say something. A thought seemed to strike Qin Chuan. Raising an eyebrow, he cheerfully exclaimed, "Is there something good ahead?" Xinguang Bao nodded fervently. The barrage of comments from the onlookers momentarily paused as they fell into contemplation. Then, the comments exploded. "No way. Does this leopard come with a resource map? Can it actually operate like this?" The unexpected turn of events was astonishing. Was it possible that areas inhabited by larger monsters invariably contained resources? This was akin to a game where monsters guarded treasures, and only by vanquishing the guardians could one claim the rewards. John Kelly from America had gained resource rewards by shooting a wild boar, while our mischievous child secured resources through taming monsters. The essence, in truth, remained the same. Even Bing Bing wholeheartedly concurred with this viewpoint, stating, "It seems everyone has grasped the crux of the issue. I share the same sentiment. Exploring forbidden lands is certainly not a simple endeavor. One cannot casually reap the rewards we desire. From the inception of our national fortune until now, aside from the beautiful nation and our Yin Huang, individuals from other countries have not received any resource rewards. They have distanced themselves from the monsters, and even when discovered, they fled at the first opportunity, never engaging in direct combat with the creatures, thereby missing out on any resource rewards. Thus, to acquire resources in these forbidden areas, one must rely on strength. The notion of obtaining resources through mere luck, while not entirely impossible, is indeed exceedingly rare. Bing Bing's analysis is astute. In gaming, the mightier one is, the better the loot one can obtain. I believe the same applies to these forbidden lands. Chapter 12. Awaiting the return of monsters. Although they had deduced the rules of the forbidden land game, they still glanced at Qin Chuan, pondering whether this petite figure could withstand the dangers that lurked therein. Judging by the situation with Shun Gongbao, the monsters here were far more formidable. The perils of the forbidden land remain unknown in their strength. Qin Chuan's ability to tame Shun Gongbao does not guarantee his capacity to confront other threats. The Yanhuang netizens were understandably anxious. He was both a fortunate individual and one of their own, yet merely a 4-year-old child. They could only hope that Qin Chuan would continue to thrive against all odds. However, Qin Chuan was never one to follow conventional strategies. Upon hearing there were resources within, he bounded forward with exuberance. It was truly touching. Who would have thought such a young child possessed such patriotic fervor? This reflects the educational ethos of our nation, nurturing a sense of nationalism from a young age, and it seems the results are commendable. We must express our gratitude to the director of the Beihai orphanage, for I believe he is a remarkable individual. At this juncture, Bing Bing spoke up. I have some good news to share. Our live stream will feature several prominent figures from our country to provide everyone with a better understanding of Qin Chuan, including the director of the Beihai orphanage, Qin Chuan. Upon hearing this news, the netizens were indeed elated. Well done. Although the director of the Beihai orphanage is not Qin Chuan's biological parent, having raised him since childhood, he embodies a paternal role. One can only imagine how worried the director must have been the moment the mischievous child ventured into the forbidden land. Qin Chuan remarked, "No, I am quite pleased. This troublemaker has finally left. Bing Bing, when will they arrive?" "Tomorrow. Everyone, please be patient." With a broad smile, Qin Chuan dashed through the forest, effortlessly leaping over obstacles in his path, a display of agility that left the netizens in admiration. If only he were a bit older. Noticing that Shun Gongbao had fallen behind, cowering timidly, Qin Chuan felt a wave of disdain. He picked up a stone from the ground and accurately struck Shun Gongbao on the head, causing a considerable bump to form once again. "Hurry up and follow," Qin Chuan declared, hands on his hips, exuding an air of authority. Without hesitation, Shun Gongbao complied, having previously considered fleeing, only to be astounded by the human-esque cleverness. After a considerable distance, the duo pushed through a thicket, unveiling a transformed landscape before them. "These are eggs." Qin Chuan gazed at Shun Gongbao with a disapproving expression, questioning whether the treasures it had mentioned were merely these eggs. Shun Gongbao quickly shook its head and pointed towards a tree beside the eggs. Upon closer inspection, Qin Chuan realized that this tree was distinct from the surrounding ones. Soon, words materialized before him. 3-star resource tree. Occupation possible. This text also appeared on the live broadcast of Yanhuang, instantly widening the eyes of everyone watching. Incredible. It's a resource tree and of 3-star caliber. They urged one another to occupy it without delay, reminding each other of the lurking monsters guarding the area. "We must seize it swiftly and then leave," they insisted, reasoning that the creature must be out hunting, as even beasts require sustenance. Qin Chuan was genuinely surprised. He hadn't expected Shun Gongbao to be truthful. There was indeed a resource here. Without hesitation, he approached and placed his hand on the tree. Remain within a 20-meter radius of the resource tree for 10 minutes to successfully acquire the 3-star resource tree. The crowd was taken aback by such a stipulation. Before they could voice their thoughts, another notification appeared. "The guardian beast of the resource tree is returning. Please be cautious." The crowd was speechless, realizing that to obtain the resource, they would need to defeat the monster that protected it. Subtle strategies would prove ineffective. "I thought I could effortlessly acquire a resource, but it seems I must wait 10 minutes instead." This was evidently a test of fortune. Only by growing stronger could one triumph over the beast and claim the rewards. This was a 3-star resource, which logically meant the guardian beast was likely of the same caliber. Wouldn't he that placed Qin Chuan in peril? This reckless child, unable to safeguard a shadow leopard, was courting danger. Yet, he was merely seeking resources. Nonsense. He was simply in it for the thrill. Aren't children naturally inclined to play? Did you not enjoy play at the age of 4? You all tend to impose adult reasoning upon a 4-year-old. Don't you find that shameful? Oh, the monster is returning. Qin Chuan, too, heard the notification. However, rather than feeling fear, he exclaimed, "Finally returning. How delightful." The viewers in the live stream were collectively bewildered. What kind of thought process is this? Is this curiosity excessively intense? Halt. Where do you intend to go? Qin Chuan firmly grasped the tail of Shun Gongbao, inquiring coldly. Shun Gongbao turned his head, and, upon meeting Qin Chuan's malevolent gaze, trembled all over, leaving countless onlookers speechless. How could a 1.5-meter tall, 3-meter-long leopard be so terrified of a mere 4-year-old child who barely reaches 1 meter? What a disgrace to leopards! With a sudden glare, Qin Chuan delivered a kick to the leopard's face, unleashing a flurry of lightning-fast kicks that made the leopard acutely aware of the dire consequences of abandoning him. Woe is me! The leopard, bereft of hope, huddled in a corner, shedding silent tears. Hiss! Soon, a peculiar sound echoed through the air. Shin Gongbao grew even more fearful, curling up tightly, his fur standing on end. Was this his just deserts for bringing Qin Chuan to such a perilous place? What happened to their well-laid plans? Who could have anticipated such treachery? How careless. At last, they had arrived. Qin Chuan stood before the eggs, each one astonishingly the same size as him. He found a comfortable spot, lay atop them, and awaited the arrival of the monster. Observers could only exclaim, "Impressive," facing danger with utter indifference. This little child appeared to defy fate. What is fear? This mischievous child seemed utterly oblivious. What creature could emit such a sound? It resembled that of a serpentine beast. Look at those eggs. So large they matched the size of the mischievous child. How enormous must the creature be? The implications were chilling. A creature capable of laying such massive eggs must be truly terrifying. As their discussions unfolded, a troubling realization dawned. This mischievous child might genuinely be in peril. A monster of a 3-star caliber was far beyond what this child could contend with. Chapter 13. The Azure Dragon Lizard. The sound grew increasingly closer, and Shun Gongbao's fear escalated. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan remained sprawled within the eggs, casually rolling over as if he were asleep. This scene left everyone speechless. Surely, this little child could not have dozed off, could he? How could he fall asleep at such a time? He should be fleeing for his life. If he wanted to escape, he could have done so long ago. He was here seeking his own demise. The verdict is clear. Ha! This little child is doomed. The children of Yanhuang, are surely finished. Even if he perished, he would have a chance to resurrect. What are you so excited about? To this point, your Eastern Japan has discovered nothing at all, yet you dare to bark here. Just wait and see. This lad will certainly not survive until tomorrow. You little rascal. It is you who will not see the dawn of tomorrow. A colossal creature approached from afar, casting an ominous shadow that obscured its form, causing every heart to race in trepidation. What manner of monster is this? It felt exceedingly foreboding. Concerns among netizens grew as they widened their eyes, eager to discern the nature of the emerging creature. Soon, the true form of the beast was revealed, not a serpent, but rather a monstrous entity resembling a lizard. A colossal lizard beast, stretching at least 10 meters in length, adorned with numerous warts, exuded an unmistakable aura of complexity. The shadow cheetah, trembling uncontrollably, crouched down, clearly devoid of any inclination to resist the daunting creature before it. Given the sheer size of the lizard, it was no wonder that the shadow cheetah felt such trepidation. Was this truly a creature of the 3-star caliber? It was indeed terrifying. In the presence of this lizard, the shadow cheetah appeared as a mere child, while Qin Chuan seemed utterly helpless. The lizard could effortlessly swallow Qin Chuan whole in a single bite. Let us first celebrate the fact that the brash child from Yanhuang would meet a grim fate. Oh, how one anticipates the moment when that child is torn to shreds. Qin Chuan, awaken. Do not slumber any longer. The monster approaches. Why do you not flee? Alas, it may already be too late. Danger looms ever closer to Qin Chuan, and the onlookers frantically urged him to escape, yet he remained oblivious, soundly asleep within his egg. As the lizard drew near, particularly upon spotting the child nestled amidst its offspring, it advanced. It extended its tongue towards Qin Chuan. Hearts raced among the Yanhuang populace. This child had ventured into perilous territory. The lizard's tongue was remarkably long, sticky, and swift, extending a full 4 meters. However, just as the lizard was about to strike Qin Chuan, he rolled over and evaded the attack. The spectators gasped in astonishment at his remarkable fortune. The lizard, realizing it had missed its target, lunged again with its tongue, but Qin Chuan suddenly sprang to his feet, dodging the lizard's assault once more. Upon awakening, Qin Chuan immediately unleashed a torrent of expletives at the lizard. You are so noisy. You are disturbing my sleep. The netizens from Yanhuang were left in sheer disbelief. How could he remain unafraid in the presence of such a gigantic creature and even dare to shout at it? Did he think this was still the same shadow cheetah that he could bully at will? Quickly, a message appeared on the screen. Monster name, Azure Dragon Lizard. Strength rating, 3 stars, abilities, defense, strength, rare dragon blood. Indeed, it was confirmed to be a 3-star creature. Everyone anticipated that the lizard would erupt in fury. Yet it displayed no signs of anger. Instead, it turned its attention toward the trembling shadow cheetah. A hissing sound echoed, seemingly indicative of its irritation. How peculiar. Why had the lizard targeted the shadow cheetah? Could it be intimidated by our brash child? Have you noticed how strangely the lizard behaves? It is indeed quite odd. After unleashing a roar, the azure lizard charged at the shadow cheetah, mouth agape. The shadow leopard lacked even the courage to flee, trembling in place as if it were a lamb awaiting slaughter. The disparity in strength was so vast that it rendered the shadow leopard incapable of movement. ensnared by the peculiar aura emanating from the azure dragon lizard. Qin Chuan, sensing this, felt a twinge of surprise. When he observed the azure dragon lizard preparing to devour the shadow leopard, he felt a surge of indignation. After all, the creature was his companion, his mount, and it was unacceptable for others to bully it. Only he had the right to do so. Qin Chuan swiftly positioned himself in front of the shadow leopard, ready to intervene. This unexpected action left the viewers in the live stream utterly bewildered. Why was Qin Chuan not retreating? Resources, while important, paled in comparison to one's life. Even in the face of peril, he refused to abandon his partner, proving himself to be a person of great principle. Yet, for the sake of a mere leopard, was it truly worth it? Was it not his own recklessness that led him to this predicament? Had he not sought thrill, he would not have found himself here. Impressive. You young ones from Yanhuang truly embody righteousness, one exclaimed. The giant lizard has swallowed the brat from Yanhuang. Get lost, you pesky little devils. However, to everyone's astonishment, the lizard's attack halted abruptly above Qin Chuan's head. Upon noticing him, the lizard's ferocity dissipated, transforming into a docile creature that reached out to gently pat Qin Chuan on the head. The scene was utterly bizarre. Netizens from the land of the rising sun were left in shock. What is happening? How is this possible? It defies logic. Why doesn't the lizard simply consume him? Could it be that this lizard has also succumbed to some enchantment like the leopard? Baka, why is this brat always so fortunate? Exclaimed a Korean netizen, who then posited, this child must possess the noble bloodline of our great Korean ancestry, which is why the lizard dares not harm him. He must be one of us. The viewers from Yanhuang were equally perplexed, yet witnessing the creature's gentle demeanor towards Qin Chuan brought them amusement. What do I see? The giant lizard is so docile. Our Yanhuang brat is truly remarkable. Do you concede, little devils? It turned out to be a false alarm. Perhaps Qin Chuan possessed an innate ability to connect with monsters. While some reveled in joy, others were troubled. Even Qin Chuan himself was bewildered, unable to comprehend the lizard's intentions. He felt no malice from the creature. In fact, there was a hint of maternal affection. He turned to glance at the spot where he had previously lain and was astonished to realize that the giant lizard had taken him for its offspring. Should he laugh or cry? Qin Chuan felt a twinge of discontent. The great lizard harbored no malice. It would never lay a hand on him. He was embodying the role of the mischievous Nezha, and it was inconceivable for him to initiate any aggression toward this large reptile, especially considering that it bore unborn offspring. Alas, what a situation this is. Chapter 14. A vast expanse of forest resources soon. Netizens began to analyze the reason behind the Songlong lizard's decision not to attack Qin Chuan. As an expert in animal studies, I have a bold hypothesis. Pray, share your insights. Have you noticed that the expression in the eyes of this creature, the Songlong lizard, resembles that of a mother? Coupled with the spot where Qin Chuan previously lay, could it be that this creature perceives Qin Chuan as its own offspring? Goodness, what extraordinary luck. However, Qin Chuan does not bear any resemblance to a lizard, does he? Is this even plausible? Have you heard the tale of the ugly duckling? This is akin to the plight of the lizard. Nonetheless, I am merely offering my analysis. While this explanation may seem far-fetched, it is the only conclusion they could reach. Moreover, given the circumstances, this possibility holds considerable weight. Overall, Qin Chuan has once again narrowly escaped calamity. For the Yanhuang people, this is indeed fortuitous. Yet, for foreign netizens, this is a bitter pill to swallow. They had braced themselves for mockery, only to be met with yet another unexpected turn of events, leaving them quite dissatisfied. Regardless of others' opinions, Qin Chuan felt a tinge of gloom. Announcement from the Forbidden Zone. The fortunate one of Yanhuang, Qin Chuan, has discovered 3-star forest resources. This resource will manifest in the Yanhuang region with a 50-fold reward. The Forbidden Zone will grant Qin Chuan a 3-star level lottery, a reward unbeknownst to outsiders. The world was once again astounded. A fervor erupted. Words failed them as they expressed their feelings. Goodness, is this fellow cheating? How can he secure resource rewards twice in such a short span? I've heard he is merely a child, seemingly only 4 years old. We must hasten to observe what capabilities this mischievous child possesses to have attained 2 resource rewards. Why is this individual so formidable? Does he possess some extraordinary means? At this rate, when will our beautiful nation be able to completely suppress Yanhuang? This is a 3-star level reward. How enviable. Our valiant warriors from the east will surely acquire even stronger resources. Just wait and see. Warriors from the land of the 3 rivers, you must not lag behind Yanhuang. This neighbor is too formidable. Qin Chuan possesses our Korean heritage. We implore Yanhuang to return him. Our Qin Chuan is truly remarkable. having once again garnered a resource reward for our homeland. While we may not fully comprehend the magnitude of this resource, we are acutely aware that as the global forest area continues to dwindle, the world's environment has reached a perilous state. Forest resources are not merely a commodity. They serve as a vital means to mitigate global warming, an endeavor of great significance. Qin Chuan is truly a source of pride for our Yinhuang. Bing sincerely praised Qin Chuan and expressed her satisfaction with his achievements. The Yinhuang National Security Bureau promptly conducted reconnaissance within the country and swiftly discovered a previously desolate area that has now transformed into a dense forest, altering the local climate and ecology. Upon witnessing this transformation, Yang Jingyi remarked, "This young lad has certainly excelled." "Director, shall we disseminate this news?" he inquired. "Such matters should not be concealed. The citizens must be informed to instill confidence in our fortunate beneficiary. Let it be released, and by the way, notify Bing immediately. She knows how to convey this." Yang Jingyi began the announcement without delay. Shortly thereafter, the Central Authority released a stunning series of photographs showcasing the latest developments in Yinhuang. The first set depicted the area before the forest's emergence, stark and barren, with a dismal climate. The second set illustrated the current state, now cloaked in lush greenery, alive with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of blossoms, presenting a stark contrast to its former desolation. Furthermore, the official report detailed the forest coverage area, an impressive 10 million square meters, equivalent to 1,000 hectares. This timber resource stands poised to be judiciously utilized by Yinhuang, transforming it into boundless wealth. Bing received the news from the National Security Bureau and excitedly announced in the live stream, "I have wonderful news to share. Our nation has pinpointed the precise location and area of this forest resource, covering a staggering 10 million square meters, or 1,000 hectares. As we all know, forest resources are not easily regenerated in a short period, and in our increasingly demanding lives, we rely heavily on timber. At this critical juncture, Qin Chuan has bestowed upon our country a magnificent gift. We ought to express our gratitude to him. Although he is merely 4 years old, his contribution to the nation is monumental." Upon hearing this, the live stream erupted with enthusiasm. "Qin Chuan is incredible. The rewards from the 3-star resources are indeed formidable. This is 1,000 hectares. Our environment will undoubtedly flourish because of this expanse of forest. I hope the nation will manage these resources wisely, refraining from indiscriminate logging and ensuring effective distribution. Though Qin Chuan is just a 4-year-old child, he has accomplished what many could not, and I can only offer him my heartfelt blessings." The Central Authority has already released photographs and videos, and the stark contrast between the before and after is truly breathtaking, transforming a barren landscape into a verdant oasis in an instant. I can only imagine the emotions of other nations witnessing this transformation. A profound sense of pride wells up within me. The photographs and videos released by the Central Authority are being viewed by many abroad as well. Their sentiments after viewing the situation starkly contrast with those of the people of the Yinhuang nation. Many expressed their dismay, questioning why such abundant forest resources are not found in their own country. The scarcity of global forest resources is becoming increasingly dire, compounded by annual forest fires worldwide, particularly the catastrophic blazes that Australia faced in recent years, a consequence of national ineptitude that has led to a series of environmental crises across the globe. Forest resources are not merely commodities. They serve as a vital remedy for cooling our planet and play an irreplaceable role in maintaining ecological balance. How fortunate it would be if such resources graced our homeland. The Yinhuang nation has already achieved remarkable strength, and with the emergence of these new resources, surpassing them seems ever more elusive. When will our nation's fortunate ones rise to serve the country? Bravo, Yinhuang. We, the Iron Brothers, shall forever stand by your side. Alas, relying on a mere child, Yinhuang seems to have reached its limit. I cannot help but feel that those fortunate enough to partake in the nation's destiny are hardly more competent than a child. It is merely a matter of time. Once they become familiar with their environment, they will undoubtedly surpass that young one. Let us hope for such an outcome. Chapter 15. Thunder Technique. Qin Chuan remained oblivious to the fact that his acquisition of this forest resource reward had once again stirred upheaval across the entire Zhezhou planet, making him the focal point of conversation among all. During the live broadcast, the ambience was somewhat peculiar. Qin Chuan sat in a daze on the ground, alongside the Songlong lizard, both lost in thought, exchanging blank stares. "I am not your child. How do I resemble a lizard?" Qin Chuan found himself at a loss for words. However, the Songlong lizard seemed to ignore him, or perhaps it simply did not comprehend what Qin Chuan was saying. The audience in the live studio could not help but chuckle at this scene. Haha, I simply cannot contain my laughter. In truth, having a 3-star level monster as a guardian might not be such a bad thing after all. Our Yanhuang's young rascal is mistaken by the creature as its offspring. Could this be the advantage of being a mischievous child? The size of Qin Chuan coincidentally matched that of the Songlong lizard's egg, and when the creature returned, it happened to see Qin Chuan inside the egg, leading to this delightful misunderstanding. This confusion proved to be fortuitous, not only granting us in Yanhuang an additional forest resource, but also allowing Qin Chuan to turn peril into safety and gaining a 3-star level monster mother in the process. Forgive me for finding amusement in this. I feel the same way. Qin Chuan began to initiate his own 3-star level lottery. The familiar lottery interface appeared once more. But this time, the number of packages reached 20, all identical in shape and size. After selecting one at random, the remaining packages vanished. In the live studio, although they could not see Qin Chuan's lottery selection, they deduced from his actions that he was indeed participating in the lottery. With a smile, Bing addressed the audience, expressing her belief that, like her, they had surmised that Qin Chuan was engaging in a lottery, and she suspected they were equally curious about what he might draw. Bing was correct. During the first lottery, Qin Chuan had drawn a peculiar ring, the purpose of which remained a mystery to this day. This time, she hoped he would procure something beneficial for his survival. She imagined Qin Chuan should receive a tent, for camping in the wilderness could be excessively damp, and one could only wonder if the nights would be cold enough to freeze him. Falling ill would be unfortunate. Thus, she wished for Qin Chuan to acquire items that could enhance his immunity. Surely, he would need a weapon. Nothing is more paramount than the will to survive. Qin Chuan, being quite young, would find a dagger most suitable for his use. It had been quite some time since he last ate. One could not help but ponder if he was hungry. The forest must harbor ample food sources. Hadn't he previously consumed fruits? It was a stroke of luck to find non-poisonous fruits in one go, yet there was no assurance that fortune would smile upon him again. Presently, many online viewers were concerned for Qin Chuan, primarily regarding two aspects: safety and sustenance. For now, safety was not a pressing concern. Their foremost worry was whether Qin Chuan could secure a long-term food source, which was of utmost importance at that moment. Upon selecting his package, Qin Chuan immediately opened it. A flash of golden light illuminated his hand, revealing an item. Congratulations, you have acquired Heavenly Thunder Technique, which allows you to focus your attention and launch a lightning attack on your target with the power determined by your own realm and the energy expended. It was a skill book. Qin Chuan held the skill book in his hand, displaying little interest. After all, he was playing Nezha, and such a trivial lightning technique was hardly worthy of his attention. Only the most formidable spells could pique his interest, and thus he did not regard this skill book with much significance. What was it? A book. Surely not just any ordinary book. Who could say? It probably wasn't something as simplistic as the 3-character classic. Why not mention the 300 Tang poems instead? Amidst the audience's curiosity and bewilderment, Qin Chuan remarked, "It's merely a trivial Heavenly Thunder Technique skill book. Such garbage, I might as well keep it." After saying this, he tucked the skill book into his spatial ring. However, his words resonated clearly in the ears of everyone in the live stream room, leaving them utterly astounded. What? I must have misheard. Qin Chuan referred to it as a skill book. Not only is it a skill book, but he also called it a trivial skill book. And the key point is that he deemed it garbage. We don't even have garbage. I even heard the name of the skill book is Heavenly Thunder Technique. How could such an impressive skill book be so undervalued in Qin Chuan's eyes? Is it possible that he is utterly unaware of what a skill book entails? After all, he is merely 4 years old. He likely doesn't comprehend the significance of this skill book and may not even know how to utilize it. Guarding a treasure without knowing how to use it is quite disheartening. Qin Chuan, that is indeed a treasure. How can you neglect it? By the way, where did he place the skill book? Ah, yes, I too noticed that the skill book has mysteriously vanished. What kind of ability is this? I observed it clearly. That ring glimmered, and the skill book simply disappeared. This implies that the ring Qin Chuan drew for the first time is the coveted space ring. Incredible, it is the legendary space ring. And the thunder technique. What a pity that Qin Chuan cannot utilize it. Give it to me. I shall help you wield it. Qin Chuan, that is a skill book, and you choose not to use it. Everyone present was envious at this scene. Both the space ring and the thunder technique are objects of desire. Yet, Qin Chuan remains oblivious to his fortune, even storing the thunder technique away. Such a waste. However, soon after, Qin Chuan retrieved the thunder technique once more, and before the astonished gazes of the crowd, the skill book transformed into a radiant light and entered his body. Successfully learned thunder technique. The crowd exclaimed, "What is this operation? Goodness, we shall never fathom the thought process of a mischievous child. Wasn't he deemed worthless? This is quite torturous. Wasn't it supposed to be saved? Why use it now? This maneuver deserves full marks. It is simply spectacular. Incredible. Even Bing Bing was bewildered by Qin Chuan's series of actions, remarking, Qin Chuan is indeed quite mischievous. He made us worry for nothing. This shows we need not be concerned about him. His way of thinking simply differs from ours. His thought process is truly a revelation to them. Others will forever be unable to decipher Qin Chuan's true intentions. This is Qin Chuan. After mastering the thunder technique, Qin Chuan approached the shadow leopard, saying, Great cat. Stop lounging, it's time to go. The shadow leopard, with tears in its eyes, gazed at the Songlong lizard and then back at Qin Chuan, weeping profusely. Being a leopard is indeed quite challenging. Chapter 16. Eating fruit. Seeing the shadow leopard's cowardice, Qin Chuan placed his hands on his hips and delivered a sharp slap, exclaiming, If you don't get up, I shall feed you to the Songlong lizard. The shadow leopard instantly sprang to its feet, nodding and bowing as it approached Qin Chuan, crouching before him as if to say, Your Majesty, we may set forth. Qin Chuan mounted the shadow leopard's back and addressed the restless Songlong lizard. Do not follow me. I am not your offspring. Off we go. With a clap of his small hands, the shadow leopard swiftly departed from this perilous place. The hissing sound from behind revealed that Songlong lizard seemingly inquiring where Qin Chuan was headed, but he was already moving further away. The audience observed and remarked, Why does it feel as though Qin Chuan has run away from home? With darkness approaching, his choice to leave the side of the Songlong lizard seems perilous. Everyone knows that the forest at night is fraught with danger, and who can predict what monsters may lurk within? After all, Qin Chuan is merely 4 years old. It is not surprising that he lacks such knowledge. However, with Shen Gongbao by his side, he should be safe. He ought to be foraging for food now. Their speculation proved accurate. Qin Chuan was indeed in search of sustenance, not out of hunger, but because Shen Gongbao had expended considerable energy and required nourishment. Familiar with the area, Shen Gongbao soon led Qin Chuan to a fruit tree, indicating that the fruit above was edible. These are the fruits I've tasted before, Qin Chuan thought, recognizing them as the very ones he had encountered earlier. As he leapt to the ground, he witnessed Shen Gongbao nimbly springing up the tree and, with a swift swipe of his paw, dislodging several fruits that tumbled down. Quick to react, Qin Chuan caught the fruits in his hands and stored them within his spatial ring. The live broadcast erupted in astonishment. I just realized how adorable this leopard is. It's like a living map of the Forbidden Land, providing resources, guidance, and food. Is this the role of a caregiver in the Forbidden Realm? They mused about their fortunate child, Qin Chuan, who had managed to capture a leopard right at the outset, securing a path to victory. Despite their concerns for Qin Chuan, he consistently transformed peril into safety, surprising them time and again. Bing Bing remarked, Many might say Qin Chuan is simply lucky, but I hold a different perspective. I believe our Qin Chuan is extraordinary. Beyond his good fortune, he possesses many admirable qualities. While we may not yet fully comprehend his abilities, we must have faith in him. The surprises he brings us are not solely reliant on luck. He will be just fine. He is accompanied not only by a creature like Shen Gongbao, but also by the heavenly thunder technique he learned earlier, a skill of no small significance. Bing Bing's wife concurred, We must trust in Qin Chuan. In the footage, Qin Chuan expressed great satisfaction watching Shen Gongbao diligently gather fruit for him. Come on, over here. There's more over there, he exclaimed joyfully, directing Shen Gongbao to retrieve the fruits from the trees, causing the leopard to leap comically from side to side, pawing at the branches in a most amusing manner. I am inclined to suspect that Qin Chuan is merely playing. There is no doubt, he is indeed playing. Poor leopard. Have you noticed that Qin Chuan managed to catch every single fruit without wasting a single one? How delightful he is, so full of life. Yet Bing Bing had a differing viewpoint, stating, Look, although Qin Chuan is still young, do not underestimate him. His actions, while seemingly playful, are actually a means of food storage, which is quite commendable. They naturally discovered this, each expressing their delight. What is the matter with the mischievous child? The parentless little rascal has taken charge, demonstrating foresight at such a tender age, proving to be no less capable than adults. The entire bounty of the tree had been brought down by Shen Gongbao, who was immensely frustrated. Fortunately, after Qin Chuan finished gathering the fruits, he spared Shen Gongbao. Come, eat. Don't be shy. It's quite delightful, Qin Chuan said, holding a fruit in each hand, the size of his small hands barely exceeding 1/3 of a fruit. He placed one of the fruits before Shen Gongbao. Shen Gongbao, in a state of irritation, turned his head aside, wishing to express his anger, thinking, Have you ever seen a leopard that is a vegetarian? Don't you like it? It tastes wonderful. Qin Chuan remarked after finishing his fruit, and noticing that Shun Gongbao remained silent. Big cat. Shun Gongbao instinctively looked at Qin Chuan, only to realize his impending misfortune. Qin Chuan had raised his fist, preparing to strike. Shun Gongbao immediately opened his mouth to plead for mercy, but before he could utter a sound, a fruit was thrust into his jaws. To ensure Shun Gongbao could swallow it, Qin Chuan even helped push the fruit into his mouth. "Ah, this is much better," Qin Chuan said, satisfied. However, Shun Gongbao was suddenly in distress. His face flushed, he leaped 3 feet high, struggling to breathe, as the fruit lodged in his throat. Seeing Shun Gongbao's apparent joy, Qin Chuan chuckled. "You're so happy. No need to thank me. I knew you would enjoy it. Look at how delighted you are. Even your leopard face is turning red." Shun Gongbao thought, "I have something to say, but I'm unsure if I should." "Go ahead and try," Qin Chuan encouraged. After a strenuous effort, Shun Gongbao finally swallowed the fruit, gasping for air, nearly choking to death. Thankfully, he had managed to save his leopard life. But he grew even more fearful of this little demon named Qin Chuan. "Come, have another," Qin Chuan said, grinning innocently as he presented another fruit to Shun Gongbao. This time, Shun Gongbao learned his lesson. To preserve his life, he forced a smile and approached Qin Chuan, reluctantly placing the fruit in his mouth before beginning to eat. "Is it delicious?" Qin Chuan inquired. Shun Gongbao replied, "A woo, a woo, a woo." Translation: "This is truly delightful." "Then eat more. There are plenty," Qin Chuan said, holding a fruit in each hand. Upon seeing Qin Chuan's devilish smile, Shun Gongbao's composure shattered. Who would rid him of this little demon? Wow. Forgive me for laughing at the misfortune of Shun Gongbao. This situation is simply too amusing. My laughter during Qin Chuan's live stream will surely be uncontrollable. Let us mourn for 3 minutes for Shun Gongbao, who is tragically being transformed from a carnivore into a herbivore. Young Qin Chuan, you are remarkable. In a game of national fortune, you treat it as a jest, turning creatures of the forbidden land into mounts. When encountering you, it is wise to steer clear. For one wrong move could lead to defeat. Young man, you possess great talent. I suggest you turn this into a song. Chapter 17. Keep it up. From now on, let us refer to Shun Gongbao as a true vegetarian. The weather grew increasingly dreary as Qin Chuan reclined upon the back of the Shun Gong leopard, seeking a relatively secure location before succumbing to slumber. Shun Gong leopard pondered, have I become a mere mattress? The audience in the live stream were taken aback, not anticipating that Qin Chuan would find tranquility in his sleep in such an unconventional manner. Among all the fortunate souls, he rested the most soundly and comfortably. As Qin Chuan drifted into sleep, most of the Yanwang participants redirected their focus to another contestant, Shangwan Riyun. She had discovered a cave and cleverly blocked its entrance with stones, effectively concealing herself. In such an environment, the significance of wilderness survival skills became evident. 80% of individuals, under the cloak of dim weather, opted for seemingly secure spots to kindle fires for warmth. Armed with provisions, they chose not to grill their food. However, with the flames' ascent, their positions were inadvertently revealed, and misfortune began to befall some. The first to encounter trouble were the individuals from Goryeo, who had built a fire on level ground and erected a tent. Yet, not long after, eerie sounds emerged from the shadowy jungle. What was that? Something seemed to be approaching. Was it fireflies? Foolish ones. Those were the eyes of various creatures, many of which emit such luminescence at night. A little common sense would suffice. Alas, our fortunate souls were in peril. What on earth were those monstrous beings, appearing in such numbers? Run. The Goryeo contestant quickly sensed the disturbance outside and brandished the control blade he had brought along. Come forth, beasts. Let Jin Qingshu teach you how to be human. Jin Qingshu, a figure entrenched in the underworld, was capable of overpowering a dozen men, robust and brawny, whose wilderness knowledge stemmed solely from television. This led him into a grave misconception. This was no ordinary place. 90% of the monsters were not typical beasts and would not cower before flames. Instead, the fire became a beacon, drawing the creatures closer. Upon witnessing the throng of monsters surrounding him, Jin Qingshu's arrogant demeanor swiftly morphed into one of dread. Before he could utter another word, a shadowy figure struck him down, subsequently leading to his dismemberment by a horde of creatures. The scene was too horrific. One of Goryeo's fortunate souls met his end in that instant. This was merely the beginning. Not only the fortunate from Goryeo, but many from various nations faced similar fates, with some even losing a chance for revival prior. In the real world, a series of calamities unfolded. Many elders lost their lives, causing turmoil throughout entire nations. Once more, the world was thrown into disarray, enveloped in anxiety. No one wished for their homeland to suffer such cataclysmic devastation. However, unfortunate news continues to unfold. The announcement from the Forbidden Zone states, the two fortunate individuals from the Philippines have perished, resulting in a double penalty for the nation concerning climate, environmental, and geological disasters. Soon, the repercussions were starkly validated in the Philippines, where each citizen lost a decade of life expectancy. Due to the severe aging of the population, over half succumbed, leaving every household mourning and the streets littered with the fallen. The entire nation of the Philippines descended into chaos. In the Bureau of National Security of Yanwang, the director received disconcerting news. The two fortunate individuals from the Philippines had died, causing immense losses for the country. Yang Jingyi quickly convened a meeting, where they viewed footage of the turmoil engulfing the Philippines. Silence enveloped the room. The expressions were grave. Despite their meticulous preparations, witnessing the nation plunged into disorder evoked a sense of unease. One cannot be overly confident. Who can assure that they will not be next? In these critical times, it is imperative to maintain national composure. Otherwise, the entire country risks descending into chaos. Fortunately, our two fortunate individuals have yet to lose a single life. And with Qin Chuan having secured resources on 2 occasions, even those with ulterior motives will find it challenging to exploit the situation. Nonetheless, vigilance in matters of national security must never wane. During pivotal moments, leniency cannot be afforded. It is our duty to uphold national unity. Are you all prepared? Always be ready. All right, everyone, return to your posts. Whether online or in reality, maintain a close watch on public discourse. The situation in the Philippines prompted many nations within Jeojo to convene urgent meetings. However, some countries dismissed the gravity of the situation, such as the ever-arrogant, beautiful nation. Their president, Biden, even brazenly proclaimed, "Our country's fortunate individuals are the strongest among all, no matter how temporarily fortunate others may seem. They could never rival the prowess of our beautiful nation." The hubris of beautiful nation knows no bounds. Indifferent to the plight of its citizens as long as the capitalists remain unscathed. Following beautiful nation's audacious declaration, Britain echoed its sentiments, asserting, "Our position at the pinnacle of the world is sustained solely by our formidable strength. We trust in our fortunate individuals. They shall bring us prosperity." It is late. Everyone should rest early. Subsequently, nations such as Australia, France, and Germany also issued statements aimed at stabilizing public sentiment. Yanhuang, not wishing to lag behind, promptly released a news statement. The citizens are now well acquainted with our two fortunate individuals. Shangguan Riyun stands out as an exemplary special forces soldier, possessing skills that rival those of any male counterpart. It is evident from today's live broadcast that Shangguan Riyun possesses a keen sense of crisis awareness in the wilderness, enabling her to adeptly safeguard herself. She is not only an exceptional warrior, but also a fortunate child of our great nation. We must believe in her and instill in her a profound sense of confidence, just as we trust that our homeland will always protect our country. Another fortunate soul is Qin Chuan, a mere 4-year-old child. Initially, no one anticipated that he would survive to this day, and many even sought to tarnish his name. However, the reality is clear. He not only thrives, but has also brought home accolades, including a 1-star award and a 3-star commendation, thus delivering a resounding blow to those with ulterior motives. He is our pride, the pride of our nation, and we must not view him through the lens of ordinary perspectives. Qin Chuan excels beyond all others. He is remarkably talented and resilient, earning the recognition of the entire nation. Let us rally in support of our fortunate children. When the nation announced this news, hearts swelled with excitement, and a chorus of encouragement erupted. Let us go. Chapter 18. The leopard's dignity once again lost with the release of this news from the national channel. Those lurking in the shadows were instantaneously deterred from taking action. They could not comprehend why the people of this nation are so easily stirred and yet so unified. The answer is simple. They do not understand the spirit of Yanhuang. This nation, steeped in a heritage of 5,000 years, exudes an unarticulated sense of ethnic pride. Nights in the Forbidden Lands are far more perilous than the days. Many creatures that hunt under the cover of darkness have become nightmares for countless individuals. Almost every hour, reports emerge of someone being slain by a monster. Tragically, in reality, several fortunate souls from 2 nations have met untimely deaths. Although each individual is granted a chance to resurrect, this opportunity has not prolonged their lives significantly. The first night of the live broadcast was spent amidst storms and turmoil. The grim news is that on this very first night, over 30 fortunate individuals from the Jeojo nation perished. More than 60 lives vanished in an instant. Had they not possessed a chance for revival, many more nations would have faced calamity. The global landscape has shifted dramatically. Those nations bereft of their fortunate children have descended into unrest, marking a tragic turn of events. Preventing this tragedy from unfolding hinges entirely on the performance of our nation's fortunate souls in the Forbidden Lands. On this day, the spirits of the people have grown heavy, no longer lighthearted as they were yesterday. Anyone witnessing the turmoil abroad, with lifeless bodies strewn across the ground, would find it impossible to maintain a calm demeanor. Their focus has shifted to the safety of the two fortunate children, rendering concerns about resources trivial in comparison. In just one day, over 30 nations in the real world have plunged into chaos, a reality far more terrifying than any disaster. Moreover, as the fortunate individuals of their homeland succumb to death, their calamities begin anew. Tsunamis, typhoons, earthquakes, floods, landslides, acid rain, droughts, scorching heat, locusts, and frigid temperatures, these natural disasters arrive in relentless succession. It is a horrifying catastrophe, one that threatens the very existence of humanity. In the Qin Chuan livestream, Qin Chuan sleeps soundly, still in slumber, unaware of the significant events that transpired on the Zhou planet the previous day. Qin Chuan is the most comfortable among all the fortunate souls, resting upon the warm and soft back of the mythical Shen Bao, an unparalleled luxury in the world. Others lack the conditions that Qin Chuan enjoys. Without comparison, one cannot appreciate the disparity. If the other fortunate souls were to witness Qin Chuan's sleeping arrangements, their expressions would surely be priceless. Suddenly, Qin Chuan opens his eyes, yawns, and gazes up at the sky. Has dawn arrived so soon? The online viewers are amused by his demeanor, flooding the screen with comments. Daylight has broken. The sun has risen. Blue sky. Qin Chuan, you're awake. Did you know what happened yesterday? You've slept more comfortably than I have. With a playful slap on Shen Bao's back, Qin Chuan urges, wake up. It's time to rise. Shen Bao, appearing innocent, had already awoken but refrained from disturbing him. Glancing at Qin Chuan, it seems to inquire, where to? Smack. This is your domain. You lead the way, for I am unfamiliar with this place. Qin Chuan replied with utmost seriousness. The audience chuckles, speculating that this leopard must owe Qin Chuan a great debt from a previous life. Qin Chuan, are you trying to make me laugh to death? The tense atmosphere dissipates instantly. The leopard appears pitiable. Shen Bao, now feeling hungry, decides to explore, harboring a small desire for meat. After all, a vegetarian diet is unbecoming of a leopard. It leads Qin Chuan into a dense jungle, having run for nearly half an hour. Qin Chuan, content upon Shen Bao's back with provisions at hand, remains oblivious to hunger. Upon spotting prey, Shen Bao whispers quietly, mindful of Qin Chuan still riding on its back. Call for spring. Qin Chuan protests. Shen Bao gestures forward. Qin Chuan looks up and sees several frolicking rabbits, immediately expressing disdain. You 1T spare even the little bunnies? Are you even human? I am not human. I am a leopard. Shen Bao dares not utter aloud, fearing punishment. However, with his chin resting on his hand, Qin Chuan declares, I shall test your strength. Do not disappoint me. Capture them all in one net. The viewers erupt in laughter. What happened to sparing them? You're ready to annihilate the rabbits? Qin Chuan's sudden transformation is quite remarkable. Goodness, how ruthless. But I like it. The enemy is merely 5 seconds away from the battlefield. Let us proceed, leopard, and showcase your true prowess. Shen Bao nodded, seemingly reclaiming a sense of dignity inherent to its species. It intended to prove that it was not merely a mount, but also a capable hunter. Qin Chuan remained steadfast upon Shen Bao's back, gripping its hide, which elicited a twinge of regret from the leopard due to the discomfort. Qin Chuan would never admit to fearing that the leopard might flee. He was merely testing Shen Bao's abilities, nothing more. True to its nature, Shen Bao displayed its hunting skills, crouching stealthily amidst the grass, utilizing the foliage to conceal its form as it inched closer to its prey, demonstrating remarkable patience. However, Qin Chuan's patience was lacking. In frustration, he exclaimed, why are you so cowardly? Even a few rabbits should not require such effort. Just as Shen Bao had entered its hunting mode, Qin Chuan's words shattered its focus, as if reproaching him for disrupting the hunt that had been entrusted to it. Unperturbed by Shen Bao's thoughts, Qin Chuan clapped his hands on its back and commanded, go. Shen Bao, realizing there was no time to waste, had no choice but to pursue, even though it was aware that this was not the opportune moment for a chase. Its last vestige of dignity as a leopard had been trampled by Qin Chuan's insistence. Cruel. Yet, this seemed to ignite a fire within Shen Bao. Unable to contend with Qin Chuan, it unleashed its frustration upon the rabbits, pursuing them with vigor. In a burst of energy, its speed increased remarkably, closing the distance to the rabbits. Riding atop the leopard, Qin Chuan felt a sense of exhilaration akin to galloping across the battlefield. Albeit his slight stature diminished the expected gravitas, adding an element of amusement instead. At least, that was the perspective of the onlookers. Little one, strive on. The next word deity may very well be you. While other children falter, you stand as the pride of our Yanhuang. Starting with a leopard, might you one day ride a dragon? Quite possibly. Chapter 19, Qin Chuan, the superhuman. In a fit of frustration, Sheng Wangbao unleashed an unprecedented surge of primal strength, surprising even itself with its newfound swiftness. It realized that its inherent talent was indeed formidable. Yet, the rabbits were no easy quarry. If they were, they would have long since faced extinction. Unfortunately, a family of rabbits had emerged, the larger ones darting away swiftly, while the smaller ones lagged behind. Faster, faster, Qin Chuan urged. With renewed fervor, Sheng Wangbao leaped forward, jaws snapping in an attempt to seize one of the rabbits. Alas, the rabbit, being astute, evaded to the side. Useless. If you cannot catch this, what good are you? Qin Chuan stated, visibly displeased. He then leaped himself, effortlessly capturing the rabbit and landing securely on the ground. The rabbit was restless, yearning to escape the confines of Qin Chuan. With a swift motion, Qin Chuan delivered a sharp slap, causing the rabbit to stiffen its legs and obediently submit. I have my methods, Qin Chuan mused, quite pleased with himself. As he was in a period of growth, a solely vegetarian diet would not suffice. He needed to consume meat, and in abundance. Beside him, Shun Gongbao stood in astonishment, bewildered that such a feat was achievable. He felt utterly inept in Qin Chuan's presence, unable even to catch a mere rabbit. Lie down. Shun Gongbao promptly complied, allowing Qin Chuan to resume his place on his back. We must press on. Do not allow the enemy any opportunity. Follow me, and let us strike. Qin Chuan exclaimed. Suddenly, laughter erupted. Oh my, I couldn't contain myself. I inadvertently sprayed my classmate with laughter. While others streamed games of survival, only Qin Chuan's broadcast could evoke such joy. He appeared less like a participant in a national endeavor and more like a tourist, accompanied by an aura of good fortune and a leopard. In stark contrast to the perilous situations faced by other fortunate individuals, Qin Chuan's stream was devoid of danger, instead filling viewers with mirth and a sense of carefree abandon, even allowing them to forget the significance of the national fortune broadcast. When foreign viewers entered Qin Chuan's stream, they were surprised to see that the predominant reactions from the Yanhuang audience were not fear or concern, but a plethora of laughter-filled comments. This bewildered them. This phenomenon piqued the curiosity of even more foreign viewers, who wondered what extraordinary ability allowed Qin Chuan to elicit such relaxation among the Yanhuang people. The advantage of the national fortune broadcast was that regardless of one's location or the fortunate individual being viewed, the subtitles would always appear in the universal language of the viewer's country, eliminating any concerns about comprehension. Moreover, when foreign viewers commented, their country's name would be displayed as a prefix. After watching a snippet of Qin Chuan's stream, they were left utterly astonished. Wow, this little brat from Yanhuang is incredible. How on earth did he find a leopard that allows him to ride it like a horse without any resistance? I couldn't help but laugh. It was involuntary, as I found myself thoroughly entertained by this child. Were all Yanhuang children this remarkable? I began to suspect that this child possessed Yanhuang martial arts. He seemed too formidable for an ordinary boy, leaving me to wonder about the source of his extraordinary luck. Could he be the chosen one? It felt as though all other fortunate individuals paled in comparison to this child. Why was that? The foreigners were collectively bewildered, eagerly gathering information about Qin Chuan. Ultimately, they could only uncover some simple details. An orphan, for years old. And then, there was nothing more. The simplicity of it was almost unbelievable. Given Qin Chuan's situation, he could not possibly be an ordinary child. Is it conceivable for an ordinary 4-year-old child to scale trees? To subdue a leopard from the forbidden grounds, as if it were a mere cat? The dexterity, the leaping prowess, the sheer strength to overpower a leopard. All seem far beyond the capabilities of a child of such tender age. Foreign netizens speculate that Qin Chuan must undoubtedly be an extraterrestrial being. Only an alien could possess such incredible energy. Qin Chuan responds, "You are correct. I am indeed an alien." He remains blissfully unaware that he has not only captivated the entirety of Yanhuang, but has also gained global acclaim. He has become a genuine international superstar. At this moment, he continues to chastise Shun Gongbao, his steed, for its unsatisfactory performance. Unable to even catch a rabbit, Qin Chuan would have considered abandoning it altogether if it were not for the pleasure of riding. In his live streaming room, The viewership has surged from mere hundreds of thousands in the morning to billions now, with numbers still climbing. This astonishing phenomenon has left many in awe, unable to fathom how Qin Chuan could attract such immense attention. Returning to the scene, Qin Chuan clutches a rabbit in his hand, urging Shun Gongbao to chase after others with relentless fervor, determined to not cease until every rabbit is captured. Giddy up, Qin Chuan rides the leopard, galloping through the forest. Although Shun Gongbao is famished, having consumed nothing but fruit the previous day, its yearning for meat has reached a remarkable intensity. Coupled with the humiliation inflicted by Qin Chuan earlier that morning, its pride has been severely wounded. In a bid to reclaim its dignity, it unleashes the last vestiges of its primal strength. As the saying goes, great strength yields miraculous results. Through its efforts, Shun Gongbao finally approaches the remaining 3 rabbits. With a mighty roar, it leaps with all its might and successfully captures one of the rabbits. Tears of joy stream down its face as it regains the dignity befitting a leopard. What a hard-earned victory. It glances back at Qin Chuan, hoping for praise. Yet, in that very moment, its expression turns to one of utter disbelief. What does it see? How can Qin Chuan possess 3 rabbits? One in his left hand, one in his right, and the very first rabbit beneath his foot. Shun Gongbao's heart shatters. The multitude of netizens is equally shaken, astonished, and incredulous. How could this be? This mischievous child must be cheating. How can a normal 4-year-old capture 2 leaping rabbits under such conditions? The explosive power of wild rabbits is certainly beyond the grasp of a child of this age. If that is the case, then taming the leopard is also an anomaly. Is it not? Undoubtedly so. Leopards are carnivorous creatures, and particularly in a forbidden zone, this little rascal is far from a typical child. He is, in truth, a terrifying human clad in the guise of a mere child. Perhaps he possesses extraordinary abilities, having already acquired superpowers even during his time on the Zhuzhou planet. Is there truly a world of superhumans? With the advent of National Fortune live broadcasts, what remains impossible? Indeed. Chapter 20. The Dean makes an appearance. The netizens from Yanhuang erupted into laughter. It was not only the foreign netizens who were astute. They had long recognized that Qin Chuan possessed remarkable prowess. Yet, they chose to remain silent, feigning ignorance. To the outsiders, Qin Chuan was merely an ordinary individual. Yes, he was simply a straightforward, innocent child. He was merely playing around. You are overthinking it. The foreigners expressed their disbelief. Who are they trying to fool? Could an ordinary 4-year-old instill such fear in a ferocious leopard? How could a naive child bully a leopard in such a manner? We, the perceptive ones, have seen through it all. Qin Chuan is a super soldier secretly nurtured by Yanhuang. Yanhuang is terrifying. They have allowed such a young child to undergo warrior training. Indeed, it is no wonder that it is said children in Yanhuang lack freedom from an early age. Our splendid nation should enlighten them on what true freedom is. Yanhuang is the most populous country in the world. One must wonder how many more children like Qin Chuan exist there. It is truly unimaginable. I believe our nation should not be adversarial towards such a country, for Yanhuang is exceedingly formidable. Yes, they are cruel, subjecting children to inhumane training from a young age, obliterating their humanity. The netizens from Yanhuang could not help but chuckle upon witnessing the depth of foreign thought. It can only be said that no one from any nation can truly comprehend Yanhuang. Indeed, for some children, from birth, their parents impose numerous restrictions on their freedom and childhood joys. However, all parents share the same heart. The parents in Yanhuang merely wish for their children to have a better future and not be eliminated in an increasingly ruthless society. They undergo various learning experiences and education from a young age, striving to give them a head start. It is precisely for this reason that foreigners misunderstand them. Educational philosophies differ, and words are of no avail. Many believe that everything Qin Chuan currently possesses is imparted by the head of the Beihai orphanage. Eagerly awaiting this dean's participation in the live broadcast to address their myriad inquiries, Bingbing has logged on. At 9 o'clock, Bingbing arrived at the small window, her sweet smile captivating countless hearts. Thank you for your patience. After a day and a night of live broadcasting, we have finally invited several prominent figures. As the camera panned, 3 unfamiliar faces appeared beside Bingbing. Allow me to introduce this remarkable individual, the esteemed instructor of the Yanhuang Warrior Special Forces. Revered as the deity of special operations in Yanhuang, he has nurtured countless elite soldiers for our motherland, among whom is our fortunate one, Shangwan Run, an exemplary female special forces operative. His name is Long Weigua, and true to his name, he stands as a guardian for our nation. The man in the frame possesses a resolute expression, clad in military attire, his stature tall and proud, offering a salute to the camera. Next, Bingbing introduces another figure. A middle-aged man who appears rather ordinary, yet none dare underestimate him. Being invited here signifies exceptional merit. This individual may be unfamiliar to many, but do not let that deceive you. His name is Yunnan, an aficionado of wilderness exploration, and his tale is indeed extensive. He has traversed the Taklamakan Desert alone, crossed the Tibetan Plateau, scaled the summit of Mount Everest, lived for several months in the tropical rainforest, and mysteriously vanished in the uninhabited Shenanjia for 3 entire years before returning safely. This is merely a cursory introduction. Yunnan has left his footprints in various perilous environments across the globe. Frankly, his survival is nothing short of miraculous. We at Yanhuang require individuals who continually create wonders, much like our Qin Chuan, who consistently astonishes us with his extraordinary feats. Finally, Binjing turns her attention to the last individual, introducing him with enthusiasm. He is none other than the long-awaited director of the Beihai Orphanage, Qin Ren. Greetings, I am Qin Ren, the director of Beihai Orphanage and the one who raised Qin Chuan. Director Qin Ren is a gentleman in his twilight years, bearing the marks of time upon his face. Yet he appears quite spirited. He states, "Since Qin Chuan ventured into the forbidden realm, my back no longer aches, my legs are free of pain, and I sleep more soundly than ever. I am aware that many of you have inquiries for Director Qin Ren. Let us allow him to provide a brief introduction to Qin Chuan." Binjing claps in welcome. Qin Ren nods and begins. "I discovered Qin Chuan at the orphanage entrance when he was just a little one. Who would have thought that 4 years would pass in the blink of an eye?" As Qin Ren recounts the circumstances of his discovery of Qin Chuan, countless viewers listen attentively, shedding silent tears upon hearing the boy's tragic backstory. They had not anticipated that Qin Chuan would arrive at the orphanage in such a manner. "Can I adopt Qin Chuan? Let me take him. I shall raise him as my own child." Jin Dong expresses his commitment to nurture Qin Chuan for the latter part of his life, ensuring he inherits a billion-dollar enterprise. Ali is willing to care for Qin Chuan and wholeheartedly cultivate him as an heir. We, Didi, will provide unwavering support for Qin Chuan, offering everything we have for him. Leave his care to us. Goodness, these individuals are out of their minds. Do you really think capitalists would be so benevolent? If they succeed in their endeavors, not only will their businesses flourish, but they themselves will reap immeasurable benefits. This transaction is indeed too advantageous. I was almost deceived by their nonsensical words. Indeed, there are few benevolent capitalists. It is far better for the state to nurture. Agreed. During the live stream, Qin Chuan was unaware that his caretaker, Qin Ren, was already discussing him. After catching a rabbit, Qin Chuan promptly instructed Shen Gongbao to lead him to a water source. Naturally, Shen Gongbao was well aware of where to find water, as all creatures require it. However, he hesitated, seemingly indicating that there was danger ahead. With a swift motion, Qin Chuan slapped him and declared, "Coward, your weakness invites danger. With me around, what is there to fear?" Shen Gongbao could only weakly nod and carried Qin Chuan toward the water source. As the live stream unfolded, the audience began to grasp the general outline of Qin Chuan's background. Bingbing inquired, "What is Qin Chuan's usual demeanor?" Upon hearing this, Qin Ren hesitated, torn between honesty and deception. This was indeed a dilemma. Bingbing noticed Qin Ren's expression, sensing his reticence. Chapter 21, By the Lake Before the Eyes of the World. Qin Ren did not wish to fabricate a story, stating, "To speak candidly, we were nearly in tears of joy when Qin Chuan left the Beihai Orphanage." Bingbing's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? This is heartless. Did I hear that correctly? Why on earth would the director be overjoyed at Qin Chuan's departure?" I was immensely curious about what Qin Chuan had done to elicit such astonishing words from the director. After all, he was merely a child. Did the director not harbor any concerns? My curiosity was piqued. Qin Ren felt compelled to speak the truth, even if he were to lie. He believed that the prowess of internet users would unveil the reality, making honesty the better choice. Do not underestimate him, he cautioned. Qin Chuan cannot be perceived through ordinary lenses. You see, even at the tender age of 1, he exhibited extraordinary talent. While this is generally a blessing, it becomes a calamity when such talent manifests in mischief. Everyone at the orphanage had been subjected to his pranks. The director began to recount Qin Chuan's past. Though the memories were painful, it was only upon reflection that one could appreciate the director's struggles. They discovered that he was indeed a kind-hearted individual who never abandoned Qin Chuan, regardless of the chaos he caused. Though Qin Chuan often stirred trouble and played tricks on others, he possessed an endearing charm in many respects. For instance, when the director fell ill, Qin Chuan would remain by his side from dawn until dusk. During a fire, he would swiftly extinguish the flames, and whenever younger children faced peril, he was always the first to confront the danger. It was precisely because of these admirable qualities that, despite the trouble Qin Chuan stirred and the mistakes he made. The director merely confined him to a small room for reflection. Moreover, the director unabashedly asserted that Qin Chuan's intelligence is remarkably high, despite being nearly 4 years of age. His intellect is not in the slightest inferior to that of an 18-year-old adult. Of course, his playful nature has been well known since he entered the Forbidden Zone. Observing Qin Chuan on the live broadcast, the director remarked, "To be honest, I was quite concerned when I first saw Qin Chuan enter the forbidden area. However, when I witnessed him successfully tame the shadow leopard, Shen Gongbao, I realized there was no need for my apprehension. As you have all seen, has he suffered any setbacks since entering the Forbidden Zone? Not at all. While one might worry for others entering such a perilous place, with Qin Chuan, you need only to place your trust in him and watch silently. His inherent nature is good, of that I can assure you." As their understanding of Qin Chuan deepened, they found the director's description to be remarkably accurate. "Look, Shen Gongbao has brought Qin Chuan to the edge of a small lake. Wow, what a pristine lake. It appears so clear. However, have you noticed that despite its size, there are hardly any animals around? That seems rather suspicious. Did you not observe Shen Gongbao's earlier behavior? This lake poses a danger. Can Qin Chuan handle it?" The director had previously mentioned not to judge him by the actions of a 4-year-old, but rather to regard him as an adult. Yet, despite this reminder, it was difficult to reconcile his diminutive stature with such maturity. Haha, I feel the same way. The director's words indeed instilled great confidence in the online community of Yanhuang. It became apparent that their mischievous child merely possessed the body of a 4-year-old, yet his intelligence was that of an adult. This also clarified Qin Chuan's behavior throughout the journey. What appeared to be whimsical and reckless was, in fact, imbued with considerable confidence. He had an acute sense of danger, skillfully navigating from the initial encounter with the venomous snake to the subsequent meeting with the azure dragon lizard, emerging unscathed each time. However, the international audience remained skeptical, claiming, "This little brat is simply lucky. Yanhuang is utterly shameless for allowing this elder to lie." Their remarks were merely attempts to stabilize their own sentiments, a fact that was readily understood. There was indeed some merit to their perspective. With both falsehoods and truths present, how could we not be familiar with the tricks of Yanhuang? Furthermore, it was noted that the great Yanhuang was adept at deception. Our beloved nation had yet to launch its Apple 99, yet rumors suggested Yanhuang was already selling it. "We have seen through your schemes." As the Yanhuang people would say, "We are well acquainted with your tactics." Such assertions prompted admiration for the foreign thinkers, whose imaginations seemed boundless. Even Bingbing found herself at a loss for words regarding these individuals. Their program bore no semblance of fabrication, nor had there been any rehearsals. Everything was presented authentically before the audience. There was simply no need for such deceit. This embodies a sense of national confidence that foreigners will never comprehend. Returning to the scene of Qin Chuan. As Qin Chuan approached the lakeside, clutching a rabbit in his hands, Shen Gongbao emitted a few whimpers. "Are you a pig or a leopard? Do you think I am unaware of what lurks in the lake? Truly, you are hopelessly foolish." Qin Chuan cast a disdainful glance at Shen Gongbao, much to the satisfaction of onlookers who remarked on his high intelligence. However, Qin Chuan then declared, "Such a vast lake must surely harbor fish. It is impossible for it to be devoid of life. I shall catch a few to enjoy." Was Qin Chuan solely preoccupied with fish, oblivious to the potential dangers? Shen Gongbao ought to have warned him about the lake as threats. Initially, I believed Qin Chuan to be aware of such peril, but it astonished me that his thoughts were solely on the fish and shrimp. How could he be so naive? At his tender age, would he truly not fall into the water? The director immediately reassured them, "Fear not, Qin Chuan is an excellent swimmer. He once held his breath underwater for a full 5 minutes, nearly startling me to death. In the end, he was merely toying with me, which resulted in his confinement to the little black room." Ha ha ha. This was quintessential Qin Chuan. The director had it tough. Goodness, holding one's breath for 5 minutes. Is that even normal? A 4-year-old can do that without issue. Did he grow up in water? Although hard to believe, Qin Chuan had already demonstrated many unexpected talents, so this revelation was not entirely incomprehensible. As Qin Chuan drew closer to the lakeshore, they speculated that he intended to consume the rabbit. But how would he do so? Would he not need a knife to gut it? How would he manage to clean the rabbit's fur? Had he, at such a young age, already mastered the art of grilling? The director then recalled something and remarked, "You are correct. He has indeed mastered grilling. Once, I raised a dozen chickens at the orphanage, and one by one, they vanished until I discovered Qin Chuan was the culprit behind their disappearance." Chapter 22. The dangers beneath the water. Upon hearing the director's words, the crowd fell silent, struck dumb. Goodness, Qin Chuan is quite the talent, thoroughly impressive. At such a young age, he has acquired so many skills, mastering such remarkable wilderness survival techniques from an early age. Should I consider teaching my daughter these skills as well? Perhaps not. She doesn't even know what a rabbit is. How terrifying. Netizens expressed that Qin Chuan not only possessed these skills, but also had an ability that would safeguard him against any lake monsters. They felt assured that with a single skillful maneuver, he would emerge unscathed. Although they had yet to witness the full extent of Qin Chuan's prowess, they anticipated that his 3-star level ability would certainly not disappoint. At last, Qin Chuan reached the lakeside. With his eyes sparkling like the moon, he tossed the rabbit aside, swiftly removed his clothing, and with a splash, leapt into the water. His fluid movements and deft execution appeared as effortless as eating or drinking. The crowd, they could never anticipate what Qin Chuan would do next. Initially, one might assume that his first course of action would involve addressing the rabbit. Yet he once again surprised everyone by leaping into the lake. He dove into the water out of sheer joy at the sight of it. Ha ha ha, splendid. It's been ages since I last swam. It's all that old rascal, the dean's fault, for not taking me swimming, Qin Chuan lamented. His irritable demeanor instantly filled the screen with laughter, particularly after witnessing the dean's awkward expression on the smaller screen, which only intensified their amusement. The dean hastily clarified. It's not that I didn't want to take him. I merely feared I might frighten him to death. It seemed the dean had developed a phobia. Anyone encountering such a mischievous spirit would surely harbor concerns. One could only imagine that the day Qin Chuan departed brought the dean a restful night's sleep. Ha ha. The audience turned their attention back to the live stream. Observing Qin Chuan gliding through the water, their emotions a complex tapestry. A burly northern man remarked that once he hit the water, he would sink. To be honest, Qin Chuan was swimming remarkably fast. If he were to compete in the Olympics, who could rival him? He was akin to a little dragon in the water. Just look at his adept swimming technique. It seemed he had mastered it without any formal instruction. The dean had mentioned that during their first outing, Qin Chuan held his breath underwater for a full 5 minutes. And it was a mystery as to when he had learned to swim. One might argue that there exists a phenomenon known as innate talent. Qin Chuan might have truly been pent up, swimming back and forth for several laps, his joyous laughter evoking a sense of childlike innocence in many. However, they noticed something stirring on the surface of the water in the distance. Upon witnessing this, Yunnan remarked, "A danger is approaching Qin Chuan. I am quite curious to see how Qin Chuan will confront this unknown peril. In my assessment, he seems to have anticipated the impending threat." Long Weigua had been observing Qin Chuan closely. While others merely perceived his innocent exuberance, he discerned much more. That confidence, coupled with his agility and speed, was unparalleled. No special forces could match Qin Chuan's finesse, he was certain of it. Bing Bing was taken aback and turned to Long Weigua, asking, "Instructor Long, do you mean that Qin Chuan has already foreseen the danger?" Long Weigua nodded, stating, "From the moment Shen Gongbao mentioned the danger lurking in the lake, I noticed an indifference in Qin Chuan's eyes. That confidence stems from an absolute assurance in his own abilities. He is well aware of the danger in the lake, yet remains unfazed, possessing a significant measure of control over the situation. Our Qin Chuan would never act recklessly." Bing Bing was indeed astonished. She never expected Long Weigua to express such thoughts. Everyone heard this, and while Instructor Long's words were surprising, given Qin Chuan's previous actions, one could believe it to be true. I believe many of you share my curiosity regarding Qin Chuan's forthcoming actions. Let us together witness how he navigates the impending dangers that lie ahead. Everyone is responding, expressing their eagerness to discern whether Qin Chuan is truly aware of the lurking peril or blissfully oblivious. While numerous voices suggest that Qin Chuan should retreat to a place of safety, he remains resolute, joyfully swimming back and forth in the water. The greater the threat, the more fervently they wish to observe how Qin Chuan will vanquish these sources of danger. Billions of eyes are fixated on the live broadcast of Qin Chuan, brimming with anticipation, fear, anxiety, trepidation, and exhilarating excitement. On the shore, the vigilant Shingingbao emitted an alert sound, having keenly observed the lake's surface and sensed something amiss. Yet, Qin Chuan, submerged in the water, gestured to Shingingbao, saying, "Come on, big cat, join me for a wash. Are you aware of the odor that clings to you? Surely, you've never bathed before." Shingingbao, disinclined to engage in conversation, maintained its stance as a leopard, which never requires bathing. Moreover, with such peril in the lake, it had no intention of becoming prey for other creatures. "Skip the washing. I've noticed there are plenty of fish in the water. Watch how I catch a few for your feast." With that, Qin Chuan plunged beneath the surface, vanishing from the shore. The screen abruptly went dark, leaving the viewers anxious. How could they continue to watch without him? Fortunately, They could switch to a view of the lake's surface, and the image reappeared instantly. Someone in the comments section discovered a new feature of the live stream. When the broadcaster enters the water, viewers can simply click on the surface to regain the visuals. However, the underwater imagery lacked the clarity of the shore view. Indeed, the unfiltered footage revealed a different reality. Ah, how authentic it feels. There he is, Qin Chuan, gliding through the water like a fish. His prowess is remarkable, able to dive to such depths. But could that monstrous creature be approaching? I thought I was imagining things. Yet it seems you all witnessed it too. Qin Chuan, beware. Danger is imminent. Concern enveloped the viewers as the unknown threat drew closer. Judging by the size of the shadow, it appeared overwhelmingly large. Could Qin Chuan possibly evade it? This was in the water, after all, even though he possesses considerable skills. Could he match his prowess on land? Indeed, the aquatic monsters are formidable. Perhaps Qin Chuan has grown too complacent. He should never have submerged himself. Qin Chuan is in grave danger. Chapter 23. Qin Chuan is a monster. In the depths, the domain of aquatic monsters reigns supreme. Humans wishing to thrive in these waters must rely on auxiliary tools, lest they succumb to asphyxiation. The individual known to humanity as the champion of breath-holding can manage no more than half an hour, and that only while remaining motionless beneath the water's surface. If one were to attempt to hold their breath while swimming, the duration would be significantly diminished. Although the principal insisted that one should not gauge Qin Chuan by ordinary standards, deep down, everyone struggled to dismiss this notion. Thus, once Qin Chuan submerged, a few began to time him, intrigued by how long he could remain underwater while in motion. As the seconds slipped by, the lurking danger in the distance drew ever closer to Qin Chuan. Anxiety gripped every heart, save for Qin Chuan himself, who appeared blissfully unaware of the peril that loomed behind him, gliding through the water with ease. He soon spotted a fish, darting through the water with remarkable speed, akin to a bolt of lightning, swiftly disappearing from view and capturing Qin Chuan's attention. Alas, a monstrous presence approached from behind. Yet our Qin Chuan was captivated by the peculiar fish. Who among them could identify this creature, so fleet of foot? In an instant, it vanished elsewhere. What species could it be? Iceberg glanced at Yunnan, who had traversed countless regions and possessed knowledge surpassing that of many botanical and zoological experts. Do you recognize this fish? It appears quite strange, yet undeniably beautiful. Sadly, Yunnan shook his head, expressing, regrettably, I have never encountered such a fish. Iceberg, undeterred, understood that Yunnan was not omniscient. However, Yunnan continued, though I have not seen this particular species, I have come across several similar fish. There exists a species known as the electric fish, closely resembling the one we observed in the live stream. Yet, the electric fish rarely exceeds the size of a human palm, whereas the creature in the broadcast appeared as robust as an adult's thigh. Moreover, its speed surpassed that of the electric fish by several folds. It must be acknowledged that this is indeed a new species. However, it remains uncertain if such a fish exists on the planet of Jojo. After all, these fish reside in a forbidden zone, making their unfamiliarity quite understandable. In their minds, this forbidden territory was akin to an alien world, far removed from their own. Iceberg redirected her focus back to Qin Chuan, for in light of this new species, their primary concern was his safety. Remarkably, they observed that Qin Chuan's swimming speed rivaled that of the fish, astonishingly swift. When Iceberg witnessed Qin Chuan pursuing the fish, his speed surpassed all expectations. After all, he was human. Could a human ever truly outpace a fish? Yet, Qin Chuan's velocity was undeniably extraordinary, leaving them to question their own perceptions. How on earth could Qin Chuan exhibit such remarkable speed underwater? Was he even human, or perhaps a mermaid in disguise? Goodness, Qin Chuan had accelerated even further, drawing perilously close to the fish. What an extraordinary being he was. The speed at which he swims is astonishing. It defies the laws of nature to think a normal human could achieve such velocity. How has Qin Chuan accomplished this? Could it be that he truly possesses superhuman abilities? As the director suggested, in a swift motion, Qin Chuan accelerated through the water, rapidly closing in on the fish. With a deft grasp, he captured it firmly in his hand, rendering it utterly unable to escape. The fish's scales are notoriously slippery, especially in the water. Yet Qin Chuan held it, as if his hand were a vice, securing it tightly. This perplexity deepens. The fish is as thick as an adult's thigh, while Qin Chuan's hand is relatively small, an incongruity that challenges their understanding of reality. Before them lay undeniable evidence that compelled their belief. Each observer stood in stunned silence, their expressions a mixture of confusion and astonishment, as their perceptions were profoundly upended. Qin Chuan's enigmatic nature only deepened. He resembled an inexhaustible treasure trove waiting to be explored. Suddenly, a sinister shadow loomed behind them, drawing closer. Bing gasped as she saw the dark figure approach Qin Chuan, resembling a monstrous beast of the ocean. "What manner of creature is this?" she exclaimed. Previously, the creature had been distant, obscured by the flowing water, but now, as it neared, they could finally discern its true form. To their astonishment, it was unmistakably a shark. Yet, it seemed to straddle the line between a shark and something else entirely. The creature was colossal, not much smaller than the previous dragon lizard they had encountered. Its massive jaws could easily swallow Qin Chuan whole. "Huh, that little brat is finally done for," someone scoffed. No matter how fast he swam, he was still just a child. A single bite from the monster would spell doom for him, regardless of any superhuman powers he might possess. "Qin Chuan, watch out." The creature opened its enormous maw, lunging toward him. This moment sent hearts racing. Should Qin Chuan be consumed, he would lose a chance at resurrection. The creature's mouth was vast, and with its speed, and Qin Chuan's back turned to it, all believed the end was near for him. Yet, in the very instant the monster aimed to swallow him, Qin Chuan surged forward, evading its grasp. With a swift motion, bubbles erupted around him as he narrowly escaped, his gaze coldly fixed on the monstrous entity that had appeared before him. This spectacle left the entire live-stream audience in utter disbelief. Was it possible that Qin Chuan had eyes in the back of his head, allowing him to evade such peril? "Goodness, that startled me. I thought Qin Chuan was about to be devoured," someone remarked, wondering if he had foreseen the danger or simply been fortunate. "Have you overlooked something critical?" Qin Chuan has managed to hold his breath underwater for over 5 minutes while in motion. My goodness, it is truly astonishing. What is Qin Chuan, a human or a monster? He is merely 4 years old. Even the strongest person in the world would struggle to achieve what he has done. Swimming consumes an immense amount of energy. Yet, Qin Chuan appears utterly unfazed, displaying no signs of exhaustion. They cannot fathom how such a diminutive physique can remain submerged for so long. Does he not require air? Unlike aquatic creatures that can breathe underwater, humans cannot do so. Chapter 24. The brave fight against monsters. Many foreign netizens were left in disbelief as they witnessed Qin Chuan evade the monster once again. How could this young lad possess such extraordinary luck? How did he manage to escape? What technique did he employ to hold his breath beneath the surface? Was that monstrous fish blind, unable to strike such a large target? Qin Chuan had long been aware of the creature, which allowed him to dodge its attack with remarkable agility. He turned, brow furrowed. Despite having gone without air for an extended period, he showed no signs of discomfort. Even with only a fraction of the strength of the legendary Nezha, he could hold his breath for an impressive duration. Dissatisfied with the grotesque creature, Qin Chuan decided to take action, swimming deliberately towards the monster. The beast, having missed its chance to bite him, growled in anger and opened its jaws wide once more. At that moment, a text appeared in the live stream. Monster name: Razorfin Shark. Strength rating: 3 stars. Talent: Bite. Aquatic adaptation: Good heavens, it is indeed a shark. Look at its formidable strength, rated at 3 stars. Can Qin Chuan truly contend with it? A 3-star monster is certainly no less formidable than the Songlong lizard. Why would Qin Chuan willingly approach such a creature? Is he courting death? The onlookers were speechless. After narrowly escaping one peril, Qin Chuan did not flee. Instead, he swam toward the monster. What was his intention? Did he seek to retaliate? In the water, with a physique so slight, how could he possibly challenge such a colossal aquatic beast? No one believed he could succeed. Many considered his actions reckless, akin to a fragile egg striking against a stone. Qin Chuan, why do you not run? If you must engage, you should lure the creature to the shore instead. You are still too young. You are not a match for that monster. This is a 3-star beast, and you are far from its equal. The underwater realm belongs to the fish. Humans can only utilize a fraction of their combat strength in such an environment. Less than 30%, in fact. No one held out hope for Qin Chuan. Although he had previously evaded danger, he should not have initiated an attack. With the speed he had displayed, he could have easily escaped. Yet, why did he choose not to? It was a perplexing situation. Trust in Qin Chuan. He is not foolish, the director spoke up. Upon hearing this, Bing hesitated, nervously watching the live broadcast, hoping for a miracle from Qin Chuan. Believe in Qin Chuan, she thought. I also consider him to be an extraordinary young man. Let us not forget his previous accomplishments. Although Long Weigua felt a pang of anxiety, he believed that it was premature to draw conclusions before the final outcome. Everyone was riveted to the live stream, fully engrossed, eager to witness how Qin Chuan would navigate the impending crisis. The water flowed tumultuously, and a flurry of bubbles emerged from the broadcast. They watched as Qin Chuan darted through the water like an arrow, hurtling towards the razor-sharp shark with astonishing speed, leaving all spectators wide-eyed and gaping in disbelief. It was as if he were in a high-speed race, swiftly approaching the formidable creature. Bang! Qin Chuan collided with the razor-sharp shark, and initially, one might have thought that his diminutive stature would render the impact insignificant. However, they soon realized they were mistaken. The shark was sent tumbling through the water, as if it had struck a massive boulder. This was astonishing. Many were perplexed. Was this truly the work of Qin Chuan? How could someone so young accomplish such a feat? In front of the shark, he appeared almost like a mere toy. Yet, astonishingly, this so-called toy had propelled the shark away. What kind of strength could possibly enable such a feat? How heavy was the razor-sharp shark? At least several tons, one might assume. Yet, this monstrous creature had been sent flying by Qin Chuan. Could he indeed be stronger than a 3-star monster? Was such a notion even conceivable? As they continued to watch Qin Chuan's live stream, some remarked on his remarkable prowess. Yet, regrettably, aside from witnessing his fortunate circumstances, they did not truly perceive any extraordinary display of power. But in that moment, they were witnesses to a singular event. Qin Chuan, single-handedly, had launched a several-ton monster from the water. Such immense strength. Was it truly emanating from him? How had Qin Chuan achieved this? Was it merely the result of a lucky draw? The first time he had drawn, had it not been a ring? Pray, do not tell me that Qin Chuan derived this formidable power from that ring. Was it not a spatial ring? How could it possess such terrifying strength? It could also be possible that the second draw yielded the Thunder Technique skill book, enhancing his physical capabilities. Debate about the source of Qin Chuan's strength abounded, with no one able to ascertain its origin. The consensus was that his power was a result of fortunate draws, as that seemed the most plausible explanation. Few considered that Qin Chuan might have possessed such strength even before arriving at the forbidden grounds, for that would defy logic. It was simply terrifying. Here he was, in the water, surpassing even a 3-star razor-sharp shark. Once more, Qin Chuan was ready to strike. They observed as Qin Chuan, having struck decisively, began to pursue the blade shark relentlessly, leaving no opportunity for retaliation. He chased the creature with swiftness, and though diminutive in stature, his might was undeniable. The bubbles in the lake surged in waves, even affecting those watching the live broadcast. I can't see clearly. At such a critical moment, this is maddening. The realism of the scene was exhilarating yet terrifying. He is the pride of our Yanwang. Indeed, he was a source of immense pride for all who hailed from Yanwang. The crowd erupted in cheers, brimming with excitement as they witnessed the overwhelming defeat of a lake monster of significant caliber. A resounding boom startled everyone. They turned their gaze to the broadcast, but the view was obscured by bubbles, leaving them anxious and eager to voice their complaints. However, the scene soon shifted to the shore, and upon seeing what lay there, they collectively experienced a moment of disbelief. There, sprawled on the bank, lay a creature that could only be the blade shark. When did this monster reach the shore? Did it escape with such force that it accidentally flew onto the land? Could it be that Qin Chuan hurled it ashore? The thought was astonishing. Although disbelief lingered regarding the idea that Qin Chuan had thrown the creature from the lake, it seemed the only plausible explanation, given his ability to repel the blade shark in the water. Yet, they pondered, being capable of repelling the blade shark did not necessarily imply the strength to lift a creature weighing several tons. The image of Qin Chuan's slight frame lifting such a hefty beast and tossing it ashore was almost too surreal to accept, rendering them speechless. The blade shark lay lifeless, motionless at the water's edge. On the shore, Shun Gongbao wore an expression of bewilderment, mouth agape, standing in stunned silence as it gazed at the slain creature. Utterly at a loss. How did this monstrous being descend from above? What on earth had transpired? Shun Gongbao's mind buzzed with confusion, unable to process the event, leading to its bewildered demeanor. Big cat, what are you doing? Qin Chuan emerged from the lake, unadorned. Only then did Shun Gongbao comprehend that it was all the doing of Qin Chuan. It trembled briefly, then obediently sat beside him, resembling the most loyal of hounds. Those in the broadcast room were left speechless by the sight of the leopard behaving like a dog. Goodness, it's a dog in a leopard-esque guise. And a sycophantic one at that. Just how much does this leopard fear Qin Chuan? He is merely a child. I have never encountered such a cowardly leopard. I scarcely know what to say. This leopard seems utterly captivated by the charisma radiating from Qin Chuan. Well done, Qin Chuan. Clad in his attire, Qin Chuan gazed upon the formidable shark before him, a creature so immense that he need not worry about a lack of sustenance for quite some time. Qin Chuan licked his lips, as if a thought had crossed his mind. I wager Qin Chuan is about to embark on a culinary adventure with this fish. It is evident from the gleam in his eyes that he is intent on this endeavor. I am curious how he intends to consume such a sizable fish without any tools like a knife. Qin Chuan demonstrated his method through action. Approaching the razor shark, he swiftly swept his hand across its body, and to the astonishment of all present, he sliced through the shark's flesh with ease. Gasps of disbelief filled the air. What astonishing skill is this? Pray, do not tell me this was merely a stroke of luck. His hand possesses an innate cutting ability. How extraordinary! With such prowess, it is no wonder Qin Chuan requires no weapons. He is indeed remarkable. International observers were left incredulous. Qin Chuan deftly carved the razor shark into pieces, washed them by the riverbank, and ultimately stored them within his spatial ring, earning him admiration as a resourceful individual. Yet, they were even more astonished by the sheer mastery of his hand technique, a seemingly magical ability that left others envious. Particularly, foreign netizens were dumbfounded when they witnessed Qin Chuan slice a perfect sashimi piece with a mere flick of his hand. Such an implausible feat led them to acknowledge that Qin Chuan must possess extraordinary abilities. Can someone explain if this is a form of ancient martial arts from Yin Huang? It is said that Yin Huang's ancient martial arts allow one to soar through the skies and traverse the seas, seemingly omnipotent. This seems exaggerated. While our beautiful country boasts heroes like Spider-Man, Iron Man, Batman, and even Superman, these are mere cinematic fantasies. The martial arts from Yin Huang are often criticized as mere ornamental displays, lacking true substance. Yin Huang has no ancient martial arts. I recall the self-proclaimed martial arts master from the Maobao nation, who claimed to be invincible, only to reveal himself as a fraud. His so-called lightning-fast whip had me in stitches. Could someone elucidate why Qin Chuan was able to hold his breath for such an extended period during vigorous activity in the water? How could he swim with such speed? How did this shark even come to rest on the shore? Let us not suggest that the shark leapt onto the land of its own accord. We are not lacking in intellect. Perhaps, just perhaps, Qin Chuan has indeed learned some form of ancient martial arts from Yin Huang. May I timidly inquire if this Qin Chuan is merely 4 years old? Could it be that he began his martial arts training while still in the womb? This question may be known only to God. However, the matters concerning Yin and Huang do not seem to fall under divine jurisdiction. Rather, they appear to be managed by the celestial court. Observing the bewildered expressions of foreign netizens, those from Yin and Huang were in fits of laughter. They responded in unison, "Stop your speculations. Our Qin Chuan is just an ordinary child, a tad mischievous, but no different from other playful kids. Qin Chuan simply enjoys his playtime. Do not misinterpret him. There are no ancient martial arts involved. It's all nonsense. There are no supernatural abilities in this world. We must believe in science." Upon hearing this response, foreign netizens erupted in outrage. Who are you trying to fool? Have they never attended elementary school? Is it normal for a 4-year-old child to possess such terrifying strength? To be able to fend off a creature weighing several tons? And you tell me Qin Chuan is just an ordinary person? You claim there are no supernatural abilities? It is even more infuriating to demand we trust in science. If science could explain everything about Qin Chuan, would they still be prattling on here? Science, it seems, has been thoroughly debunked, regardless of the discussions in the live stream. Our Qin Chuan was engaged in a form of artistry, in an effort to protect the environment, and to ensure that the blade shark did not die in vain. Qin Chuan meticulously separated its corpse, ensuring not a shred of meat went to waste. Blade shark, thank you, I suppose. Qin Chuan also severed the shark's head, sparing not a single bone, and turned to the famished Shun Gongbao, saying, "Fear not, we shall share equally. I will eat the flesh, and you shall have the bones." How fair is that? I am quite clever. Qin Chuan chuckled with pride. Shun Gongbao responded. Qin Chuan soon realized he needed a pot to make fish head soup, and not wanting to waste the head, he pondered and devised a plan. With a leap, he dove into the lake, recalling that there were other items lurking beneath its surface. Those watching the live stream noted Qin Chuan's antics with Shun Gongbao and erupted in laughter once more. How could anyone resist such an adorable Qin Chuan? Look, he has jumped back into the lake. What could he possibly be up to? Chapter 26, The Profitable Orphanage. Everyone was curious about Qin Chuan's intentions upon re-entering the lake. Did he seek to find another 3-star creature? They followed Qin Chuan's live stream into the depths of the lake, discovering that he was swimming downward, catching several fish that swam near him and dispatching them swiftly, storing them in his spatial ring. It became evident that Qin Chuan had a fondness for fish, perhaps stemming from a childhood love for seafood. The ever-curious Bing Bing inquired, "Director Qin, may I ask what Qin Chuan enjoys eating?" Qin Chuan is a child who does not exhibit any signs of pickiness when it comes to food. He consumes whatever is available. Given the limited resources at our orphanage, every child, being an orphan, has no choice but to eat whatever is provided. Qin Ren replied. This statement momentarily rendered the audience in the livestream silent. I realized that Qin Chuan is, in fact, quite pitiable. Not only he, but all orphans share this plight. They have lost their parents from a young age and must rely solely on themselves. I came to understand just how fortunate I am. With loving parents and elders who care for me deeply, yet I often cause them distress. I recognize that I have taken my blessings for granted. Hongxing Erk announced a donation of 1 million yuan to the Beihai orphanage, hoping to enhance the living conditions there. To my astonishment, this company has not gone bankrupt yet, and I have encountered it once more. I never anticipated that this enterprise possessed such a charitable spirit. I resolved to purchase more of their clothing in the future. Conveniently, I am in need of new clothes. Dear wife, let us go shopping for Hongxing Erk. Following Hongxing Erk's lead in donations, numerous companies recognized this as a prime opportunity and began to announce their names in the live stream, pledging various items. Ali Company will donate a new building to the Beihai orphanage, wishing for the children to have a new home. Penguin Company donated 10 million yuan to assist the children in completing their education from elementary to high school. Longting International contributed no less than 5 million yuan in supplies, including daily necessities and educational tools. Due to Qin Chuan's influence, a multitude of entrepreneurs across the nation embarked on a wave of charitable activities, and the Beihai orphanage unexpectedly received over 100 million yuan in funds and material donations within a short span of time. This left the director of the Beihai orphanage utterly astounded. This is truly remarkable. Qin Ren understood that all of this was a result of Qin Chuan. The name Qin Chuan was bestowed upon him by the director of the Beihai orphanage, effectively making Qin Ren a legal guardian, causing everyone to naturally treat him as Qin Chuan's parent. Although many wished to adopt Qin Chuan out of genuine affection, a greater number were motivated by the potential benefits associated with him. Therefore, the state intervened, declaring that Qin Chuan could only be raised by the Beihai orphanage, ensuring that no one could exploit him for their own gain. The state is protecting Qin Chuan, warning against any ulterior motives. His future path is to be determined by him alone. Previously, Qin Ren had longed for someone to take Qin Chuan away, but now, Qin Chuan has emerged as a savior for Yin Huang, bringing considerable advantages to the community. Anyone attempting to snatch him away would face his wrath. He found this child through his own efforts. Why should he let others raise him? It is far more gratifying to raise him himself. Qin Chuan remains blissfully unaware of the developments surrounding him. He does not know that, because of him, the Beihai orphanage has reaped immense benefits, bringing joy to Qin Ren's heart. Were it not for the livestream, Qin Ren would likely have erupted into laughter. After enduring for so long, they have finally seen the fruits of their labor. It has not been an easy journey. The lake is profoundly deep, with estimates suggesting a depth of at least 200 meters. At such depths, an ordinary person would be utterly overwhelmed. Yet, Qin Chuan remains unfazed, exhibiting no signs of discomfort or change. He has slain a 3-star level blade shark, which has elevated his performance rating once more to 23. His strength has surged again. What is a mere few hundred meters in depth to him? A glimmer beneath the lake has piqued everyone's curiosity. What could it be? How could there be light at the lake's bottom? Could it be that a powerful being has established a dwelling down there, fortuitously discovered by Qin Chuan? Is there treasure hidden at the lake's depths? As curiosity swells among the onlookers, Qin Chuan approaches the radiant object, finally discerning its nature. To everyone's astonishment, it is a shell, an enormous freshwater clam, seemingly enchanted. What species could this be? This is a freshwater clam, which ordinarily would not grow to such a size. However, given the location is a forbidden zone, it is conceivable for them to reach 1 or 2 meters. Look at those luminous objects. Could they be pearls? How many pearls could there possibly be? This is practically a mountain of pearls. The luster, the size, each pearl, if found on the Zhozhou planet, would be worth a fortune. Yet here, they are abundant, transforming this lake into a veritable treasure trove. What use could such treasure have in a forbidden area? It cannot be consumed. True, but Qin Chuan possesses a spatial ring. He seems equally astonished by the multitude of pearls at the lake's bottom. They are as plentiful as stones, varying in color. The smallest being the size of a child's fist, with the largest, a golden pearl, comparable to an adult's head. The glowing pearl he noticed earlier is indeed this golden one. While it is quite beautiful, it holds little practical value. To Qin Chuan, wealth is trivial. Anything attainable by currency is mere trinkets. He harbors no interest in riches. He approaches the largest pearl and collects it into his spatial ring, treating it as a mere plaything, devoid of any ulterior motive. He is not a selfish person. He feels a responsibility to share with his friends at the orphanage. Despite often teasing those rowdy children, he is loyal and hence selects the most exquisite, large, and vibrantly colored pearls. The abundance of pearls here is staggering, akin to stones, and he overlooks anything that is not of exceptional quality. He has no idea how many he has taken, but they are all of the finest kind. Finally, he cast his gaze upon the immobile clams, which were indeed treasures. Their flesh was edible, their shells could serve as beds, and they could even function as pots. They were practically a veritable cornucopia. Chapter 27. The Gourmet Transformation of Qin Chuan. These clams were not monsters. Despite their impressive size of 1 to 2 meters, they were still fearful of humans. As Qin Chuan approached, they shyly cloaked themselves, akin to bashful maidens. Like the cunning wolf in tales, he arrived at their threshold, tapping here and there, before promptly collecting them into his spatial ring. However, he soon discovered that these creatures could not be stored within it. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the spatial ring was incapable of holding living beings. Qin Chuan devised a method. He forcefully pried open the clam's outer shells, ruthlessly tearing them apart. And without mercy, he vanquished them. One clam fell victim to his might. His strength was beyond imagination. Indeed, children of such resilience were rare. Continuing on, he unleashed his fierce attack on the next clam, and in succession, 10 clams met their grim fate at his hands. Satisfied, he departed with their remains in tow, leaving behind a scene painted in crimson. The viewers of the live stream were utterly stunned by Qin Chuan's display. They were left in awe, exclaiming, "Goodness, how ruthless! Clam, how could you treat me this way? Clam, you heartless child, how could you be so cruel? Not only do you harm my body, but you intend to consume me, leaving even my coffin untouched. Truly a merciless being. Clam, hey, is anyone there? I am being violated." It was often thought that Qin Chuan was too naive. However, it turned out that the truly naive one was, in fact, I. Children from the Beihai orphanage. Brother Qin Chuan, where are our gifts? Qin Chuan, here, these pearls I gathered are for you. This cruel scene unveiled another side of Qin Chuan that many had not seen before. When he was charming, he was undeniably charming, yet in his ruthless moments, he caught others off guard. This incident led countless individuals to comment, revealing the multifaceted nature of his character. However, humanity is inherently multifaceted, and what Qin Chuan presented to the world was merely his true nature. Upon returning to the shore, he retrieved a clam shell and called out to the distant Shengluan leopard, "Big cat, go fetch some firewood." Upon hearing this, Shengluan leopard sprang into action, swiftly darting into the forest. In no time, it returned with a mouthful of twigs before Qin Chuan. It placed the firewood beside him, wagging its leopard tail, resembling a loyal hunting dog sitting before its master. "Not enough, not enough. Go get more," Qin Chuan instructed, patting the leopard's lowered head, thoroughly pleased with its performance. Once again, Shengluan leopard took on the role of a wood-gathering companion, delighted by Qin Chuan's praise. Qin Chuan transported stones and erected a stove, ultimately placing the clam shells atop it and adding water from the lake. Observing Qin Chuan's nimble actions, the commentators in the live stream remarked, "Is Qin Chuan preparing to cook clam soup? It is quite unimaginable that a 4-year-old child could engage in such culinary endeavors. At the age of 4, I was still playing in the mud. My memories from that time are too distant to recall clearly." Qin Chuan possesses remarkable strength. Could it be that the razor shark truly was thrown ashore by him? No one witnessed how the shark came to the beach. Thus they hesitated to assert with certainty that it was indeed Qin Chuan's doing. However, during the live broadcast, only Qin Chuan was present. Perhaps they simply had not seen it with their own eyes. Or perhaps they were unwilling to accept that a 4-year-old could hurl a creature of such weight from the water onto the land. The strength required transcended their understanding. They found it difficult to fathom that Qin Chuan's diminutive frame could unleash such formidable power. While Qin Chuan was intent on cooking, it seemed he had overlooked a crucial detail. He had not brought a lighter or any similar tools. Without fire, how could he possibly cook? Haha, Qin Chuan. Have you truly forgotten this essential step? I wonder how he intends to proceed next. I am eagerly awaiting his method for igniting the flame. Could he be attempting to learn the ancient art of friction fire? I doubt he has even heard of such a technique. Once Qin Chuan had prepared everything, everyone was keenly anticipating his next move. With a single finger pointed, Qin Chuan shouted, "Thunderbolt technique." With a resounding boom, a bolt of lightning erupted from his hand, striking a piece of wood on the ground and igniting it instantly. The viewers in the live stream were left astonished. They never expected Qin Chuan would employ a skill obtained through a lottery to start a fire. This powerful ability was being used for the first time by Qin Chuan, and intriguingly, not for the purpose of attacking a monster, but merely to ignite a flame. In the entirety of the Forbidden Land, Qin Chuan's method of igniting fire was the most extraordinary. Who could possibly contest such a display? I was utterly stunned. This maneuver had not even crossed my mind. I nearly forgot that this skill could serve such a purpose. I have come to realize that Qin Chuan's intellect is quite remarkable. He was able to conceive of this solution. Truly, a blessing from Yin and Huang. This skill is astonishing. Capable of harnessing thunder. That earlier clap of thunder nearly startled me. To use the thunderbolt technique for ignition is rather extravagant, isn't it? I envy such celestial abilities, akin to those of a legendary sorcerer. In Yin and Huang, this is referred to as magic. Children, take note. With the flame now kindled, the subsequent tasks became manageable. Soon, steam began rising from within the shells, and as they observed Shingongbao sniffing the air, they found themselves salivating slightly. Ah, how delightful! In the depths of the forest, Qin Chuan discovered timber and skillfully fashioned it into a wooden spoon, bowl, and chopsticks. He savored a mouthful of fresh soup, exclaiming in delight. This is truly natural and untainted cuisine. Nearby, the Xingu leopard wagged its tail, gazing at Qin Chuan with pitiful eyes. Qin Chuan casually ladled some soup and minced meat into the wooden bowl, saying, "Eat up, join me, and you shall have meat." The Xingu leopard glanced at the meager morsels in its bowl and then at the bounty in Qin Chuan's pot, feeling a twinge of sorrow. Yet, it resolutely licked the contents of its bowl, and in that moment, it understood what truly delicious food was. This was exquisite, even without any seasoning. The flavors of the Forbidden Realm were remarkably delightful. Qin Chuan retrieved an unknown fish he had caught earlier, cleaned it with simplicity, and placed it into a shell to cook. Witnessing Qin Chuan relish his meal and savor the fresh broth, the onlookers felt a pang of envy, their appetites stirred, and they pitifully hoped Qin Chuan would share a taste with them. Chapter 28, Evolution. Evolution. They observed that after finishing the entire pot, Qin Chuan was still unsatisfied, leaving everyone astounded at the sheer capacity of his stomach. There was still the fish head, a true delicacy. Qin Chuan eyed the fish head, realizing it was too large to fit into the pot hole, thus it had to be divided into several parts. With a sudden leap, he brought his small hand down upon the head of the razor-sharp shark. Crack! The fish head was effortlessly cleaved in two, leaving the viewers in the live stream utterly dumbfounded. Wow, is Qin Chuan a cultivator? Where else could such divine strength come from? With such prowess, he required no weaponry. Knives and daggers paled in comparison to the dexterity of his hands. No weapon could rival the agility of his own hand. Was Qin Chuan destined to defy the heavens? They envied him greatly, wishing he would take them as disciples and impart this technique to them. With such a skill for self-defense, combined with the thunder technique, one could only conclude that Qin Chuan was on the path to invincibility. While the term invincible may have been an exaggeration, it was true that he possessed numerous means of self-preservation. As Qin Chuan divided the razor-sharp shark into several segments and prepared to place a portion into the shell, he noticed a glowing object within the shark's head. What could this be? Driven by curiosity, he retrieved the luminous orb, discovering it to be a crystal-like entity. Soon, a description appeared before the onlookers. Item, Demon Core Attribute. Water Rank, 3 stars. Description, a crystal that stores the energy of demon beasts, possessing boundless potential and immense power. The people in the live stream were equally astonished, gazing at the object with great curiosity. This must be the source of the demon beast's strength. Unexpectedly, it resembled a beautiful glass orb. The text above merely introduces the boundless potential of the item, yet fails to elucidate its specific functions. How perplexing. The term boundless potential implies a multitude of uses, a concept that seems to elude comprehension. One must ponder, how should it be utilized? Surely it is intended for consumption. But wait, would ingesting it not result in dire consequences? This remains a mystery. Through collective speculation, it appears that the demon core necessitates a particular method for absorption. Without mastering this technique, or if one were to simply swallow it, the risks could be considerable. At this moment, Qin Chuan's companion, Shingongbao, gazed at him with an expression of longing, as if he yearned for the demon crystal. Do you desire it? Qin Chuan inquired, to which Shingongbao nodded eagerly. His desire palpable. He attempted to articulate his thoughts, but alas, Qin Chuan was not versed in the language of beasts. Take it, he urged. This object was of no use to Qin Chuan, primarily because he lacked knowledge of its application. Since Shingongbao desired it, he decided to relinquish it, curious to observe how this majestic feline would employ it. Upon hearing this, Shingongbao was elated. He approached and affectionately licked Qin Chuan's hand before promptly swallowing the demon core whole. After consuming the core, the shadowy leopard appeared drowsy, as if in need of slumber. Rest now, rest easy. I am here, Qin Chuan reassured him. Shingongbao gazed at Qin Chuan with gratitude, then lay down to drift into a deep sleep. Could it be that this leopard is on the verge of evolution? As a 1-star shadow leopard, consuming a 3-star demon core could elevate its capabilities to unprecedented heights. Following Qin Chuan was undoubtedly the wisest choice Shen Gongbao had made in his life. Despite often being bullied, he had reaped numerous benefits. The leopard had indeed undergone significant transformation, having experienced the flavors of a vegetarian diet and cooked meals for the first time. Furthermore, he would continue to acquire additional demon cores to enhance his strength. Qin Chuan displayed remarkable wisdom in nurturing Shen Gongbao as his ally. With the company of a leopard, he would never feel lonely, and during moments of boredom, he could playfully tease it. Ha! As Qin Chuan prepared to cook the razor shark, he observed Shen Gongbao's transformation. With the passage of time, it became evident that Shen Gongbao was indeed evolving. His ebony fur grew more lustrous, as if it were being renewed, rendering him even more formidable. His physique expanded slightly, limbs grew stronger, claws became sharper, and his teeth gained a keen edge. However, it remained uncertain whether the tooth that Qin Chuan had knocked out had regrown. Qin Chuan remained by the beach, patiently awaiting Shen Gongbao's awakening. Meanwhile, others seized the opportunity to turn their attention to other fortunate individuals. Soon, cries erupted as one of the fortunate souls from the land of the morning calm encountered peril, prompting everyone to shift their focus to the live stream of this individual. They witnessed a fortunate soul from the land of the morning calm being pursued by a monstrous creature, coincidentally, a shadow leopard. Upon witnessing this, the people of Yanhuang immediately exclaimed, "We thought it was some monstrous creature, but it turns out to be merely a shadow leopard. This leopard is quite feeble and poses no real threat. Our spirited children from Yanhuang can easily subdue it with a single slap. Despite its fierce appearance, it is nothing more than a paper tiger. The fortunate ones from Bangzi country are so timid that they are being hunted by a mere leopard. If they showed a bit of bravery, it would surely cower before them." However, the citizens of Bangzi country were skeptical, as not everyone followed the live stream of Qin Chuan, and many remained unaware that he had managed to tame a leopard. How could this be possible? It is a monster from a forbidden zone, a creature of 1-star caliber. How could a child from Yanhuang possibly tame it? Do not believe the people of Yanhuang. They are simply trying to undermine our fortunate ones. That child from Yanhuang has only succeeded by sheer luck to receive 2 rewards. How could he also manage to tame a shadow leopard? Yanhuang excels in deception, while we Koreans are not so naive. Such claims seemed ludicrous. The notion that a child could defeat a shadow leopard with a single blow was nothing short of a joke. The people of Yanhuang had clearly never witnessed the true ferocity of the shadow leopard. By the way, I watched that child's livestream yesterday. I think you should all check out the replay of Qin Chuan's broadcast. Fellow Koreans, that Qin Chuan is one of our lost children. You will understand once you see it. Oh, is that really the case? I shall take a look. I will also take a look. Upon hearing this, they immediately rushed to Qin Chuan's livestream room and began to replay his broadcast from the previous day. When they witnessed Qin Chuan striking the shadow leopard, causing it to lick his hand, they were utterly bewildered. They remained perplexed as to how a child from Yanhuang could subdue a shadow leopard with a single blow while their so-called fortunate one could only be pursued. Chapter 29. A moment of crisis. After swiftly watching Qin Chuan's livestream, they fell into deep contemplation, reflecting on their compatriots' words. They then resolutely declared, "This Qin Chuan is indeed a child of our Korean nation. We must ensure his return to the embrace of our homeland. What a wonderful child. How could our compatriots have failed to look after him properly, allowing him to drift into Yanhuang? It is truly regrettable." Upon returning to their own country, they discovered that their fortunate one had already been caught by the shadow leopard and was engaged in a life-or-death struggle, covered in wounds from bites. Han Qingwu, how can you be so useless, unable to compare even to a mere child? Our Korean Qin Chuan can handle the shadow leopard with a single slap. While you are in such a pitiful state, stand up and fight bravely. This leopard is merely an external threat and is not as formidable as it appears. Having watched the video of Qin Chuan confronting the shadow leopard, the people of Bangzi country were now firmly convinced that the shadow leopard was not strong. Otherwise, how could it have been defeated so easily by Qin Chuan? Without comparison, there can be no pain. When Han Qingwu was bitten and bloodied, widespread discontent arose among the masses. Only a select few chose to avert their gaze from the gruesome scene, for its stark reality instilled profound fear within them. Surely, Han Qingwu must be a spy dispatched by the Yanhuang faction. A despicable notion, for someone so weak could never belong to our great Han. It is only logical. Our nation's true fortunate one is Qin Chuan. They should swap nationalities. As the shadow leopard viciously severed Han Qingwu's neck, the entire live broadcast transformed into a monochrome haze, and the citizens of the Bangsik nation abruptly ceased their quarrels. Restricted zone announcement. The two fortunate ones from Bangsik have perished, incurring an additional penalty of doubled climate, environmental, and geological disasters linked to their nation. The people of Bangsik were momentarily stunned, rendered speechless and incredulous. Both individuals had met their demise. They cast their eyes towards the remaining fortunate one, only to find the broadcast had also turned gray, leaving them in utter bewilderment. What on earth was happening? Had these two agreed to die together? Their synchronicity was so alarming that it caught them off guard. The citizens of Bangsik had never anticipated that their two fortunate ones would encounter peril simultaneously. And at nearly the same instant, they had already forfeited one chance at resurrection, and now, they sorrowfully realized that their lifespans had been reduced by a decade. In the real world, some individuals were inclined to hurl insults, but suddenly, the ground trembled violently, and the objects upon their tables shook precariously. They were compelled to scream. Earthquake. A lamentation swept through Bangsik as countless elders perished in an instant, and the ensuing earthquake, tsunami, and other natural disasters wreaked havoc across the land. Bangsik was doomed. Naturally, the people of Yanhuang witnessed the myriad videos depicting the downfall of Bangsik, their hearts weighed down with renewed sorrow. Though Bangsik had been shameless, often claiming the merits of other nations as their own, they now faced ruin, their entire nation engulfed in chaos. No one wished for their own country to suffer a similar fate, prompting widespread calls online for the government to enact precautionary measures. In response, the central authorities swiftly released a statement assuring citizens that they need not worry, preparations had been thoroughly made. They urged the populace not to be swayed by external influences, to continue their normal activities, and reassured them that the nation stood steadfastly beside them. Upon reading the government's message, the people of Yanhuang felt a sense of relief, confident that their country was not merely a hollow vessel of empty promises. Before long, news of the demise of fortunate individuals from other nations began to circulate online. The number of fortunate ones across the globe had dwindled, with 300 nations witnessing a decline. Individuals switched between various live feeds of fortunate ones, uncovering a plethora of monsters, crises, and traps within the restricted zone. Many shifted their focus to another fortunate one from Yanhuang, Shangwan Riyun, only to discover that she too was ensnared in danger, besieged by a horde of mountain cat monsters in the depths of a forest. The lynx-like monsters are social creatures, possessing only a single star in strength. However, their defenses are feeble, and their speed pales in comparison to that of the shadow leopard, granting Shangwan Riyun a glimmer of hope for escape. Yet, even the most skilled special forces soldier would struggle against a horde of these nimble and swift creatures. Inevitably facing injury and peril, Shangwan Riyun has traversed the forest for an extended duration, encountering numerous obstacles along her path, and her body bears the marks of injury while her stamina wanes. If this continues, she may find herself in grave danger. The viewers in the live stream are filled with concern for her safety, fervently cheering her on. Riyun, you must remain strong. Your life is paramount. Thankfully, it is she who faces this challenge. Had it been another, they might have succumbed long ago. You can do this, young lady. You are the finest female special forces soldier. Hold on. She has performed admirably, and even in death, there is a chance for rebirth. We must have faith in her resilience. However, the sheer number of these monsters is overwhelming. Is it possible that Shangwan Riyun might truly meet her end here? It appears so, as her strength has been significantly depleted, making it exceedingly difficult to vanquish these creatures. Witnessing her engage in battle repeatedly, each time sustaining injuries, tightens the hearts of those from Yanhuang. They have seen too many fortunate souls fall victim to monsters, leading to calamities in the real world. And their worry for these survivors is constant. The lynxes have encircled Shangwan Riyun in the forest. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, death awaits her. Time and again, she fights against the lynxes, teetering on the edge of mortality. She is resolute, unwilling to accept defeat, embodying the honor and responsibility of a soldier representing her nation. She cannot simply perish like this. Shangwan Riyun seeks an opportunity to escape. Feigning death, she collapses to the ground, prompting the nearby lynxes to rush towards her. In that fleeting moment, she seizes her chance, brandishing a dagger and delivering a fierce blow to the monsters. The blade slices through the necks of 4 or 5 lynxes, blood gushing forth. Seizing the moment, she bolts into the depths of the forest. She has broken through the encirclement. However, the situation remains dire, as the lynxes remain in pursuit, and whether she can evade disaster remains uncertain. I believe she will emerge unscathed. Young lady, you must escape. Though Shangwan Riyun has evaded the lynx's trap, these creatures are relentless, following her trail of blood. Should they catch up, her fate would indeed be sealed. Chapter 30. A hero saves the beauty. The path is treacherous, and with her body battered and bruised, Shangwan Riyun's complexion is ashen. The hearts of all are tightly wound. Her strength is remarkable. The lynxes continue their relentless chase, leaving her to tread aimlessly forward. Suddenly, Shangwan Riyun sensed an overwhelming crisis. She swiftly sidestepped, and in an instant, a monstrous creature materialized in the very spot where she had just stood. This creature, capable of changing its colors, bore a striking resemblance to a frog, yet also had features akin to a lizard. Its bizarre appearance was roughly the size of a hunting dog. Creature name: Chameleon Frog. Power rating: 2 stars. Ability: color change. Long tongue. The sudden emergence of this creature obstructed Shangwan Riyun's path, while behind her, a remaining wildcat had also pursued her. She found herself caught in a pincer attack, with no escape in sight. This was dire. Even a 1-star monster was formidable, and now she faced a 2-star creature. Her luck was undeniably poor. Fortunately, she still possessed a chance for resurrection. Otherwise, her fate would be grim. If only Qin Chuan were here. Indeed, though he was young, his strength was remarkable. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan was guarding Shun Gongbao's evolution by the lakeside, and who knew how far apart they truly were. The odds of their reunion were exceedingly slim. Among the fortunate souls, some had indeed experienced good fortune. They had scarcely entered the forbidden zone when they encountered other lucky individuals. Despite hailing from different nations, they agreed to travel together. Alas, even in companionship, their safety was not significantly enhanced. In times of peril, companions could abandon one another as expendable. Within the forbidden zone, even when encountering fellow fortunate souls, one must remain wary of misplaced trust. Instances of betrayal had already unfolded, captured live for all to witness the darkest facets of humanity. Despite being besieged, Shangwan Riyun refused to relinquish her resistance. Until the final moment, she remained steadfast in her mission and responsibilities. This unwavering spirit deeply moved many. Such is the essence of a soldier from Yanwan. However, both groups of monsters halted several meters away from Shangwan Riyun, each wary of the other, thus refraining from advancing. Although the wildcats were 1-star monsters, their numbers were substantial, while the chameleon frog, though 2-star, was solitary. Consequently, neither side took the initiative, locked in a tense standoff. They exchanged furious roars, seemingly warning one another to keep their distance from the prey. This unexpected standoff afforded Shangwan Riyun a moment to rest. She cautiously observed both factions before retrieving a roll of bandages from her backpack to tend to her wounds. She had to remain vigilant against these creatures, as they could easily claim her life. Thankfully, they did not approach, their roars escalating in intensity as they faced off for several minutes, the atmosphere thickening with tension. Almost simultaneously, they charged towards Shangwan Riyun. Oh no, Miss Riyun now had to confront 2 factions of monsters. How could she possibly escape? Perhaps a twist of fate awaited her. Should these 2 groups engage in battle, she might find a safe avenue for escape. Though it may be said, such a situation is exceedingly challenging. The 2 factions of monsters launched their assault on Shangwan Riyun almost simultaneously, leaving her unable to defend herself, and she was instantly struck. However, in a crucial moment, she evaded a fatal blow, collapsing to the ground and feigning death. Despite the excruciating pain and the blood flowing from her wounds, she remained silent, understanding that this was her only chance for survival. As anticipated, the moment Shangwan Riyun fell, a fierce battle erupted between the bobcat and the chameleon frog, both sides engaging in relentless attacks amidst the forest. Slowly, Shangwan Riyun maneuvered her body away from the fray, while the 2 factions of monsters fought with reckless abandon, discarding what they presumed to be a lifeless creature. Ultimately, the 2-star monster, the white chameleon frog, emerged victorious. After devouring several bobcats and driving the others away, it sensed that its prey was missing and, in a fit of rage, roared as it pursued the trail of blood. Shangwan Riyun had reached her limits. Many viewers of the live stream shed tears, unable to bear the sight. Suddenly, the chameleon frog descended from above, finally catching up with the fleeing Shangwan Riyun. Trembling, she clutched her dagger, her defiant eyes fixed on the creature. She was acutely aware of her inability to prevail, yet she stood her ground, refusing to yield. The chameleon frog shot out its long tongue in a lightning-fast strike towards Shangwan Riyun, and should it connect, she would surely perish. At that moment, exhausted and unable to evade, her fate seemed sealed. But then, a thunderous clap echoed, leaving the audience in stunned silence as they beheld the live stream. To their astonishment, Qin Chuan had appeared out of nowhere. What sorcery is this? When did Qin Chuan arrive? It was nothing short of miraculous. The heavens favored Yanwan. Our 2 fortunate souls had finally come together. With Qin Chuan present, Shangwan Riyun's safety was assured, and all seemed resolvable. No one anticipated that Qin Chuan would descend from the heavens like a deity, his timely arrival causing countless individuals from Yanhuang to breathe a sigh of relief. Had he arrived just moments later, Shangguan Riyun would have met her end. For reasons unknown, tears streamed down my face upon witnessing this scene. It was no shame. I too wept. Meanwhile, those in Qin Chuan's livestream had not realized that the distant roars were the monsters pursuing Shangguan Riyun, which was precisely why Qin Chuan had ventured there. Unbeknownst to him, his curiosity had inadvertently saved another fortunate soul from Yanhuang. It can only be said that the lucky ones of Yanhuang were extraordinarily fortunate. Who are you? Shangguan Riyun, though weak, momentarily froze at the sight of Qin Chuan. To her surprise, he appeared to be just a child. Was the fate of the nation so whimsical that even children were not spared? I am Qin Chuan. And you? He inquired, having discerned from her use of Mandarin that he already had his answer, yet he still posed the question. What? You are Qin Chuan. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, Shangguan Riyun was utterly astonished. She had clearly understood the rewards for resources from the Forbidden Area on 2 occasions. But she never anticipated that it would be a mere child who had garnered such honors for the nation. Staring at Qin Chuan, Shangguan Riyun found herself bewildered. Never had she imagined that she would be outdone by a child. I am Shangguan Riyun, and I am also of Yanhuang. After a brief moment of relaxation, she recalled the lightning that had appeared so swiftly, suspecting it was somehow related to Qin Chuan. Ah, it turns out to be Miss Shangguan. You are injured. Recognizing her as a compatriot and a beautiful young lady, Qin Chuan cast a sharp glance at the color-changing frog with indignation. Chapter 31. I found it in the Forbidden Area. What are you looking at? Qin Chuan demanded, hands on his hips, glaring at the frog. The color-changing frog responded with a growl, which translated roughly to what of it. Qin Chuan retorted, dare you look again? Are you looking for a fight? Shangguan Riyun interjected. With a fierce determination, Qin Chuan propelled himself forward like a bolt of lightning, landing before the color-changing frog and delivering a powerful punch to its large head. Boom! His small fist unleashed an astonishing force, knocking the frog to the ground, leaving Shangguan Riyun in a state of shock, her mouth agape. Qin Chuan continued to attack the color-changing frog, making it aware of the consequences of opposing him. The moment Qin Chuan struck, the frog had no chance to resist, its life slowly ebbing away until it disappeared entirely. Finally, with a swift chop of his hand, Qin Chuan severed the frog's head and discovered a core within, which he casually collected. He kicked the immobile color-changing frog and turned to Shangguan Riyun in the distance, smiling, Sister Shangguan, this monster has actually perished. Shangguan Riyun remarked. She wishes for peace. Are today's children so formidable? She pondered. Could it be that staying in the military camp for too long has left them unaware of the outside world? Cough. Once the danger had passed, Shangguan Riyun could no longer hold on. She collapsed to the ground, covering her wound and gritting her teeth to endure the pain. Qin Chuan hurried to her side. Producing a fruit and offering, Sister Shangguan, have a fruit. It's quite delicious. I picked it with Big Cat. Thank you. Shangguan Riyun accepted the fruit, as she was indeed both hungry and thirsty. Had it not been for Qin Chuan's sudden appearance, she might have met her demise there that day. Taking a bite, she found the fruit quite delectable and thirst-quenching. However, as she finished eating, she felt a warm current surging through her body, emanating from her stomach and spreading to her limbs, igniting her with heat. Shangguan Riyun was taken aback and inquired, what kind of fruit is this? Why do I feel so warm all over? Warm all over? Qin Chuan scratched his head, responding, that's impossible. When I first ate it, I had several without feeling anything at all. So what is happening to me? Shangguan Riyun did not believe that Qin Chuan intended to harm her. Given the prowess he had previously displayed, there was no need for him to resort to such convoluted means. Moreover, Qin Chuan was merely a 4-year-old child. Despite his astonishing strength, he remained fundamentally a child. Shangguan Riyun sensed an unexpected energy within her, akin to a flame, seeking to cleanse her from the inside out. She felt an overwhelming heat coursing through her body, reminiscent of having consumed some blush-inducing tonic. The viewers in the live stream were equally bewildered. They had clearly seen Qin Chuan consume a substantial amount of the same substance, yet he appeared unaffected. Why then? Did Shangguan Riyun react as if she had ingested a potent drug? Could it be that the fruit had aphrodisiac properties? Surely not. Qin Chuan had ingested so much without any consequence. After all, he was still so young, his body not yet fully developed. Perhaps it was simply ineffective for him. Did this fruit truly differentiate based on age? It must be related to one's constitution. The strength Qin Chuan exhibited was proof that his physical capabilities far surpassed those of an average adult. What then of Shangguan Riyun? If this fruit were indeed an aphrodisiac, what would she do? Just as the crowd fell into misunderstanding, Shangwan Riyun noticed her wounds miraculously healing. Although she still felt a fiery warmth and her cheeks were as red as apples, she realized her body was brimming with vitality. Not only did she feel restored to her peak condition, but her physical prowess had also notably improved. She understood now that this fruit was not a harmful substance. Rather, it had restorative and fortifying properties. She had almost misjudged Qin Chuan. What a remarkable child he was. Before long, her injuries healed at a visible rate, the intense heat dissipating, and her complexion returning to normal. Aside from a few deeper wounds that remained, the majority had healed significantly. Shangwan Riyun was astonished, not expecting such a small fruit to wield such powerful effects. Qin Chuan, thank you. She knelt down and gently stroked Qin Chuan's adorable head. He was so small. As a member of the Yanhuang people, she could not allow him to face the dangers of this forest alone. Despite her surprise at his strength, she still regarded him as an innocent child. Big sister hugged. Qin Chuan opened his arms, looking at her with a pitiful gaze. Do not worry. Your sister will not abandon you, she reassured him. They were fortunate children of Yanhuang. The loss of any one of them would be a significant blow to their nation. Seeing such a young boy shouldering the weight of responsibility for his country stirred her maternal instincts, and she embraced Qin Chuan as if he were her own younger brother. Qin Chuan smiled as he embraced Shangwan Riyun's neck, saying, Sister Shangwan, from now on, let me protect you, all right? With a chuckle, Shangwan Riyun returned his smile. But upon glancing at the previously encountered chameleon frog, she realized that Qin Chuan's strength far surpassed her own. Then I shall thank you, she replied, gently patting Qin Chuan's small head, finding him undeniably adorable. As a member of Yanhuang, Qin Chuan was determined to safeguard his own. The viewers of the livestream, witnessing Shangwan Riyun's safety, realized they had misunderstood. The fruit was not an aphrodisiac, but merely had that effect. What, then, was this fruit that allowed Shangwan Riyun, despite her severe injuries, to recover so swiftly? She appeared as if she had never been harmed at all. The fruit was indeed remarkable. Qin Chuan had collected quite a few of these fruits, essentially carrying a life-saving elixir with him. How extraordinary! Heaven bless Yanhuang. Sister Shangwan, there's a lake ahead and delicious food. My big cat is just up ahead. Qin Chuan pointed into the distance. Upon hearing about the lake, Shangwan Riyun's face lit up with joy. Her water supply was running low, and this was a perfect opportunity to replenish it. Let us go, she exclaimed, carrying Qin Chuan as they made their way to the lake. She suddenly realized she had overlooked a detail and asked, Did you bring your cat with you to the forbidden area? Qin Chuan shook his head, replying, That cat wasn't brought from outside. I found it here. Chapter 32. The Demon Child Qin Chuan found it? Shangwan Riyun was taken aback. To stumble upon a cat in the forbidden area was indeed fortuitous. Explaining why Qin Chuan had received 2 resource rewards. By the way, where did you pick the fruit you fed me earlier? It's so powerful, she inquired with curiosity. With a flash of light, Qin Chuan produced another fruit from his hand and said, Sister Shangwan, if you like it, feel free to have more. I have plenty. Shangwan Riyun exclaimed, What kind of trick is this? You can conjure items. She was astonished, the feat resembling magic, piquing her interest. This is a spatial ring I won in a lottery. It can store many items, which is quite convenient. Qin Chuan proudly displayed the ring to Shangwan Riyun. Indeed, you have won the lottery twice. I just didn't expect you to obtain such items, she remarked, inspecting the ring, which appeared to be forged from a metallic alloy. Noticing no significant differences otherwise, viewers eavesdropping on the conversation quickly chimed in. It seems our guesses were correct. The ring Qin Chuan obtained is indeed a spatial ring. Besides its storage capabilities, I wonder if it has any other functions. I have observed that Shangwan Riyun and Qin Chuan together resemble a pair of siblings. After Shangwan Riyun began her relationship with Qin Chuan, there was no longer a need to switch the live broadcast scenes. Moreover, with Qin Chuan's remarkable abilities, he could indeed safeguard Shangwan Riyun as he claimed. It felt rather peculiar that a 4-year-old child was the protector of Shangwan Riyun. Ha ha ha, I concur, after all. Our Qin Chuan is quite extraordinary. As they strolled along, a sudden shadow darted out from the thicket, startling Shangwan Riyun, who immediately prepared herself for combat, directing her gaze towards the creature. It's a monster, be cautious. She gently placed Qin Chuan on the ground, ready to spring into action at any moment. Do not engage. Qin Chuan observed the approaching leopard, recognizing it instantly as the large cat he had mentioned. It appeared somewhat larger than before, with its black fur glistening more intensely, and its claws and teeth had undergone significant transformations. The black leopard let out a couple of growls directed at Qin Chuan, seemingly inquiring about the person beside him. Qin Chuan chuckled and said to Shangwan Riyun, This is the big cat I told you about. What? Shangguan Ruiyun was utterly astonished. You refer to this leopard as a cat? She was at a loss for words, unable to articulate her feelings while staring blankly at the leopard. The audience watching the live stream burst into laughter at her expression. Haha, this is hilarious. Who would have thought? A big cat leopard. Shangguan Ruiyun's bewildered expression was utterly adorable. She likely never imagined that the cat in her eyes was entirely different from what Qin Chuan described. Cat. The leopard could be my sibling. Leopard, get lost. I am not a cat. Shangguan Ruiyun appeared utterly confounded, and indeed, she was taken aback. Little did she know that Shun Gongbao had completed its evolution and had come to find Qin Chuan immediately, evidently having been completely conquered by him. Congratulations to Qin Chuan for successfully taming a pet. No, it should be referred to as a steed. The sudden appearance of Shun Gongbao caught Shangguan Ruiyun off guard, allowing countless viewers to witness her astonishment, which elicited peals of laughter from many. Qin Chuan tugged at Shangguan Ruiyun's arm and reassured her, Sister Shangguan, do not be afraid. The big cat is actually quite adorable. He then turned to Shun Gongbao and said, Big cat, roll over. Upon hearing this, Shun Gongbao immediately rolled on the ground, leaving Shangguan Ruiyun at a loss for words once more. Are you certain you are a creature of the Forbidden Land? Why are you so obedient? This is rather unexpected. Look, how well-behaved this big cat is, Qin Chuan remarked with satisfaction. Then he added, give us a smile. The leopard looked momentarily puzzled but eventually bared its teeth in a grin directed at Qin Chuan. Shangguan Ruiyun. Shun Gongbao. If I don't behave, I will be punished, so I must comply. This scene once again elicited laughter from the audience. A leopard rolling over, how terrifying. The awe of Qin Chuan had evidently penetrated deep into the leopard's psyche. Even after its evolution, it remains ensnared by Qin Chuan's grasp, destined to endure a life of torment. Shangguan Ruiyun has come to realize that this leopard is indeed Qin Chuan's pet, otherwise, it would not exhibit such obedience. However, she could never have fathomed that the leopard merely serves as a steed, a mere means of transportation in Qin Chuan's eyes. Leopard, please call me Didi Leopard. Qin Chuan took Shangguan Ruiyun's hand and led her before Shun Gongbao, stating, I have even given it a name, Shun Gongbao. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Ruiyun felt compelled to inquire, if you have named it, why do you still refer to it as Big Cat? Shun Gongbao, you have never addressed me in such a manner. Lie down, Qin Chuan commanded. Shun Gongbao obediently lay down, and then Qin Chuan leapt onto the leopard's back, directing to Shangguan Ruiyun, Sister Shangguan, come sit up here. Shangguan Ruiyun was utterly astonished. Isn't this your pet? Have you always viewed it as a mount? The reality was beyond her imagination. She climbed onto its back, and Shun Gongbao offered no resistance, or rather, it dared not. Go, Qin Chuan urged, and the leopard surged into the forest. Shangguan Ruiyun. The netizens of Yanhuang erupted in laughter, realizing that wherever Qin Chuan is, joy is sure to follow. Qin Chuan, did you ever expect this? Haha, Shangguan Ruiyun's expression reveals that she is undoubtedly thinking how Qin Chuan has treated the leopard as a horse. Haha, this is too amusing. Shun Gongbao, am I not the one suffering here? Shangguan Ruiyun's expression is truly delightful. It feels as though Qin Chuan resembles a little demon. The term Demon Child Qin Chuan is indeed fitting. Henceforth, countless netizens began to refer to him as Demon Child Qin Chuan. National Security Bureau. When Yang Jingyi witnessed Qin Chuan's arrival and his rescue of Shangguan Ruiyun, he exhaled in relief. Throughout Shangguan Ruiyun's peril, he had kept the live stream focused on this scene, and he was pleasantly surprised that Qin Chuan had come here. Director, now that Qin Chuan is with Shangguan Ruiyun, this is undoubtedly a good thing. With Qin Chuan's unique abilities, we need not worry about Shangguan Ruiyun's safety. Moreover, Shun Gongbao has evolved once more, its strength likely reaching 2 stars, which is also a positive development. Yang Jingyi nodded, stating, indeed, everything is progressing favorably. However, we must remain vigilant. No one can predict what dangers may still lurk within the Forbidden Grounds. Chapter 33, The Patterns of Resource Emergence. Just as Yang Jingyi anticipated, after consuming a 3-star demon core, Shun Gongbao successfully evolved into a 2-star shadow leopard, significantly enhancing its power. Additionally, Yang Jingyi found comfort in the fact that Shun Gongbao had completely submitted to Qin Chuan, showing no inclination to flee. With its presence, the safety of both Qin Chuan and Shangguan Ruiyun would be considerably fortified. The scene shifted back to the livestream studio. 2 individuals sat atop the shadow leopard, with Qin Chuan seemingly unconcerned, as if he had grown accustomed to this exhilarating ride. In contrast, Shangguan Ruiyun was quite anxious, gripping the back of the shadow leopard tightly. The speed was astonishingly swift, akin to riding a high-speed train, with the wind howling past her ears. Come on, Big Cat, you've evolved and your speed has improved slightly, but it's still not enough. You need to push harder, Qin Chuan encouraged. The shadow leopard responded with a couple of calls, indicating its understanding. Qin Chuan turned to Shangguan Ruyun, who was pressed against his chest, making it somewhat difficult for him to breathe. Although soft, her embrace felt a tad too constrictive. Sister Ruyun, are you afraid? He inquired, noticing her complexion had paled, seemingly frightened by the breakneck speed. The speed is too fast. I'm struggling to adjust. Shangguan Ruyun replied, lowering her head. I see, Qin Chuan said, gently patting the shadow leopard. Big cat, did you hear that? Slow down a bit. The shadow leopard, eager for praise after its recent evolution, was initially disheartened by the request but quickly complied, reducing its speed. With the pace now more manageable, Shangguan Ruyun felt considerably relieved. Truthfully, riding on the back of such a creature had still instilled a sense of fear within her. After a while, the shadow leopard brought them to the edge of a lake. What a crystal-clear lake! Upon seeing the shimmering waters in the distance, Shangguan Ruyun beamed with joy. Her smile captivating everyone from Yan Huang, radiating beauty and charm. Shangguan Ruyun, you look truly stunning when you smile. I envy Qin Chuan for being held by such a goddess. I wish I could be embraced by her as well. You're a decrepit old man. Let me be the one to be hugged, another voice chimed in. Go away, go away. The young lady would never embrace you. A beautiful arc of laughter followed. Bing Bing also remarked, now that Qin Chuan has united with our other fortunate individual, Miss Shangguan Ruyun, despite the twists and turns they faced, thankfully, she remains unharmed. Everyone is aware of Qin Chuan's strength, but having Miss Shangguan by his side brings us even more reassurance. They can look after one another. Moreover, with the shadow leopard having successfully evolved into a 2-star creature, its power has significantly increased. I eagerly anticipate their forthcoming endeavors, hoping they can discover more resources. Among all the fortunate individuals, it can be said that our Yan Huang's lucky ones formed the most formidable combination. Let us look forward together. Upon reaching the lakeside, Shangguan Ruyun's gaze fell upon the carcass of a creature nearby, and she exclaimed in astonishment, this is the skeleton of a monster. It seems to have perished not long ago. Qin Chuan immediately responded, I was the one who killed it, and I still have quite a bit of meat left. Sister Ruyun, would you like to have some? As he spoke, he retrieved a piece of sashimi from earlier, leaving Shangguan Ruyun utterly astounded. Qin Chuan had vanquished such a large creature. Gazing at Qin Chuan, who was yet to reach the height of her thigh, she fell into deep contemplation. Just how formidable was Qin Chuan's strength? Qin Chuan quickly interjected, Sister Shangguan, can you cook? I'm hungry. The viewers watching the live stream were left speechless, pondering just how much he could possibly consume. All right, sister will prepare something for you, Shangguan Ruyun said, gently ruffling Qin Chuan's hair. It was hard to believe that such an adorable child could vanquish such terrifying monsters. Shangguan Ruyun was adept at many things, cooking being a mere trifle, and she had sufficiently prepared survival tools for the wilderness. Upon witnessing Shangguan Ruyun's actions, Qin Chuan dashed towards the lakeside, exclaiming, wait for me. After hastily shedding his clothing, he leaped into the lake, creating a beautiful splash before disappearing beneath the surface. Qin Chuan, be careful. Shangguan Ruyun voiced her concern, though she realized she ought not to regard Qin Chuan as an ordinary child. Meanwhile, Shangguan Bao sat quietly aside, now transformed into a loyal guardian, alert to any impending danger. Moments later, Qin Chuan emerged from the water, each hand clutching a fish, and he sprinted back to Shangguan Ruyun, declaring, try these 2 fish. Shangguan Ruyun stared at the 2 fish, larger than Qin Chuan himself, rendered momentarily speechless. The scene was simply beyond description. Ultimately, with her exceptional culinary skills, Shangguan Ruyun completely won over Qin Chuan's appetite, especially since she had brought an array of spices that enhanced the fish's flavor significantly. They devoured the 2 large fish, most of which were consumed by Qin Chuan and Shangguan Bao. Although the viewers had already been aware of Qin Chuan's hearty appetite, seeing him eat as much as Shangguan Bao left them somewhat astonished. After satisfying their hunger, Shangguan Ruyun inquired, how did you find those resources earlier? Qin Chuan pointed to Shangguan Bao and replied, it wasn't me. This big cat led me to them. Shangguan Bao finally realized he was being praised by Qin Chuan and nodded with a smile, seemingly pleased. Shangguan Ruyun found it amusing that a leopard could exhibit such human-like traits, its intelligence seemingly surpassing expectations. However, she recognized that this leopard possessed remarkable abilities and tentatively asked, Shangguan Bao, can you still locate those items? They are crucial for both me and Qin Chuan, as well as our nation. The foremost concern for a soldier is always how to secure benefits for the country. They were now fully capable of addressing this matter, and naturally, she had to consider the nation's interests. This scene undoubtedly moved countless people of Yanhuang. Such is the spirit of Yanhuang soldiers. Their thoughts are forever on the welfare of the people and the nation, and even if it costs them their lives, what does that matter? Xinguang Bao shook his head, seemingly attempting to explain, but both of them were left bewildered, entirely unsure of what he meant. They fell into silence, realizing they could not rely on Xinguang Bao. Finding resource rewards twice is purely a matter of luck. However, Qin Chuan stated, from these two instances of resource rewards, I have discerned a pattern. The locations where these resources appear are invariably inhabited by monsters. If we venture in that direction, we are bound to discover resource rewards. Chapter 34. Qin Chuan, are you serious? Shangguan Ryun inquired. I have encountered some monsters as well, yet I have not stumbled upon those resource rewards. Qin Chuan elucidated. Not all resources yield rewards. Those particular resources are markedly different from others, and one must draw near to unveil their secrets. Merely observing from a distance will not suffice. If anyone could arbitrarily take something and receive a resource reward, then such rewards would lose their value. Since yesterday, only 3 fortunate individuals have found resource rewards, 2 of which were aided by Shingongbao. This clearly illustrates that these rewards are not mere roadside trinkets. If we were to search for resource rewards by seeking out monster nests, the scope of our search would be excessively vast, and encountering formidable monsters could pose significant danger. While it is crucial to seek resources for our nation, we must also preserve our own lives. Only by safeguarding our existence can we assist our country in acquiring more resources. Shangguan Ruiyun expressed her thoughts, but upon glancing at Qin Chuan, she realized she was imparting such wisdom to a mere 4-year-old, which seemed somewhat burdensome for him. I understand, Qin Chuan nodded. You do? Shangguan Ruiyun was taken aback, remarking, your little mind is indeed different from other children. Of course, I am a genius, Qin Chuan declared confidently, patting his chest. Ha ha ha. Indeed, you are a genius. After all, children must be indulged. Suddenly, Qin Chuan remarked, I just realized I have yet to fully explore the lake bed. The lake bed? Shangguan Ryun was puzzled by Qin Chuan's statement. I previously defeated a 3-star blade shark. Logically, such a powerful monster should possess resource rewards. I have ventured down several times, yet I found not a single useful resource. Oh, I see. Shangguan Ruiyun pondered for a moment, then recalled, wait, what did you say earlier? You mentioned you killed a 3-star monster? She looked at Qin Chuan, ensuring she had not misheard him. Qin Chuan was capable of slaying a 3-star monster? Goodness. Who is this child? The Yanhuang online community, upon hearing Qin Chuan's admission, was equally unsettled. No way. That shark was indeed slain by Qin Chuan. It's hard to fathom that he could toss that creature, which must weigh several tons. This is utterly unbelievable. With such strength, who could possibly stand in his way in the forbidden zone? Can it be that Qin Chuan can traverse the forbidden area with impunity? He is truly formidable. However, foreign netizens remained skeptical, as they had not witnessed Qin Chuan throwing the monster ashore with their own eyes. They are reluctant to believe that such feats are within human capability. This Qin Chuan must be lying. The Yanhuang people are notoriously adept at deception. One should not take the words of a mere child seriously. A statement made by a 4-year-old, if taken at face value, would indeed lead to one's downfall. It is inconceivable that a child of such tender age could possess such formidable power, as it utterly contradicts the scientific understanding of the average person. This little rascal is surely fabricating tales. We ought not to trust him. While this matter is indeed difficult to believe, the truth remains. The words of a 4-year-old can easily defy credulity. Even Shangguan Ruiyun doubts the veracity of Qin Chuan's claims. For the corpse of that monstrous creature is simply too immense. I have discerned that within this forest, the most formidable creatures are of the 3-star caliber. Therefore, if your assertions hold any merit, the likelihood of resources being present here is substantial. It's merely that we have yet to uncover them. Shangguan Ruiyun quickly analyzed the situation and arrived at a conclusion. From Qin Chuan's statements, she learned that aside from the 3-star razor shark in the lake, all other aquatic life is of merely 1-star quality, which confirms that the razor shark is indeed the apex predator of this body of water. Such a powerful creature, coupled with such an expansive lake, could not possibly be devoid of resources. I shall descend further to seek out additional discoveries. Qin Chuan felt a surge of joy at the prospect of securing more resources for Yanhuang, particularly since acquiring resources would also allow him to partake in the lottery, which was his true delight. I shall join you, Shangguan Ruiyun declared. Sister Shangguan, this lake spans several hundred meters. It would be unwise for you to venture down. Qin Chuan replied casually. I can remain submerged for hours without needing to breathe, but you would not fare as well. Several hundred meters without breathing for hours, Qin Chuan. Are you serious? Shangguan Ruiyun exclaimed in astonishment, utterly bewildered by this little anomaly. "I am not lying," Qin Chuan asserted as he stepped towards the lake. "Do take care. Do not overestimate your abilities," Shangwan Ruoyun lamented, realizing that she was the one holding back. Netizens commented on Qin Chuan's assertion. It appeared that he was not lying. He truly could remain underwater for an extended period, but hours? Are you certain he is still human? Of course, he is human. You are the one who is not. Qin Chuan is simply extraordinary. This cannot be classified as human. Do not misunderstand me. What I mean is that Qin Chuan is akin to a young deity. The prodigious Qin Chuan, terrifying indeed. We should feel grateful. He tirelessly seeks resources for the benefit of our nation, and we ought not to harbor any negative sentiments towards him. Indeed. Go Qin Chuan. Reflecting on the 3-star rewards Qin Chuan previously obtained, one could only imagine the richness of the resource rewards awaiting him. This is a lake, and should there be resource rewards, it is highly likely that he may acquire freshwater resources. Water is the essence of life, and freshwater is an indispensable resource for humanity. Should the reward of freshwater resources be attained, it would hold immense significance for the entire nation. Foreigners undoubtedly wish for Qin Chuan to fail in his quest for resources. He has already secured 2 resource rewards, while other nations, save for the beautiful land of America, are merely striving to survive. The notion of seeking resources is far from their minds. Survival takes precedence. The live broadcast immediately shifted to an underwater view, revealing Qin Chuan diligently searching the lake for distinctive locales. The lake is vast, and relying solely on Qin Chuan's efforts. The time it would take to discover anything remains uncertain. They could only speculate that resources might exist here, with no guarantees. The sheer size of this expanse has brought a sense of relief to the foreigners. I dare wager that aside from water and fish, there could be nothing else. No. There are also aquatic plants and stones. How amusing. This young lad boasts about holding his breath for hours underwater. Do you believe it? Certainly not. Yet his ability to endure breathlessness is indeed impressive. In Chapter 35, when my wings are fully developed, I shall pierce the heavens with a single shot. Qin Chuan continues his exploration of the underwater surroundings, seeking to uncover any remarkable sights. Having previously obtained 2 resource rewards, he recognizes the uniqueness of such entities. The closer he approaches these resources, the more their peculiarities become apparent. Like the indomitable Nezha, who bravely defies fate, Qin Chuan too is unyielding. The more elusive the resources, the stronger his desire to possess them. The competition for national fortune resources resembles a game, wherein the inhabitants of the Jojo planet are left to scavenge in forbidden zones, pursued and devoured by monsters. The fates of these fortunate individuals are manipulated by others, a disconcerting sensation that Qin Chuan despises. Yet, he currently lacks the strength to resist. He can only strive to grow stronger, battling against destiny while awaiting the emergence of the puppeteer. At present, Qin Chuan is unaware of the motivations behind such actions, perhaps. In the eyes of those in lofty positions, he and his kind are mere playthings, insignificant insects to be toyed with. He desires to seize control of his own fate. My fate is governed by myself, not by heaven. For now, he merely compromises. When my wings are fully developed, I shall pierce the heavens with a single shot. Qin Chuan moves through the water like a swift dragon, darting back and forth in search of hidden intricacies. A 2-star fish monster lunges at him with its sharp teeth. But Qin Chuan effortlessly grabs it with one hand and delivers a swift kick, shattering its skull before casually retrieving its beast core. His movements are fluid and precise, devoid of hesitation or delay. His speed remains unaffected as he approaches the act as if it were inconsequential, calm, relaxed, and entirely at ease. It resembles an appreciation of a lethal art, somewhat bloody, yet devoid of any savage bloodlust. Although Qin Chuan stands under a meter tall and may appear fragile, none dare underestimate him. I find myself increasingly perplexed by Qin Chuan. For his adversaries, encountering him is a stroke of misfortune, while he emerges as a fortunate soul of Yin and Huang, our beacon of hope. Is it truly justifiable for one so young to exhibit such cold-blooded cruelty? Oh, compassionate souls, temper your kindness. Had you ventured into the forbidden realm, you would surely be the first to perish. In the beginning, human nature is inherently good, yet circumstances may compel one to adopt a ruthless demeanor. Qin Chuan has committed no transgression. The fault lies with this game of national fortune that forces these fortunate few to learn the art of survival. In this world, discerning right from wrong is often a convoluted endeavor. 10 minutes pass, then half an hour slips away. Aside from the peculiar fish and shrimp in the lake, Qin Chuan finds himself empty-handed. His instincts whisper that this lake conceals something, yet he has yet to uncover it. Undeterred, he continues his search. trusting in his intuition and judgment. On the shore, Shangguan Ruyun grows increasingly anxious. A normal person cannot hold their breath underwater for so long. She attempts to plunge into the depths to find Qin Chuan but fails and can only await his return on the shore with a heavy heart. An hour has elapsed. Could it be that he truly possesses the ability to remain submerged for hours without consequence? In times past, such a claim would be met with skepticism, yet now, I find myself uncertain. Qin Chuan battles monsters on land and confronts fierce fish in the water. If only he could soar through the skies, he would be invincible. Humans lack wings. Flight is an impossibility, a stark reality rather than a fanciful tale. In myth, the West boasts angels and sorcerers, while the East speaks of sword flying and ascension to divinity. Is this merely the stuff of legends? Atheists, placing their faith in science, pursue immortality. Online commentators urge Qin Chuan to cease his search, asserting that no resources lie in these depths. Rather than squander time here, it would be far more prudent to explore the shore for other opportunities. Yet Qin Chuan remains undeterred, steadfast in his belief, and continues the quest for that elusive resource. Is Qin Chuan foolish, persisting in his search for so long? Beyond the fish and shrimp, what else could possibly exist? With his abilities, he could easily seek resources on land, yet he insists on lingering here. Over an hour has passed. Is he a mermaid, perhaps? How I wish I possessed his capacity to hold my breath. International observers, witnessing Qin Chuan's lack of success, breathe a sigh of relief. Coupled with the skepticism of the Yin and Huang populace regarding underwater resources, their contentment with Qin Chuan's endeavors deepens. Instead, they rally in support of him, encouraging this reckless youth to hold on, insisting that miracles await him, and that he should remain submerged indefinitely. The water seems to suit him. I believe he should remain here, while the quest for other resources can be entrusted to our fortunate ones. Qin Chuan is commendable. He is performing admirably, persisting in his search without faltering. Time is abundant. There is no need for haste. May a sea monster devour him. For this audacious lad may one day pose a threat to other nations. This individual must surely be a creature of the deep. It is said that the land of Yin and Huang gives rise to monsters, and he embodies that very essence. 2 hours elapsed, yet he discovered nothing. Qin Chuan finally set foot on land and, in the process, caught a few fish to nourish his body. Exhausted from the day's endeavors, he resolved to continue his quest the following day. He reassured the concerned Shangguan Ruyun with a determined gaze. Shangguan Ruyun opened her mouth to dissuade him, but, upon meeting his steadfast eyes, changed her words to offer encouragement. In the National Security Bureau, the director inquired, why did Shangguan Ruyun not try to persuade Qin Chuan? Several young staff members expressed their confusion, asserting that they too believed Qin Chuan was wasting his time. From a broader perspective, Qin Chuan's actions seemed ill-advised. However, on a personal level, he had committed no error. The weight of responsibility had been unjustly placed upon him. Consider that Qin Chuan is merely 4 years old. He possesses his own thoughts and desires. How can we deem his actions erroneous? Shangguan Ruyun must have recognized this truth. As an adult, she could not in good conscience attribute the nation's burdens to a child. We must view the matter with objectivity. Yang Jingyi succinctly articulated his viewpoint. Upon hearing this, the others realized their youth had led them to a somewhat narrow understanding of the issue. They acknowledged their lessons learned. As dusk fell, the stars gathered in a splendid display, with 2 crescent moons, one to the east and the other to the west, gazing at one another from afar. This was a marvelous celestial tapestry above the forbidden land, igniting curiosity about its whereabouts. Little one, it is time to rest, Shangguan Ruyun said, cradling Qin Chuan as she lay beside the Xinguang leopard, drifting into slumber. From initial trepidation towards the unfamiliar, to now a sense of belonging, the Xinguang leopard had come to accept Shangguan Ruyun as one of its own. It had been won over by her culinary delights, enjoying an abundance far more generous than Qin Chuan's offerings. Sister Shangguan, your embrace is so warm, Qin Chuan said, gazing up at her with his large, expressive eyes. Filled with joy. Sleep now, she replied. Since learning of Qin Chuan's status as an orphan, abandoned in an orphanage during his early years, her heart felt a deeper pang of sorrow. She could only imagine the trials he had endured to emerge so brave and distinct. Chapter 36. A sigh over the live broadcast. Another restless night had passed, during which fortunate souls from several nations within the Jiuzhou realm met their untimely demise. No one could predict how long these fortunate ones could withstand their fate, and the possibility of complete annihilation loomed. The following day, Qin Chuan instructed the Xinguang leopard to diligently protect Shangguan Ruyun, before once again plunging into the lake without a stitch of clothing. Qin Chuan held firm to his convictions, as did Shangguan Ruyun. Equipped with supplies, she ventured into the forest, only to find that the Xinguang leopard was steadfastly following her. "You wish to accompany me?" Shangguan Ruiyun recalled Qin Chuan's earlier words to the leopard, noting its obedience. The Xinguang leopard, now more at ease, nodded in agreement. Once fearful of Qin Chuan, but now willingly devoted. Shangguan Ruiyun pondered over Qin Chuan and realized that he seemingly did not require Shingongbao. However, she considered that his presence would indeed enhance her safety. She absolutely could not perish, nor could she bring calamity upon her nation. Should she die, the life expectancy of the entire populace would diminish by 5 years. She must cherish her existence and not squander the opportunity for revival. "You must heed my words," she instructed. Gently stroking Shingongbao's head, he nodded in compliance, content as long as he was well fed. The scene shifted once more, and this time, the majority of netizens opted to watch Shangguan Ruiyun's livestream, while only a few 100,000 tuned into Qin Chuan's. Shortly thereafter, Shangguan Ruiyun encountered an attack from monsters. Yet before she could make a move, Shingongbao, dissatisfied, stepped forward and subdued the emerging creatures, demonstrating to them the consequences of inciting the wrath of the Leopard Lord. Shangguan Ruiyun marveled at the prowess of her bodyguard. Her own abilities were at most 1.5 stars, while Shingongbao, after consuming several beast cores provided by Qin Chuan, was drawing ever closer to a 3-star rating. "Thank you," she expressed, pleased as she patted Shingongbao's dark fur. Shingongbao responded with a roar, indicating that there was no need for gratitude. Simply preparing him more delicious food would suffice. Unbeknownst to Shangguan Ruiyun, he had spoken, and she continued her journey deeper into the forest. With Shingongbao's assistance, her safety was significantly bolstered. However, resources proved elusive. An hour passed, then 2. And while they encountered numerous monsters, they remained empty-handed. Although Shingongbao had consumed a fair amount of beast cores, these lower-tier cores were insufficient for him to break through to 3 stars. Indeed, it was not so simple. Shangguan Ruiyun found a spot to rest. It was at this moment that a voice emanated from the Forbidden Zone. Forbidden Zone announcement. The fortunate one from the Eastern Land, Ozawa Jiro, has discovered a 2-star aluminum or resource. This resource will appear in the Eastern Land region with a 20-fold reward. The Forbidden Zone will grant Ozawa Jiro a one-time 2-star level lottery, a reward unknown to outsiders. On the following day, no one received any rewards. But by noon on the 3rd day, the announcement from the Eastern Land shattered the tranquility of all livestream platforms. Countless nations gazed on with envy and resentment, astonished that after the Beautiful Nation and the Yanhuang Nation, the Eastern Land's Fortunate One had also secured a resource reward. However, Ozawa Jiro's acquisition of this resource was not without sacrifice, as he had expended his sole opportunity for revival. Nevertheless, the death was deemed worthwhile by all in the Eastern Land. They became the 3rd nation in the world to obtain a resource reward, and what's more, it was a 2-star resource reward, surpassing even that of the Beautiful Nation by 1 star. This was a source of immense pride and satisfaction for them. Yes, this is the valor of our Yamato warriors, bringing glory to our nation. Well done, the Empire is proud of you. The fortunate ones from our nation merely took a small lead. Soon, they would bravely catch up. Certain nations should not become overly complacent. Our people excel at surpassing their predecessors, and history has proven this truth. Forge ahead, warriors, for the Empire and its citizens await your miraculous achievements. Our nation stands as the most formidable in the Central Continent. We must diligently gather resources to surpass Yanhuang in the near future. Fortunate one, press on. For I have honed my blade and await your efforts to procure more resources for our homeland. The people of Yanhuang, upon witnessing the audacity of these petty figures, were incensed, retorting that they are mere impostors, invaders unwilling to acknowledge their own sordid history, brazenly boasting after a single reward. They remain oblivious to the source of their misplaced courage. The so-called fortunate ones are but trifles before our Qin Chuan. Here, a single punch can vanquish a minor beast. These little warriors must sacrifice their lives for rewards and yet dare to take pride. They have always exaggerated trivial matters. We shall observe with amusement. The jesters will cause mischief, and should they dare encroach upon our territory, they shall be the first to face annihilation. Never forget the national humiliation. Let it be etched in our hearts. Regardless of how brazen the people of the Eastern Isles may be, such bravado is fleeting. Only through the continuous acquisition of resources can one achieve sustainable development. Everyone eagerly anticipates that Shangguan Ruiyun will unearth resources, yet such fortunes truly rely on luck. Possessing the strength to slay monsters does not guarantee rewards. Shangguan Ruiyun finds herself in this predicament. In collaboration with Shun Gongbao, the The 1-star and 2-star monsters pose no threat. Yet no resources have been discovered. In Qin Chuan, not a single trace has been found, but 2 hours later, a decree regarding a forbidden zone resounded. Forbidden zone announcement. The British Fortunate One, Carly, has discovered a 1-star silver mine resource. This resource will appear in the British region with a tenfold reward. The Forbidden Zone will grant Carly a 1-star level lottery. This reward is not disclosed to outsiders. I always said our nation's fortunate ones could not possibly be weaker than others. Now we see it. We too have received a resource reward. Luck indeed plays a significant role. The little ones of Yan Huang relied on fortune to secure 2 rewards, and now our fortunate one begins to find her own luck. This is silver ore, adding to our nation's wealth. Carly, you are the best. Surpass the other fortunate ones. The return to the land of the setting sun relies on you. Shangguan Ruoyun felt helpless. Her luck had been quite poor. Especially upon hearing of other nations discovering resource rewards in succession, she appeared somewhat anxious. Although she recognized the impropriety of her impatience, she could not contain it. Let us go in search of resources. Shangguan Ruoyun was unwilling to remain in the shadows. Although Qin Chuan had obtained 2 resource rewards, the eventuality of being surpassed loomed if subsequent resources were not secured. After satisfying his hunger, Shun Gongbao eagerly trailed behind Shangguan Ruoyun, for to him, as long as there was food, he would follow anywhere. Qin Chuan naturally noticed the announcement from the forbidden area and on his live stream. Numerous comments urged him to leave this place. Unfortunately, the inhabitants of the forbidden area could not see these messages. The netizens could only lament while watching the stream. Chapter 37, Astonishment. The National Fortune Ranking, Forbidden Area Announcement. The fortunate individual from the Taint Poison Country, Kanali, has discovered a 1-star natural gas resource. This resource will be rewarded at tenfold for its appearance in the Taint Poison Country region. The Forbidden Area will grant Kanali a 1-star level lottery, a reward unknown to outsiders. The netizens from Yanhuang country felt disheartened upon witnessing yet another nation receiving a resource reward. Goodness! How miraculous it is that these fortunate ones from the other country are still alive, they exclaimed. Each of their lucky individuals had perished once, and should they meet their demise again, each would face a 5-year reduction in lifespan. If luck were to decline further, it was likely that 2 of them might not survive. Indeed, they remarked. However, one of the women from that country is rather striking. Her name seems to be Nakasha, a renowned dance instructor in the Taint Poison Country. Her figure and dance are simply beyond words. The women of the Taint Poison Country are often subjected to unfortunate circumstances, with incidents of female assault surfacing frequently. Their societal standing is exceedingly low, incomparable to that of women in Yanhuang country. Let them revel in their triumphs. The 3-star rewards that Qin Chuan has garnered are achievements they shall never surpass, with 1-star rewards yielding tenfold resources and 2-star rewards yielding 20-fold. The 3-star rewards amount to a staggering 50-fold. The resources Qin Chuan has obtained on 2 occasions total an impressive 70-fold. How could they ever hope to compete? Just look at them, swelling with pride over their 1-star rewards. They truly are unsophisticated bumpkins. Such blunt honesty may deeply wound their pride, someone cautioned. Quite right. At that moment, the Forbidden Area issued another announcement. 5 nations have received resource rewards, and the resource ranking is now activated. The list will be based on the multiples of received resources, with the top 3 nations receiving additional rewards. The list will be updated every 7 days. Upon reading this announcement, everyone was taken aback. They had not anticipated the emergence of a new feature, which pleasantly surprised them. They eagerly opened the ranking list. National Fortune Resource Ranking. 1. Yanhuang Country, 70 times 2. Eastern Japan, 20 times 3. Beautiful Country, 10 times 4. Britannia, 10 times 5. Taint Poison Country, 10 times countdown for the National Resource Ranking, 4 days. Upon seeing this list, the people of Yanhuang country shook off their earlier gloom and felt an overwhelming sense of pride. Their nation's resource multiplier left others far behind, exceeding the second-place nation by a remarkable 50-fold. This brought them immense pride, yet also a tinge of helplessness, as Qin Chuan still frolicked in the lake, seemingly in search of gold. Upon viewing this ranking, I cannot help but express my thoughts. What does it mean to ride ahead of the pack? This is precisely it. What is there for them to be so smug about? Can they not see the glaring disparity? In the face of data, all words are mere embellishments. We have amassed such abundant resources, yet we do not flaunt them indiscriminately. I wonder where their misplaced confidence originates. Let them find a semblance of solace, for it may ease their troubled hearts. With a 50-fold gap, if one perseveres for just 4 days, additional rewards await. I wonder if they can surpass us. People from other nations bask in pride for the resources acquired for their countries. Yet here we are, inexplicably generating a resource leaderboard. If one does not compare, all is well, but upon glancing at this leaderboard, it is akin to a 1,000-volt shock. The disparity is indeed colossal. They have suddenly become subdued. It is clear that in the realm of the resource leaderboard, unless one stands at the pinnacle, boasting is ill-advised. Observe how the Yanhuang nation remains so understated, celebrating their first place solely within their borders, never showcasing their triumphs on the international stage. That is true modesty. The emergence of this leaderboard in the Forbidden Zone merely incites the fortunate ones to seek resources. However, for the majority of the fortunate, simply surviving is a victory in itself, let alone acquiring resource rewards, an impossibility. After reviewing the list, Shangguan Ruiyun felt a pang of disappointment. She had failed to secure any resources for her country. Were it not for Qin Chuan, they would have been left with none at all. She felt a heavy burden of guilt, yet no one in the live stream cast blame upon her. Her efforts were recognized by all, merely a case of unfortunate timing. Do not rush, my dear sister. Our resource ranking occupies a strategic advantage. Do not blame yourself. Shangguan Ruiyun and Sheng Gongbao had vanquished over a dozen monsters, yet still failed to uncover a single resource. They truly are elusive. Lady Luck seemed to have deserted them, favoring Qin Chuan instead. Regrettably, their Qin Chuan remained by the lake, leading her to suspect he had truly become enamored with his aquatic surroundings. Qin Chuan had become a source of disappointment, as even the viewership of the live stream dwindled to a mere 100,000, decreasing further with each passing moment. As night approached, Shangguan Ruiyun, weary and exhausted, returned to the lakeside, only to discover Qin Chuan resting on the shore. Qin Chuan, how fare you? Though she anticipated the outcome, she wished to bolster his confidence. I've discovered a new fish species. Its flavor is delightful. Qin Chuan gestured towards the side, where several fish awaited, ready to be cooked. Sister, allow me to prepare a fish feast for you. Shangguan Ruiyun began her culinary endeavors. Forbidden Zone announcement. The fortunate individual from Big Bear Nation, Kovsky, has discovered a 2-star coal mine resource, which will manifest as a 20-fold reward in the land of the rising sun. The Forbidden Zone shall grant Kovsky a 2-star level lottery, a reward unbeknownst to outsiders. Observing Shangguan Ruiyun's crestfallen expression, Qin Chuan approached, gently caressing her beautiful visage, saying, Sister Shangguan, do not worry, no matter how hard they strive. They shall never surpass me. Shangguan Ruiyun smiled at Qin Chuan, not out of concern, but merely feeling a pang of disappointment for failing to find resources for the nation. What could possibly be happening today that had led these individuals to collectively uncover resources? Shangguan Ruiyun found herself perplexed, as did everyone else, unable to discern whether this was due to some clandestine manipulator or other unforeseen factors. Qin Chuan sat upon Shangguan Ruiyun's lap, gazing at the lake's surface, and remarked, If we cannot find anything by tomorrow, we shall depart this place and explore elsewhere. Very well, Shangguan Ruiyun replied, her heart lifted by Qin Chuan's understanding. Suddenly, Qin Chuan's ears twitched, and he strode to the beach, declaring, A monster approaches. A monster? Shangguan Ruiyun glanced around, finding nothing amiss. Moments later, Shun Gongbao also grew vigilant, peering in a particular direction where a source of danger was drawing near. The forest rustled ominously, prompting Shangguan Ruiyun to grasp her weapon, ready for battle. Their gazes turned towards the sound, and a creature leaped forth, its eyes radiating a blood-red glow in the darkness. Chapter 38. The emergence of a bronze-level monster. As the creature drew nearer, they finally discerned its true form. The sight of this monster left everyone astonished. Those in the live stream were equally taken aback. Even through the screen, they could feel its overwhelming presence. The beast was the size of a small cart, adorned with a magnificent golden coat, exuding an aura of majesty and primal power, reminiscent of a colossal beast from ancient times. Its tail resembled a sharp whip, and its body bore striking black stripes. A mane, as beautiful as that of a lion, adorned its neck, with golden hues intermingling, lending it a regal and formidable appearance. The tiger-like mark on its forehead, along with its teeth, evoked images of prehistoric saber-toothed tigers, with its massive fangs appearing grotesque and fearsome. Qin Chuan and Shangguan Ruiyun stared at the creature, soon receiving information about it. Monster name, Golden Tiger Lion. Quality, Bronze. Strength evaluation, 3 stars. Talents, Royal Might, Strength Bite. Golden Wave. Note, defeating monsters of bronze quality or higher grants additional mysterious rewards. Within the Forbidden Zone, monster qualities range from bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, king, emperor. Sacred Beast, Divine Beast. Each elevation in monster quality results in a power increase of over double. They were utterly astonished. No one anticipated the emergence of such a creature within the Forbidden Zone. Countless gazes fixated on the tiger lion before them. Merely looking into its eyes sent shivers down their spines, instilling profound fear. This monster was terrifying, reigning as if a sovereign. Even Shun Gongbao trembled uncontrollably, nearly collapsing. This was the oppressive force of the Beast King, an influence that lower-tier monsters could not withstand, stemming from bloodline and soul. The golden tiger lion did not emit a single roar. Its eyes were filled with arrogance, akin to a predator gazing at its prey, radiating a sense of mockery. Even the cunning Shun Gongbao possessed considerable intelligence, let alone this superior golden tiger lion. In its sight, the two humans and one leopard before it were merely snacks awaiting consumption. This was a creature of the 3-star caliber, yet it felt far more terrifying than the azure dragon lizard. My hands trembled uncontrollably. Its gaze was utterly terrifying, with crimson irises that resembled a malevolent beast from the depths of hell. How could such a dreadful creature exist in this forbidden realm? Qin Chuan. Could he possibly cope with this? Although Qin Chuan had previously vanquished 3-star monsters, this one was truly formidable. It felt as if I were confronting a colossal beast merely from its aura. This was merely a bronze tier. What would happen if it were of silver or gold? Is this national fortune game designed to bring about our annihilation? Can we truly fulfill the final task of the Forbidden Land? I find myself doubting. How could such a terrifying monster appear at this stage, seemingly intent on driving the fortunate ones to despair? I now realize how challenging it is to be fortunate. Qin Chuan, Miss Shangwan Ruyun, you must persevere. We can only watch, powerless to assist. I am acutely aware of my own inadequacy. At this moment, Bing understood that she must not let her compatriots succumb to despair. She hastily spoke, "Fellow compatriots, have you forgotten the miracles that Qin Chuan has previously achieved? Look at Qin Chuan. Look at Shangwan Ruyun. They exhibit no fear whatsoever. Are they not afraid? They are just like you, human, citizens of our Yanhuang nation. Yet they recognize that if even they succumb to fear, retreat, and tremble, then our Yanhuang will be doomed. Keep fighting, Qin Chuan, Shangwan Ruyun. Let us go." Everyone rallied for the two fortunate ones. Even in the face of an insurmountable primordial beast, they could not give up. What if they died once again? The two fortunate ones still had one resurrection opportunity, did they not? Qin Chuan, hold it off for a moment. You must flee. Shangwan Ruyun gazed at the creature, feeling the oppressive aura emanating from the golden tiger lion, which could instill fear even in Shun Gongbao, and they too felt a sense of terror. However, she could not let it show, nor could she reveal any weakness before the monster. She was determined to protect Qin Chuan, for he was stronger than she. If she could distract this creature, Qin Chuan would surely escape. One life lost was preferable to two. She chose without hesitation, not even pausing to consider. This scene stirred profound emotions in countless sons and daughters of Yanhuang. This exemplified the spirit of Yanhuang soldiers. Flee. In contrast to the fear and trepidation of others, Qin Chuan appeared remarkably composed, as if he were unfamiliar with the concept of fear, standing there curiously observing the peculiar golden tiger lion before him. She even pointed at the golden tiger lion and said, "Sister Shangwan, the fur of this beast is truly magnificent. It would make an exquisite broom." The Yanhuang netizens were rendered speechless. They acknowledged Qin Chuan's formidable strength, but did not believe he could conquer this monstrous creature, a powerful beast of bronze rank. With its bronze title and the golden tiger lion being a 3-star monster, its prowess was twice that of other monsters of the same level. While Qin Chuan could contend with a 3-star monster, they harbored no hope for his victory against this giant. Their sole wish was for Qin Chuan to escape unscathed. Shangwan Ruyun was equally at a loss for words. She urged Qin Chuan to flee, yet he remarked on the beauty of the golden tiger lioness fur. "Qin Chuan, are you serious? I am not jesting, dear brother. I will hold it off, and you must take this opportunity to escape. Your strength is a source of pride for Yanhuang, and you must survive. I still have one chance for resurrection. So do not worry." Holding a dagger in her right hand and gently stroking Qin Chuan's head with her left, her expression grave and her words resolute. She was determined to find a way for him to escape. Upon hearing her, Qin Chuan shook his head vigorously, responding, "Sister Shangwan, do not be afraid. This little tiger merely looks fierce. It is not truly terrifying." He began to step forward, which alarmed Shangwan Ruyun. She had urged him to flee, not to engage the golden tiger lion. Qin Chuan evaded her outstretched hand and turned back with a smile, saying, "Sister Shangwan, fear not. Watch me teach this little tiger a lesson." He dashed toward the lion. his diminutive frame standing tall as he raised his head defiantly to confront the much larger golden tiger lion. "Little tiger, why are you being so fierce? I, Qin Chuan, am not afraid of you." Chapter 39. Qin Chuan, splendidly done. With a thunderous roar, the golden tiger lion, proud of its stature, could not allow a mere weakling like Qin Chuan to mock it. As Qin Chuan approached, the lion opened its cavernous maw, its sharp teeth glinting ominously, and lunged toward him. Gasps filled the air as everyone realized that Qin Chuan had brazenly walked toward the golden tiger lion, taunting it. As they witnessed the lion's relentless charge, cries of caution erupted from the crowd. "Be careful, Qin Chuan. You are no match for the golden tiger lion. What are you doing? Shangwan Ruoyun told you to run. You are courting death. Quickly get away. This is it. Qin Chuan will be devoured. This is a bronze monster, not an ordinary creature. Does he not understand? Our lucky star is about to meet his doom. What terrible luck to encounter the first bronze monster in this forbidden area." International netizens watching the scene felt a surge of satisfaction. "Well done, monster. Devour both of them. Thus, Yin Huang will lose its threat. We are ready for the scene of this little brat being swallowed whole. This arrogant child deserves such a fate." As Shangwan Ruoyun rushed forward to rescue Qin Chuan, it was already too late. She could only watch helplessly as he was engulfed by the golden tiger lion. Confronted with the creature's gaping maw, Qin Chuan made no attempt to evade. He stood resolutely before the beast, as though oblivious to the imminent danger. Just as the golden tiger lion was about to swallow him whole, a sudden burst of action erupted from Qin Chuan. His seemingly frail fist struck with lightning speed, landing squarely on the left side of the golden tiger lion's face. That unassuming punch unleashed a force akin to the might of the heavens, sending the majestic beast sprawling several meters away onto the sandy shore with a resounding crash. Shangwan Ruoyun was left in a state of shock. The netizens from Yanhuang were equally bewildered, while international observers gazed in disbelief, exclaiming, "This is impossible. By heavens, this young man from Yanhuang must be cheating. Why does he consistently deliver such stunning blows to our expectations? This boy is terrifying. How can such a diminutive frame wield such formidable power? Why does this happen so often? Is there truly no monster capable of vanquishing him?" After the initial astonishment subsided, the Yanhuang netizens quickly took to their keyboards to express their thoughts. "I was wrong. I should never have doubted your abilities. I just remembered that Qin Chuan could lift a several-ton blade shark. No one had witnessed him doing it firsthand. It's understandable that it seemed unbelievable to everyone. Just how strong is Qin Chuan? When he sent that golden tiger lion flying with a single punch, I was left utterly astounded. The golden tiger lion, of bronze quality, was no match for my magical boy, Qin Chuan." Bing Bing, too, was taken aback by Qin Chuan's miraculous punch. She exchanged glances with the Dean, Yunnan, and Long Weigua, all recognizing the astonishment reflected in each other's eyes. This scene, witnessed in real time, delivered an overwhelming visual impact. Long Weigua boldly proclaimed, "With such a talent, Yanhuang is destined to soar." Yunnan, calming the tumult of emotions, remarked, "Though I have faced countless crises, they pale in comparison to what Qin Chuan and his companions endure. I only wish to say that no matter where they find themselves, I believe in them until the very last second." Bing Bing cast aside her previous worries, her heart oscillating with the fortunes of Qin Chuan and his comrades. Seeing him extinguish the threat with a single punch, her brows unfurled as she said, "In this moment, I struggle to find the words to convey my feelings. I believe every compatriot from Yanhuang shares my sentiments. Shock, excitement, joy. With a fortunate soul like Qin Chuan among us, what miracles are truly beyond reach? Qin Chuan, I am proud of you. Indeed, Yanhuang takes pride in you." Everyone simply wished to convey one sentiment. "Qin Chuan, splendid work." As Shangwan Ruoyun approached Qin Chuan, her bewildered expression lingered on her face. She gazed at Qin Chuan's diminutive arms, then at the bronze-tier monster sprawled nearby, rendered speechless for a considerable time. Qin Chuan lifted his gaze to Shangwan Ruoyun and remarked, "Sister Shangwan, I have already mentioned that this little tiger is quite feeble. Just look at its frailty. It couldn't even withstand a single punch from me. A punch that it could not endure," the golden tiger lion interjected. Countless individuals were left at a loss for words. Was this even a rational statement? Who would dare claim they could withstand such a blow from you? Well, the goose is formidable. Shangwan Ruoyun's mind momentarily faltered, rendering her incapable of articulating anything more profound than a vague commendation. Sheng Gongbao, terrified to the core, witnessed the once mighty golden tiger lion being felled by a mere punch from Qin Chuan, leaving him equally dazed. He recognized the wisdom in his choice to submit to Qin Chuan and couldn't help but commend his own sagacity. The golden tiger lion, sent flying by Qin Chuan's blow, found its head spinning, taking a while to regain awareness. As it staggered to its feet, shaking its head, the regal image it once possessed had vanished, replaced by a palpable fear reflected in its eyes as they met Qin Chuan's blood-red gaze. This human was formidable. Qin Chuan rose once more. Shangwan Ruiyun, armed with a dagger and vigilant, understood that her strength was no match for the golden tiger lion. Acting impulsively would be exceedingly unwise. A sickly tiger poses little threat. Just watch me, Qin Chuan declared, advancing step by step toward the golden tiger lion. Instinctively, the creature recoiled at the sight of this diminutive devil. As Qin Chuan moved forward, it retreated, step after step. The pattern continued. Well, speak up, Qin Chuan bellowed at the golden tiger lion with an air of dominance. Such an evidently simple statement evoked laughter from all present in the live-streaming room. The once mighty bronze-tier monster now dared not utter a word before Qin Chuan. Do you hear that? This is what true dominance sounds like, he proclaimed. I'm addressing you. Do speak. My fist is poised and ready. Little sickly tiger. The king of tigers cowers so pathetically. You truly are a coward. I must inquire, is it a lion or a tiger? Is it male or female? Qin Chuan challenged. Golden tiger lion, do not make me lose respect for you. In the face of Qin Chuan's furious shout, the golden tiger lion bared its teeth once more. Yet upon closer inspection, observers noted something peculiar about its visage. Its left cheek appeared slightly swollen compared to the right. They soon realized the truth. It was bruised from Qin Chuan's strike. Laughter erupted among the onlookers as they understood why the golden tiger lion's expression had been so odd during its earlier display of intimidation. It was in pain. With a roar, the golden tiger lion attempted to reclaim its regal demeanor, showcasing the remnants of its authority. Qin Chuan pointed at the golden tiger lion and beckoned. Come here, why don't you come over? With a mighty roar, the golden tiger lion leapt into the air, turning its massive body before retreating into the jungle. Qin Chuan exclaimed, Shangwan Ruiyun, Yanwang netizens, foreign netizens, Shengongbao. Reacting swiftly, Qin Chuan shouted, What the hell? Golden tiger lion, how dare you forsake your tiger's honor? The mighty king of the forest, reduced to fleeing. Who could have anticipated such an act? Just how frightened must it be of me? I merely struck you once. You are not dead, so why run? Where has the dignity of the tiger king gone? The golden tiger lion thought, survival is of utmost importance. Dignity is but a fleeting illusion. Displeased with the lion's behavior, Qin Chuan prepared to pursue it, but turned to Shun Gongbao and barked, Big cat. What are you dawdling for? Quickly follow me to chase the enemy. Shun Gongbao hesitated for a moment. Then his eyes sparkled with determination. This was the time for the leopard to shine. Their era had arrived. He promptly scampered to Qin Chuan, allowing him to mount. All troops advance. Qin Chuan commanded. Shun Gongbao roared, accelerating to his utmost speed as they charged into the forest, swiftly vanishing from sight, leaving Shangwan Ruiyun in a daze, contemplating her own insignificance. She realized she lacked the capacity to even partake in the battle. From the moment Qin Chuan had sent the golden tiger lion flying, the viewership of his live stream skyrocketed, 1 billion, 2 billion, 10 billion, 20 billion. Eventually, it became apparent that 90% of the inhabitants of the Jiuzhou planet were glued to Qin Chuan's broadcast. It was unclear how they had learned about the emergence of the first bronze-level monster, but the entire planet seemed engrossed in his live stream. This was undoubtedly the highest viewership in the history of live streaming, destined to be etched into the annals of history. Qin Chuan's name became a household term. Scarcely anyone in the world was unaware of him. His image was indelibly imprinted in the minds of people across the globe. What a remarkable child. This little demon is far from human. It is profoundly unfair to the other fortunate ones. I must lodge a complaint against this child. How can other countries' lucky ones compete when he is so powerful? This little monster is terrifying, daring to chase that bronze-level golden tiger lion. My goodness, is this truly something a human can achieve? How has he become so formidable? Able to fell such a terrifying beast with a single punch? Bakayuru, he is not human. He is a monster, a demon, and we should unite to resist him. Qin Chuan is one of us Koreans. His strength stems from our noble bloodline and superior genes. Well done, little one. We, the Great Bear Nation, shall always support you. We, the Iron Pack, shall forever remain your steadfast friends. You, with your shamelessness, always seem to forget that our Qin Chuan is bound to Yin Huang, not to your nation. Our Qin Chuan is immensely powerful. Just look at how terrified they are. Initially, these individuals ridiculed Qin Chuan as merely a child, even claiming he wouldn't survive more than 3 minutes. And yet, here we are, with a knowing smile. Qin Chuan is invincible, and we take pride in Yin Huang. Where shall they lodge their complaints? With the Bureau of National Fortune? How absurd. Qin Chuan. Pursue that golden tiger lion relentlessly and then serve it as a dish for our celebration. Director of the National Security Bureau, Qin Chuan is too formidable. Indeed, his strength instills fear in the hearts of people across the globe. Their envy is palpable, for they do not wish to see our nation grow stronger. Yang Jingyi meticulously replayed the footage of Qin Chuan's strikes, stating, "Qin Chuan continually astonishes us, igniting hope and confidence among our people. Here, we shall not permit anyone to defame him. If they seek to create a narrative to tarnish our national hero, then let us draw our swords." The Yan Huang of today is no longer the Yan Huang of yesteryears. His words ignited fervor within the National Security Bureau, prompting all to take action and relay various commands. Under the vast population of 2 billion in Yan Huang, any derogatory posts and comments about Qin Chuan on the internet were swiftly suppressed. The fortunate ones of Yan Huang shall not allow outsiders to tarnish his reputation. This garnered the unwavering support of all Yan Huang citizens, who rejoiced at the swift defense of our homeland. Within the forbidden grounds, Qin Chuan rode the Shungong leopard, relentlessly pursuing the golden tiger lion, the first bronze monster to appear, which promised mysterious rewards upon its defeat. Fortunately, the Shungong leopard possessed commendable speed, no matter how far the golden tiger lion fled. It did not lose track. Yet, Qin Chuan remained dissatisfied, threatening the leopard with a vegetarian diet should it fail to catch up. Upon hearing the prospect of a vegetarian existence, the Shungong leopard was immediately distressed, perceiving it as a dire fate. To avoid such an outcome, it unleashed its primordial strength, further increasing its speed to an extraordinary level. The golden tiger lion, sensing the surge of energy behind it, was taken aback. Could this be the speed of the shadow leopard? Surely, this must be a deception. Qin Chuan finally spotted the fleeing golden tiger lion ahead. He glanced around and, with a mighty leap, ascended a tree, propelling himself upward with renewed vigor. A shadowy figure descended from above, blocking the golden tiger lion's path, leading to an intense standoff between man and beast. Qin Chuan declared, "Why are you running?" The golden tiger lion replied, "Ferocious." Qin Chuan retorted, "You dare to threaten me? Do you think I fear you?" He then mimicked a fierce expression. Yan Huang netizens chimed in. "Are you certain this isn't just a display of cuteness?" With no escape in sight, the golden tiger lion swiped its paw at Qin Chuan, but he nimbly dodged to the side. The lion's paw struck the ground, leaving an imprint of its claw. The golden tiger lion strikes once more, while Qin Chuan deftly evades. This is a mischievous child with a knack for dodging. Chapter 41. Heh, caught you off guard, didn't I? In the presence of the golden tiger lion, Qin Chuan appears as insignificant as a mere toy. Yet the formidable beast is utterly incapable of laying a finger on him. As he dodges, Qin Chuan taunts, sick tiger, I'm right here. Come and hit me." This remark, while not physically harmful, is laced with deep insult. The illustrious bronze-level golden tiger lion finds itself helpless against Qin Chuan, incapable of even brushing the hem of his garment, a stark irony to its status as a bronze beast. Qin Chuan's agility is astonishing. With each attack from the golden tiger lion, he evades with uncanny precision, as if he can foresee its moves, driving the beast into a frenzy. Isn't this a form of bullying? Shouldn't a male confront head-on? The golden tiger lion lunges again, and Qin Chuan leaps gracefully, the beast's claws raking the tree bark as he ascends to its back. This scene feels oddly familiar. For instance, the onlooking Shun Gongbao stares wide-eyed. Seizing the long fur at the nape of the golden tiger lion's neck, Qin Chuan yanks it forcefully. The beast howls in pain, its dignity shattered. One must not be too Qin Chuan. The golden fur is indeed splendid, surely comfortable enough to be fashioned into clothing. As he clutches the beast's mane, he offers his commentary. With a furious roar, the golden tiger lion swipes at Qin Chuan, attempting to dislodge him from its back. Yet, Qin Chuan deftly grasps the beast's paw, causing it to lose its balance, collapsing onto the ground. "You initiated this," Qin Chuan states earnestly. He then seizes the golden tiger lion's paw with both hands, leaps to the ground, and with a vigorous throw, the creature feels itself soaring through the air, its expression one of sheer terror. With a thunderous crash, dust billows as the golden tiger lion is slammed into the earth, leaving an imprint of its form. Observing netizens are left in shock. The visuals are overwhelming. Goodness, allow me a moment to regain my composure. Qin Chuan's prowess is astounding. The tiger lion before him is akin to a mere plaything, and the beast's plight is disheartening. Who was it that declared Qin Chuan would kneel? Look who is kneeling now. With bronze quality and a 3-star rating, Qin Chuan can effortlessly manipulate such a monster. What is the true extent of his power? Who can enlighten me? The 4-star monsters have yet to appear. Who knows where Qin Chuan's limits lie? Foreign netizens are left speechless, opting to remain silent to avoid further dismay. The fortunate ones of their nation, if only they possessed even half, no, a fraction of Qin Chuan's strength, they would not be driven to the point of desperation, pursued by monsters with no escape in sight. Yet, Qin Chuan's confrontation with the golden tiger lion was merely a prelude. He effortlessly hurled the golden tiger lion into the air, seizing its claws and spinning it around. The scene reminiscent of a helicopter's propeller in relentless motion. The onlookers were left in sheer astonishment. With a decisive throw, after spinning the golden tiger lion a dozen times, he propelled it toward a millennia-old tree. The impact was thunderous, causing the ancient tree to tremble violently, followed by a secondary impact as it crashed to the ground. The golden tiger lion's eyes spun in confusion, unable to discern its surroundings, feeling dizzy and disoriented. Nevertheless, it eventually rose, glaring at the triumphant Qin Chuan in the distance, and it unleashed a ferocious roar that sent nearby monsters fleeing in terror. Opening its mouth, a golden radiance began to coalesce from its throat. What was this? What was the golden tiger lion doing? My goodness, there's light. The observers quickly consulted the creature's attribute data, eager to recall its final talent. This had to be the golden wave, its ultimate skill. They had long been curious about this final move, and it turned out to be an energy-based attack. This did not bode well. Qin Chuan, beware of the golden tiger lion's attack. Naturally, he required no such warning. As the energy wave gathered within the golden tiger lion's maw, he was already poised to evade. With a swift motion, a beam of golden light erupted from the creature's mouth, illuminating the surroundings like the sun, imbued with waves of impending destruction. Boom! The golden wave engulfed the location where Qin Chuan had previously stood, bursting forth in a dazzling spectacle that obliterated the live broadcast. A collective tension gripped everyone as they fixated on the screen, astonished by the sheer ferocity of the wave. Its destructive power was unparalleled, akin to a missile of immense magnitude. This was the strength befitting a bronze-level monster. With just this one attack, it could reign supreme in this realm. The golden tiger lion let out a triumphant roar, as if to cast aside the humiliation of earlier. It remained the sovereign of this territory. As the brilliance faded, the crowd stood in stunned silence, many gasping in awe. A circular crater had formed within a 100-meter radius, with everything inside utterly decimated, devoid of life. Where had Qin Chuan gone? Surely he had not perished? The level of destruction was terrifying. Even the ancient trees had been reduced to splinters. Are you fools? If Qin Chuan were dead, the screen would only display shades of gray. Indeed, where is Qin Chuan? Initially, it was feared that Qin Chuan had met with misfortune. However, the live broadcast did not turn gray, indicating that he was still alive. Yet, they failed to locate his image. Where could he have gone? At that moment, in a certain spot within the pit, the earth shifted, and a small head emerged, shaking off the dirt that clung to it. Who else could it be but Qin Chuan? He had not anticipated the vast range of the golden tiger lion's golden wave, and before he could escape, he had been buried alive by the earth. Thankfully, he had sustained no harm from the incident. However, he was far from pleased, as the consequences were quite severe. Leaping from the soil, Qin Chuan ascended to the top of the pit. When the golden tiger lion beheld him once more, its expression was one of astonishment. Huh. Please forgive my unkind laughter. Golden tiger lion, how is it that you have not perished? Ha ha ha, are you bewildered? Since you haven't died, your doom is sealed. It had nearly startled him, yet he was relieved that Qin Chuan was unharmed. Chapter 42. The envy-inducing oil resources. Ugh, this soil is quite unpalatable. The experience of being buried alive is far from pleasant. Moreover, the dirt is not edible. Upon seeing Qin Chuan before him, the golden tiger lion instinctively recoiled. An instinctive display of fear. Although it would never admit it, the creature was indeed frightened. The golden tiger lion quickly gathered itself, opening its mouth to channel energy for another attack on Qin Chuan. However, Qin Chuan would not grant it that opportunity. With the speed of lightning, he surged toward the golden tiger lion, forcefully closing its jaws. The golden tiger lion was thrown into disarray, its energy concentration abruptly interrupted, smoke billowing from its nostrils and ears. Take that! Qin Chuan felt a sense of satisfaction in his handiwork. How dare it attempt to bury him alive? Now it understood his prowess. With its mouth stained black, the golden tiger lion glared at Qin Chuan, filled with resentment as if it longed to devour him whole. In a fit of fury, it charged at Qin Chuan, intent on tearing him apart, seeking revenge for its indignity. The valiant golden tiger lion, with its alluring, voluptuous form and golden fur billowing in the wind, unleashed the flames of vengeance, opening its furious maw and raising its savage claws to strike down upon Qin Chuan. Yet, in the face of absolute strength, Qin Chuan effortlessly kicked the golden tiger lion away. Then, he leapt before the creature and struck a powerful blow to its head. Take that. With a swift motion, he raised his hand once more and brought it down again. Still want to eat me? Another resounding impact followed. Die. With a series of blows, the golden tiger lion, eyes wide with shock, fell to the ground, breathless, as Qin Chuan ended its life. Through his actions, Qin Chuan proclaimed to all, "I am the Terminator." Announcement of restricted zone. The fortunate child of Yin Huang, Qin Chuan, has vanquished a 3-star bronze-level monster, the golden tiger lion, earning a random reward of 50-fold oil resources for the Yin Huang nation, along with a chance to participate in a 3-star lottery. With the lifeless body of the golden tiger lion in tow, Qin Chuan made his way to the lakeside. As he rubbed the beast's carcass against the ground, the entire world bore witness to the moment he triumphed over the golden tiger lion. This was a crushing defeat. The golden tiger lion appeared as feeble as a child next to an adult in Qin Chuan's presence. A reward of 50-fold oil resources. Oil, the most coveted resource across the globe, is nearing depletion on the Jojo planet. Yet, this time, Qin Chuan has secured a staggering 50-fold oil resource reward for the Yin Huang nation. Though the exact quantity remains uncertain, it is sufficient to elicit joy among the populace. Why is Qin Chuan not our nation's fortunate child? With him in Yin Huang, what chance do we have of surpassing him? He is more monstrous than the monsters themselves. A bronze-level creature could be dispatched at will, and he appears to dismiss the threats posed by these beasts. Is it possible that no monster within the Forbidden Zone can contend with Qin Chuan? The fortunate survivors within the restricted area, upon hearing this announcement, wore expressions of a different nature. This marked the 3rd occasion they had encountered this name. They knew not whether Qin Chuan was male or female, nor did they discern his age or capabilities. However, they were acutely aware that Qin Chuan was a formidable human being. Regardless of how he dispatched the creature, the name Qin Chuan was indelibly etched into their minds. For them, facing 1- or 2-star monsters was already a daunting challenge. Yet Qin Chuan had slain a 3-star bronze-level monster, leaving them utterly astounded. They had encountered these creatures and understood their true strength. Yang Jingyi from the National Security Bureau promptly mobilized personnel nationwide to investigate this newly emerged oil resource. With the aid of advanced technology, they swiftly identified a region exhibiting significant changes. Yang Jingyi immediately dispatched specialists equipped with measurement tools to assess the magnitude of this reward. After a prolonged wait, Yang Jingyi finally received data from the exploration team. "Director, the data has arrived," Xin Yong exclaimed with palpable excitement. "How much?" Yang Jingyi inquired. According to the data from the Resource Bureau, the newly discovered oil resources amount to a staggering 2 billion tons, and their quality is remarkable. Requiring no refinement for immediate use, Xin Yong replied. 2 billion tons. Upon hearing this, Yang Jingyi's spirits soared. He paced back and forth, realizing the profound implications of this news. 2 billion tons. This holds immense value, and these oil resources will significantly propel our nation's development and construction. Although the 9 continents planet once boasted the largest oil field with over 20 billion tons, these substantial reserves are not located within the territory of the Yin Huang nation, and most of those fields are nearly depleted. The current oil field, however, belongs to their own country, and its superior quality allows for immediate utilization without any refining, thereby elevating the value of this oil even further. The news was promptly reported, and it is believed that upon hearing it, the citizens would be immensely pleased. Yang Jingyi began to make arrangements and instructed others to disseminate this information. This news was not a significant secret. Any nation wishing to investigate could easily uncover it, so there was no need for concealment. It would be better for the entire nation to be informed. During a live broadcast, Bing received the news from the National Security Bureau and immediately addressed the audience, stating, "I have wonderful news to share. Through our nation's explorations and measurements, we have successfully located the oil field. I know everyone is eager to learn about the reserves, so let me reveal that it boasts a staggering 20 billion tons. This remarkable reserve is an incredibly joyous development for our nation. My goodness, 20 billion tons, what a fortune! With the world's remaining oil resources dwindling, this reserve will undoubtedly provide significant assistance to our country. How fortuitous that this resource has emerged at such a timely moment. We owe our gratitude to Qin Chuan, whose solitary valor vanquished the bronze golden tiger lion, thus bestowing upon our nation such a substantial resource reward, in stark contrast to the sentiments of the Yin Huang nation." Foreign netizens expressed their dismay. "Goodness, How fortunate is the Yanhuang nation to randomly receive oil resources? In our country, oil fields can be developed by capitalists, but in Yanhuang, these resources are solely under the control of their nation, enabling them to undertake monumental endeavors. How envious I am of the Yanhuang nation. Pray tell, how might one become a citizen of Yanhuang? It is exceedingly difficult. I have failed for 10 consecutive years. Yanhuang citizenship is the most challenging nationality to acquire. I cannot fathom why so many Yanhuang people aspire to be citizens of other nations when they are unaware of our fervent desire to become Yanhuang citizens ourselves. Chapter 43. Is Qin Chuan an immortal? The 20 billion tons of oil resources have ignited envy and resentment among countless nations, each lamenting how splendid it would be if such resources were to appear in their own lands. Our own fortunate individuals have yet to obtain a single resource, while Yanhuang's Qin Chuan has already garnered a staggering 120 times the resource rewards. Moreover, this resource bounty has been tallied on the resource leaderboard, making it utterly impossible for our fortunate ones to catch up within 4 days. If this trend continues, our nation will inevitably fall further behind Yanhuang. Alas, what can be done when our nation's fortunate individuals seem inadequate? Is there truly no one who can thwart him? Qin Chuan dragged the corpse of the golden tiger lion back to the lakeside. From a distance, Shangwan Riyun observed Qin Chuan's diminutive figure, struggling to pull the massive paw of the golden tiger lion from the forest to this spot, her expression one of utter bewilderment. Although she had heard the announcement regarding the forbidden zone, witnessing such a scene left her at a loss for words. Sister Shangwan, we can have a feast now, Qin Chuan exclaimed joyfully, tossing the golden tiger lion at the edge of the lake. He then took Shangwan Riyun's hand and approached the water's edge, saying, Sister Shangwan, I entrust this creature to you. Subsequently, Qin Chuan delivered a swift chop to the creature's head, extracting a shimmering golden beast core from within, its brilliance striking. This beast core is quite extraordinary, Shangwan Riyun remarked. Having encountered numerous beast cores before, she had never seen one of such a golden hue. Moreover, she sensed a unique energy emanating from it that brought her immense comfort. Qin Chuan's eyes sparkled as he observed, Sister Shangwan, your strength is far too weak. Shangwan Riyun retorted, Is that meant to hurt me? Upon seeing her wounded expression, everyone in the live stream burst into laughter, especially after Qin Chuan's remark about her weakness. The moment her expression shifted elicited uncontrollable laughter from the audience. Qin Chuan was simply too endearing. Sister Shangwan, allow me to help you strengthen your abilities. Qin Chuan declared unexpectedly. What? Did I mishear that? Shangwan Riyun questioned, perplexed by his words. She approached and patted Qin Chuan's small head. As long as you're okay, I'll go prepare something for you. Sister Shangwan, I am not joking. You cannot even handle a 2-star monster. It's truly perilous here. You must enhance your strength. Qin Chuan responded earnestly, standing before her with a serious expression. Are you serious? Shangwan Riyun found it hard to believe. Of course I am. In fact, I obtained this method through a lottery. Qin Chuan fabricated a rationale. How do we do that? Shangwan Riyun harbored no suspicion. She could hardly fathom that someone so young would deceive her. Indeed, Qin Chuan possessed a method to enhance strength, but it was not derived from a lottery. It was a legacy passed down from Nezha. In the live stream, viewers reacted with astonishment. Is it true that Qin Chuan has a way to strengthen Shangwan Riyun? Could it be that he has truly mastered a method for enhancement? If so, that would be wonderful. The Forbidden Zone is exceedingly dangerous. Once Shangwan Riyun grows stronger, she may become as formidable as Qin Chuan. I wish to grow stronger too. I wonder if his method would suit us. Is it really possible? As Shangwan Riyun reflected on her inability to assist Qin Chuan when confronted by monsters, a wave of discomfort washed over her, coupled with an eager anticipation for Qin Chuan's methods to prove effective. With a gentle smile, Qin Chuan pointed a finger at her forehead and instructed, Close your eyes. First, attune yourself to the flow of energy within your body, memorize its trajectory, and then attempt to manipulate its circulation until you complete 10 full circuits. With me here, there is no need for concern. Instantly, Shangwan Riyun felt a peculiar current entering her being. Without hesitation, she obeyed Qin Chuan's guidance, following the energy's path as it coursed through her. Those observing from the outside were bewildered, initially believing they could learn from the experience, only to discover the nature of Qin Chuan's approach. Many speculated about the method Qin Chuan employed to empower Shangwan Riyun. What is Qin Chuan doing? Is he not human, but rather a celestial being? This resembles the soul infusion practiced by cultivators. Skeptics dismissed the notion of divine beings existing in the world. Witness the beast core, extracted from the golden tiger lion's brain, emitting a radiant beam as if drawn by an enigmatic force into Qin Chuan's arm. Countless onlookers were struck with astonishment and disbelief. They remained oblivious to the precise methods Qin Chuan employed, yet it was evident that his promise to aid Shangwan Riyun in her ascendance relied heavily on this beast core. This revelation extinguished any aspirations within the live-streaming room to attain strength. Without Qin Chuan and such a beast core, they realized they could not even begin to attempt it. The beast core in Qin Chuan's grasp radiated golden light, coalescing into a beam that flowed into his left hand, then through his right hand, directly into Shangwan Riyun's forehead. Ultimately, with Qin Chuan's guidance, she underwent a profound transformation, refining her physique and aligning her body more closely with nature, promising immense benefits for her future. Moreover, by instructing Shangwan Riyun to memorize the energy's trajectory, Qin Chuan was also imparting the fundamentals of cultivation. This was the most elementary yet effective method of cultivating one's essence, laying a solid foundation for her practice. Even so, for Shangwan Riyun, the advantages were substantial. An hour later, the energy within the beast core had been nearly depleted. Qin Chuan opened his eyes, stretched lazily, and remarked, "I didn't anticipate that guiding others would be somewhat exhausting, were it not for his unwavering self-confidence." Qin Chuan would not have dared to assist others so readily. This was no trivial matter, as a moment's inattention could yield dire consequences. His acting score had reached 25, yet it was still insufficient. After several days in the Forbidden Zone, his score had increased, but the path ahead remained arduous. He needed to unlock further potential to enhance himself. Feeling somewhat fatigued, Qin Chuan rested his head upon Shangwan Riyun's long legs and began to doze off. Meanwhile, the live-streaming room buzzed with discussions, their eyes fixed upon the still-sleeping Shangwan Riyun, filled with curiosity, yet none could fathom her current state. Chapter 44. The connoisseur of gastronomy. The viewers in the live broadcast room engaged in lively discussions throughout the night. Even Yang Jingyi from the National Security Bureau was curious about the current state of Shangwan Riyun. However, the audience soon noticed that dark substances had begun to emerge on the surface of Shangwan Riyun's body, and as time progressed, these dark elements multiplied. Qin Chuan, alert and awake, recognized that Shangwan Riyun was on the verge of awakening. As the black material continued to accumulate on her body, it eventually resembled a facial mask, enveloping her. Before long, Shangwan Riyun opened her eyes. Just as she was about to call out to Qin Chuan, she furrowed her brow and exclaimed, "What is that foul odor? Miss Shangwan, you should take a shower. Most of the impurities have already been expelled from your body," Qin Chuan explained. It was only then that she looked at herself and realized the unpleasant smell originated from her. She hurriedly made her way to the lakeside, shedding her clothes until she was left in only her undergarments. Her flawless figure revealed to the onlookers. Goodness, is that the impurities expelled from her body? It looks utterly repulsive. The legendary cleansing of the marrow and hair. I can hardly believe I am witnessing it. What kind of person is Qin Chuan to possess such a method? Wasn't it said to be a prize from a lottery? Yet, I can't shake the feeling that there is more to it. Miss Shangwan's figure is truly remarkable. Wow, they even have a mosaic. This live stream really respects privacy. Why doesn't Qin Chuan have one? He is still just a kid. Ha! With a splash, Shangwan Riyun leapt into the lake. Dashing towards the water's edge, she declared, "I want to shower too. Stop fooling around, Qin Chuan." The two frolicked in the lake, evoking envy from countless viewers who wished to bathe alongside a goddess like Shangwan Riyun. "Qin Chuan, thank you. I've discovered my strength has increased tremendously." Shangwan Riyun was astonished that just one night could amplify her powers several-fold. Qin Chuan's mystique exceeded her expectations. Miss Shangwan has grown stronger so she can protect Qin Chuan. He smiled innocently, bringing her great comfort. After her bath, Shangwan Riyun approached a stone by the shore, eager to test her newfound strength. She wrapped her arms around a massive boulder, perfectly fitting her embrace, yet towering nearly 2 meters high. With a determined effort, she lifted it. The live broadcast room erupted in astonishment. Could Shangwan Riyun truly lift such a large stone? It was far too heavy. Surely, she couldn't manage it. If it were a smaller stone, it might be plausible, but this one was excessively weighty. Had she overestimated her own abilities? Qin Chuan had indeed assisted Shangwan Riyun in cleansing her marrow and refining her essence, undoubtedly enhancing her strength. However, to suggest that a mere night could enable her to lift such a colossal stone strikes me as highly implausible. After all, she is not an immortal. How could she possibly become so powerful in such a brief span of time? None believed that Shangwan Riyun could raise such a massive boulder, their eyes fixed intently on the live broadcast. Foreigners were particularly eager to witness her embarrassment. Yet, with a resounding thud, when Shangwan Riyun effortlessly lifted the stone from the ground, everyone was left utterly astonished, their eyes wide in disbelief. Goodness, She truly has lifted it. This is beyond terrifying. Just one night, and Qin Chuan has created a superhero? His methods of empowerment seem extraordinarily potent. I can only hope for his assistance in enhancing my own abilities. Our nation has gained yet another formidable force. A blessing for Yin and Huang. Upon witnessing this spectacle, foreign netizens were far from pleased. Is Yin and Huang truly defying the heavens? One Qin Chuan was already formidable enough, and now there is Shangwan Riyun as well. This is an utterly unfair stroke of national fortune. What sorcery does Qin Chuan possess? If there were a means to file a complaint, I would certainly lodge a vehement one. We shall never surpass Yin and Huang. It is best to accept our fate sooner rather than later. I truly lifted it. Shangwan Riyun exclaimed, astonished. She had merely chosen a stone at random to test her strength, never expecting to succeed. Congratulations, Sister Shangwan. Qin Chuan applauded from the side. With a thud, Shangwan Riyun set the stone down. While she could manage to lift it, she could not raise it high or sustain it for long. Nevertheless, her newfound strength was indeed formidable. My dear, I am at a loss for how to thank you, she said, her heart swelling with gratitude. Had it been anyone else, they would never have spoken of such matters, let alone offer assistance. Yet you not only helped me, but also placed such faith in me. This gesture deeply moved her, and she vowed to protect Qin Chuan from harm. With an innocent smile, Qin Chuan brushed it off, for to him, it was merely a trivial matter. You must be hungry. I didn't prepare food for you yesterday, Shangwan Riyun remarked as she began to cook with the meat of a golden tiger lion. Before long, a delightful aroma filled the air, and Qin Chuan's appetite surged as he eagerly awaited the meal. Delicious, he exclaimed after taking a hearty bite. Realizing that the flesh of this creature was infused with remarkable energy, capable of not only swiftly restoring vitality, but also enhancing physical prowess. Though his own body was already quite robust, the benefits from the golden tiger lion were minimal. Shangwan Riyun, however, appeared quite fragile in Qin Chuan's eyes, her strength barely reaching the threshold of a single star by the standards of monstrous power. However, with the consistent use of the formidable monster's flesh and blood, coupled with foundational cultivation techniques and the integration of the monster's beast core for training, one can swiftly ascend in strength. It feels a bit warm. After finishing her meal, Shangwan Riyun noted an unusual sensation within her body. A powerful flow of warmth circulated within her. Having experienced this once before, she realized that this was the energy from the golden tiger lion's flesh enhancing her physique. It would soon pass, Qin Chuan reassured her. The onlookers were filled with envy at this scene, yearning to savor a morsel of the golden tiger lion's meat. I, too, desire to partake. Merely consuming the flesh and blood of these monsters could yield immense power. The more formidable the creature, the greater the energy contained within, thus amplifying human strength. If one were to frequently consume such high-level monster flesh, even without exerting effort, one would inevitably grow stronger. This method is particularly suited for those of us who prefer ease. Indeed, we, the Yinhuang people, are masters of gastronomy. Alas, these monsters reside in forbidden territories, far from the 9 continents. The Yinhuang people chuckled, recognized worldwide as connoisseurs of fine dining. Chapter 45. The Miracle Creator. By the way, I still have one lottery draw left. After slaying the golden tiger lion, he hadn't used his draw yesterday while assisting Shangwan Riyun, so he decided to activate it now. The lottery interface appeared once again, visible only to Qin Chuan, while others remained oblivious. This draw felt different. 10 packages emerged, each radiating a bronze hue, clearly of superior quality compared to his previous attempts. Qin Chuan casually selected one package. Congratulations. You have obtained a 3-star weapon, Tiger Slayer's sword. Ah, a weapon. While this seemed rather unimpressive to him, Qin Chuan felt more inclined towards using a spear rather than this sword. He tossed it into his spatial ring, intending to utilize it when the need arose. Shangwan Riyun was still processing the energy within her body, so he refocused his attention on the lake. If he did not discover any resources in the lake today, he would take his leave. Take good care of Sister Shangwan, Qin Chuan instructed as he approached the opposite side of the lake, planning to dive down and see what treasures awaited him. He had nearly completed his search elsewhere, leaving only this area to explore. He observed that the water was relatively shallow, with little variation from the surrounding depths. With a splash, Qin Chuan plunged back into the lake, swimming towards the bottom. 10 meters, 20 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters. Time passed quietly, and he soon reached the lake bed, which appeared remarkably pristine, devoid of excess fish or even shells. Why is it so clean? Qin Chuan wondered, beginning to investigate his surroundings. Suddenly, he spotted something. What is that? It appears to be light. Curiously, he swam over, initially believing he had stumbled upon another luminous object akin to a pearl. Qin Chuan had once again submerged into the depths of the lake. Alas, he remained undeterred. He had lingered here for 2 days, still unwilling to relent. This rendered the situation rather dull. Shangwan Ryun was still waiting on the shore for Qin Chuan, indicating that they would not be leaving today. Perhaps this was for the best, as long as there was no danger involved. Look, Qin Chuan had discovered another source of light at the bottom of the lake. It was likely yet another pearl, much like the previous find. In the Forbidden Zone, such treasures were virtually worthless, yet on the planet Jiuzhou, a single one would be worth a fortune. The audience followed Qin Chuan's livestream toward the source of the radiance, quickly realizing that the luminous area was rather peculiar. There was nothing there but a stretch of water. It sparked a curious thought, as if water had emerged within water. What could this be? Countless spectators were intrigued, eager to uncover the mystery. Like them, Qin Chuan hastened his swim toward the area. Upon arrival, he perceived it to be reminiscent of a monster's lair, evoking memories of the previous razor-sharp shark. This must indeed be the creature's nest. Before him lay the glowing area, shimmering with a cerulean light, roughly the size of a basin, its extraordinary brilliance captivating. Qin Chuan extended his hand toward it. Moments later, a voice resonated, 5-star water resource. Available for occupation. Qin Chuan's eyes widened in astonishment. This was indeed a 4-star resource. After pondering, he realized that this water resource lay submerged hundreds of meters beneath the surface, cleverly concealed. Only he could hold his breath for such an extended period. Others would find it impossible. Therefore, a 5-star water resource was not particularly surprising. This transmission was also heard by those in the live stream. The audience was left speechless, their shock lingering for some time, and the barrage of comments had ceased. What had they just heard? 5 stars. A 5-star water resource. This was a source of life itself. One could survive without food, but not without water. To acquire such a resource all at once was unimaginable, leaving everyone utterly astounded. Soon after, the entire live stream erupted into chaos. At this moment, I longed to compose a poem. However, my limited literary prowess could only express my exhilaration with exclamations of astonishment. Qin Chuan, I apologize. I previously chastised you for wasting time in the lake. But it turns out I was the fool. I almost missed witnessing the moment of a 5-star water resource. When all hope seemed lost, Qin Chuan persevered. When we were ready to give up, Qin Chuan remained steadfast. When our faith in him waned, he continued to press on. Qin Chuan, maintain your resolve. Disregard the actions of others. I shall forever believe in your righteousness. Perseverance begets miracles. This unequivocally attests to a singular truth. Perseverance indeed creates wonders. And Qin Chuan is forever the architect of such marvels. Qin Chuan, you are extraordinary. Any words would seem feeble in the face of this moment. Through tangible evidence, you have validated your intuition splendidly. The fervor among the Yanhuang netizens is palpable, while foreign netizens are engulfed in discontent. Why is this so? Why is it that the elder seems so unjust? This Qin Chuan is truly an anomaly, a veritable monster. He cannot be human, but rather a creature of legend. How could anyone hold their breath underwater for such an extraordinary duration? I find it utterly unfair that a prodigious talent like Qin Chuan emerges from Yanhuang, while our own fortunate ones are merely ordinary souls. Why, oh why? For our fortunate ones, Qin Chuan's prowess feels insurmountably unfair. We yearn for equity. In the face of foreign outrage, the Yanhuang netizens remain inexplicably elated. Calm down, what's the fuss? Is it merely a 5-star reward that incites such fury? In truth, your fortunate ones are already quite formidable. It's simply a matter of luck, truly. Qin Chuan is merely fortunate. He is just a mischievous child. Why dwell on it? Your fortunate ones cannot even rival our own mischievous child. What more needs to be said? The responses from the Yanhuang netizens left many foreigners seething with indignation. While the harm may be minimal, the insult is indeed profound. To compare ages is to imply that their fortunate ones are a bunch of inept individuals. The crucial point is that the majority of fortunate ones from other nations have yet to attain even a single-star resource. Yang Jingyi from the National Security Bureau, upon witnessing the moment the 5-star resource materialized on the live feed, could not help but exclaim, "Well done." Indeed, it was splendid. At a time when hope was scarce, he alone persevered. Perseverance begets miracles. Qin Chuan is undoubtedly the rightful creator of wonders. Yang Jingyi, as the esteemed head of the National Security Bureau, ought to maintain his composure, yet he found himself unable to contain his excitement. Had Qin Chuan been before him, he would surely have lifted him in joy and planted a couple of hearty kisses upon his cherubic face. This little fellow has truly astonished him. Chapter 46, A Hundredfold Reward, by By remaining within a 100-meter radius of the water resource for 30 minutes, one shall successfully obtain a 5-star water resource. Another voice resounded. Qin Chuan had encountered this previously, thus he did not pay it much heed. Had they been unaware of Qin Chuan's extraordinary capacity for breath-holding, they might have worried about his ability to remain submerged for such an extended period. However, now they harbored no such concerns. Half an hour? Even 3 hours would pose no issue. This time, there was no further indication of a guardian beast, confirming that the 3-star razor shark he had previously vanquished was indeed the guardian of this water resource. Qin Chuan remained submerged for a full 30 minutes. In the announcement from the Forbidden Zone, the fortunate Qin Chuan of the Yanhuang Nation has acquired a 5-star water resource, which will be rewarded in a 100-fold manner within the region. Furthermore, Qin Chuan has also received a silver-level lottery draw, 100-fold. Upon the release of this news, everyone was astounded. They had not anticipated that this 5-star resource reward would be granted in such a magnanimous manner to their homeland. 100-fold. How immense is that? One can only wonder where it will manifest within our nation. In today's world, finding a source of clean water has become increasingly challenging due to environmental pollution. The Zhozhou planet hardly possesses any pristine water resources anymore. The benefits that Qin Chuan has bestowed upon the country are truly remarkable. We are grateful to Qin Chuan for enabling us to once again enjoy clean water. What a commendable child he is. At merely 4 years of age, he has already brought forth such abundance for our nation. We must remember him. Qin Chuan is indeed extraordinary. Not only securing a 100-fold water resource reward for the country, but also obtaining a silver-level lottery draw, granting him an additional advantage over others. Though Qin Chuan is small, he has already become my idol. His contributions to our homeland are immeasurable. On the shore, Shangwan Riyun was equally astonished. Qin Chuan has truly discovered water resources within the lake. Reflecting on her previous inclination to dissuade him from wasting time there, she felt a flush of embarrassment. She had been mistaken. Qin Chuan's perseverance was justified. She should not have doubted his instincts. 5-star resources. A 100-fold reward for our homeland. The very thought filled Shangwan Riyun with pride. She felt elated that the nation had a fortunate child like Qin Chuan. Splash. Water sprayed everywhere as Qin Chuan leapt from the lake. Qin Chuan. Shangwan Riyun rushed forward to embrace the drenched boy, unable to resist planting a kiss on his tender face. Qin Chuan, you make me so proud, she exclaimed, unsure how to reward him. She felt this gesture was the only way to convey her inner excitement. Big sister, it's nothing special. You can do it too, Qin Chuan humbly replied. Shangwan Riyun shook her head, insisting, no, you are the most remarkable. You are the pride of our nation. Without you, I wouldn't even attain a 1-star resource. Speaking of this made her feel disheartened. Her luck had been woefully poor. There will be opportunities in the future, Qin Chuan consoled her gently. The two once again settled on the back of the Shungong leopard, advancing toward the unknown forest. After advancing to 2 stars, the creatures beneath that level sensed its presence and retreated. Only formidable monsters dared to appear. However, the Shungong leopard was swift, and Qin Chuan and his companion had no desire to linger with these lesser beasts. After all, the monsters in the Forbidden Zone were countless, and there was no need to squander time and energy on such trivial foes. Where shall we go next? Shangwan Riyun inquired. I do not know, Qin Chuan responded. What? You do not know? Shangwan Riyun was taken aback and inquired. Where is Shun Gongbao headed now? Why not ask him? Qin Chuan replied. Huh. Shangwan Riyun appeared utterly bewildered, her confusion palpable. They were all in a state of uncertainty, unaware of their destination. Shangwan Riyun was left speechless. She had presumed Qin Chuan had a specific place in mind, only to discover that he too was directionless. The critical issue was that they had no idea where Shun Gongbao intended to go. It was rather normal, for they were entirely ignorant of the vastness of the Forbidden Zone and had no clue about their current location within it. They could only proceed one step at a time. Even if they wished to seek resources, as previously observed, such treasures were not easily found. On a brighter note, one could argue that it was a fortunate circumstance. While others were struggling for survival, their fortunate companions were already roaming freely within the Forbidden Zone. Was this not a stroke of good fortune? One could only commend Qin Chuan for his remarkable strength and hope for their luck. Thus, Shun Gongbao led Qin Chuan and Shangwan Riyun aimlessly through the landscape, attempting to search for resources, yet it was evident that finding such items truly relied on luck. Before long, another announcement echoed through the Forbidden Zone, momentarily surprising Qin Chuan and his companions. Someone else had discovered resources. Shangwan Riyun sighed, realizing her unfortunate luck. She had explored several layers of 1-star monsters, yet to no avail. Although she had found no resources, she did acquire dozens of one-star beast cores, which could enhance her strength. As her power grew, locating resources would become significantly easier. Indeed, it's fortunate we have your strategy. Let us hunt monsters while searching for resources, she suggested. Excellent. I relish the thrill of hunting monsters. By vanquishing formidable foes, one could also elevate their performance level. Although currently, monsters below 3 stars contributed minimally to this enhancement. Only creatures of 3 stars and above could significantly bolster his prowess. However, Qin Chuan realized that 3-star monsters were rather scarce. Despite his extensive search, he had yet to encounter one. He found an abundance of 1-star monsters, but only a few 2-star ones. Shangguan Ryun was acutely aware that, with her current strength, she could only contend with 2-star monsters at best, encountering anything above that would necessitate a hasty retreat. As for Qin Chuan's abilities, she was not entirely certain, only aware that he could effortlessly dominate 3-star monsters, suggesting he possessed strength exceeding 4 stars. They were not the least bit concerned about the National Fortune Resource Leaderboard, with a staggering 160-fold resource reward looming. Surpassing Qin Chuan was impossible unless others could also attain 5-star rewards. They were rather curious about what the National Fortune rewards would unveil in a few days, eagerly anticipating the upcoming surprises. Chapter 47. The calculated scheme. As they journeyed onward, distant sounds caught the attention of Qin Chuan and his companions. It seemed there was commotion ahead, perhaps the clamor of battle. Qin Chuan and Shangguan Ryun both discerned the disturbance, prompting Qin Chuan to address Shun Gongbao, saying, "My friend, let us investigate the source of the noise." With that, Shun Gongbao ventured into the thicket, advancing towards the site of the conflict. Suddenly, a loud bang reverberated, startling Qin Chuan and the others. They listened intently, identifying the sound as gunfire. It must be some fortunate souls from another nation, Qin Chuan mused. Shangguan Ryun, familiar with such sounds, observed as Shun Gongbao leaped onto a large stone, affording them a view of the unfolding scene. "Who is that? He appears quite unsightly," Qin Chuan remarked, gazing at the distant figure with golden hair and blue eyes, unmistakably foreign, though the exact nationality eluded him. "This individual is rather astute, seeking refuge in the trees, yet the creature below seems formidable," Shangguan Ryun noted, eyeing the reptilian beast beneath them. The creature, roughly a meter in height, lacked the ability to climb, or else the man perched above would have surely met his demise. Before them, additional information materialized. Creature name: Iron Beetle. Quality: none. Strength evaluation: 2 stars. Talent: Iron Shell. It was revealed to be a 2-star defensive creature, explaining why firearms proved ineffective against it. Understanding the situation, Shangguan Ryun commented, "It appears that firearms offer little against defensive monsters, unless one can strike at their vulnerable points. This fellow is in peril. Creating such a ruckus in this location will undoubtedly attract other creatures, and then the spectacle will truly begin," Qin Chuan observed, watching the man tremble in the tree, occasionally firing at the creature below, though to no avail. The iron beetle's shell exhibited formidable defense, rendering ordinary bullets ineffective. Furthermore, the man's aim was lacking, failing to target the creature's weak spots. Over time, this would not bode well for him. The viewers in the live broadcast room witnessed this scene unfold, expressing their astonishment at the stark contrast between the two parties. "Look, we have encountered a beleaguered star friend. Let us determine the nationality of this gentleman in the tree. Ah, we've identified him. He is indeed a fortunate soul from Australia. How quaint. It turns out he hails from that nation, which has not hesitated to tarnish our reputation. Merely a subordinate, trailing behind the United States, always indulging in underhanded antics. I've heard their president enjoys vacations abroad, even amid national crises. It's a rather unreliable nation. I am from Australia, and I hope that the fortunate souls of Yen Huang can come to his aid. Isn't it said that the people of Yen Huang are the most benevolent in the world? Surely, they would not turn a blind eye to suffering. Yen Huang people, you ought to assist our fortunate compatriot. How ridiculous. Our fortunate ones have no obligation to assist. Survival in this forbidden land is a matter of individual capability. You cannot act this way. We all inhabit the same planet. When you tarnish our reputation, you clearly do not consider this. Let us rescue him." Shangguan Ryun walked towards the fortunate one from Australia. "Sister Shangguan, why go to his aid?" Qin Chuan was taken aback. Shangguan Ryun turned to Qin Chuan and replied, "After all, we all hail from the same world, and it is no easy feat to arrive in this forbidden land. If we can help one another, we should." "All right then," Qin Chuan shrugged, following behind Shangguan Ryun. Wow, Shangguan Ryun is actually going to help him. Some believed such a person did not deserve saving. Yet, as Shangguan Ryun said, we all come from the same planet. and everyone faces hardships. We, the people of Yinhuang, should embody generosity. As international friends, every little assistance counts. The people of Yinhuang truly are benevolent souls. Gratitude was directed towards the fortunate one from Yinhuang. Even though many among the Yinhuang people expressed disapproval of Shangguan Ryun's actions, a significant portion acknowledged that she had acted rightly. As representatives of Yinhuang, it was essential to demonstrate that we are a nation willing to extend a helping hand. This not only showcases the magnanimity of the Yinhuang people, but also elevates our international standing. From every perspective, Shangguan Ryun's actions were commendable. James, the fortunate one from Australia, noticed someone approaching from a distance. Initially taken aback, he soon chuckled. Even in such dire circumstances, someone was willing to rescue him. It was a Yinhuang person. The Australian fortunate one found it hard to believe. Had it been someone from another country, they would have surely retreated. "Hey, friend, I'm here. Let's deal with that monster under the tree together," James shouted eagerly. He was surprised to see that the rescuer was a woman, but he cared not for anything else as long as someone came to save him. "All right," Shangguan Ryun nodded, charging towards the armored insect. Her explosive speed left James in awe. "Goodness, she moves incredibly fast," he gasped, soon becoming astonished as he thought, "What is this Yinhuang woman doing? Is she out of her mind, attempting to engage that monster in close combat with a dagger?" In James's view, engaging in close-quarter combat with a physically powerful monster was perilous and exceedingly unwise, unless there were no alternatives. He recalled that Yinhuang had strict firearm regulations, making the absence of weapons quite normal. Subsequently, he regarded Yinhuang with disdain, thinking their country was far superior, free and democratic, without such stringent controls. Could she be that Qin Chuan? He never expected her to be a woman. Her luck was remarkable, having secured so many resources for her country. James stood atop the tree, harboring no intentions of intervening, eager to observe the prowess of Yinhuang and this Qin Chuan. Soon, he noticed two figures in the distance, unexpectedly revealing the presence of others. Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback to find that one was a child accompanied by a creature. If he was not mistaken, it appeared to be a leopard. Goodness, how could such a beast follow a mere child? Moreover, it seemed this child was indeed allied with Qin Chuan. The people of Yinhuang must have discovered a method to control these monsters, which explained their plentiful resources. I must devise a way to uncover this secret. James immediately began to plot, intrigued by the duo's ability to command the creature. Chapter 48, Gratitude and Betrayal. James completely misidentified Qin Chuan as Shangguan Ryun, disregarding the child entirely. To him, with the right scheming, the secrets of these two would surely come to light. However, when he witnessed the battle unfolding below, he was astounded by the prowess displayed by Shangguan Ryun. With a dagger in hand, she struck like lightning, darting around the iron beetle with blinding speed, each assault accurately targeting its vulnerable spots. The iron beetle cried out in anguish, furious and hoarse, its howls echoing like a wailing specter. It extended its short antennae in an attempt to grasp Shangguan Ryun, yet she evaded it as effortlessly as a loach slipping through fingers, leaving it thwarted at every turn. Shangguan Ryun was, after all, the finest female special forces operative of Yinhuang, her physical enhancements amplifying her close combat abilities several-fold. Faced with this two-star beast, she was clearly in her element. Nonetheless, the iron beetle boasted formidable defenses. Without a precise strike to its vital points, it would not be easily vanquished. Regardless, the live audience was ablaze with excitement. Miss Shangguan is on fire. Previously, only Qin Chuan exhibited such prowess. But now our two fortunate warriors from Yinhuang are equally astonishing. Who could possibly rival Miss Ryun? Her movements in battle are as graceful as dance. Not only beautiful, but captivating. She is truly my goddess. She has already become my idol. Go, warrior goddess Shangguan Ryun. Defeat that grotesque creature. How impressive she is in battle. I aspire to be just like her. Incredible. Thanks to Qin Chuan for empowering Miss Shangguan. Qin Chuan remained passive, standing beside Shin Gongbao, watching Shangguan Ryun engage in combat. Given the current circumstances, it was only a matter of time before the iron beetle succumbed. Upon spotting Qin Chuan, James's eyes glinted with scheming intent. He stealthily descended the tree, feigning to aim his weapon at the iron beetle, exclaiming, "It's too swift. I cannot aim accurately. My sincerest apologies." James began to move, heading in the direction of Qin Chuan, seemingly intent on greeting him. "Greetings, young one. I am Jamulai, an Australian. Is this your pet?" Jamulai approached Qin Chuan, perceiving him merely as a child and thus an easy target. However, Qin Chuan did not even spare him a glance, nor did he respond. Jamulai thought, could he be deaf? "Little one, I am addressing you. Why do you remain silent?" Jamuli positioned himself directly in front of Qin Chuan, obstructing his view of the battle involving Shangguan Riyun. With a look of irritation, Qin Chuan lifted his gaze and remarked, "You speak excessively." "He can speak," Jamuli retorted angrily. "You insolent child, how dare you ignore me? You shall see the consequences. Did your parents not teach you to be polite when out in public?" Jamuli, adopting a gentlemanly demeanor, lectured. "What need have I for a top hat? I never wear such nonsense," Qin Chuan replied. Jamuli was taken aback. "He is merely a child. I shall not stoop to his level," he reassured himself. "How did you tame this leopard? Would you be so kind as to enlighten me?" Jamuli inquired. "It was quite simple. We subdued it until it yielded," Qin Chuan answered. Jamuli was left speechless, thinking, how could this child be so infuriating? If I had the strength to defeat a leopard, why would I ask you? "Tell me your method, and I shall reward you with chocolate," Jamuli said, extracting a piece of chocolate from his bag and donning his most benevolent smile. "This thing resembles a lump of dung. I have no interest in it." Qin Chuan flatly rejected. Jamuli's smile froze, and his expression turned ashen. What did this child just say? He audaciously claimed that what he held was akin to excrement. How outrageous. He, after all, adored chocolate more than anything else. To hear such a delectable treat likened to filth was utterly intolerable. "Then what must I do for you to divulge your secret?" Jamuli asked, desperately stifling his fury. "Are you mentally unhinged? Did I not already tell you?" Qin Chuan regarded Jamuli as one would a fool. Jamuli's complexion paled. He had been insulted repeatedly by this child. The audience in the livestream reacted with laughter and concern. A viewer commented, "This fool thinks he can outsmart Qin Chuan. Does he truly believe our Qin Chuan is merely a simple 4-year-old? Qin Chuan spoke no falsehood. He did indeed subdue Shen Gongbao," another noted. "It is merely Jamuli's disbelief that makes him a scoundrel, attempting to deceive a child. To think he could buy off Qin Chuan with a piece of chocolate is ludicrous." The way Qin Chuan retorted was simply brilliant. "I swear, I shall never buy chocolate again." Jamuli's embarrassment was truly amusing. "Ha ha ha, well done, Qin Chuan. You've made my day," exclaimed an Australian viewer. "Jamuli, keep your distance from that child. You are no match for him. You foolish fool. Do you even comprehend your actions? James, swiftly eliminate this terrifying Yin Huang individual. This incompetent James, who cannot even recognize a name, has mistaken this child for the true Qin Chuan." James tightened his grip on the firearm, glancing at the distant battle and then at Shen Gongbao beside him. And a sinister smile crept across his face. He tossed a piece of beef jerky in front of the leopard, saying, "Greetings, this is a token of our first encounter." Shen Gongbao sniffed the jerky, his eyes lighting up in joy as he eagerly devoured it. This brought a smile to James's face. He then observed the skirmish involving Shangguan Riyun and noticed that the armored insect was on the brink of death. Just as Shangguan was about to deliver the final blow to the insect, James unhesitatingly fired a shot at her. Bang! A shriek pierced the air. In a moment of crisis, Shangguan instinctively sidestepped, yet the bullet still struck her shoulder. The entire live broadcast room was struck with horror. No one anticipated such a turn of events. Subsequently, the Yanhuang netizens erupted in outrage. "Damn it, I always said that no Australian is worth a damn. Yet you refuse to believe me. I object. You, up there, shepherd dog, if you have the guts, tell me your address. I wish to befriend you. I oppose your claims that Australians are worthless. How can such individuals be deemed worthless? It is an insult to worth." The live room paused for a moment, then continued with fervent discourse. "What the hell? Turns out they are allies. A fitting metaphor, they aren't even worth anything. Repaying kindness with enmity, indeed. One cannot trust anyone in the forbidden ground." Concerns arose about Shangguan Riyun's well-being. Qin Chuan, eliminate that scoundrel. Chapter 49. A rabid dog bites wildly. Countless individuals worried for Shangguan Riyun, vehemently condemning the shameless Australian fortunate one, James, for his despicable betrayal after she had willingly assisted him. They yearned for Qin Chuan to rend this James to pieces. Such a person was utterly detestable. Meanwhile, no Australian dared to speak. Before the eyes of the world, their fortunate one had committed such an embarrassing act. It was a profound disgrace. If he could have bested his opponent, that would have been one thing, but instead, this James chose to attack Shangguan Riyun rather than Qin Chuan, who posed the greatest threat. James had the audacity to regard Qin Chuan as merely an ordinary child. Bastard. Qin Chuan was completely unprepared. Never anticipating that James would stoop so low as to strike from behind, he truly did not foresee this. "Haha, little brat, I have endured you for far too long. You refuse to share how to tame that leopard and instead compel me to take action." James wore a smug expression, as though victory were already in his grasp. "Big cat, attack!" Qin Chuan cried in fury. However, He soon realized that Xinguang Bao remained unresponsive. Upon casting a glance at the large feline, I noticed something amiss with the creature. It ambled about as if under the influence of intoxication, swaying its head and appearing utterly disoriented, ultimately collapsing to the ground in a deep slumber. There is no need to shout. I had laced the beef with a potent tranquilizer sufficient for it to slumber for an extended period. James, with a cunning smile, pointed his gun at the distant figure of Miss Shangwan Ryun, demanding, "Little brat, speak quickly, or I shall execute Qin Chuan with a single shot." Qin Chuan, bewildered, wondered why he was being targeted when the threat was directed at Miss Shangwan. "You intend to kill me, yet you point your weapon at her?" he mused, utterly perplexed. James, scanning the scene, inquired, "What? You are Qin Chuan?" He was astonished. Good heavens, the illustrious recipient of multiple accolades was, in fact, this mere 4-year-old child. This cannot be right. Soon, James deduced that Miss Shangwan must have allocated all opportunities for resources to this child, leading to his name gracing the Forbidden Lands announcement. It must be so. What of it, little brat? That woman is gravely injured. Should you remain silent about the secret, I shall execute her. James threatened Qin Chuan with an air of smugness, completely underestimating him. He was oblivious to Qin Chuan's formidable prowess. The audience in the live stream derided James, many of them believing he remained unaware of the terror that Qin Chuan embodied. The Australians particularly scorned him, calling him a fool, oblivious to the extent of Qin Chuan's menace. Alas, those within the Forbidden Land were unaware that this seemingly frail figure concealed tremendous destructive potential. "You believe you have me at your mercy," Qin Chuan stated coldly, advancing toward James. The latter, unguarded, retorted, "Little brat, are you angry? Do you think you can contend with me? Ignorance is not fearsome. However, ignorance devoid of strength is sheer folly." In an instant, Qin Chuan vanished from James's sight. Startled, James rubbed his eyes and glanced around, exclaiming, "Curse it, where has that little brat gone?" Suddenly, a voice as chilling as the depths of the abyss echoed in his ear. Turning around, he was met with Qin Chuan's icy visage, and before he could comprehend, an irresistible force struck him, propelling his body several meters away. With a single punch, the act was executed without a hint of suspense. Such swift annihilation was astonishingly simple. James, caught off guard, never fathomed that his demise would come so abruptly. One punch was all it took. His head remained in a tilted position as he lay upon the cold, withered leaves. Qin Chuan had taken a life. He had slain many beasts. What was the significance of taking a human life? Deservedly so, for he had plotted against Miss Shangwan Ryun. Such a person's demise was hardly a matter of lament. James Lee's demise is regrettable, yet Qin Chuan is but 4 years old. Is it truly justifiable for one so young to take a life? Your sentiment suggests that preserving James Lee's existence, even as a mere dog, is commendable. Spare us your sanctimoniousness. In the Forbidden Lands, decisive actions are imperative. It is Qin Chuan's strength that allows for such actions. Had he lacked it, one must ponder which side would have faced annihilation. Those of a benevolent disposition should refrain from speaking. However, the situation is far from resolved. With James Lee's death, the people of Australia are set to suffer. Having perished once before, this time he is irrevocably lost. Within the confines of Australia's live broadcast studio, an announcement abruptly surfaced. All citizens would face a 5-year reduction in lifespan. Should another fortunate individual meet a similar fate, they too would lose 5 years. Accompanied by a variety of natural disasters within the nation, panic enveloped the Australians. They had witnessed the demise of those fortunate souls on their screens, and even the most trivial scenes instilled profound fear among them. "James Lee, you fool, you have brought our ruin." No, the blame lies with the Yanhuang people. It is Qin Chuan of Yanhuang who has inflicted this upon us. He is the perpetrator, utterly reprehensible, and we demand an explanation from Yanhuang. The citizens of Yanhuang must provide us with an account. Your fortunate individual has slain our fortunate individual. You are nothing but a band of assassins, scoundrels. Return to us our 5 years of life. We demand compensation from Yanhuang for the losses incurred by all Australians who perished due to this incident. Condemn Yanhuang. Seizing this opportunity, the great, beautiful nation, opposed to Yanhuang, swiftly emerged to denounce them, accusing Qin Chuan of being a scourge, the source of all evil, and a manifestation of malevolence that ought not to exist in this world. They staunchly aligned themselves with the Australians, assuming the role of righteous arbiters to judge Qin Chuan of Yanhuang. However, the netizens of Yanhuang were not pleased. How shameless these individuals are. It was James Lee who sought to harm Qin Chuan, and even covertly plotted against Miss Guorua Yun. Yet, they audaciously shifted the blame onto Yanhuang. The Australians are utterly shameless. Both Australians and citizens of the great beautiful nation share the same disposition. They are, after all, descendants of criminals. Engaging in rational discourse with them is futile. They brandish justice as a banner while secretly committing heinous acts, believing themselves to be the noblest of beings while regarding others as inferior. This is their nature. Qin Chuan has acted rightly. The Australians are merely a pack of rabid dogs, unworthy of consideration. Chapter 50. The depths of human schemes. These individuals cannot bear to see our prosperity. Witnessing the myriad benefits Qin Chuan has brought to our nation, they will naturally employ every means to tarnish his reputation. This has always been their tactic. Their ploys no longer hold sway over us. We of Yin Huang are not the same as we once were. Yin Huang swiftly issued a proclamation through the central bank, asserting boldly, they get what they deserve. The simplicity of those 4 words encapsulates the spirit of Yin Huang. The circumstances are clear to all. The people of Yin Huang are preoccupied, too busy to engage with these individuals, and certainly not inclined to engage in frivolous verbal duels. They respond with those 4 succinct words. Upon witnessing the nation's resolute reply, the entire populace of Yin Huang erupted in exhilaration, confident that the state would undoubtedly safeguard Qin Chuan. Long live our motherland! How majestic! What a display of might! I take great pride in being a part of Yin Huang. In my next life, I shall embody the spirit of Yin Huang once more. The Australians, naturally, expressed their discontent, even resorting to threats against Yin Huang. Yet, Yin Huang retorted with a single statement. If you wish to fight, then fight. Spare us the superfluous chatter. This declaration ignited a fervor among the citizens of Yin Huang, many of whom eagerly enlisted to defend the nation. Meanwhile, Australia was left utterly bewildered. Had Yin Huang truly lost its senses to respond in such a manner? They found themselves at a loss for words, lacking the audacity to engage in war with Yin Huang. Especially in light of their substantial resource losses and the continuous geological disasters plaguing their nation, they were uncertain of their own domestic stability, let alone the prospect of warfare. Meanwhile, the beautiful nation stood behind, inciting conflict, pledging support in terms of weaponry, supplies, and funds, positioning themselves as Australia's staunchest ally. However, the Australians were not naive. They criticized the beautiful nation for its shamelessness, refusing to become mere pawns in a game they did not wish to play. Ultimately, Australia's bravado proved to be nothing more than a farce, quickly fading into obscurity. In a secluded area, Qin Chuan approached Shangguan Riyun, observing the wound on her shoulder. Sister Shangguan, does it hurt? He asked. Not much, but I didn't expect such ingratitude from them. I was too careless, she replied, her expression tinged with helplessness. This is a forbidden zone, not the Jojo planet. One cannot trust foreigners. Sister Shangguan, please refrain from rescuing others in the future. They are far too malicious, Qin Chuan advised. Shangguan Riyun nodded in agreement, acknowledging, I understand. Experience teaches wisdom. I will not be deceived again. That's good to hear, Qin Chuan said, moving closer to examine her wound. Sister Shangguan, please remove your clothing. I will tend to your injury. Is this a gunshot wound? Are you capable? Shangguan Riyun hesitated. Have you forgotten my abilities, sister? Leave it to me, Qin Chuan replied confidently. She nodded, shedding her outer garment without a hint of embarrassment, viewing Qin Chuan merely as a child, a younger brother. As Qin Chuan delicately examined her injury, he reassured her, Sister Shangguan, bear with it, it will heal swiftly. She was about to inquire how he planned to treat the wound when she suddenly felt Qin Chuan's right hand resting on the wound above her chest. To her surprise, she sensed a pulling sensation drawing at her injury. Although it was somewhat painful, it was bearable. Intrigued, she gazed at Qin Chuan, astonished by his unexpected ability. Not long after, Shangguan Riyun felt something surge forth from her wound. She realized it was a bullet. Remarkably, Qin Chuan's hand was stained crimson, yet it bore an additional bullet. Your abilities are truly extraordinary, Shangguan Riyun exclaimed with genuine admiration. And there's more. Qin Chuan smiled, placing his hand once again over her wound. Subsequently, Shangguan Riyun experienced a tingling sensation in her chest, akin to ants crawling upon her skin. However, she discovered that the pain from her wound was diminishing, as if she had never been injured at all. All done, Qin Chuan withdrew his hand, prompting Shangguan Riyun to gaze at her injury in astonishment. It has completely healed. She stared incredulously at Qin Chuan, exclaiming, your healing powers are astounding. In just a few minutes, the bullet wound has fully mended. If it weren't for the bloodstains, I would doubt I had ever been shot. Naturally, I am the best, Qin Chuan replied with pride. Shangguan Riyun scooped him up and planted a fervent kiss on his cheek, saying, yes, 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 our Qin Chuan is the greatest. witnessing Qin Chuan's miraculous healing abilities. Everyone was once again awestruck by his prowess. I was mistaken. I initially believed Qin Chuan was merely strong. Who knew he was also a healer? With Qin Chuan around, concerns about injuries vanished. Was he defying the heavens? He had indeed transcended them. Qin Chuan was remarkable. Battling monsters was akin to bullying a kitten, and he possessed such formidable healing capabilities. This was a gunshot wound, not a mere scrape, yet he could heal it in mere minutes. Was he even human? Do not insult our Qin Chuan. How can you speak so? Qin Chuan is a deity of Yanwang. The foreigners were left speechless, their faces pale. For Yanwang to have such a fortunate individual was a tremendous blow to them. He was an insurmountable superchild. Shangguan Riyun collected all the useful supplies from James before turning to the slumbering Xinguang Bao, who lay as still as a dead pig. I'll go wake him up. Qin Chuan approached Xinguang Bao, initially intending to strike him with a punch, but then conceived a superior idea and chuckled. He removed his trousers, aimed accurately, and unleashed a stream. Qin Chuan, what are you doing? Shangguan Riyun looked on in disbelief. Qin Chuan's playful nature was truly mischievous. Indeed, Xinguang Bao was roused by Qin Chuan's antics. Upon opening his eyes, his first sensation was that of rain. He licked his lips, noting the peculiar taste of the rain. Then, he beheld a familiar figure and came to a startling realization, his eyes widening in disbelief. Why must you treat me this way? In the somber aftermath, Qin Chuan left behind a weeping Xinguang Bao, admonishing, let this serve as a lesson. Dare not to consume what others offer so recklessly. Had it been poison this time, your life would have been forfeit. Xinguang Bao had learned its lesson well, oblivious to the intricate tricks of humanity, and vowed never again to eat anything carelessly tossed its way, save for the offerings from Shangguan Riyun. Chapter 51. The infiltration of the insect valley. The audience in the live stream was once again entertained by Qin Chuan's antics, chuckling at his mischievousness. How cruelly he had tormented Xinguang Bao. The two decided against riding on Xinguang Bao's back, primarily out of disdain. Instead, they sought out a small pond, where they discovered a two-star monster lurking within. Qin Chuan, with a swift kick, sent Xinguang Bao into the pond, stating, clean yourself up. What ensued was a fierce battle within the waters, while Qin Chuan leisurely munched on fruits at the shore, hands on his hips, relishing the spectacle of the monster clash. Ultimately, it was Xinguang Bao who emerged victorious, yet its eyes radiated a sense of grievance, silently conveying its discontent to the onlookers. Countless viewers seemed to respond in unison. We understand. Taking the initiative, Shangguan Riyun stepped forward to lead the way. Aware that Qin Chuan had relied on Xinguang Bao's effortless navigation through the forbidden grounds, she willingly embraced the role of guide. After all, she possessed more experience than Qin Chuan. As a special forces operative, her survival skills in the wilderness were far from trivial. In the forbidden zone, compasses and similar navigational tools were rendered utterly ineffective, for the magnetic fields varied from one planet to another, making it impossible to ascertain the position of the sun, whether it rose in the east or set in the west. Nonetheless, Shangguan Riyun was adept at discerning the correct direction to pursue. Yet as they advanced, the climate grew increasingly oppressive and humid, infested with various venomous insects and ants. The environment was transforming dramatically. This forest is less than ideal, Shangguan Riyun observed, noting the treacherous trees around them. Should we consider an alternate route? She realized that continuing forward would pose significant challenges. No need, Qin Chuan replied. We shall proceed through here. Allow me to impart a simple technique to ward off the nuisances. With a deft flick of his finger, he touched her forehead, and a straightforward yet effective spell was quickly grasped by Shangguan Riyun. Where on earth did you acquire such knowledge? She inquired, curiosity piqued. I know not. It has been with me since birth, Qin Chuan responded nonchalantly. Shangguan Riyun, however, was not convinced by such a claim. The viewers in the live stream echoed her skepticism. Why had they not possessed such abilities at birth? With the newfound spell, Shangguan Riyun felt reassured, but Qin Chuan cautioned. Save it for when it's truly needed. Your current reserves of magical energy are still insufficient. Is that what you taught me, this technique of luck? So it is indeed magic, she comprehended. The Forbidden Zone was a realm where the forces of nature surpassed that of the Jojo planet by several magnitudes. Cultivating one's abilities here would prove immensely beneficial. Cultivation is fundamentally the absorption of the ethereal energies of heaven and earth to enhance oneself. The environment of the Jojo planet, however, has been severely degraded, rendering it unsuitable for such practices. In contrast, the forbidden area remains untouched, offering an exceptional environment for cultivation. She is aware that her methods of cultivation were taught by Qin Chuan, and she has countless inquiries to pose to him. Thus, throughout their journey, She persistently questions him about various aspects of cultivation. Qin Chuan responds to each query. These foundational concepts are as elementary to him as the curriculum of primary school. Yet for Shangwan Ruiyun, a novice in this realm, attentive learning is imperative. However, as they delve deeper into this territory, the dangers escalate. Vibrantly colored snake ants occasionally slither through the trees. A few unwitting venomous snakes lie in ambush above, striking at the two. With a mere flick of his hand, Qin Chuan effortlessly dispatches the two snakes, which lack even a star rating and are merely highly poisonous. What kind of snakes are these? They seem rather formidable. Shangwan Ruiyun muses, examining the lifeless serpents, yet she cannot identify their species, nor does any textual prompt appear. They soon discover that only monsters rated above 1 star will have their details revealed, and even then, only once. With your current prowess, you must avoid being bitten by these snakes at all costs. It could be perilous, Qin Chuan advises. And what about you? Shangwan Ruiyun inquires, curious. Even if they were to bite me, they would need to be capable of doing so, Qin Chuan replies. Shangwan Ruiyun is left bewildered. Every few hundred meters, they encounter poisonous creatures attacking them. At times, they are repulsive insects. These minuscule creatures hide amongst the leaves, dropping onto unsuspecting beings as they pass by, seeking to burrow within them as parasites. Shangwan Ruiyun has activated Qin Chuan's protective spell, rendering her impervious to these parasites. Nevertheless, she still feels a pervasive discomfort, urging Qin Chuan to hasten their departure from this area. After running for 2 kilometers, they finally escaped the pest-ridden zone, which had been overwhelmingly unpleasant. This is a forest of insects. We've traversed less than 10 kilometers and already encountered over a dozen poisonous creatures. Why choose such a treacherous path? Would it not be better to select a different route? Who knows the size of this forest? Every path would likely lead to similar dangers, unless we turn back, which would waste time. Besides, with Qin Chuan's strength, what is there to fear? Just seeing those revolting insects makes me uncomfortable. I feel the same. This place is unsettling. We should leave the forest as soon as possible. Innately, everyone harbors a disdain or even dread for insects and ants, hoping Qin Chuan will lead them away. Yet, they soon realize that Qin Chuan has encountered a new peril. Buzz, buzz, buzz. What is that sound? As Shangwan Ruiyun gazed ahead, she noticed the absence of insects, yet there was an unmistakable presence of something unusual. It was a swarm of bees. Qin Chuan, observing the tiny creatures fluttering in front of him, discovered that each bee was the size of a pinky finger. As hundreds of them flew by, they resembled a chilling gust of wind. Let us steer clear of them. There are far too many bees, and they are rather large, Shangwan Ruiyun urged, quickly pulling Qin Chuan aside to take refuge behind a large tree. Once the swarm had passed, she expressed her trepidation, exclaiming, "These bees are extraordinarily large. If their numbers were to increase even slightly, it would be truly terrifying." "It's merely a swarm of bees, Sister Shangwan. There's no need to be afraid." Qin Chuan reassured her, undaunted. It is indeed prudent to avoid provoking them. These bees are unlike monsters. Their sheer numbers are overwhelming, and they swarm everywhere, making them difficult to evade, Shangwan Ruiyun remarked. She felt a tinge of concern, pondering the abundance of bees in the area. "Let us venture in and discover the truth," Qin Chuan suggested. As they advanced once more, they realized that apart from the bees, there seemed to be no other creatures present. However, this realization only deepened Shangwan Ruiyun's unease. Indeed, as they moved forward, they were met with an even louder hum. "What is that?" Qin Chuan inquired, noticing a peculiar mound of earth sculpted into a strange shape, riddled with numerous small holes, resembling a diminutive hill. A sense of foreboding washed over Shangwan Ruiyun as she observed a swarm of bees entering the holes of the mound, only to witness another group emerging. "This is bad. It's a bee nest," she exclaimed in astonishment, never anticipating the existence of such a large hive. The sheer size of the bee nest, akin to a small mountain, filled her with dread. "Let South leave this place immediately. It's far too perilous," she urged, realizing that the absence of any other monsters in the vicinity was due to these bees being the dominant threat. The enormity of the hive concealed an unknown number of bees within. "Sister Shangwan, are you suggesting this mound is a hive?" Qin Chuan echoed her shock, pondering the terrifying number of bees that could be hidden inside. Yet, the thought of such a grand hive also conjured images of honey. With a rumbling stomach, the thought of honey stirred his senses. However, he quickly considered Shangwan Ruiyun and Shingongbao. If they were to be harmed by the bees, it would be disastrous. Thus, he trailed behind Shangwan Ruiyun, carefully navigating around the hive in search of an alternate exit. Goodness, such an enormous hive is truly alarming. Indeed, it is quite terrifying. There are likely tens of millions of bees within. With such a multitude of bees, they could probably vanquish a monster of 5-star caliber. However, we have yet to encounter a monster of that level. The most we have faced are merely 3 stars. Departing from this place is undoubtedly a wise choice. Should these bees set their sights on us, it would spell disaster. Do you think there might be honey inside? Surely, with such a vast hive, it would be inconceivable for there not to be. Speculating is futile. Entering would be tantamount to death, as the sheer number of bees is no mere decoration. The bees encountered along the way are plentiful, moving in swarms. If we were to be surrounded, it would become quite troublesome. Shangguan Ruiyun wished to lead Qin Chuan away from this perilous situation, yet there were simply too many bees. They soon found themselves encircled, surrounded by a sea of bees. The bees eyed them menacingly, their stingers glinting ominously, trapping Qin Chuan and his companions in the center. Shangguan Ruiyun and the others were plunged into a crisis, with each one worrying for their safety. The number of bees was overwhelming, filling the live broadcast with their relentless presence. This is dire. Qin Chuan and his companions are in danger. What an abundance of bees. What are we to do now? Bees can fly, and given their diminutive size, they are difficult to target. Even if one manages to strike a target, the sheer volume makes it nearly impossible to defend against them. This is indeed perilous. Bing Bing, witnessing this scene, also felt that Qin Chuan and his friends were in jeopardy. She remarked, though they are in danger, we know that Qin Chuan will find a way. He has created miracles time and again. Even our dear sister, Shangguan Ruiyun, has grown stronger because of him. Observing Qin Chuan's expression, he does not seem overly concerned. So let us anticipate what he will bring forth next. Supporting Bing Bing's assertion, we all look forward to Qin Chuan's performance. His countless demonstrations have instilled unwavering faith in him among the Yanhuang people. Even now, faced with this swarm of bees, we still believe he will surprise us with his ingenuity and miracles. How vexing. These bees are indeed bothersome, much to Qin Chuan's discontent. Qin Chuan, do not act rashly. Their numbers are overwhelming. We should first seek to leave this place, Shangguan Ruiyun urged as she searched for an escape route. However, the bees had already launched their assault, descending upon them in droves. Qin Chuan realized they had nowhere to hide and would have to carve a path out. Shangguan, you look for an opportunity to escape. I will distract these bothersome bees, Qin Chuan declared to Shangguan Ruiyun. What? You want me to flee? What will happen to you? Shangguan Ruiyun was reluctant to let Qin Chuan face danger alone. Sister Shangguan, these bees cannot harm me. They are far too weak to breach my defenses. Qin Chuan is not merely boasting. His physique is impervious to these diminutive bees. Should he operate his cultivation technique and invoke the protective golden body, his defenses would multiply several times over. What harm could such trifling insects inflict upon him? Really? Shangguan Ruiyun harbored some doubts. Shengong Bao, take Sister Shangguan away first. Once I deal with these bees, I shall join you. Rest assured, I have a method to locate you. After declaring this, Qin Chuan unsheathed the tiger-slaying sword. Though not a magical artifact, it was nonetheless a commendable weapon, suitable for the casting of spells. Confronted by a swarm of bees, Qin Chuan found it challenging to disperse them with mere fists. However, one must not forget the character he embodied, Nezha, a being of remarkable intellect, proficient in various spells. His current level of performance was still quite modest, thus he could not yet wield advanced sorcery. Nonetheless, minor incantations were within his grasp. It was merely that he had not previously encountered situations that warranted the use of his magical abilities. At last, these bees compelled Qin Chuan to unleash his spells. A surge of spiritual energy emanated from Qin Chuan's body, coursing through his meridians and flowing into the tiger-slaying sword. Whoosh! In an instant, a brilliant radiance erupted, the sword gleaming with an astonishing golden light, leaving everyone in the live broadcast room dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the unfolding spectacle. What is happening? Why has that sword suddenly illuminated? Wow, that sword is truly impressive. How extraordinary it would be to possess such a treasure. I recall that Qin Chuan won that sword in a lottery, right? It's astonishing. I thought it was merely a decent weapon. The audience in the live room remained oblivious to the fact that the tiger-slaying sword did not inherently emit light. It was merely enhanced by Qin Chuan's magical prowess. 10,000 sword slash. Qin Chuan formed a hand seal, holding the enchanted tiger-slaying sword before him. He continued to weave hand gestures, releasing spells as an unceasing flow of magical energy surged outward, transforming through a certain medium and converging upon the sword, ultimately manifesting countless energy-based blades suspended before him. Chapter 53. Merely for sustenance, this spectacle was overwhelmingly astonishing. All present widened their eyes in disbelief at the marvel unfolding before them. It was utterly inconceivable, profoundly fantastical. In the live room, Regardless of nationality, all individuals were left in a state of awe. Qin Chuan is a celestial being. He must be divine. For only deities can wield such ethereal arts. I always wondered how a child could emerge from Yin Huang. He is the sole child, sent from the celestial realm to rescue us. Surely, our ancestors have dispatched Qin Chuan to save our nation. Incredible. This technique is truly formidable. Qin Chuan is indeed worthy of being sent by the immortals. How wonderful it would be if I could perform such a feat. They nearly believed they were watching a television drama, only to realize that the legendary celestial arts indeed existed. Bingbing was equally astonished. Every time she perceived that Qin Chuan was extraordinary, he would astound her yet again, as if the depths of his abilities were perpetually obscured. As everyone can witness, Qin Chuan consistently brings us good fortune. Once could be mere luck, twice could be chance, but could it be that 3 or 4 times are still mere coincidences? Regardless of where they find themselves or the predicaments they encounter, we must always believe that Qin Chuan possesses the means to navigate through them. He is indeed a boy who continuously creates miracles. Although Bingbing expresses this sentiment, she is invariably struck by Qin Chuan's prowess. Just when she believes she has grasped the essence of Qin Chuan, she finds herself underestimating him yet again. Yang Jingyi, upon witnessing Qin Chuan execute this move with his bare hands, fell into contemplation. This was certainly not a supernatural ability, but rather the manifestation of a practitioner of the ancient arts. Though he had never witnessed it firsthand, he knew far more than the average person. He was confident that Qin Chuan embodied what is known as a practitioner of the ancient arts, which would elucidate the source of his formidable strength. Ordinary individuals naturally do not encounter such practitioners, yet Yang Jingyi, as the director of the National Security Bureau, had access to numerous confidential matters. Director Yang, Qin Chuan's abilities are truly remarkable, Xin Yong exclaimed, observing the live broadcast where Qin Chuan commanded a multitude of swords. He was overwhelmed with excitement and astonishment. Indeed, it was impressive. None of us anticipated that Qin Chuan would be a practitioner of the ancient arts. Yang Jingyi felt immense satisfaction. Practitioners of the ancient arts were scarce, often dwelling in remote mountains and rarely appearing in the mundane world. Although he was unaware of Qin Chuan's training methods, he understood that Qin Chuan represented Yin Huang in the national destiny. The stronger Qin Chuan became, the better it would be for Yin Huang, alleviating his concerns about unforeseen incidents that could destabilize Yin Huang. Director Yang, what is a practitioner of the ancient arts? Several members of the National Security Bureau inquired. Hearing this term for the first time, I am not entirely certain myself. This is also my first confirmation of their existence, and I do not know more than you. Yang Jingyi simply replied before returning his attention to the live broadcast. 10,000 swords technique, sword slash through the void. Qin Chuan's youthful voice resonated. As his words faded, the swords hovering before him swirled like dragons, soaring into the surroundings. The myriad swords unleashed their fury, darting through the air with an almost sentient grace. Dancing in the sky, swish, 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 Qin Chuan directed the flying swords, weaving through the swarm of bees, cleaving them in half. Soon, a substantial pile of bee carcasses accumulated on the ground, leaving the onlookers utterly dumbfounded. With the finesse of an immortal, he wielded his swords against foes. Qin Chuan's technique indeed left countless individuals in awe. Whether among Yin Huang's netizens or those abroad, upon witnessing Qin Chuan command the flying swords to vanquish the swarm, they were plunged into profound astonishment. This was not merely a supernatural ability. It was a mystical art that existed only in the legends of ancient Eastern nations. And Qin Chuan was the one who had mastered such sorcery. How could one not be amazed? Qin Chuan, he is truly an immortal. Qin Chuan's identity is far from ordinary. It is likely that his elders sent him to this world to undergo tribulations. This is a legendary form of magic. Who would have thought that Qin Chuan was indeed a cultivator? No wonder he possesses such immense strength, which makes everything comprehensible. This technique is simply magnificent. How I wish I could master it. Qin Chuan is truly remarkable, wielding his sword to vanquish the bees. This ability is nothing short of extraordinary. Great Qin Chuan, I humbly seek your support. Though Qin Chuan had slaughtered countless bees, more secretive spells were still approaching from the distance. He quickly addressed Shangguan Ruyun. I will carve a path. You must escape swiftly. Understood. After a brief moment of astonishment, Shangguan Ruyun nodded without hesitation. Remaining here would only hinder Qin Chuan, so she had no choice but to leave first. With a flurry of swords piercing the air, Qin Chuan forged a vacuum amidst the chaos. Shangguan Ruyun, mounted on the back of Shun Gongbao, leaped through the passage he created. Qin Chuan deftly controlled the flying swords, annihilating the bees that pursued Shangguan Ruyun. Once he sensed her had distanced herself sufficiently, He charged toward the bee's nest. "Fallen bees, come forth and sting me," Qin Chuan taunted. Drawing their ire, he conjured a barrier of swords around his body. No matter how fiercely the bees collided, they could only meet their demise. The sheer number of bees was overwhelming, though their attack power was not particularly formidable, resembling moths drawn to a flame as they relentlessly barreled toward Qin Chuan. The ground became littered with the corpses of bees, and he drew ever closer to their nest. What is Qin Chuan intending to do? Countless onlookers were curious about his purpose. He could have fled, yet he chose not to. What could possibly compel him to approach the bee's nest? Did he not realize the multitude of bees dwelling within? Although he had such a protective spell, could he maintain it indefinitely? Surely. Such an endeavor would deplete his magical energy, and when that was exhausted, his demise would surely follow. Why, then, was he venturing towards the bee's nest? It seemed irrational. He ought to have vacated the area. Everyone was left pondering Qin Chuan's true intentions, eager to witness his subsequent actions. Upon reaching the bee's nest, Qin Chuan suddenly smiled and exclaimed, "Hee, there must be honey inside. I simply must savor its flavor." As his words echoed, the crowd was left utterly speechless once more. The truth dawned upon them. It turned out that Qin Chuan had risked his life to approach the bee's nest, not to annihilate them, but solely to indulge in honey. It was merely for the sake of his appetite. "Qin Chuan, you are truly playing a fool's game. However, considering that he is but a child." Such thoughts seem rather normal. Chapter 54. A bountiful 50-fold resource reward. Qin Chuan, undeterred, sought to breach the immense beehive to harvest its honey. He was undoubtedly a man of action, promptly commanding the ethereal sword spirit to charge towards the hive. Under the relentless onslaught of his sword rain, the hive's defenses were swiftly dismantled, revealing the interior space of the nest. What lay within was a sight to behold, a veritable swarm of bees, their numbers staggering. Those afflicted with a fear of densely packed creatures would find themselves utterly discomfort. Goodness, the sheer quantity was overwhelming. Despite his mental preparation, the reality of the hive's inhabitants sent shivers down his spine. The sight was utterly repulsive, nearly inducing nausea. The sheer terror of their count was formidable. Could there truly be so many? Qin Chuan furrowed his brow, taken aback by the horrifying density of the bees. However, he quickly devised a more effective approach to deal with them. With a flourish of his hands, he conjured a spell, and a crimson glow erupted from his palms. The myriad of spiritual swords, now imbued with a fiery hue, radiated an intense heat. Thus, he formed a flaming sword. Behold, the transformation had begun. This was the fire spirit sword, a testament to Qin Chuan's mastery not only over spiritual swords, but also over the flames themselves. How much more did he conceal from us? It seemed that Qin Chuan's abilities far exceeded our expectations. His secrets were numerous. Was he intent on exterminating all these bees? Fire was indeed the most effective weapon against them. Yet with such overwhelming numbers, could he succeed? "Burn," commanded Qin Chuan, directing the fiery sword into the heart of the hive. An inferno erupted, swiftly engulfing the entire nest. The flames he wielded were not mere, ordinary fire. They were the essence of cultivation, capable of evolving into the legendary samadhi, true fire. With fortune, he could even summon flames of greater potency. The inferno rapidly enveloped the hive, and the panicked bees took flight, only to be consumed by the ferocious fire, reduced to ashes. The viewers in the live broadcast were once again left in awe. They had never anticipated such ease, simplicity, and swiftness in this endeavor. They had assumed that Qin Chuan would struggle against the swarm, and even if victorious, it would require significant effort. Yet, witnessing him resolve the matter with a single stroke left them speechless. Qin Chuan was truly formidable. The flames were astonishing, beyond their wildest imaginings. The entire beehive was engulfed in flames, resembling a fiery cavern. Even a mere touch of flame upon the rice flour could incinerate the bees completely. The honey must not be allowed to perish. Without hesitation, Qin Chuan dashed into the hive, determined to locate the honey. The flames were of his own conjuring, so they posed no threat to him. However, he did not anticipate the hive to be far larger than he had envisioned. He tore through the obstructing barriers, searching fervently for the hidden honey. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted, prompting Qin Chuan to leap away from his original position. Boom! A tremendous crash resounded as a monstrous creature emerged, shattering the ground beneath him. Goodness, that startled me. I thought it was something else, but it turned out to be a monster. Qin Chuan exclaimed. How rude of this beast! His reflexes were remarkably quick, allowing him to evade the creature's ambush. Otherwise, he would have been in dire straits. Fortunately, Qin Chuan remained unharmed, which put me at ease. Qin Chuan, slay this monster. Upon gazing at the abruptly appeared creature, Information about it materialized before Qin Chuan's eyes. Monster name: Golden Purple Queen Bee. Quality: Bronze. Strength evaluation: 3 stars. Abilities: Summon, Venomous Stinger, Reproduction. Another bronze creature. The sight of this monster left everyone astonished once more. Qin Chuan had merely sought honey, yet unexpectedly encountered a creature of bronze caliber, a twist of fate that none had anticipated. It was indeed a stroke of extraordinary luck. They were aware that a 3-star monster would be akin to child's play in Qin Chuan's hands. Thus, this creature posed no danger to him. Rather, it afforded him the opportunity for a reward. It turned out to be a 3-star bronze queen bee. Qin Chuan felt no fear. Rather, he experienced a surge of delight as he gazed upon the incessantly buzzing queen bee, declaring, "Oh, great insect, cease your buzzing and hand over your honey." The golden purple queen bee let out an enraged roar, flapping her transparent wings and charging towards Qin Chuan. The queen bee was roughly the size of a dog, with enormous eyes. As she spread her wings, for pairs of transparent appendages stirred up a tempest. Bang! With a swift clap of his hand, much like swatting a fly, Qin Chuan sent the golden purple queen bee crashing to the ground. Simple, direct, forceful, and decisive. Remarkably powerful. Previously, when facing a 3-star bronze monster, Qin Chuan had to engage in a prolonged struggle, yet now he could fell it with a single strike. Qin Chuan had grown stronger. Impressive. Qin Chuan's prowess and charm shone brightly, as this bee practically served as a meal delivery for him. "Little bee, you thought you could challenge me, didn't you?" Approaching the queen bee once more, Qin Chuan raised his hand and struck her head with considerable force. Proclamation of the Forbidden Land. The fortunate one from Yanhuang, Qin Chuan, has slain a 3-star bronze-level creature, the Golden Bee Queen, and has been rewarded with a 50-fold bounty of fresh air resources from the Yanhuang nation, along with an opportunity for a 3-star lottery draw. The entire forbidden area was once again astounded. 50-fold resources. Moreover, they were resources of fresh air. This is beyond mere monetary value. Fresh air resources are not purchasable, even with wealth. The advantages are simply immense. This is yet another form of invaluable resource. Qin Chuan is remarkable. Truly, Qin Chuan, your prowess is extraordinary. Your fortune is unparalleled. I am genuinely curious where these fresh air resources will manifest. On this planet, finding breathable fresh air is an arduous task. Indeed, I fervently wish for this resource to emerge in my city. Hooray! The air resources acquired by Qin Chuan have caused a global uproar. Although this resource may not translate into wealth, it is an invaluable treasure for human existence. Countless individuals are eager for this resource to surface in their urban lives. Chapter 55. Is air resource a revival of spiritual energy? As for the luck of Qin Chuan, international netizens are left speechless. This mischievous child merely sought honey, yet inadvertently summoned a bronze-level monster. It is one thing for a monster to appear, but why must it be so feeble? Qin Chuan, this mischievous child, dispatched it with ease. Are there truly no monsters within the Forbidden Land capable of contending with this little brat? If there were a place to lodge complaints, they would certainly complain about Qin Chuan. The disparity between him and other fortunate ones in the Forbidden Land is staggering. Furthermore, this little rascal manages to empower his teammate, Shangguan Riyun. At this rate, their nation will only fall further behind Yanhuang, making future overtaking exceedingly challenging. After all, the current resource gap between nations is immense. Qin Chuan alone has amassed a resource advantage of 210 times, leaving other countries in despair. They are, in fact, cursing for Qin Chuan's early demise. The Yanhuang National Security Bureau, led by Yang Jingyi, promptly dispatched personnel nationwide to conduct air quality assessments. Shortly thereafter, news emerged. Due to the significant changes in air resources, the difference is palpable even in the act of breathing. Director Yang, the location of the air resources has been identified, reported Shen Yong, relaying the information to Yang Jingyi without delay. Where is it? Yang Jingyi inquired. Around the Tianlong city in Hulu province, Yanhuang nation, replied Shen Yong. Oh, have the specific boundaries been measured? Yang Jingyi continued. Measurements are still underway, but according to estimations from the measuring personnel, the range of this fresh air resource is approximately 10,000 square kilometers, encompassing the entirety of the Tianlong city area, Shen Yong promptly responded. Upon hearing this, Yang Jingyi quickly made a connection and inquired. If I recall correctly, the Beihai orphanage is located in Tianlong city, isn't it? Shen Yong nodded and replied, indeed. You are suggesting that the emergence of this air resource reward should be related to the area where Qin Chuan resides. It must be connected, otherwise, it would be too coincidental, Yang Jingyi stated. By the way, Director Yang, I must share with you an astonishing revelation. The appearance of this fresh air has brought about some remarkable changes in this region, Xinyong exclaimed, as a piece of intelligence appeared on his computer screen, prompting him to relay the information to Yang Jingyi. What changes have left you so astounded? Yang Jingyi asked, puzzled. Perhaps it would be best for you to see for yourself, Xinyong suggested, projecting the data video onto the wall for everyone present to observe. Before long, the projected image materialized. The screen was divided in two. One half displayed footage prior to the emergence of the fresh air resources, while the other showcased the current state. Their initial impression was the stark difference in clarity between the two visuals. One side was notably sharp, while the other appeared hazy. As the imagery unfolded, each individual was left momentarily speechless. They witnessed the flora and fauna in the video growing at a visibly rapid pace. This was undoubtedly not a fast-forward effect, but rather a live broadcast, entirely unaltered. It resembled a scene of spiritual rejuvenation, leaving them utterly astonished. The notion of a 50-fold increase in fresh air resources had seemed simplistic to them. They had believed that 50-fold merely implied an enhancement in air quality. However, witnessing the grass sprout, take root, and flourish before their very eyes, they realized that even as growth slowed after reaching a certain point, it was still enough to leave them in awe. Furthermore, they observed flowers blooming that were not typical for the season, creating a breathtaking tableau of vibrant colors in the area enveloped by fresh air. Every member of the National Security Bureau stood in disbelief, gazing at the scene before them. What was most striking was that, despite the rapid growth of the vegetation within the city, none of the flowers or plants damaged any of the existing structures. What does this imply? It signifies that the rewarded air resources would not disrupt the current architectural framework. Rather, they have the potential to enhance and beautify the city. This revelation was utterly astonishing. It was nearly inconceivable to witness such a miraculous scene. Had one not been aware that this was a reward for air resources, one might have thought they were watching a cinematic masterpiece. It was simply too beautiful, too magnificent, to be believed. Everyone, quickly check social media. This area has been inundated with posts. As they opened any website, the headlines unequivocally highlighted the epicenter of the recent air resource reward, the city of Tianlong. This was once a little-known third-tier city, yet in this moment, it had become the focus of global attention. The spectacle was truly magnificent and astonishing. The entire area seemed enveloped by countless forests. The fresh air made the inhabitants feel as if they were inhaling ethereal essence. Many even discovered that with every breath, their bodies seemed to improve incrementally. Consequently, on the streets, one could frequently observe throngs of individuals inhaling and exhaling, all in pursuit of savoring this pristine air. There was even an elderly gentleman, his hair grayed and his limbs unsteady, leaning on a cane. Yet, due to this act of breathing, his hair astonishingly began to darken. Moments later, this elder erupted into hearty laughter, casting aside his cane, exclaiming, I can walk unaided, ha ha ha, how delightful. Witnessing this once ailing man, who had struggled to move, display such remarkable vitality after merely engaging in basic breathing exercises left countless onlookers in wide-eyed amazement. Many netizens were flabbergasted, expressing disbelief. Some foreign users claimed that the Chinese were fabricating stories, aware of the extraordinary capabilities attributed to them, asserting that even a pig could transform into an enchanting beauty. They dismissed the notion that mere fresh air could yield such miraculous effects, accusing the Chinese of deceiving the intelligent populace of the beautiful nation. This is undoubtedly a cinematic fabrication, merely a special effect or an advertisement intended to swindle our money. Surely, we are too astute to fall for such tricks. Thus, a wave of skepticism swept through foreign netizens, deeming it scientifically implausible. In response, the Chinese netizens unabashedly chimed in. Indeed, foreign users, you are correct. One must trust in science, all the while stifling their amusement. They continued with their rhythmic inhalations and exhalations. Chapter 56. The Reward of Rare Plant Resources. As time progressed, this region witnessed a multitude of astonishing occurrences. Many individuals suffering from minor ailments, such as back pain, leg cramps, sensitivity to cold during winter, and weakened immunity, along with numerous hospital visitors, suddenly realized that their health had dramatically improved, unprecedentedly so. Many remained skeptical and specifically sought medical examinations. The results revealed an astonishing state of health. Doctors and nurses were bewildered, questioning, why are you here if you are not unwell? However, soon after, the hospital experienced a collective discharge event. The individuals in question are primarily those afflicted by minor ailments, while even patients with more severe conditions, unable to be discharged, are witnessing a remarkable improvement in their health. Some cancer patients have observed that their malignant cells are expanding at an exceedingly slow pace. This revelation has astounded the entire medical community and left the nation in disbelief. The extraordinary quality of the fresh air in that region appears almost surreal. One might wonder if residing there would render one immune to even the slightest of discomforts. My dear, let us hastily book a flight to Tianlong City. I shall procure a residence there for our future abode. After all, good health is the cornerstone of prosperity, and with a robust constitution, one can amass greater wealth. I must set forth to Tianlong City. It is nothing short of a paradise. Delay may result in the absence of available accommodations. Such a splendid city demands exploration. The transformations here are astonishing, and this locale is a must-visit. The populace of the entire Huangyan nation swiftly mobilized, their singular focus directed towards Tianlong City, resulting in considerable traffic congestion. All modes of transportation, cars, planes, and trains, heading to Tianlong City were fully booked. The residents of Tianlong City were equally astonished by this influx. However, this presented a unique opportunity. The city, along with its surrounding areas enveloped by the pristine air, entered a phase of remarkable development. Property prices surged instantaneously, yet, due to governmental intervention, a series of rational and effective measures were promptly instituted to deter speculators and those seeking to engage in property flipping. As the flow of people to Tianlong City increased, many, having personally experienced the benefits of the locale, chose to settle there without hesitation. On the very same day, numerous well-known domestic enterprises announced the establishment of new headquarters in this city. The allure of Tianlong City proved irresistible, particularly for the affluent, who cherish their health above all. The advantages offered here are unattainable by wealth alone. In summary, the transformation brought about by the fresh air resources has allowed this place to truly soar, akin to a dragon unfurling its wings. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan, the architect of this transformation, was busy foraging for honey hidden within a beehive. After an exhaustive search, he finally stumbled upon the coveted honey in a secluded corner. The aroma was intoxicating. Captivated by the scent, Qin Chuan hastened to indulge, savoring the honey with great delight. He soon discovered that this honey also contained significant spiritual energy, benefiting him in various ways. As he beheld the golden honey, shimmering like crystal, and observed his own contented demeanor, countless onlookers swallowed their envy. They too longed for a taste, yet could only watch, a feeling of longing washing over them. Qin Chuan, oblivious to the quantity he had consumed, patted his belly in satisfaction. With a flick of his hand, he summoned his magical powers, effortlessly collecting all the bees before him into his spatial ring, leaving not a single one behind, exemplifying the virtue of frugality. How enviable Qin Chuan is! Uncertain of the taste of this honey, my gaze lingered, and soon hunger gnawed at my belly. How I longed for a taste! It appeared utterly delectable. Qin Chuan's appetite was astonishing. I observed him consume a considerable amount. His little belly seemed quite ample, leaving me bewildered as to how it could contain such a feast. Countless onlookers watched Qin Chuan's indulgence in honey with envy and jealousy, wishing fervently to partake in a generous bite themselves. What is that? As Qin Chuan casually meandered, searching for other hidden sources of honey, he stumbled upon a sizable hive, presumably the former residence of the queen bee. In the distance, another glimmer caught his attention, and as he approached, an announcement materialized once more. Forbidden Zone announcement. The fortunate child of Yanhuang, Qin Chuan, has successfully acquired a rare 3-star plant resource, which will appear in the Yanhuang region with a 50-fold reward. The Forbidden Zone shall bestow upon Qin Chuan a 3-star level lottery. This reward remains unknown to outsiders. The crowd gasped. What had once been a lively world fell into a hush after hearing Qin Chuan's announcement, their expressions vacuous and despondent. Qin Chuan, what are you doing? Are you truly unwilling to grant other nations a chance? It had barely been half an hour, and yet he had secured another reward. Qin Chuan replied, You cannot fault me. The resources are merely manifesting before me. Foreigners felt on the verge of tears. Meanwhile, the people of Yanhuang celebrated once more. Oh yeah, Qin Chuan, even if you were to attain a 9-star reward, I believe it is not beyond the realm of possibility. He is our mischievous child of Yanhuang. Alas, our nation is so low-key, yet it cannot remain hidden. If only we could conceal ourselves. Why hide? The formidable need never cower. We shall brazenly strike at other nations, rubbing their faces in the dirt. I despise your candor. Speaking such blunt truths is unbecoming, so let me take the next turn. Qin Chuan, wearing a perplexed expression, was taken aback by the swiftness of his latest reward. Having just vanquished the creature guarding this resource, there was no need for delay. The previous reward from the lake's depths had been due to the considerable time it took him to locate the resource, necessitating a wait. Subsequently, the National Security Bureau assessed the situation regarding this resource's reward and embarked on a nationwide exploration. They discovered that the newly emerged rare plant resources were located within the forest area of Tianlong City. Many of these rare plants bore peculiar characteristics. Merely casting a glance revealed their distinctiveness from other flora. The National Security Bureau promptly dispatched personnel to protect and study these newly discovered plants, hoping to unveil their potential benefits. They believed these plants were undoubtedly extraordinary, but the specifics would have to await the results of their research. Everyone is eagerly anticipating the nation's development of these rare plant resources, which have never before graced the Jiuzhou planet, representing new varieties that are currently exclusive to the land of Yanhuang. Chapter 57. The Invisible Tent. After departing from the Honey region, Qin Chuan spent an hour searching before finally locating Shangguan Ruyan. Upon seeing that Qin Chuan had indeed found her, she was filled with curiosity about the method he employed to achieve this feat. You have slain yet another bronze-level creature. Shangguan Ruyan marveled at the adorable Qin Chuan, intrigued by how such a diminutive figure could unleash such formidable power. Each encounter with him brought her unexpected surprises, and this instance was no exception. His mastery over sword control, annihilating countless honey creatures, left her utterly astonished. Yet, this was merely the beginning. He subsequently ventured directly into the hive's lair and dispatched a 3-star bronze-quality monster, acquiring 2 types of resources in the process. Such strength and fortune were truly remarkable. It's merely a small insect, nothing of great significance, Qin Chuan remarked, producing a glob of honey. Sister Shangguan, do try this, it will benefit you. The aroma of the honey wafted through the air, and upon seeing its golden hue, Shangguan Ruyan's appetite surged. Qin Chuan, thank you, she expressed, at a loss for further words beyond her gratitude. Please, Sister Shangguan, enjoy, Qin Chuan urged, unfazed. Woo woo woo, Shun Gongbao whined weakly from the side, lamenting the absence of its share. Did Qin Chuan intend to exclude it entirely? Take it, take it. Qin Chuan casually handed over a portion to Shun Gongbao, which filled the creature with joy, realizing it had misjudged Qin Chuan. However, it couldn't help but wonder why its portion was so meager. As a loyal companion, it would consume whatever its master provided. Delicious. Both Qin Chuan and the leopard relished their treats, and soon a powerful wave of spiritual energy surged within them. Sister Shangguan, quickly cultivate, Qin Chuan urged, sensing the potent energy coursing through her. Recognizing the honey's extraordinary properties, which were imbued with strong spiritual energy, Shangguan Ruyan immediately began to meditate and refine the energy using the cultivation method Qin Chuan had given her. For Shun Gongbao, the process was far simpler. A good nap would suffice. Such is the advantage of magical beasts. They do not require the arduous cultivation that humans endure. They merely need to sleep well and await their evolution. The spiritual energy within the forbidden area was quite abundant, and Qin Chuan could perceive that the further he advanced in this direction, the more concentrated the energy became, along with an increase in both the number and strength of the monsters encountered. Moreover, he had 2 opportunities for a lottery draw. With some leisure time on his hands, Qin Chuan decided to indulge in the lottery. He opened the rewards, which included a standard 3-star lottery and a reward for slaying the bronze-level purple gold bee. Naturally, the bronze-level lottery held greater value. Though others could not witness Qin Chuan's lottery drawing, they were acutely aware that he was engaging in it. Curiosity abounded regarding what treasures Qin Chuan might procure. It appears that he has become somewhat indifferent to the acquisition of valuable items, considering his formidable strength. I have yet to witness any creature capable of challenging him. Indeed, Qin Chuan seems to lack any pressing needs at this point. With a plethora of skills at his disposal, several individuals from abroad have drawn supernatural abilities, and Qin Chuan himself has also acquired a spell. I sincerely hope he manages to draw another formidable skill to bolster his arsenal. Is his repertoire of skills truly insufficient? He wields a sword with one hand, commands thunder with the other, and possesses the ability to control fire. I suspect there are many more techniques he has yet to reveal, so there is no need for us to fret over his capabilities. He first decided to exhaust the ordinary lottery options. Before him appeared a dozen packages of uniform size, from which Qin Chuan casually selected one. Congratulations, you have received an invisible tent. An invisible tent? Qin Chuan was momentarily taken aback. What could this possibly be? He observed a bag-like object manifest before him, and upon opening it, information and instructions regarding the invisible tent flooded his mind. So this is what it is. The invisible tent is a high-tech product that, once opened, can conceal itself from view. It can only be detected if someone touches the hidden tent or possesses a particularly unique ability. The invisible tent is no trivial matter. Its functionality is remarkably powerful. With a spacious interior that can extend up to 10 meters, it is a tent that can be freely manipulated. Moreover, the tent is equipped with numerous features, ensuring they will no longer need to endure the elements outside. Quite splendid. Qin Chuan felt a sense of satisfaction and intended to explore it further that evening. There remained one last chance for a bronze-level draw. Qin Chuan commenced the lottery once more. The bronze packages shimmered with a golden hue, each adorned with 3 gleaming stars, signifying a 3-star bronze reward. He chose the first package, and a flash of bronze light enveloped him. Congratulations, you have received 3-star luminous battle armor. It was a piece of equipment. Qin Chuan gazed at the battle armor that appeared before him, weighing approximately 100 pounds. For an ordinary person, even donning it would pose a significant challenge, let alone engaging in combat while wearing it. Information on how to use the armor surfaced in his mind. To his surprise, this armor could be controlled by thought, manifesting seamlessly onto his body. It was essentially a low-tier spirit artifact, or so Qin Chuan mused. However, it was of no use to him. He realized that he would be unable to wear this suit of armor, as it was designed for adults and far too large for his 4-year-old frame. He decided it would be best suited for his elder sister, Shangguan. After completing the 2 draws, Qin Chuan began to meditate and cultivate his skills. What remarkable treasures has he acquired? It is quite vexing that we cannot see them. Though I am curious, without Qin Chuan's disclosure, we can only speculate. Observing his demeanor, it seems he bears a hint of disdain. Qin Chuan possesses remarkable strength, undoubtedly endowed with exceptional attributes that render him indifferent to such trivialities. He has commenced his own cultivation. After 2 hours, Shangguan Riyun was the first to awaken from her meditative state. Assessing her physical condition, she realized she had grown even stronger than before. The Forbidden Ground is indeed a mysterious realm, she pondered. Upon awakening, Qin Chuan also stirred. Shangguan Riyun gazed at Shengwangbao, remarking, its aura has intensified significantly. Is it on the verge of another level of advancement? Given that it was already teetering on the brink of a breakthrough, coupled with the essence of honey it had absorbed, such progress was anticipated. Qin Chuan had long calculated the timing of Shengwangbao's ascension. Its current power was insufficient to contend with formidable foes, thus it would only hinder their efforts. Will Shengwangbao break through to the 3rd star? That would be splendid. As their companion, its enhancement would ensure greater safety for both of them. However, achieving mere 3rd star status would not suffice to grant it formidable combat prowess. They would still need to procure a 3rd star bronze beast nucleus. Qin Chuan produced the beast nucleus from the purple golden bee. Yet one alone would not suffice to elevate Shengwangbao to bronze rank. Must it require 2? Shangguan Ruoyan queried, recalling how her absorption of a single 3rd star bronze beast nucleus had elevated her to a 2nd star powerhouse. Surprisingly, Shengwangbao would need 2 3rd star or higher bronze beast nuclei to advance. Compared to humans, demon beasts find it far more challenging to ascend, although they possess inherently robust physiques. Each species exhibits its strengths and weaknesses, a truth vividly illustrated within humanity. After some time, they noted that Shengwangbao had not awakened as swiftly as anticipated, prompting Qin Chuan to unveil the invisible tent. What is this? Shangguan Riyun inquired with curiosity. This is an invisible tent I won in a lottery, capable of concealing itself. Though I am uncertain of its efficacy, Qin Chuan replied. Invisible? Shangguan Ruoyun exclaimed in astonishment. If that is indeed the case, we may sleep more soundly at night. No one desires to endure the elements nightly unless absolutely necessary. She, too, wished to avoid sleeping in the forest long term, as it posed dangers and disrupted rest. Goodness, this is actually a hidden tent. I had presumed Qin Chuan had acquired something grand, only to discover it is but a tent. Can invisibility truly be of use in the wilderness? It seems of little consequence in Qin Chuan's hands. This is indeed valuable. You have no idea how challenging survival in the wild can be. Qin Chuan activated the invisible tent, which expanded like an electronic device, ultimately forming a tent-like structure. Wasn't it supposed to be invisible? Why can we still see it? Shangguan Ruoyan queried in confusion. I have yet to activate its invisibility feature, Qin Chuan responded, manipulating the remote control to set the tent to its concealed form. They then witnessed the tent undergo a transformation, gradually fading until it vanished entirely. It truly has disappeared. Shangguan Riyun was utterly astonished. She had not anticipated that it would truly be invisible, akin to having nothing at all. Approaching the tent, she reached out and discovered that it indeed existed, albeit unseen. How wonderful. With this, we can sleep a bit more soundly at night. Shangguan Ruiyun felt a surge of joy. "Let us venture inside," she suggested. As the two entered the tent, the live stream audience exclaimed, "Wow, I've discovered some incredible technology. This lottery is astonishing. It really is invisible. With this device, we could hide anywhere. How impressive. It feels as though we possess an invisible tent." The utility of this item was remarkable. Upon entering the tent, others followed suit and were greeted by the sight of a bed within. Shangguan Ruiyun immediately leaped onto the bed, exclaiming, "Though only a few days have passed, it feels like an eternity since I last lay on a bed." She then expressed surprise. "This bed seems to be inflatable and quite soft." Qin Chuan joined her on the bed, remarking, "It's certainly more comfortable than sleeping on the ground." Indeed, the two frolicked on the bed, allowing countless viewers to witness the endearing side of Shangguan Ruiyun and Qin Chuan. The tent was equipped with numerous features. It could absorb solar energy for power, providing light, hot water, and even a means for bathing, akin to carrying a miniature home. Extremely convenient. Most importantly, they could observe the surroundings outside the tent, which had the ability to automatically detect the presence of living beings within a 100-meter radius and issue an immediate alert. It was an essential companion for any journey. Qin Chuan tossed Shengong Bao into the tent, while Shangguan Ruiyun prepared a sumptuous feast. Although the ingredients consisted solely of fruits and meat, they had no room for complaint. Many expressed a desire to trade with Qin Chuan for food, their appetites piqued by the meat and fruits found in the realm. Consuming these items would greatly benefit them. A wave of spiritual energy emanated from Shun Gongbao, prompting Qin Chuan to declare, "It is finally time for a breakthrough." He casually kicked Shun Gongbao out of the tent, leaving the bewildered creature, just roused from slumber, perplexed as to why Qin Chuan had struck him. A surge of spiritual energy converged from all directions, forming a small vortex that Shun Gongbao eagerly devoured. Within 5 minutes, Shun Gongbao let out a triumphant roar. Roar! Bam! Unfortunately, a swift kick sent Shun Gongbao flying, his head burying into the decayed leaves, inflicting him with a myriad of injuries. "What's all this noise? I have no desire to engage in a fight right now," Shangguan Ruiyun remarked, having just prepared a delightful array of dishes. Qin Chuan was determined not to allow the creature to ruin his good mood. Soon, Shun Gongbao was bustling about, trying to ingratiate himself with Qin Chuan, who then walked towards a certain direction and vanished. Shun Gongbao was left in a state of confusion, pondering, where has he gone? The bewilderment of the beast was palpable. Subsequently, Qin Chuan emerged from the void, his head appearing as if suspended in nothingness, sending a shiver down Shun Gongbao's spine, causing his fur to stand on end. "Big cat, if you don't come in soon, there will be nothing left to eat," Qin Chuan remarked before his head vanished from sight. "Ha ha ha, this is too funny. I could laugh all day at the antics of Qin Chuan as he torments Shun Gongbao. Poor Shun Gongbao is indeed unfortunate to encounter this little trickster. Were it not for Qin Chuan, this little leopard would still possess only a 1-star strength." I noticed that Shun Gongbao's fur had regained its luster. Gradually, he approached the spot where Qin Chuan's head had disappeared, stretching out his small paw. He felt something and lifted it, revealing a scene within. The little leopard was taken aback. As Shun Gongbao stepped inside, he gazed around with wide-eyed curiosity, eventually settling beside a table, entranced by the delectable spread before him. "Go on, eat," Shangguan Ruiyun encouraged, presenting Shun Gongbao with a basin filled to the brim with meat, igniting his appetite. Truly, no one treats him better than this young lady. What a delightful feast. Days filled with cooked meat are the life a leopard yearns for. The trio shared a sumptuous meal together, with Shun Gongbao relishing every bite. Observing this scene, I could not help but exclaim, "Sister, please bring me another basin." I felt that I could complete the family dynamic with my presence, being both wise and valiant. How shameless. The sister belongs to me alone. Quiet down. The sister is for Yin Huang. They couldn't resist comparing the fortunes of Qin Chuan and Shangguan Ruiyun with those of the fortunate ones from other nations, bursting into laughter, while others cowered underground, hiding in caves and daring not to make a sound. Qin Chuan and Shangguan Ruiyun feasted heartily, conversing freely. The stark contrast of their situation was undeniable. In Chapter 59, The Toxic Fog Forest, the netizens of Yanhuang felt a sense of superiority each time they witnessed the disparity between their fortunate ones and those abroad. This pride was impossible to conceal, especially with someone as remarkable as Qin Chuan. As they enjoyed their meal, those in the live stream could not help but join in, as Qin Chuan invigorated the culinary scene for much of the country. Sated and content, the two reclined on the bed to rest. Thanks to their invisibility, they could finally enjoy a peaceful slumber. Shun Gongbao continued his role as sentinel, lying low and vigilant for any unexpected occurrences. The night passed without incident, and after a hearty breakfast, they resumed their journey ahead. Before long, an announcement echoed through the forbidden area. Beautiful Nation's fortunate one, Hunter, has discovered a 1-star water resource. This resource will appear in the Beautiful Nation region with a tenfold reward. To their astonishment, another individual from the Beautiful Nation had also received a resource reward. Qin Chuan regarded the resources they had acquired with indifference. After all, a mere 1-star resource held no allure for him. Others, however, had received their rewards. Sighed Shangwan Ryun. This is entirely a matter of luck. I never anticipated that a bronze-level monster would emerge from that hive, along with a 3-star resource. My focus was solely on the honey, not on the resources. The two continued their journey into the unknown, occasionally ambushed by venomous creatures. Yet, these beasts, despite their toxicity, lacked the strength of even a 1-star entity, and they were easily dispatched. Isn't that Hunter, the boxing champion from Beautiful Country? I never expected him to still be alive. Were it not for the announcement, I might have believed him dead. It seems luck has favored him. Falling into a trap led to a resource reward. What extraordinary fortune. He began his lottery draw, curious about what he might obtain. Meanwhile, Hunter lay injured in a cave, astonished by his unexpected stroke of luck in receiving a resource reward. Truly, Lady Luck had smiled upon him. As he initiated the draw, a voice echoed, and Hunter's eyes widened. Soon, he erupted in laughter. I, Hunter, am indeed blessed by Jesus. I've drawn the power of gravity control. My rise to greatness is inevitable. Upon hearing Hunter's proclamation, those watching his live stream were astounded. Did I hear that correctly? Hunter has drawn the gravity control ability. This power must be formidable. Incredible. He can actually manipulate gravity. Hunter is too powerful. Truly blessed by Jesus, our Beautiful Country's champion. He will surely surpass the lucky ones from Yinhuang. The champions of our Beautiful Country have always been formidable. They merely let the Yinhuang individuals take a step ahead. Just watch. Our 2 lucky ones will surely surpass Qin Chuan. Another fortunate soul from our nation, John Jelly, has also discovered a 2-star resource and is currently setting traps to eliminate a monster. Once successful, he too will draw something remarkable to strengthen himself. Let us place our faith in them. Our fortunate ones will undoubtedly surpass those from Yinhuang. After acquiring the gravity ability, Hunter immediately began to experiment with it. He minimized his gravitational pull and leaped forcefully, soaring 3 to 4 meters high. However, due to his initial unfamiliarity with the ability, he fell back into the trap. Yet, he remained confident in his newfound power. This ability is indeed formidable. It appears that practice is essential. As a world-class boxing champion, Hunter possessed exceptional physical prowess and swiftly mastered the use of his gravity control, successfully escaping the trap. Hunter, shall become a powerful figure. With the gravity ability now his, he brimmed with confidence, gradually vanishing into the depths of the forest. In the eyes of the people of the Yinhuang Nation, the rewards of 1 or 2 stars are utterly trivial. Their compatriot, Qin Chuan, has already received several 3-star resource rewards. He has even slain 2 bronze-level monsters, making it exceedingly difficult for others to catch up. As Qin Chuan and Shangwan Ryun continue their journey into the toxic forest, a thick mist quickly envelopes them, becoming denser the further they venture. Qin Chuan, I feel a bit lightheaded, Shangwan Ryun admitted, her vision blurring as she struggled to see the path ahead. Her condition was deteriorating. This is not good, Sister Shangwan. The mist is toxic. Although Qin Chuan possessed formidable physical resilience and felt no ill effects, Shangwan Ryun was not so fortunate and was succumbing to the poison. With a few whimpers, Shun Gongbao also displayed symptoms similar to Shangwan Ryun. Though his situation was considerably better, yet he could not endure for long. The viewers in the live broadcast room initially believed the mist to be ordinary, unaware of its toxic nature. Upon witnessing Shangwan Ryun's poisoning, many grew anxious. Will Shangwan Ryun be alright? Poisoning is not a good omen, especially in such a treacherous environment filled with toxins. I wonder if Qin Chuan has a way to dispel this poisonous fog. I believe Qin Chuan will find a solution. Someone reassured. Why worry? A mere toxin cannot pose a challenge to Qin Chuan. Everyone held a firm belief in Qin Chuan's capabilities, confident that he could overcome any obstacle, eagerly awaiting how he would navigate this crisis. I need to devise a plan, Qin Chuan contemplated, soaking a cloth and offering it to Shangwan Ryun. Sister Shangwan, wear this for now. All right. The toxic mist entered the body through respiration, so it was imperative to expel it swiftly. Qin Chuan intended to find a location to assist her in detoxification. However, uninvited guests were determined to thwart their efforts. Something is approaching. Be cautious, Shun Gongbao. Qin Chuan also soaked a cloth for Shun Gongbao to momentarily shield against the toxic mist. What is it? Shangwan Ruiyun inquired, straining to discern the creature, yet she saw nothing. It hasn't appeared yet, but there should be a considerable number, Qin Chuan replied. The viewers were taken aback. Qin Chuan's ability to sense such distant happenings was remarkable. Is this his sensing ability? I didn't realize he possessed such a supernatural power. It must have been acquired through a lottery draw, though we can only speculate on the nature of his prize, as he never reveals it. The ability to sense monsters was potent, allowing for foresight of danger. However, why didn't Qin Chuan choose to retreat? Engaging too intimately with the monsters now seemed unwise. Chapter 60. The emergence of the toxic fog, and though many were perplexed by Qin Chuan's actions, they trusted in his strength. Given his confidence, he would undoubtedly navigate the emerging crisis without issue. After all, he was a cultivator. Here they come. I heard the sounds too. The accursed mist obscured my vision, rendering it difficult to discern what lay before me. A rustling sound emerged from the ground, igniting a wave of curiosity among us regarding the nature of this creature. It appeared that more than just a few were present. They seemed to swarm in numbers reminiscent of the previous encounter with the golden-purple bees. What could they be? As I scrutinized the scene ahead, I soon detected a writhing mass upon the ground. My eyes widened in astonishment as I exclaimed, "What on earth is this? There are so many." The ground was teeming with these minuscule beings, far surpassing the density of bees. Their sheer multitude was daunting. They resembled ants, not only in size but also in their overwhelming presence, akin to a billion ants mobilizing in unison. Panic surged within me. Who could maintain their composure in the face of such a sight? What manner of monstrosity was this? It was beyond terrifying. There were no notifications indicating their existence. And these creatures had not even reached a 1-star classification, yet their threat level eclipsed that of 3-star monsters. I feared that a creature of that caliber would meet its demise swiftly if ensnared by them. This appeared to be a type of ant. Though I could not ascertain its species, it bore a striking resemblance to a particular kind. Could they possibly be army ants? Encountering such creatures would spell disaster. And the sheer number of them was indeed alarming. Would Qin Chuan be able to cope with this? This was not a desert. It seemed improbable for such ants to appear here. Yet, this was a forbidden zone, and who could say what might manifest? Although Qin Chuan possessed the ability to wield flying swords, these ants were not comparable to the golden-purple bees. The bees were airborne and larger, leaving significant gaps in their flight pattern. In contrast, these ants remained on the ground, and their diminutive size allowed them to swarm in dense formations, transforming the entire forest into their dominion. Faced with such a peculiar horde of ants, could Qin Chuan truly achieve a miraculous feat? Surrounded by toxic mists, although he had not yet succumbed to poisoning, no one could guarantee his immunity. Moreover, with the poisoned Shingongbao and Shangwan Ruiyun by his side, what could Qin Chuan possibly do? Indeed, the Forbidden Realm was extraordinary, hosting such an abundance of ants. Little ants, why not consume the two from Yanhuang? We acknowledge that Qin Chuan, this young rascal, possesses a measure of good fortune and a hint of strength, yet he too experiences misfortune, and these ants serve as irrefutable evidence of that. Our beautiful nation shall soon surpass Yanhuang. Devour the inhabitants of Yanhuang entirely. Foreigners, be gone. You despicable lot cannot bear to witness our strength. I have faith that our Qin Chuan will vanquish these creatures, demonstrating to you that your aspirations will forever remain mere illusions. Just wait and see. Qin Chuan, what are these monsters? Shangwan Ruiyun nervously edged closer to Qin Chuan, and Shingongbao mirrored her anxiety. They were encircled by a multitude of ants. These ants exhibited remarkable intelligence, biding their time until their prey ventured deep into the toxic fog forest before revealing themselves. They had already surrounded the area, and the moment one stepped further in, combat was inevitable. However, this skirmish was starkly uneven, for the sheer number of creatures was overwhelming. It appeared to be a species of ant. Though its exact classification remained unknown, what was clear was their alarming abundance. Qin Chuan was not particularly afraid of these ants, despite their multitude. He believed that if he wished to leave, these tiny creatures could not possibly hinder him. Yet, he was acutely aware that Shangwan Ruiyun and Shingongbao lacked his formidable strength. Qin Chuan, there are too many ants. You should leave quickly. I know you can escape, Shangwan Ruiyun urged, surveying the hopelessly vast swarm around them. She realized that escape was utterly impossible for her. However, Qin Chuan was different. His strength was formidable, and he could undoubtedly break through the blockade of ants and exit safely. What nonsense are you speaking? Since I dared to bring you here, I will ensure your safe departure. Do not worry. Leave it to me, Qin Chuan declared, patting his chest. Although escorting them out would pose significant challenges, he possessed the strength to do so. If I fail, You must promise me to survive. I have one more chance at resurrection. So do not concern yourself with my fate. Shangguan Riyun remained apprehensive, resolutely conveying her determination to Qin Chuan. Sister Riyun, could you not instill a bit more confidence in me? Does this not imply a lack of faith in my abilities? Qin Chuan pouted, resembling a displeased child. Not at all. I merely believe you should not be burdened by my safety, Shangguan Riyun explained. Ah, look, there's a larger ant over there, Qin Chuan exclaimed, directing his gaze 100 meters away to observe a notably larger ant. Monster name: Elite Toxic Fog Ant. Quality: none. Strength evaluation: 1 star. Talent: Social Command. Mild toxicity. To his surprise, it was a 1-star level monster. The audience in the livestream also took note of the ant's details. Although it was only 1 star, the sheer quantity of these creatures was staggering. Almost every 100 meters, an elite toxic fog ant emerged. So, these ants were called toxic fog ants. The elite toxic fog ant was several times larger than the ordinary ones. And did you notice how evenly they were distributed? It resembled a commander directing an army of ants. The talent section indicated they possessed command abilities, suggesting they were akin to the leaders of this ant swarm. If Qin Chuan could eliminate these elite ants, would he not be able to dispel the crisis? You must be foolish, with so many ants. How could Qin Chuan possibly defeat them all? Moreover, with such overwhelming numbers, does anyone truly believe he can eradicate them one by one? Could the extermination of these elite ants truly compel them to disperse? Qin Chuan contemplated whether slaying these elite ants would indeed lead to their retreat. Yet he soon realized the daunting challenge posed by their overwhelming numbers and the unpredictability of the situation. His foremost priority was to avoid injury from these relentless creatures. As the ants commenced their assault, even the thunderous roar of Shun Gongbao, a creature of the 3-star caliber, elicited no discernible response from the toxic mist ants. This territory belonged entirely to the toxic mist ants. Any intruder would either break free or be devoured to the last bone. There were but these 2 outcomes. In Chapter 61, Breaking the Deadlock, the ants launched their offensive with an uncanny semblance of coordinated command. Observe the elite toxic mist ants. Do they not appear to be directing the battle among their ranks? Indeed, it is astonishing that even ants exhibit such high intelligence. Could it be that they are invincible within this domain? Qin Chuan, surely you possess a strategy. I have faith in your capabilities. Stay strong, Qin Chuan. As Bingbing observed the unfolding scenario, a wave of anxiety washed over her. She expressed her unwavering belief in Qin Chuan's safety, recalling the earlier triumph over the purple gold bee swarm as a testament to his prowess. At this juncture, fire seemed the most effective means to counter the ants. However, it also posed substantial risks. Yunin recognized Qin Chuan's predicament and shared his insights. Long Weigua shook his head, asserting that while fire could indeed combat the ants, their sheer numbers, coupled with the forest environment, could ignite a conflagration that would ensnare them as well, thus advising against such an approach. This sentiment resonated with Yunan. Might Qin Chuan's sword control technique provide him sufficient protection? Bingbing recalled Qin Chuan's previous tactics against the swarm. I fear that this method may prove inadequate against the multitude of ants. Yunan articulated his concerns, noting that the sheer quantity of the ants would render Qin Chuan's sword control incapable of offering comprehensive protection, as there remained significant gaps. Given the diminutive size of the ants, this viewpoint was likewise endorsed by Long Weigua. I have faith in Qin Chuan, Bingbing declared. In the current live broadcast room, the absence of the director was palpable. After all, he was the caretaker of the orphanage and had pressing matters to attend to, having departed the previous day. Now, only Bingbing, Yunan, and Long Weigua remained to provide commentary. The viewers, witnessing the encroachment of the toxic mist ants, fell silent, eagerly anticipating Qin Chuan's next move. How would Qin Chuan navigate this onslaught of toxic mist ants and ensure the safe departure of both Guan Riyun and Shin Gongbao? You must stay close to me. Sister Shangguan, you need not do anything. Simply suppress the poison within your body and leave the rest to me. Qin Chuan instructed Guan Riyun. Please be cautious. She sighed inwardly, lamenting her inability to assist due to her affliction. Little ants, did you think I had no means to deal with you? Qin Chuan has taken action, and he has indeed drawn forth the tiger-slaying sword. Everyone anticipated that Qin Chuan would employ the same technique he used to confront the bees. However, he did not proceed in that manner. Instead, he expended his magical power to conjure a multitude of spiritual swords, which he then commanded to revolve rapidly around himself. In an instant, a tempest began to swirl, and a storm commenced its furious dance. The viewers in the live stream were left astonished. What was Qin Chuan up to? Truly, his intellect is remarkable. Although the number of ants is vast, Utilizing this tactic to summon a whirlwind could easily scatter them. Indeed, Qin Chuan's ingenuity shone through. The diminutive bodies of the ants, no matter how numerous, were utterly powerless against the tempest. Once swept away, Qin Chuan would be safe. His brilliance is undeniable. He is a prodigy. It was utterly unexpected that he would devise such a method, and one cannot help but admire him. They quickly grasped the intent behind Qin Chuan's actions. The rotating spiritual swords, coalesced through his magical prowess, resembled a fan, rendering the tiny ants helpless against the ferocious winds. As the storm unleashed its fury, the surrounding ants were caught in the whirlwind, unable to withstand the might of the tempest. They were tossed, torn apart, and ultimately eradicated by Qin Chuan. However, the storm also affected Qin Chuan and his companions, though the impact was negligible in comparison to that on the ants. Yang Jingyi from the National Security Bureau was equally astonished, applauding Qin Chuan's cleverness in using this strategy to avert crisis. Indeed, no one anticipated he would resort to such a tactic, leaving them in awe. In the live stream, Bing Bing was captivated by Qin Chuan's display of power as the storm effortlessly engulfed the surrounding ants. I knew our Qin Chuan would find a way. Yet no one expected him to employ such a method. His brilliance is simply astounding, Bing Bing exclaimed in admiration. Long Weigua added without hesitation, Qin Chuan is indeed clever. This demonstrates his ability to utilize his skills to resolve any predicament, and I harbor great confidence in their forthcoming adventure. With Qin Chuan among us, we are truly blessed in Yanwang. Yunan also smiled joyfully. The people of Yanwang were elated to witness Qin Chuan so effortlessly overcoming the crisis. However, the sentiments of foreign netizens painted a different picture. Infuriatingly, this little monster has once again defied the odds. I had envisioned countless scenarios, yet never anticipated this little imp would solve the problem in such a manner. I thought he was certainly doomed, but it appears he has emerged unscathed. The forbidden grounds are still distant. He will undoubtedly encounter even more formidable challenges ahead. Just wait and see. Follow me. Qin Chuan advanced through the tempest, grasping Shangwan Ruiyun's hand. Each step forward amidst the chaos. The storm, a manifestation of magical energy transformed into a blade of spirit, ravaged all flora in its path. Under the relentless downpour of swirling swords, nothing stood a chance against its might. Yet, such exertion exacted a considerable toll on Qin Chuan. Shangwan Ruiyun could clearly perceive the pallor upon his face. Qin Chuan, is it enough? We've traversed several hundred meters, she inquired, though her own condition was far from optimal, her concern for him overshadowing her own discomfort. Rest assured, let us venture a bit further. I fear we may still be encircled by the ants, he replied, determined to endure for the sake of their safety. Should he falter, the strain of reigniting such a method would be insurmountable, thus it was prudent to push onward. Reluctantly, Shangwan Ruiyun quickened her pace, striving to distance them further. This scene stirred countless onlookers, evoking feelings of admiration and concern. Qin Chuan's youthful visage radiated resilience, unwavering strength, an indomitable spirit. If a mere 4-year-old could embody such fortitude, what of the adults? Many began to hold Qin Chuan as a paragon. His steadfastness and tenacity serving as a beacon of inspiration for all. Chapter 62. It seems we are lost. Qin Chuan persevered for a full kilometer before finally halting, drenched in perspiration and collapsing to the ground. We are safe now. Shangwan Ruiyun observed their surroundings. Although still shrouded in toxic mist, the menacing presence of the poisonous ants had vanished. Qin Chuan, take a moment to rest, she urged, as she too settled down, striving to suppress the toxins within her body, which had reached a critical level. Be sure to clear the toxins from your system, Qin Chuan advised, guiding her to employ her magical energy to expel the impurities. The toxins were not lethal unless inhaled in excess, and both she and Shun Gongbao had not absorbed a dangerous amount, allowing for a manageable cleansing process over time. Seeing their safety, the others felt a wave of relief wash over them. Though the toxic ants were diminutive, their sheer numbers could indeed evoke terror, exemplifying the adage that many can bring down even the mightiest of creatures. An hour later, they resumed their meditation, restoring their vitality. In that moment, Qin Chuan discovered that his progress in embodying the magical boy Nezha had surged to 29. No wonder he felt significantly empowered. His embodiment level had ascended. This advancement would enable him to confront a greater array of challenges. How did it rise so much? Qin Chuan pondered, uncertain of the underlying factors. Had he comprehended the key to this increase, he could rapidly enhance his embodiment level. Moreover, a message resonated in his mind. Upon reaching an embodiment level of 30, he would gain the ability to summon a magical artifact wielded by Nezha. This is something he has longed for even in his dreams. If he were to obtain Nezha's magical weapon, his strength would undoubtedly multiply several times. The power of such a treasure is undeniably immense. He must elevate his performance level as swiftly as possible. Qin Chuan felt a surge of motivation. He seemed to grasp the reason behind the significant increase in his performance level. Battling monsters and vanquishing formidable foes could enhance this level. Additionally, there was the imperative to protect Shangwan Riyun and Shen Gongbao. Although Nezha was mischievous and playful, he was a person of deep loyalty, never abandoning a friend regardless of the peril. He always acknowledged his actions openly, never allowing others to suffer because of him, nor permitting harm to befall those around him. All Nezha sought was the recognition of others. Qin Chuan, through every endeavor he undertook, garnered the acknowledgement of the entire Yanhuan populace, which was the most crucial reason for his rapid elevation in performance level. Upon noticing that Shangwan Riyun had awakened, he inquired, "Sister Shangwan, how are you feeling?" "I'm all right," she replied, glancing around. "I truly have no idea how vast this poisonous fog forest is. I will search for methods to resist these toxic mists," Qin Chuan declared. "Be careful," she cautioned as she saw him darting swiftly towards the forest. Wherever there is poisonous fog, there must also exist something that can dispel it. As a cultivator, Qin Chuan could naturally discern this. After rummaging through the nearby thickets for quite some time, he finally stumbled upon a particular herb known to counteract the poisonous mists. At last, he found it. Qin Chuan hurriedly approached to pluck the herb, only to be attacked by a venomous snake. Swiftly, he caught it with one hand. "I saw you coming. You thought you could ambush me," he remarked. With a gentle squeeze, he effortlessly dispatched the one-star venomous serpent. Given that the snakes here were all highly toxic, Qin Chuan had no intention of consuming snake soup. After gathering a sufficient quantity of the herb, he returned to Shangwan Ruyun. "Is this herb useful?" she asked, eyeing the plants he had brought back. "Rest assured, it will certainly be effective," Qin Chuan responded confidently. "How do you know?" Shangwan Ruyun inquired, genuinely curious, considering he was only 4 years old. "I utilized my spiritual sense to examine the herb's properties and discovered that the poisonous mist avoids it, so it must counteract the toxins," Qin Chuan explained. "You are truly clever," Shangwan Ruyun admired sincerely. Countless netizens also marveled at Qin Chuan's remarkable observational skills, surprised that he could discern even such subtleties. "So how do we use this?" Shangwan Ruyun asked. Qin Chuan scratched his head and replied, "Perhaps it should be consumed." He was uncertain himself. Thus, he turned to the recently awakened Shen Gongbao and smiled. "Let the big cat give it a try. That will clarify everything." Upon awakening, Shen Gongbao noticed Qin Chuan's mischievous grin and instantly sensed that something was amiss. "Shen Gongbao, woe is me. I protest. I refuse to try. You cannot compel me." Qin Chuan stepped forward, forcibly prying open Shen Gongbao's mouth and stuffing several blades of grass inside. "If you vomit, you shall feast upon grass henceforth," he threatened. Shen Gongbao, "Oh moutho." Shen Gongbao had no choice but to be coerced into consuming the grass. The netizens were once again amused by Qin Chuan's antics. Shen Gongbao found himself once more at the mercy of Qin Chuan. "Qin Chuan, little leopard, let us see how you dare to defy me. Disobedience shall lead to starvation." In pursuit of sustenance, the little leopard resolved to sacrifice its pride. After some time, Shen Gongbao discerned that the lingering toxins had been expelled, and it eagerly conveyed this good news to the two. "Shen Gongbao, woe is me." Observing the reaction of the great cat, it was evident that the grass had been correctly identified. "Sister Shangwan, you may consume it with confidence," Qin Chuan remarked. Shen Gongbao, poor leopard. Its role had expanded to that of an experimental subject. After consuming the grass, they pressed onward into the depths of the toxic mist forest. After traversing several kilometers, they found the fog had reached an astonishing density, rendering visibility beyond 2 meters nearly impossible. The fog was overwhelming. Had they not consumed that grass, they likely would not have managed to arrive at this juncture. Shangwan Riyun was equally taken aback by the potency of the toxins in this place. "Once we leave this core area, we should be able to find our way out," Qin Chuan speculated. "How much farther do we have to go?" Shangwan Riyun expressed her discontent with the surroundings. The abundance of venomous insects, ants, snakes, and peaks was daunting. Thankfully, with Qin Chuan by their side, he was practically a nemesis to these monsters. The deadly creatures were eradicated before they even had a chance to strike. "Let us proceed this way." Relying on his perception of spiritual energy, Qin Chuan navigated towards the areas rich in it. In such an environment, losing one's sense of direction could easily lead to disorientation. Coincidentally, Qin Chuan realized he had indeed become lost within the fog. Something feels amiss. Qin Chuan vaguely recalled that he had traversed this area before. "What is wrong?" Shangwan Ruyun inquired. "It seems we have lost our way," Qin Chuan replied. Chapter 63. The forest from which we cannot escape. Are you suggesting we are lost? Shangwan Ruoyun asked. Qin Chuan nodded, stating, I distinctly remember we have indeed been here before. We have made a large circle. Should we change our direction? Shangwan Ruoyun proposed. It appears we have no other option. The towering mountains and dense woods, coupled with the heavy fog, made discerning direction exceedingly difficult. With no viable solutions at hand, the two could only continue onward, leaving markers in hopes of finding their way out. However, many events often unfold contrary to one's wishes. 2 hours later, Qin Chuan and Shangwan Ruoyun found themselves back at the same spot. Gazing at the cat-shaped stone markers they had placed, both fell silent. The large cat shape was modeled after Shun Gongbao's original form, yet it bore little resemblance. After much wandering, they found themselves back at square one. What should we do? It seems we are truly trapped here. The two exchanged glances, while Shun Gongbao stared at them, wide-eyed. Subsequently, Qin Chuan turned his gaze towards Shun Gongbao and remarked, Big cat, having grown up in the forest, it is quite embarrassing that you got lost. Shun Gongbao, how did this calamity befall me? Enough, Qin Chuan. Do not put Shun Gongbao in a difficult position, urged Shangwan Ruoyun. As she and Qin Chuan sat on the ground, gazing at the thick fog and the surrounding woods, feeling somewhat at a loss. They were indeed lost. Could it be they had given up? It had not been long, yet were they really planning to cease their journey? As long as they kept changing direction, surely they could find their way out of this forest. The woods were vast. How could they be so fortunate as to return to the same spot? After wandering for 2 hours, he could not fathom how they had ended up back where they started. This forest seemed rather small if they could retrace their steps so easily. Bing Bing and her companions, upon realizing Qin Chuan was ensnared in the forest, felt a surge of anxiety. Yunnan, possessing a wealth of outdoor survival experience, spoke up, there is no need for concern. It is impossible for a forest to exist from which one cannot escape. The fact that Qin Chuan and his companions returned to their starting point is entirely normal. I have experienced a similar predicament before, trapped in a forest for 3 days, traversing the same paths countless times, until I eventually discerned a pattern. The intelligence of Qin Chuan and Shangwan Ruoyun is evident. There is no reason to worry. Their pause is merely a moment of contemplation. They wish to conserve their energy rather than tread the same path again, so they are strategizing their next steps. I believe it won't be long before they seek alternative routes. Upon hearing this, Bing Bing found it quite reasonable, especially given that Qin Chuan and Shangwan Ruoyun indeed appeared to be deep in thought. It's just a forest, she reassured. There's no way it can confine them for long. With their cleverness, they will soon find their way out. Let us not speculate wildly. After Bing Bing's explanation, the online spectators felt reassured. It is entirely normal to get lost in a forest, so there was no need for alarm. After all, aside from the disorientation, there were no other dangers in this woodland, making their concerns quite unnecessary. Qin Chuan was not devoid of options. He simply felt fatigued and wished to rest. As for Shangwan Ruoyun, she was indeed pondering solutions, contemplating the best methods to exit the forest. Qin Chuan, I just thought of a few strategies. Let us try them out, Shangwan Ruoyun suggested. No rush, let us fill our stomachs first, Qin Chuan replied, patting his belly, for he was hungry. All right then. Shangwan Ruoyun began to prepare a meal. After they had dined, she declared, we cannot afford to waste too much time here. Let us set out. Indeed, it is essential to carefully observe the surroundings. Although Qin Chuan possesses methods, it is imperative to survey the terrain before employing them. Thus, he continues to accompany Shangwan Ruoyun in search of an escape route. They traverse the forest, yet encounter no monsters, which alleviates their troubles. However, the absence of any creature only deepens their sense of unease. Not even a shadow of a monster is visible, an exceedingly irrational occurrence. Perhaps even greater dangers await them. Hence, they must remain vigilant along their journey. The forest is dense and lush, with an intricate and convoluted terrain, rendering differentiation exceedingly challenging. Much of the area is impassable. Qin Chuan, look, there are markings on this tree from my previous passage, Shangwan Ruoyun exclaimed, noticing the sign. Indeed, they had unwittingly retraced their steps. Let us venture to an area devoid of markings. They proceeded toward the unmarked section, leaving additional signs along the way for better distinction. However, after half an hour, they found themselves inexplicably back on the path they had traversed earlier. We have returned, Shangwan Ruoyun remarked with exasperation. They realized they were akin to individuals trapped within a circular maze. No matter the direction they took, they ultimately returned to their starting point, inducing a sense of nausea. Let us try again. Qin Chuan persisted, with Shangwan Ruoyun following closely behind. This time, they headed once more into the unmarked woods, altering their course whenever they encountered a marked path. Yet, after an hour, they discovered they had returned to the same location. Qin Chuan and his companion were indeed ensnared in this place. After such a prolonged duration without progress, was it possible they were destined to perish here? What kind of supernatural force is this? There are no ghosts. That is mere nonsense. I believe Qin Chuan and his companion will surely find their way out. You must escape this place. The online community expressed their fervent desire for Qin Chuan to exit, yet some reveled in their predicament. This little imp has finally been ensnared. How splendid. As long as they remain trapped, our fortunate one shall surpass them. I hope this little rascal never escapes. His strength is formidable, but this forest cannot be navigated through sheer power. Not a single monster resides here. They are destined to perish within the forbidden realm. Shangguan Ryun began to feel a twinge of irritation. They had been trapped here for half a day with no progress, leading her to wonder if they were truly fated to die in this place. Sister Ryun, do not fret. We shall discover the way out, Qin Chuan reassured her nonchalantly. We cannot afford to squander any more time here. We must find a way out swiftly. If it were not for Qin Chuan's spatial ring, which provided ample water and food, they would have succumbed to desperation long ago. Chapter 64. The ground is littered with bones. Am I not trying to devise a plan? Qin Chuan reassured. You are devising a plan, Shangguan Ryun remarked, failing to perceive any signs of contemplation on Qin Chuan's countenance. Have you arrived at a solution? Not yet. We must traverse a few more circuits, Qin Chuan replied. More circuits? Shangguan Ryun was at a loss for words. And were it not for her knowledge of Qin Chuan's extraordinary nature, she might have suspected he was jesting. Is there truly a solution? She inquired. Indeed, trust me. We will surely find a way out. At Qin Chuan's insistence, they set forth into the forest once more. As time passed, the sky grew increasingly dim. Throughout the day, several fortunate individuals had discovered a few one-star resource rewards. Yet for Qin Chuan, such one-star resources held no allure whatsoever. Conversely, for those nations, they were exceedingly rare. After all, not everyone possessed Qin Chuan's prowess and fortune. Qin Chuan claims to have a solution, but I see no evidence of it, she mused. All she observed was Qin Chuan admiring the forest scenery, without any discernible progress. I believe in Qin Chuan. If he asserts there is a solution, then there must be one. Qin Chuan is simply surveying the terrain. Cannot you all see that? They were oblivious to the miracles Qin Chuan often conjured, and thus, they waited in anticipation. Another day passed, and no one knew whether Qin Chuan had indeed discovered a way out. Observing Qin Chuan carefree as he feasted on meat and frolicked with Shun Gongbao. Indeed, it was Shun Gongbao who was being playfully tormented by Qin Chuan. They felt he was indifferent to their escape. However, Shangguan Ryun was different. She genuinely yearned to leave, but found herself trapped. We shall venture out tomorrow, Qin Chuan remarked before drifting off to sleep. Tomorrow? Shangguan Ryun was uncertain if Qin Chuan had truly found a way out. She had attempted countless methods today, and regrettably, none had borne fruit. After midnight, an announcement regarding the Forbidden Area was made. Forbidden Area announcement. The national resource ranking is set to distribute resource rewards. First place in the reward resource ranking, Yanhuang Nation, 30-fold gold resources. This resource reward has appeared in the Yanhuang region. Second place in the reward resource ranking, Beautiful Nation, 20-fold silver resources. The resource reward has emerged in the Beautiful Nation region. Third place in the reward resource ranking, Dongying Nation, 10-fold bronze resources. The resource reward has surfaced in the Dongying region. The national resource ranking for forbidden areas has been updated. Countdown, 7 days. The announcement sent ripples through the world once more. Has it truly been 7 days? It feels so swift. Who would have thought national fortune had been unfolding for so long? In the beginning, there were 300 fortunate souls from various nations, totaling 900 individuals. 7 days later, the remaining number has dwindled to less than half. Indeed, more than half have perished, and as the peril escalates, many more are destined to meet the same fate. Yet, the gravest concern lies not merely in the loss of life, but in the resultant fragmentation of these nations due to the demise of their fortunate few. Witnessing the grim realities of these countries evokes profound distress. The reward for the top contender is a bounty of golden resources, which is truly remarkable. Given the staggering disparity between the Yanhuang Nation and others, it appears exceedingly arduous for the citizens of those nations to surpass it. One can only hope that Qin Chuan of the Yanhuang Nation remains eternally ensnared within the forest. The allure of 30-fold golden resources awarded to the first place is vastly superior to silver or bronze resources. Qin Chuan has once again enabled the nation to secure a 30-fold reward of golden resources. In a moment of exuberance, Shangguan Ryun lifted Qin Chuan and planted a fervent kiss upon his cherubic face. These matters are trivial. Let us rest, for we must depart from this place tomorrow. Qin Chuan nestled into Shangguan Ruyun's warm embrace and soon succumbed to slumber. Many others, however, found it difficult to sleep, primarily due to the stark contrast in resources between the Yanhuang nation and the others, which left them disheartened. The sole piece of good news was that Qin Chuan remained lost within the forest. The United States, through its social media platform, expressed sentiments wishing for the fortunate ones of the Yanhuang nation to remain trapped indefinitely. Such a sentiment underscores the desire for Qin Chuan to remain confined. On the following day, Qin Chuan awoke feeling refreshed and invigorated from the warmth of Shangguan Ruyun's soft presence. He relished the comforting routine of sleeping beside her each day. After breakfast, Qin Chuan declared, "Today, we can leave this place." "Have you truly found a way?" Shangguan Ruyun inquired, somewhat astonished, as she had assumed Qin Chuan was merely speaking idly the previous day. "Follow me," he instructed as he ventured into the dense thicket, unsheathing the Zhanhu's sword and arriving at a spot concealed by a cluster of trees. "What are you doing?" Shangguan Ruyun asked, her curiosity piqued. "I am clearing a path," Qin Chuan responded, and with that, he wielded the Zhanhu's sword, unleashing a brilliant golden light before sweeping it horizontally. Boom! Empowered by his magic, the colossal trees fell in response. "Let us proceed," Qin Chuan declared confidently as he traversed the forest. Shangguan Ruyun queried, "Is this truly a way out?" "I observed something yesterday," Qin Chuan explained. "The paths we previously traversed were all viable routes, yet each led us back to the same loop. Therefore, no matter how long we wander within this forest, we cannot find the correct path unless we forge our own." Upon hearing this, Shangguan Ruyun found it quite reasonable. That does seem to be the case. Regardless, we must give it a try. Without hesitation, Qin Chuan transformed into a lumberjack, cleaving the imposing trees that obstructed his way. The livestream audience was rendered speechless. They had never anticipated that Qin Chuan's method from yesterday would unfold in such a manner. It was a strategy they had never considered. Witnessing Qin Chuan effortlessly severing the colossal trees, it became evident that this approach was uniquely suited to him. Others, despite their intentions, lacked the strength to replicate it. However, after half an hour had passed, Shangguan Ruyun had yet to locate the trees she had marked the day prior, indicating that this endeavor was paving a new path altogether. "Qin Chuan, you truly are remarkable. I never imagined you possessed such ingenuity," Shangguan Ruyun praised him earnestly. "Of course, I am quite formidable," Qin Chuan replied, basking in his own pride. His endearing demeanor elicited laughter from countless viewers online. Yet, no monstrous creature had emerged, and over 40 minutes passed before Shangguan Ruyun noticed something ahead. "What is that? Let us investigate." They soon encountered a harrowing scene, one strewn with bones. "These are the remains of monsters, but why are there so many? What on earth is this place?" Chapter 65. A vast grassland here, the ground was littered with corpses, remnants of various animals, creating a sight reminiscent of a hellish landscape. No one could fathom the events that had transpired to result in such a multitude of carcasses. It was certain that this was no ordinary locale. Initially, they presumed this dense forest to be devoid of monsters, yet the presence of these deceased creatures raised unsettling questions. What had occurred here to yield such a plethora of monstrous remains? "Rest assured, these monsters have been dead for quite some time," Qin Chuan reassured Shangguan Ruyun. Their prolonged journey through the forest had revealed no signs of any living creatures. Thus it seemed implausible for monsters to inhabit this area. The bones were desiccated, indicating that whatever transpired had occurred long ago. "Goodness, look at that skeleton. It's enormous." The live stream audience gasped in astonishment as they gazed upon the colossal skeletal remains before them. Despite numerous fractures, it was unmistakably the carcass of a gigantic beast. Have you ever seen a creature towering several dozen meters with a length exceeding 100? Before their eyes lay an authentic monster. Countless viewers were horrified by this revelation. Subsequently, they speculated that if such massive skeletal remains were found in the Forbidden Zone, could there still be living creatures of equal magnitude lurking within? What fate would befall anyone who encountered such a colossal beast? No matter how powerful humanity might be, could they truly conquer a creature of such immense proportions? It seemed utterly implausible. Thus, when faced with such titanic monsters, retreat would be the only viable option. This led them to reflect on the stark contrast between themselves and ants. In the presence of such monsters, humanity appeared little more than insignificant insects. My goodness, to think such enormous skeletal remains exist in this world. You mentioned they are remains. Who knows if the Forbidden Zone still harbors any living beings? The origins of these monsters' demise remain a mystery, as they lie collectively interred in this place. Upon encountering such remains, one truly comprehends the insignificance of humanity. Previously, I believed these creatures existed solely within the realm of cinema, never anticipating their tangible reality. We ought to be grateful that these monsters do not inhabit the planet of Jojo, for otherwise, the survival of humankind would be utterly jeopardized. Qin Chuan and Shangwan Ryun were equally astonished by the colossal remains before them. How could such a massive creature reside in this forbidden land? It was truly terrifying. The mere thought of encountering such a beast sent shivers down their spines. In the presence of these monsters, they appeared diminutive, akin to toys at the mercy of their whims. This was, without a doubt, a monstrous rendition of the forbidden territory. Exercise caution. I sense a foreboding atmosphere. Shangwan Ruoyun remarked, swallowing hard. Anyone confronted with such immense skeletal remains would find it difficult to maintain composure. Moreover, they felt an intangible pressure weighing upon them, rendering them uneasy, as though their very spirits were under threat. It emanated from the skeletal remains of that creature. Qin Chuan, possessing keen perception, swiftly discerned that the psychic pressure originated from the bones. How could a mere skeleton exude such spiritual influence? Shangwan Ruoyun pondered, bewildered. It had been deceased for so long. How could it still project a psychic aura? My intuition is infallible. It is indeed emanating from it, Qin Chuan insisted, though he could not fathom the phenomenon. Nevertheless, the reality remained undeniable. Both were profoundly astonished. They had not anticipated that even a deceased monster's remains in this forbidden land could possess such formidable psychic pressure. This realm was far more terrifying than they had ever imagined. The journey ahead would undoubtedly prove more arduous. Let us hasten our departure from this place. It feels overwhelmingly oppressive, Shangwan Ryun urged, grasping Qin Chuan's hand as they swiftly retreated. After traversing a kilometer, the oppressive sensation that had weighed upon their hearts dissipated. They glanced back, still able to behold the remains of the colossal beast, which emitted a faint, otherworldly glow from that area. Perhaps it was this very luminescence that had enveloped them, provoking such discomfort. Forbidden Land announcement. The fortunate individual from the Bear Nation, Angelina, has discovered the one-star forest. This resource will manifest in the Bear Nation region with a tenfold reward. Another has acquired resources, Shangwan Ruoyun murmured. Where should we proceed? Qin Chuan surveyed the path ahead, noting the diminished vegetation. The dense primordial forest was no more, replaced by abundant sunlight. Furthermore, as they advanced, the mist grew increasingly sparse, signifying their complete departure from the lost woods. Fortunately, they emerged from the forest, and a sense of trepidation washed over them as they reflected on their endless circling. Shangwan Ryun sighed. As a special forces soldier, her struggles in this forbidden land underscored the plight of others. Let us head east, she suggested, where the trees were sparser. We should be able to find a relatively safe spot to set up camp today. Accompanied by Qin Chuan, she ventured eastward. To their astonishment, they had yet to encounter a single monster, and even Shun Gongbao detected no signs of any creature's presence. The tranquility of the forbidden land was perplexing. Akin to the toxic fog forest they had previously traversed, it was evident that something unusual lurked within. After walking several kilometers, they stumbled upon a vast expanse, a prairie stretched out before them. Have we exited the original stone forest? Shangwan Ruoyun pondered, gazing ahead. The scene unfolded with azure skies, fluffy clouds, verdant grass, and wildflowers, evoking the sensation of standing upon the Great Plains. How beautiful, Qin Chuan exclaimed. This is the first time I've witnessed such an expansive prairie. Neither in his past life nor this one had he ever visited a prairie of such magnitude. The endless vista was breathtaking, and it was no wonder that many yearned for life on the plains. Such beauty could uplift anyone's spirits. Look, it's a prairie. Wow. Our nation's fortunate ones have discovered a new map. Have they truly emerged from the original forest? Who could say? Perhaps what lay ahead was yet another forest. No one possessed a map of the forbidden land, nor did they know its true extent. What a stunning prairie. If I were on the Jojo planet, I would certainly visit it. Having finally emerged, Qin Chuan hoped this prairie would bring them good fortune. Chapter 66. A surprising task. Big Cat, take a lap. Shangwan Ryun and Qin Chuan once again mounted Shin Gongbao, who galloped forward with great vigor, the scenery whirling past them. The fresh scent of wildflowers and the pure air enveloped them in a beautiful experience. The spiritual energy here had intensified. Qin Chuan noted that the spiritual essence in this place was significantly stronger than in the forest, which was reassuring, yet possibly ominous. He recalled the enormous beast they had previously encountered. In areas rich in spiritual energy, the creatures that could thrive were invariably more formidable, raising the level of danger. In the original forest, the most powerful monster they faced was merely a 3-star creature. Yet, The corpse of the beast they had seen earlier clearly surpassed that strength. As for the might of monsters beyond 3 stars, Qin Chuan had yet to engage in battle with them, leaving him unable to draw conclusions. Ah, what is that? After Shingongbao had sprinted several kilometers across the prairie, they spotted a peculiar stone structure in the distance, towering and unmistakably large. Thus, Qin Chuan exclaimed, "Big cat. Go take a look over there." The master had given an order, and Shingongbao dared not disobey, swiftly making his way toward the indicated spot. Upon their arrival, they were astonished to discover that what they had encountered was not merely a colossal boulder, but rather an enormous stone tablet. This tablet was not only towering, but also exuded an air of peculiarity, as it stood at the center of a square altar, with 4 statues adorning its cardinal points. The stone carvings appeared ancient and of remarkable quality, leaving one to ponder how long they had existed, evoking a profound sense of antiquity. Surrounding the altar, the sculptures were strikingly unique, each embodying a primitive essence. One statue depicted a figure with a human head and a serpent's body, clutching a stone, reminiscent of the primordial goddess Enwa or an ancient race akin to Medusa. The second statue featured a human head with a fish's body, unmistakably resembling a mermaid, wielding a trident that led Qin Chuan to speculate that it might be the legendary weapon of the sea god. Having watched numerous films, such thoughts were inevitable. The third sculpture portrayed a being with a human head and a wolf's body, standing upright and bearing a massive wolf's fawn club upon its shoulder, likely a werewolf, a character frequently encountered in Western mythology. The final statue possessed delicate wings, donned a queen's crown, and held a bow and arrows, embodying the very essence of an elf. At this sight, Qin Chuan felt perplexed and inquired, could it be that this altar was constructed by these 4 races? Perhaps, for the duration of its existence remained a mystery, and it was conceivable that traces of human activity lingered here as well. Such an altar must have been crafted by intelligent beings. It was entirely plausible that one of the races represented by the statues was responsible for its creation. Despite these reflections, their gazes returned to the towering stone tablet, rendering them momentarily speechless. The tablet was indeed excessively large, soaring to a height of no less than 100 meters. It was evident that it could not have been constructed by humans, who could not possibly erect such a monumental structure. Yet, what purpose could such a grand tablet serve? Was it intended for worship? Perhaps it was indeed crafted by the 4 races, though it was peculiar that these 4 tribes seemed to have no apparent connection to one another. Why, then, were they immortalized in the 4 corners? It appeared as though they were guardians or suppressors. Did the tablet possess some other function? Surely not. What was so extraordinary about this tablet? Was it merely a grand stone? The 2 circled the altar, eventually discovering a smaller tablet behind it, measuring 2 meters wide and 3 meters high, which detailed the usage of the stone tablet. It read, "The first level of the Forbidden Zone, the Thunderous Tablet. Only by completing the tasks inscribed upon the tablet and illuminating the entire stone can one unlock the gates to the second level of the Forbidden Zone." Upon reading this, the 2 were instantly rendered speechless. This stone tablet unexpectedly serves as the key, or rather the gateway, to the second region of the Forbidden Zone. As they continued to examine it, they discovered it was a task list, indicating that the tasks would refresh daily, with each individual permitted to undertake only 1 task at a time. Once a task was claimed, it would be locked and unavailable to others. Each task was unique. The method to unlock the second layer of the Forbidden Zone was surprisingly straightforward. Upon the completion of 100 tasks, the celestial tablet would transform into a portal, allowing them to enter the second layer seamlessly. It turned out the Forbidden Zone was stratified. Where they stood was merely the first layer. The first layer had already inflicted significant losses upon the fortunate few, and half of the nations on the Jojo planet had suffered incalculable damages. The calamity persisted, and if this continued, the nations would indeed be on the brink of annihilation. If the first layer was this daunting and arduous, one could only imagine the horrors that awaited them in the second descent. Little did they know, this stone tablet was named the Tremor Tablet. They initially believed it concealed some monstrous entity beneath, only to find it merely served as a passageway. One could only speculate what the second layer of the Forbidden Zone entailed, with an overwhelming desire to behold it. Given the terror of the first layer, the second layer would likely evoke even greater dread. 100 tasks? The 2 exclaimed, rendered speechless. How long will that take? They decided to inspect the contents of the tasks first. Qin Chuan gazed at the task details. Tasks. 1. Eliminate a 2-star bronze blood wolf and retrieve its beast core. Reward. A 2-star weapon. 2. Collect 10 blue flame pearls, ensuring they are uprooted without damage. Reward. Fire-based ability. 3. Gather 10 3-star beast cores. Reward. 10 strength. 4. Challenge the guardian beast king of the first layer, possessing 3-star silver strength. Surviving for 10 minutes counts as success. If defeated, reward a 3-star cultivation technique. 5. Locate 10 pieces of Thai stone larger than a fist. Reward a 3-star defensive armor. There were a total of 10 tasks, each distinct, with individuals allowed to claim only one. Upon claiming a task, a general directional guidance would be provided, yet the ultimate outcome depended on one's own prowess. Upon viewing the task list, the group was once again astonished. Wow, tasks have truly emerged. This feels akin to an online game, reminiscent of watching them play. Indeed, it was a game, one of national fortune, a gamble with the entirety of the nation's fate. Chapter 67. The Reward of Powerful Mental Strength. To her astonishment, Shangguan Ruiyun never anticipated that this small stone tablet would function like a computer screen, capable of refreshing tasks. This revelation left her utterly surprised. This task is imperative. The gateway to the second tier shall inevitably be unlocked. The sooner one undertakes the task, the greater the rewards to be reaped. Every item within this realm ignites anticipation. However, Qin Chuan sighed and remarked, the rewards here are rather unimpressive. Shangguan Ruiyun was momentarily taken aback. The audience in the live stream was equally stunned, gazing at Qin Chuan in disbelief. What did he just say? He dares to call these rewards trash? Good heavens! Each item here could send them into a frenzy. Yet in Qin Chuan's eyes, they were merely worthless. Their spirits were subjected to a profound blow by his words. It seemed they were only deserving of such rubbish. Qin Chuan's comment was rather hurtful. Those items were undeniably formidable, yet he dismissed them so casually. Do not blame Qin Chuan. He is merely a child, unable to discern the value of these rewards. With his intellect, how could he possibly be oblivious? It is hard to believe that any of these rewards wouldn't evoke envy among us. How could Qin Chuan label them as trash? That weapon, those extraordinary abilities, that cultivation technique, each one is tantalizing. However, given that Qin Chuan already possesses that weapon and has long been taught the cultivation techniques, along with skills such as the thunder curse and sword control, it is understandable that he might not find them appealing. In light of your words, it does seem plausible, yet I still feel somewhat wounded. Shangguan's sister, why not choose a task first? We can tackle it together, which would expedite the process. Although Qin Chuan seemed indifferent to the rewards, for Shangguan Ruiyun, the items could enhance her strength. Weapons are not my immediate necessity. I already possess the 3-star luminous battle armor gifted by Qin Chuan, and he has taught me the cultivation techniques. What I currently lack is a formidable offensive means. After pondering briefly, Shangguan Ruiyun promptly selected the second task. I shall opt to collect the blue flame flower. I am quite curious about this fire-type ability. She touched the task inscribed on the stone tablet, and immediately, the entire Forbidden Zone resonated with an announcement. Forbidden Zone announcement. The fortunate one of Yin Huang, Shangguan Ruiyun, has successfully activated the task stone tablet leading to the second tier of the Forbidden Zone, rewarding the collective spiritual power of the citizens of Yin Huang by 1, along with granting Shangguan Ruiyun a bronze-level lottery draw. Shangguan Ruiyun was left astounded. Qin Chuan also expressed surprise. The fortunate individuals within the Forbidden Zone were bewildered. The entire livestream audience remained astonished for a considerable time. Who would have anticipated that there would be rewards for this? Truly, this Forbidden Zone continues to yield unexpected surprises, keeping them in a constant state of amazement. Wow, Shangguan Ruiyun is remarkable. She has finally secured a reward for Yin Huang. This is a boon for all the people of Yin Huang. How impressive. By the way, what does a spiritual power of one signify? I seem to have experienced a moment of enlightenment. Concepts that were once elusive are now resonating within me. I have also discovered that my memory has significantly improved. Oh my, could this be the benefit of mental power level 1? I feel as though my mind has become considerably more agile, offering me fresh perspectives on numerous issues. You may find it hard to believe, but some individuals in our psychiatric hospital have experienced miraculous recoveries. I have found myself capable of creating superior works. Astonishingly, I have unraveled this problem in an instant. I also perceive that I have grown more intelligent. The entire realm of Yin Huang has erupted in excitement. At this moment, everyone has reaped the rewards, as if their minds have suddenly become more astute, swiftly overcoming challenges that once baffled them. Even many individuals with mental disorders have begun to resemble ordinary people. The advantages of mental power level 1 are truly immense. This time, everyone is immensely grateful to Shangguan Ruiyun, for she has bestowed a tremendous boon upon the entire nation of Yin Huang. Although Qin Chuan has also contributed benefits to Yin Huang, they have only reached a select few. However, Shangguan Ruiyun has genuinely gifted the entire populace a remarkable present. The fog has lifted, rendering the intelligent even more astute. Perplexing problems that have troubled many fields of science suddenly found direction, and success feels tantalizingly close with continued exploration. This is particularly a profound blessing for the young children, who are still growing and maturing, yet they too benefit from this mental power reward. I believe that when they mature, they will be even more intelligent than their peers. Given that Yanhuang is already a populous nation, their growth will undoubtedly result in an intangible wealth. Well done. Director Yang Jingyi of the National Security Bureau could not refrain from praising this achievement once more, fully aware of the rarity of this reward. It brings to the country a precious and intangible wealth. Upon her return, she must be recognized and rewarded greatly. We have witnessed her efforts, and the gift she has provided to the nation is monumental. Both Qin Chuan and Shangwan Ruyun have made immense contributions to the country. Yanhuang has already begun to thrive under the resources of these rewards, and once further resources are extracted, the nation's fortunes will reach unparalleled heights. They are steadfast in their belief that Qin Chuan and Shangwan Ruyun can accomplish this. The entirety of the nation believes in them, and they have never disappointed. Bing Bing, Yunnan, Long Weigua, and others have naturally felt that refreshing sensation in their minds, invigorating them and making them feel remarkably more alive. I trust that everyone has experienced the benefits of mental power level 1, akin to the unlocking of a certain shackle in the brain, leaving one feeling revitalized and clarifying many uncertainties in an instant. The fortune of the nation brings us boundless benefits, both for the state and the individual. In this national fortune, our two fortunate individuals have performed exceptionally well. They are our heroes, our idols, and indeed, embodiments of the ideals we strive to emulate. As Bing Bing spoke, she united the hearts of the nation. Her words ignited an atmosphere of fervor within the entire live broadcast studio. The palpable experiences they shared only deepened their belief that the duo would continue to bestow further benefits upon them. They cheered for the two. They were not fighting alone, for behind them stood countless compatriots of the Yin and Huang, cheering and encouraging them. Chapter 68, Spatial Abilities. What? There are rewards? Upon hearing the announcement from the Forbidden Zone, Shangwan Ruyun was utterly bewildered. Had she truly received a reward so effortlessly? Sister Shangwan, congratulations. Qin Chuan promptly stepped forward to offer his congratulations. Shangwan Ruyun beamed with excitement. From her entry into the Forbidden Zone until now, she had tirelessly endeavored to secure a resource reward for her homeland. This was not only her mission but also her duty as a soldier. Unexpectedly, after fruitlessly searching through the forest, she had obtained a reward for her fellow countrymen in this seemingly effortless manner. The benefits of mental power level 1 surged into her being. In the next moment, Shangwan Ruyun discovered that her mind had grown clearer and more acute, as if her understanding of various matters had deepened significantly. Particularly with the cultivation methods imparted by Qin Chuan, it felt as though she had an epiphany, instantly grasping the intricacies involved. Is this truly the power of mental level 1? It is astonishingly potent, enabling me to comprehend so much in an instant. Shangwan Ruyun could hardly fathom the sheer strength of mental power level 1, which had allowed her to gain such profound insights. However, for Qin Chuan, this mental power level 1 held little significance. After all, the attributes of the character he embodied, the magical youth Nezha, had long surpassed those of ordinary individuals by countless measures. Even with Nezha's attributes at level 29, his physical prowess was undeniably unparalleled. It seems this mental power has little practical use, Qin Chuan remarked casually. The entire studio was left astounded. They had personally experienced the benefits of mental power level 1. What an extraordinary ability it was. Yet, in Qin Chuan's eyes, it seemed of little consequence. Just how formidable was Qin Chuan to regard such a reward with indifference? Even Shangwan Ruyun was taken aback, though she was aware of Qin Chuan's capabilities. Sister Shangwan, it's time to draw a lottery and see what splendid treasures await. Qin Chuan quickly reminded her. Right, the lottery. I still have one draw left. Shangwan Ruyun immediately began the lottery. 10 packages of equal size appeared, each radiating a bronze glow. With a casual selection, a beam of light instantly entered her body. Congratulations on obtaining the basic spatial ability. After witnessing Shangwan Ruyun's expression, everyone in the live broadcast room was filled with curiosity, eager to discover what had elicited such astonishment from her. What could Shangwan Ruyun have won? I am utterly impatient to find out. Why has nothing materialized in her hands? Normally, after a lottery, items appear, unless it pertains to a supernatural ability. The previous fortunate individuals who obtained supernatural powers had their gifts fused directly with their bodies. Thus, I am convinced that this is a form of supernatural ability as well. I wonder which particular power Shangwan Ruyun has drawn, perhaps the manipulation of fire or water. I sincerely hope she has acquired the ability to control lightning. However, such fortune seems improbable. Lightning powers must be far rarer than elemental abilities, making it unlikely that one could draw such a gift so easily. Regardless of how much you all speculate, it is of no consequence. Miss Shangwan cannot hear you. Sister Shangwan, what did you draw? Qin Chuan inquired with curiosity. It is a spatial ability, Shangwan Ruoyun replied. At that moment, her emotions were difficult to contain. A spatial ability is exceedingly rare. Oh, Qin Chuan responded initially. But he quickly regained his composure, exclaiming in disbelief. What? A spatial ability? Yes, it is indeed a spatial ability, Shangwan Ruoyun affirmed confidently. The entire live broadcast room was rendered speechless. They had indeed drawn a supernatural ability, but no one anticipated it would be a spatial one. Mastery over space is an exceedingly rare power, vastly superior to any elemental abilities. Wow, Shangwan Ruoyun is incredible. If anyone dares to claim that her luck is inferior to Qin Chuan's, I shall be the first to object. The people of Yanhuang were astounded. Who would have thought Shangwan Ruoyun would draw a spatial ability? This is undeniably monumental news. It is simply unfathomable that such an ability could be obtained. It is a blessing for our nation. International netizens reacted with disbelief. No way, a spatial ability has emerged. Initially, we thought our lucky individuals would be fortunate to draw a fire ability, yet Yanhuang has produced a spatial ability. It is utterly overwhelming. Yanhuang is cheating. One extraordinary individual, Qin Chuan, was not enough. Now Shangwan Ruoyun is also exhibiting such abnormality. I strongly protest. It is indeed unfair. These two individuals from Yanhuang are evidently far more powerful than the lucky ones from our nation. I seriously suspect that this national fortune event has been orchestrated by Yanhuang. We demand that Yanhuang compensate our nation for all losses incurred since this event began. And they must publicly repent to the world. We must boycott Yanhuang. They must not be allowed to continue their advancement. Faced with the envy and resentment from abroad, the people of Yanhuang could only smile. They relished the sight of others wishing for their downfall, yet feeling utterly powerless against them. This sentiment is known as superiority. They have reached a status beyond the reach of other nations. They could only look down upon others, and in the future, they would lack even the privilege of looking up. This self-assurance stemmed from the fortunate duo of Qin Chuan and Shangwan Ruoyun. Congratulations to Sister Shangwan. Her extraordinary abilities are not trivial, and in time, she would no longer require Qin Chuan's protection. Qin Chuan felt genuine happiness for Shangwan Ruoyun. She lifted Qin Chuan in her arms and said, all of this is thanks to our little Qin Chuan. Sister Shangwan, I wish to witness the power of spatial abilities. Qin Chuan spoke up. Upon hearing this, the audience in the live stream fell silent, eager to see the might of her spatial abilities. I have just integrated the power. It is still quite weak, and I am unsure if I can succeed. Anything requires prolonged training and application, especially powers like these, which demand a deep comprehension to unleash their true potential. Go for it, Sister Shangwan. Qin Chuan encouraged. Shangwan Ruoyun stepped into an open area and closed her eyes, focusing on the method in her mind to connect with the spatial force within her body. An energy emerged around her. Whoosh. In an instant, Shangwan Ruoyun vanished, reappearing 2 meters ahead. As it was her first time using her spatial abilities, her body became unbalanced, causing her to tumble onto the grass. Chapter 69. Inside and outside the safe zone. Ouch. Shangwan Ruoyun found herself munching on grass, a situation she had not anticipated during her initial attempt at using her powers. Witnessing this scene, the audience in the live stream could not help but laugh. Ha ha, what an adorable way to fall. Who would have thought our beautiful sister could have such a day? How charming. I was just drinking water when I ended up spraying it all over the gentleman across from me. Such a formidable ability, though not yet controlled properly. This must be teleportation. I wish I had such power. It's so cool. Even when she falls, Sister Shangwan does so with such flair. Sister Shangwan, are you all right? Qin Chuan, suppressing his laughter, rushed over to check on her. Shangwan Ruoyun spat out the grass in her mouth and looked up at Qin Chuan, saying, feel free to laugh. Ha ha. Qin Chuan burst into laughter. Infuriated, Shangwan Ruoyun playfully swatted at his backside, but Qin Chuan was quick to evade. Missed me, he teased, making a face before running away. Still daring to run? Just wait until I catch you. Shangwan Ruoyun stood up and chased after Qin Chuan. Laughter echoed across the grassland. In the realm of the forbidden live broadcast, this was the only moment that brought them joy. Afterward, the two approached the mission stone tablet. Previously, Shangwan Ruoyun had only activated the mission but had yet to accept it. They each took turns accepting their tasks by clicking on the mission displayed on the stone tablet. Upon accepting their respective tasks, Qin Chuan and Shangwan Ruiyun found themselves drawn into a world of challenges. Qin Chuan's mission required him to collect 10 blue flame flowers, ensuring that each was uprooted without damage, with the reward being a fire-based ability. Meanwhile, Shangwan Ruiyun's task involved gathering 10 three-star beast cores, promising a boon of tenfold strength. After completing their initial assignments, new tasks appeared on the mission stone tablet, one offering a skill as a reward and the other a spatial ring. The latter piqued Shangwan Ruiyun's interest, for she admired the convenience of such a ring, already possessed by Qin Chuan. With a sense of urgency, Qin Chuan expressed his confidence, believing that with speed, all the rewards could be theirs, as no one else was likely to reach this place anytime soon. Despite the existence of 900 fortunate individuals, it was well known across the Jiuzhou planet that the current population had dwindled to less than half. Only a select few possessed the strength to safeguard themselves, while the majority struggled to survive, teetering on the brink of death. To reach the mission stone tablet, one had to traverse the toxic fog forest and the misty forest, a feat beyond the capability of anyone except Qin Chuan at this stage. Meanwhile, individuals from abroad, upon seeing the enticing rewards displayed on the mission stone, felt a pang of envy. They lamented the inaction of their fortunate compatriots, fearing that if they did not hurry, the rewards would be claimed by those from Yanwang. It was believed that these two were somehow cheating, having maneuvered through perilous territories to reach the tablet, suggesting they possessed knowledge of a safe route, which seemed profoundly unfair to their fellow countrymen. There was a fervent outcry regarding the lack of communication capabilities connecting the fortunate ones to the outside world, which could have relayed vital information. The frustration peaked as they witnessed Qin Chuan's apparent intent to monopolize the task rewards, branding him as selfish. They urged each other to grow stronger. Yet the only method they knew was to seek resources that could trigger a lottery, hoping to obtain abilities or items that could enhance their strength. They could only hope that the tasks inscribed on the stone would not be too simplistic. Upon accepting their tasks, each received a prompt in their minds. Shangwan Ruiyun's message indicated that the flowers thrived in sunlit locales, such as mountaintops or cliffs. In contrast, Qin Chuan's warning advised caution, as formidable monsters lurked beyond a 10-kilometer radius of the grassland, noted for their strength and cunning. Shangwan Ruiyun, feeling somewhat exasperated, remarked on the vagueness of her prompt, questioning where she might find such flowers. Qin Chuan, sensing an opportunity, reassured her that his task had a broad scope, suggesting that within the 10-kilometer range of the grassland, a safe zone likely existed. Shangwan Ruiyun, puzzled, sought clarification on the concept of a safe zone. The task prompt suggests that we may need to search beyond a 10-kilometer radius. Qin Chuan inquired, "Why do you look so troubled? What does the task prompt indicate?" Shangwan Ruiyun replied, "The task states that the blue flame flower thrives in sun-drenched areas, such as mountaintops or cliffs. Given the current situation, it appears we may have to venture quite far to locate it. This vast expanse of grassland lacks even a single hill, let alone any towering mountains or cliffs. Which direction shall we take?" Qin Chuan asked. "Let us choose any direction. We are unaware of what lies around us. However, before we proceed, it would be prudent to draft a map, as it may prove useful." Shangwan Ruiyun produced a pen and paper, sketching a circle with a stone tablet at its center to represent the task monument's location. Subsequently, the two set off towards the south of the monument. With the aid of their mount, the Xinguang leopard, the 10-kilometer journey would not seem daunting. As the leopard galloped across the grassland, they quickly reached the 10-kilometer mark and were met with a breathtaking sight. They exchanged glances, both equally astonished. Before them lay two starkly contrasting worlds, one of verdant grass and azure skies, and the other, a landscape of yellow earth and towering mountains. With only a few splashes of greenery, it was as if they had crossed into an entirely different realm, a peculiar phenomenon indeed. This place was undeniably extraordinary. The grassland resembled an oasis amid a desert. Such bizarre scenes could only occur in forbidden lands. Qin Chuan's earlier remarks held true. Within the grassland's 10-kilometer radius was akin to a sanctuary, while beyond it lay an entirely different domain. The grassland boasted blue skies and white clouds, whereas the other side was consumed by fierce winds and swirling dust, a striking contrast that was hard to believe existed within the same vicinity. The forbidden land was indeed remarkable, leaving them to wonder what dangers awaited them outside. They hoped for good fortune for both Qin Chuan and Shangwan Ruiyun. Chapter 70. The black wind sweeps across the sky. Though the sanctuary and the outside world were utterly dissimilar, the two, emboldened by their skills, mounted the Xinguang leopard without hesitation and ventured into the unknown. The winds howled fiercely, an entirely different atmosphere engulfing them as yellow sands swirled about, as if they had entered another world altogether. "I despise this wind," Shangwan Ruiyun remarked. It is quite bothersome indeed. It has even tousled my hair, Qin Chuan replied. They resolved to have the Xinguang leopard head towards a distant peak, aware that in such a tumultuous environment, there could be no shortage of monsters lurking nearby. Despite the fierce winds, the leopard, being a creature of the wind, was hardly affected, maintaining its speed as it raced toward the mountain. The terrain here is characterized by its winding and undulating landscape, with countless small hills dotting the area. However, despite the burden of 2 passengers, Shun Gongbao possesses the prowess of a third-tier warrior, effortlessly leaping heights of 3 to 4 meters and bounding from one hillock to another with ease. Countless viewers, captivated by the duo's live stream, felt as though they had been transported to the Lust Plateau, entering an entirely different realm. The dust here is formidable, as swirling clouds of yellow earth envelop the surroundings, casting the world in a hue of ochre. Lust is the solitary element of this landscape. Even the scant patches of green grass are mercilessly buried beneath its weight. The howling winds grow increasingly fierce, reminiscent of a typhoon, significantly affecting Shun Gongbao's speed. A dark storm looms in the distance, prompting Shangwan Ruiyun to exclaim, "We have ventured out at the wrong time. We must find shelter from this raging wind and wait for it to pass." Qin Chuan nodded in agreement and patted Shun Gongbao's back, instructing, "Did you hear that? Big cat, we need to locate a safe haven." Shun Gongbao immediately acknowledged and began to stride forward, only to halt abruptly. "A safe place? Where is that?" he inquired, his expression one of utter bewilderment. The audience in the live stream erupted in laughter. "Are you dazed? Find a safe place, did you hear? Why have you stopped?" Shun Gongbao responded, "Where's a safe place? This is my first time here. How would I know where is safe? Should we go back?" Just as Qin Chuan was about to reprimand Shun Gongbao for his foolishness, Shangwan Ruiyun suddenly pointed to a distant location and said, "Let's head there." Relieved, Shun Gongbao sprinted towards the indicated spot. It was a high lush ridge, and upon reaching it, they realized they were positioned atop the slope, about 10 meters above a long, descending dirt path. "Shun Gongbao, let us go down," Qin Chuan urged. With a powerful leap, Shun Gongbao slid down the yellow earth, gliding effortlessly as if on a slide. "There seems to be a cave over there." Quickly, Shangwan Ruiyun called out, understanding the urgency. Shun Gongbao swiftly arrived at the base of the slope, discovering a cave approximately 3 meters high, and they promptly entered. Inside, the cave revealed a hidden expanse. Though the entrance was narrow, it opened into a vast chamber after several meters. "I didn't expect it to be this large," Qin Chuan remarked, although dimly lit. Both of them possessed keen eyesight and surveyed their surroundings, noting the absence of any man-made objects, as if it were a naturally formed cavern. Disembarking from Shun Gongbao's back, they realized that the fierce winds outside would not abate soon, prompting them to explore their new environment. They produced flashlights, illuminating the space to uncover any further discoveries. The results. Indeed, a discovery has been made. Before them lay the skeletal remains of a human being, weathered and desiccated in the corner. The skeleton was incomplete, missing a hand and a foot. Both individuals were taken aback. Evidently, others had once traversed this place. They had believed themselves to be the pioneers of this territory. Yet this skeletal form unmistakably indicated that they were but latecomers. What manner of place is this? The remains were indisputably human. Had other humans once inhabited this locale? We may have underestimated this game of fate, or perhaps it is still home to other beings, whose existence remains uncertain, or who may have departed long ago. Shangwan Ruiyun's thoughts soared, sensing that this game of fate was far from simple. It was possible that others had dwelled here long before them. Furthermore, it could be that prior to their arrival, other games of fate had occurred. "Shangwan, elder sister, I had no idea that death had once lingered here," Qin Chuan exclaimed, stepping forward with curiosity to examine the bones, even giving them a gentle kick, akin to an inquisitive child. "Qin Chuan," Shangwan Ruiyun exclaimed, pulling him back. He was far too mischievous, even treating the remains of the deceased as a plaything. Qin Chuan pouted, expressing his dissatisfaction, as he was merely curious about the nature of bones after death. "We must wait here until the black winds outside subside," Shangwan Ruiyun replied. "Oh," Qin Chuan said nonchalantly, for to him, it mattered little where they were. He retrieved his invisible tent and took out provisions from his spatial ring, awaiting Shangwan Ruiyun's culinary skills. However, upon glancing over, he noticed that Shangwan Ruiyun was digging a hole. "Shangwan, elder sister, what are you doing?" Qin Chuan inquired with curiosity. "Since we have encountered this, we must bury it. We cannot predict how long we will remain here, and burying it would keep the area tidy," Shangwan Ruiyun answered. The soil was loose, and soon enough, Shangwan Ruiyun had interred the remains. She then began to prepare a meal for Qin Chuan and engaged in her own cultivation practice. Bored, Qin Chuan strolled outside, witnessing the tumultuous black winds sweeping across the landscape, raising clouds of dust. It seemed that the winds would not abate anytime soon. If I had the full power of Nezha right now, I wouldn't fear this wretched weather at all, he mused, before retreating back into the cave, where he soon fell into a deep slumber. They had taken refuge in the cave, uncertain of when the black winds would cease. For Qin Chuan, the other fortunate ones would not arrive here anytime soon. Encountering such weather was an unavoidable predicament, no matter how strong one was. They could not contend against the forces of nature. Meanwhile, fortunate individuals from other realms were desperately searching for sustenance and safe havens. Even those seeking resources had to do so with utmost caution, for a moment's carelessness could cost them their lives. Chapter 71. Come at me. Scorpion. A day had passed in a daze, and by the next morning, the two finally emerged from the cave, inhaling the fresh air outside. The ominous black wind had finally dissipated. Shangguan Riyun stretched her hand, feeling as though she was once again basking in the sunlight after a prolonged confinement. The previous day, several fortunate individuals had successfully located resource rewards, which was undoubtedly good news for humanity. Even though they were striving, they would never catch up to the resources amassed by Qin Chuan and his companions, so there was little to worry about. The weather here was exceedingly arid. Qin Chuan gazed outside. The climate was scorching, reminiscent of a place where rain had not fallen for an entire year. As far as the eye could see, there were only yellow earth and towering mountains, enveloped in a haze of dust. Let us go, great cat, Qin Chuan called out, and Shun Gongbao swiftly approached, kneeling before them as if welcoming royalty. Once they were seated upon his back, he galloped away with fervor. As Shangguan Ruoyan walked, she observed her surroundings, jotting down notes on the geography of the mountains and terrain in her notebook, preparing for what lay ahead. However, within mere minutes, Qin Chuan sensed something lurking beneath the ground. He promptly tapped Shun Gongbao. Great cat, there is something underground. Be cautious. Boom. No sooner had he spoken than a creature erupted from the yellow earth, launching a direct attack on Shun Gongbao. Fortunately, thanks to Qin Chuan's warning, Shun Gongbao swiftly evaded the assault. The creature's attack came from a long, whip-like tail, dark as night, with barbed tips that were crimson and seemingly venomous. However, the pincers of the earth-black scorpion were not to be underestimated, possessing formidable offensive capabilities. The yellow earth began to tremble violently, the soil within a 3-meter radius quaking as the creature, having failed its stealth attack, began to reveal itself. Upon closer inspection, they realized it resembled a scorpion, albeit of a significantly larger size. After careful observation, they gathered information about the creature. Creature name: Earth Black Scorpion. Quality: none. Strength evaluation: 3 stars. Talents: venomous, defense. Strength: it was a 3-star creature. How splendid. Upon sighting the monster, Qin Chuan felt a surge of excitement, for it was indeed his target for the mission. He leaped over 3 meters, landing gracefully on a small hillside, looking down at the creature as he declared, "Since you seek death, I shall grant you mercy." Qin Chuan, be careful, Shangguan Riyun cautioned, noting the creature's fearsome appearance, particularly its venomous tail, which looked quite formidable. Understood, Qin Chuan nodded, preparing for a fierce confrontation. The audience in the live stream room buzzed with excitement. It had been a while since they witnessed Qin Chuan battling a monster, and they could not afford to miss this opportunity. As the news of the monster's emergence in Qin Chuan spread across the internet, the number of viewers in the live broadcast room surged. Rather than watching other fortunate souls being mercilessly tormented by the creatures, they preferred to witness Qin Chuan's prowess in vanquishing these beasts. Bing Bing, upon seeing such a colossal creature, likened it to an oversized scorpion king. As everyone could observe, this monster was yet another 3-star entity, a new species, with its introduction revealing it to be a creature of devastating power. Its venomous tail could undoubtedly pierce steel, and with its potent toxicity, one could only hope that our Qin Chuan would not fall victim to its lethal sting. The Earth Black Scorpion possessed 3 innate abilities: venom, defense, and strength, clearly marking it as an exceptionally formidable adversary. From my conjecture, this creature was hardly inferior to a 3-star bronze-level monster. With Bing Bing's commentary, the audience gained a clearer understanding of the Earth Black Scorpion, eagerly anticipating how Qin Chuan would tackle such a challenging foe. The creature appeared quite imposing, its body seemingly clad in armor, suggesting formidable defensive capabilities. I noted that this monster was not vastly different from the bronze-level adversaries Qin Chuan had previously encountered. Yet I was curious as to why this Earth Black Scorpion did not attain the bronze classification. Perhaps geographical factors played a role. The surrounding grasslands had an aura reminiscent of a dungeon. Dungeon, a fitting description indeed, hinting at potential hidden powers within these locales. Had it been anyone else, they would have undoubtedly faltered, but encountering our prodigious Qin Chuan signified misfortune for the beast. Qin Chuan had effortlessly dispatched 3-star bronze monsters, and against this creature, which had not even reached bronze quality, the consensus was that he would prevail with ease. In no time, Qin Chuan sprang into action. He charged toward the earth-black scorpion with the speed of a bullet, catching the creature off guard as he collided with its tough exterior. A resounding thud echoed as his fist struck the scorpion's shell, akin to an assault upon iron. Remarkably resilient, Qin Chuan, momentarily taken aback, stood atop the earth-black scorpion's form, unleashing a flurry of blows, each producing a cacophony of sound. The earth-black scorpion let out a deafening screech, its massive pincers snapping toward Qin Chuan. Yet, he reacted with astonishing swiftness. No matter how the creature attacked, it could not land a blow on him, inciting the scorpion's fury. Determined to not allow Qin Chuan to dominate from its back, the earth-black scorpion unleashed its venomous tail along with its pincers in an assault. Qin Chuan deftly leapt backward, safely landing on solid ground. His expression remained casual, exuding an air of nonchalance as though he were merely playing with the creature. Come on, big scorpion, strike me if you can. Your pincers can't even come close. Qin Chuan taunted mockingly, sticking out his tongue in derision as he jeered at the earth-black scorpion's futile attempts to hit him. The earth-black scorpion was undoubtedly enraged. Having been scorned by a mere human, it was determined to make Qin Chuan pay for his insolence. For pairs of antennae swiftly crawled towards him, and a pair of formidable pincers came crashing down without hesitation. Bang! The ground dented, and dust erupted. Qin Chuan leaped into the air, a jubilant laugh escaping his lips. Ha ha! You can't hit me, you foolish scorpion. I'm right here. The earth-black scorpion struck again with ferocity. Bang! Once more. Qin Chuan evaded the blow, taunting the creature. Clumsy scorpion, where are your eyes? I'm over here. Thud. Bang. 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 The relentless assault from the earth-black scorpion continued. But all it earned was Qin Chuan's merciless derision, his voice echoing triumphantly after each of its attacks. The scorpion felt a twinge of sorrow. Why couldn't it land a hit on this audacious boy? Chapter 72, An Unexpected Conclusion. The scorpion's situation was not looking bright. It appeared fatigued, panting heavily. Observers noted Qin Chuan's antics and realized he was having the time of his life. After all, he was just a 4-year-old child, overflowing with playful spirit. They reminisced about their own childhoods, recalling mud pies and the occasional mischief with kittens and puppies. Yet here was Qin Chuan, toying with high-level monsters, exhausting even a 3-star creature. The most astonishing aspect was that this monstrous being could do nothing to him. This was the essence of strength. Without it, who would dare to play such games? To them, Qin Chuan was the child of a deity, a little immortal. Monsters were supposed to fear him, and the evidence was clear. Keep going. Qin Chuan's enchanting voice rang out, resonating in the hearts of countless onlookers. The most lamentable fate in the world was to be commanded to attack while being utterly incapable of landing a blow, and yet urged to continue. How humiliating for a monster to endure. At the very least, the earth-black scorpion could no longer bear the shame. It decisively turned to flee. The crowd gasped. Where do you think you're going? Young master hasn't dismissed you. After all, it was a rare find, a toy not to be lost. Qin Chuan would not allow such an escape. With the speed of lightning, he sprang onto the scorpion's venomous stinger. The crowd was taken aback. Whoa, Qin Chuan, don't scare me like that. That's the venomous stinger of a scorpion. Be careful. What was he planning to do up there? Was he intent on playing with poison? I have a bold idea. Perhaps Qin Chuan intends to remove that stinger. If that were the case, it would be quite ruthless, yet I find it exhilarating. Shangguan Ryun was equally startled by Qin Chuan's daring move and quickly shouted, Qin Chuan, take care. Don't get poisoned. The preceding scene has demonstrated that the earth-black scorpion posed no threat in Qin Chuan's eyes, allowing him to engage with it freely. However, the records clearly indicated that this creature harbored a potent venom. While Qin Chuan was undoubtedly formidable, such toxins could not simply be evaded through strength alone. Hence, Shangguan Ryun was understandably alarmed by the unfolding situation, fearing that Qin Chuan might come into contact with the lethal fluid, which would spell trouble. Qin Chuan flashed a reassuring smile in Shangguan Ryun's direction, signaling her to remain calm, for he had everything under control. Indeed, when the earth-black scorpion observed Qin Chuan's disregard, it ventured towards its most formidable weapon. At that moment, if the scorpion did not take action, it would be remiss in its duties as a member of the scorpion clan. It swiftly aimed its venomous stinger at Qin Chuan, but he nimbly darted to the side, prompting the scorpion to alter its trajectory. Yet, Qin Chuan mirrored its movements, resulting in a comical back and forth. As the scorpion aimed left, he would shift right, and vice versa. After several exchanges, the scorpion's stinger began to sway like a rattlesnake, bewildered and unsure of its next move. Boredom settled in for Qin Chuan. He had anticipated that the earth-black scorpion would eventually land a strike, yet it had failed to do so even once. Seizing the opportunity, he clasped the scorpion's tail and hurled it skyward. Astonishingly, the 3-meter-long creature soared into the air, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. They watched wide-eyed as the scorpion's body twisted in fear, its pincers and antennae trembling, a visage unmistakably human in its expression of terror. With a resounding thud, the earth-black scorpion crashed heavily to the ground, creating a deep crater. But Qin Chuan was far from finished. He approached the pit once more, seizing the dazed scorpion and flinging it onto the shore, delivering a relentless barrage of strikes before it could regain its composure. "Could you allow me a moment to recover?" The scorpion seemed to plead. Yet the answer was a resounding no. Once Qin Chuan engaged, there was no stopping him. His interest had been piqued, and nothing could deter him now. Thus, an exhilarating free fall ensued, with Qin Chuan orchestrating the movements of the 3-star earth-black scorpion. Gripping the scorpion's venomous tail, he launched it once again into the sky. With one hand pressed to his forehead, he appeared to gauge the height to which he had propelled the creature. As the scorpion neared the ground, Qin Chuan struck it once more with a swift kick, unleashing a remarkable force that sent the earth-black scorpion soaring once again. Previously, it had only known the sensation of burrowing underground. Now, thanks to Qin Chuan, it experienced the exhilarating feeling of flight. Gratitude for Qin Chuan's ancestors resounded within the scorpion's very essence, as the earthbound scorpion was subjected to countless up-and-down movements by Qin Chuan. The spectators in the live broadcast room fell into a stunned silence. The creature's plight was pitiful. It was undoubtedly the most unfortunate monster to encounter Qin Chuan. His playful yet terrifying demeanor instilled a sense of fear in many viewers. The nickname Demon Boy Qin Chuan truly suited him, for he was indeed a source of dread. With a resounding thud, the earth scorpion, already disoriented and on the brink of demise, found itself wishing for a swift end. But the relentless Qin Chuan turned even that into an unattainable desire. Fortunately, after enduring numerous freefalls, the scorpion finally tasted the earth beneath it. Despite the pain inflicted upon it, the creature had grown numb to its suffering, finding the embrace of Mother Earth preferable to the skies above. At last, Qin Chuan's playful spirit waned. He approached the scorpion's venomous stinger one final time, his eyes glinting with a newfound idea. Yet, the sight of his devilish grin sent chills down the spines of onlookers. It exuded an aura of sinister plotting. Was he contemplating devouring the scorpion's tail? In summary, the situation was bewildering. With a swift motion, Qin Chuan seized the scorpion's stinger and plunged it downward. The crowd gasped in disbelief as the stinger found its mark, piercing the scorpion's own back. Its eyes widened in shock, and in that moment, it succumbed to its own venom. The audience was left in awe. The scorpion had met its end by its own sting, an irony that was nothing short of poetic. The stinger seemed to protest, claiming innocence in the matter. No one had anticipated such an outcome for the earthbound scorpion. They had envisioned the finale, but never expected such a convoluted path to it. Chapter 73. The rebirth of the centipede monster. The monster had perished. It had finally found release. The unfortunate scorpion's tragic life had come to an end. In its next life, it should avoid becoming a monster altogether, and if fate dictated otherwise, it must certainly steer clear of Qin Chuan, for his treatment of monsters was too fearsome. Well done, Qin Chuan. He showed no mercy to creatures of the abyss. Swiftly, he approached the earth scorpion, breaking open its head to extract the beast core. After a moment's consideration, he proceeded to strip away the scorpion's sturdy exoskeleton. With a decisive slice of his hand, he severed the entire tail, packaging it for his collection. The onlookers, including Shangwan Ruyun, could only gaze at Qin Chuan in speechless disbelief, while Shun Gongbao stared at the defeated creature, utterly perplexed by the tragic spectacle. Subsequently, the gaze of Shun Gongbao briefly met that of Qin Chuan for a fleeting second. It trembled all over, lowering its head in trepidation, not wishing to suffer the fate of being flayed by Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan glanced at Shun Gongbao with disdain and remarked, "Look at you, a mere bear leopard. As long as you behave, would I truly harm you?" Shun Gongbao twitched its lips, questioning whether Qin Chuan believed his own words. With a forced grin, it nodded in agreement, signaling its intent to comply, affirming that if asked to leap into a river, it would certainly avoid crashing into a wall. Collect 10 level 3 beast cores. Mission reward, strength 10. Mission count, 110. Only 9 more targets remained. Qin Chuan mused that this task seemed as effortless as being handed a gift. Sister Shangwan, let us proceed, Qin Chuan stated. All right. Shangwan Riyun finally responded, embracing Qin Chuan as she climbed onto the back of Shun Gongbao, continuing their journey forward. Let us ascend the mountain, Shangwan Riyun spoke. The blue flame flower flourishes on high cliffs bathed in sunlight. Thus, to locate it, they must venture upwards. The higher they ascended, the greater the likelihood of encountering the elusive flower. Unfamiliar with the terrain, they were left to rely on such rudimentary methods to seek out their quarry while simultaneously fulfilling Qin Chuan's mission. After several minutes, they reached the summit of the mountain. There was a saying that perhaps should not be uttered. The winds are stronger at higher altitudes. Regrettably, they found nothing. They scrutinized their surroundings, but alas, there was naught to be seen. Not even a blade of grass graced their sight. They began to suspect this place was barren. Look, I see grass. One of them exclaimed. Let us search for an even higher peak. Standing aloft indeed had its advantages, for it allowed them to gaze farther afield, surveying the expanse around them. There lies a black mountain. Qin Chuan pointed towards a distant location. Indeed, Shangwan Riyun replied, her astonishment evident as she observed the peculiar sight. How strange. Everything around is earthen yellow, yet there appears a black peak. Let us investigate further, Qin Chuan urged Shun Gongbao. Great cat, head that way. With a howl, they resumed their journey towards the black mountain. However, after scarcely traveling a kilometer, Qin Chuan heard a commotion. Monsters were approaching. Shun Gongbao halted as well. Why have we stopped? Shangwan Ruiyun inquired. We are surrounded by monsters, Qin Chuan responded, a note of excitement in his voice. What? Shangwan Ruiyun exclaimed, incredulous at his apparent delight. Yet, it seemed a cause for celebration, as his task required the defeat of 10 level 3 monsters. These lesser creatures posed no challenge for Qin Chuan. Stay put. Do not move. Let me entertain them, he declared, leaping to the ground as the surrounding sounds grew ever louder. Shangwan Riyun soon heard a sound, as if something was crawling from the ground. She glanced around and noticed quite a number of creatures nearby. Qin Chuan, you must be cautious, she warned. Sensing the multitude of monsters surrounding them, she felt a twinge of anxiety. Qin Chuan nodded. Under the dominion of his mental acuity, every rustle of the wind and movement of the grass was under his control. Suddenly, a creature emerged from the earth, elongated and adorned with countless tentacles, eliciting a shiver down the spine upon closer inspection. Creature name: Centipede Monster. Quality: None. Strength rating: 2 stars. Ability: Regeneration. Good heavens, what a lengthy creature. It resembled a centipede, yet it was distinctly more grotesque. This was the most repulsive monster I had ever encountered. Look at it. Half of its body is still buried in the soil. Qin Chuan, quickly dispatch it. To their astonishment, several more appeared. After the first centipede monster surfaced, multiple others encircled Qin Chuan and his companions. Infuriated, Qin Chuan thought, these insignificant insects dare to flaunt themselves before him. They were truly courting disaster. I'll strike. In a fit of rage, Qin Chuan unleashed a powerful punch upon one of the centipede monsters, instantly shattering its head. Humph! You pitiful creature, what can you do to me? Pleased with his prowess, Qin Chuan launched another series of attacks, effortlessly dispatching the newly emerged monsters with ease. All done, he exclaimed, clapping his hands. However, he soon realized that he had underestimated these creatures. What is happening? Qin Chuan observed the centipede monsters writhing on the ground. And to their astonishment, the creatures began to heal, grow, and rise anew. Shangwan Riyun in the audience in the live stream gasped. The creature has revived. Can it not be killed? It can resurrect. This must be the regeneration ability of the monster. To defeat them, one must discover their weakness. And Qin Chuan was determined to find a solution. Qin Chuan, they're alive again. Shangwan Riyun urgently reminded him. I know, don't worry. Qin Chuan understood that only by identifying the weaknesses of these monsters could they be vanquished entirely. The fact that they could regenerate even after their heads were crushed indicated that their heads were not their Achilles heel. But what could it be? As Qin Chuan began to scrutinize the creature's form, the centipede monsters charged towards him. With renewed vigor, Qin Chuan struck again, dispatching the creatures to the ground with a few swift punches. Chapter 74. The Great Cat collects the spoils. However, it was not long before the centipedes began to writhe once more, displaying signs of regeneration. Shangwan Riyun urgently remarked, Qin Chuan, we cannot proceed like this. They must have a critical weakness. We must uncover their vulnerabilities. If we fail to identify a weak point to strike, repeatedly vanquishing these centipedes would only exhaust our strength in vain. It seems we have no choice but to resort to such measures. Qin Chuan understood the necessity of discovering the monster's weaknesses, and with astute intelligence, he devised a method. He leaped beside one of the centipedes, grasped its elongated body with both hands, and then forcefully tossed it. Crack! In his overzealousness, he split the creature in two, one segment remaining on the ground while he carelessly discarded the other. Qin Chuan noted that the creature was remarkably fragile. He had hardly exerted himself before it succumbed. A swift motion of his hand cleaved the centipede's body in half, and indeed, he uncovered something remarkable, a beast core. This was his solution to defeating the creature. Surprisingly, the beast core was not located in its head. No wonder he had previously failed to locate it. He had assumed it would be there, only to discover that the core resided within its body, positioned where the heart would be. This revelation opened another door of knowledge for Qin Chuan, indicating that a monster's beast core need not always be situated in its head. As expected, once the beast core was extracted, the centipede lay lifeless, devoid of any vitality. So this was the creature's weakness. Had Qin Chuan not breached its body, I would have believed that a monster's beast core was eternally confined to its head. I have gained insight, and I commend Qin Chuan for his wisdom. I always knew he would find the weakness of this monster. Such a diminutive insect posed no challenge for him. The grotesque appearance of this elongated creature was met with disdain from the onlookers, causing several female viewers to turn off their live streams out of fear of witnessing such a repugnant beast. It was entirely expected that Qin Chuan would vanquish the centipede. Qin Chuan, there are still many more monsters, Shangwan Ruyan cautioned, observing the continuous emergence of centipedes from the ground. These creatures were excessively long, stretching at least several dozen meters, and their numbers were indeterminate. All that was known was their formidable regenerative abilities. Only by extracting their beast cores could they be completely annihilated. Fear not, fear not. Qin Chuan's lips curled into a smile, unfazed and even delighted. With so many little friends coming to play, it would be a disservice not to host them properly. He invoked the thunder curse. A bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking accurately at one centipede's heart. Qin Chuan was becoming increasingly adept with this skill, skillfully evading the centipede's attacks while continuously summoning lightning to strike down the emerging foes. In a matter of mere minutes, the ground was strewn with the lifeless bodies of over a dozen centipede-like creatures. Qin Chuan called out to the distance, "Big cat, gather the spoils." The clever Xinguang leopard approached each carcass, deftly extracting the beast cores with its claws before delicately placing them in its mouth, ultimately collecting them all before Qin Chuan. Though tempted, it wisely refrained from indulging, knowing such actions could lead to punishment. Qin Chuan had no intention of allowing it to consume the beast cores either. After all, the leopard had reached a third-star level, and consuming these second-star cores would be a sheer waste of resources. They were far better suited for Shangwan Ruyan, who possessed only a second-star aptitude. Qin Chuan was not one to squander resources indiscriminately. The repulsive remains of these creatures would be left here to decay into the earth. The monstrous bodies were indeed lengthy, albeit relatively weak. Shangwan Ruyan was capable of dispatching these creatures herself, but to achieve the same efficiency in her kills as Qin Chuan, she would need to enhance her strength. Sister Ruyan, take these beast cores for your cultivation. They will significantly aid in your enhancement, Qin Chuan offered, presenting the excavated cores to her. Shangwan Ruyan was genuinely touched and inquired, "Why not keep them for yourself? It feels like a waste to give them to me, as their energy is too low." Ultimately, both beast cores and spiritual energy are forms of energy, fundamentally serving to empower individuals. Beast cores are energy vessels formed through the long accumulation of a creature's essence. They are the source of their strength and hold immense value. Absorbing these cores is exponentially more efficient than drawing from external spiritual energy. Shangwan Ruyan understood Qin Chuan's prowess and recognized that these second-star cores would be negligible for him, akin to mere raindrops, while for her, they represented a small cup of water. "Then I shall express my gratitude," she replied, wishing to protect Qin Chuan rather than rely on him for safety. He was still so small, and it troubled her that he faced danger head-on each time. "Sister, let us hasten toward that black mountain. There may be unexpected discoveries awaiting us," Qin Chuan suggested, leaping onto the back of the Xinguang leopard. "All right," Shangwan Ruyan agreed, climbing atop the leopard and wrapping her arms around Qin Chuan as they ventured toward the distant black mountain. The journey was anything but tranquil. The area was rife with monsters, and they occasionally encountered creatures that would attack them, as well as witnessing the brutal skirmishes among beasts. It was a world governed by the law of the jungle, survival of the fittest. The weak would inevitably become prey for the strong. Many of these monsters had fallen victim to Qin Chuan's prowess. Regrettably, all they encountered were first and second star creatures, with not a single third star in sight. However, during their travels, two fortunate individuals stumbled upon a first-star resource reward, proving that luck was not limited to just them. Have you noticed? Most of the items drawn in their first lottery were abilities. Yet, my first draw yielded a spatial ring, Qin Chuan reflected. This is significantly related to probability, isn't it? Does Qin Chuan still require extraordinary abilities? This seems to be a covert assistance for these fortunate individuals, as they are soon to confront numerous monsters. Only by discovering resources and obtaining opportunities to draw lots can they enhance their strength. Not only have those in the live broadcast room realized this, but these fortunate individuals have also come to this understanding. They can acquire extraordinary powers through the lottery, but to strengthen these abilities, they must engage in continuous practice and seek methods to augment their powers. Unfortunately, thus far, only Qin Chuan has learned to utilize beast cores to enhance his strength. This does not imply that others have failed to recognize the existence of beast cores after slaying monsters. Most have indeed discovered them and are aware of their immense value. However, they remain uncertain about their usage and can only collect them for the time being. This will inevitably widen the gap between them. Only by swiftly discovering a method to absorb beast cores can they hope to catch up with Qin Chuan and his companions. Yet they have yet to find such a means. Chapter 75. The emergence of the werewolf. Throughout their journey, Shangguan Riyun meticulously sketched the map. This is Heishan, or Black Mountain. From a distance, the mountain appears entirely black, hence the name. Upon closer inspection, however, it is not entirely devoid of color. This towering peak is the highest in the vicinity and starkly contrasts with the surrounding landscape. A variety of plants thrive here, adding a distinct vibrancy to the otherwise arid land. Whoosh! As they made their entrance, a shadow darted past from a certain point on the mountain. What was that? The pair scrutinized their surroundings, but found no trace of a monster. Let's ascend and hope for something formidable. We are weary of encountering only low-tier creatures. Throughout their journey, the one-star and two-star monsters had proven to be woefully weak, and they longed for adversaries of 3 stars or higher, as they would be more resilient. As they prepared to climb the mountain, they noticed something peculiar about its appearance. Wait a moment. Shangguan Ruyun leaped to the ground, examining a path that seemed frequently traversed. It appears that some monsters may be lurking atop the mountain, she speculated. We will know more once we ascend. Those who skulked about might be waiting for us to approach. Qin Chuan, bold and skilled, regarded the first layer of forbidden ground as no threat at all. As they ascended, Qin Chuan maintained an air of casual indifference, resembling a carefree child, yet his mind was intensely focused. At the slightest disturbance, he would be ready to react. He sensed some movement in the distant forest, yet the creatures remained concealed, suggesting considerable intelligence on their part. They lay in ambush along the path, awaiting Qin Chuan and his companions. It seems these creatures are quite eager to welcome us. Qin Chuan grinned at the monsters lurking in the distance. Shangguan Ruyun tightened her grip on the military dagger, having detected the presence of the enemy. She steeled herself for an impending ambush. The forest thickened, providing ample cover, and Qin Chuan found himself drawing closer to the perilous zone. He sensed the surroundings and addressed Shangguan Ruyun, cautioning her about the numerous lurking creatures. Indeed, she replied, somewhat taken aback. It was rare for monsters to conceal themselves so deeply. However, the intellect of these beings could not be measured by the standards of mere beasts, so caution was warranted. They ventured into the area where the monsters lay hidden. Suddenly, a sharpened wooden spear shot forth towards Qin Chuan. The creatures were aware that it was wiser to target the vulnerable. Unfortunately for them, Qin Chuan was not a soft target. With a swift motion, he swatted the spear to the ground, breaking it in two. How naive to think a mere stick could best me. Do you take me for a fairy? However, soon after, a deluge of wooden spears descended from the trees, raining down upon them. So many. These spears were evidently crafted with care. Could it be that humans were concealed among the monsters? Was there another presence in this forbidden land beyond the inhabitants of the 9 provinces? The sheer number was alarming, and the nature of these beings remained a mystery. Despite the avalanche of spears, Qin Chuan remained composed, albeit surprised. Such weaponry could only be the handiwork of an intelligent race. Sister Shangguan, be careful. The wooden spears posed no lethal threat to them. He deftly dodged and countered, flicking and kicking the projectiles aside with ease. Shangguan Riyun matched his prowess, wielding her dagger with precision, dispatching the spears effortlessly. As for Shingongbao, his strength surpassed even Shangguan Riyun's, effortlessly neutralizing the threat. Suddenly, stones began to rain down from the forest, each as large as a human head. Being struck by such projectiles would be no trivial matter. Let me see what manner of creatures you are. Qin Chuan surged forward, leaping onto one of the incoming stones. and seized two of the attacking spears, hurling them back with force. A pair of anguished cries echoed as he leapt into the thicket. Countless eyes turned towards him, eager to uncover the secrets hidden within the jungle. Werewolves. The crowd gasped in astonishment upon witnessing the monstrous forms. With wolf-like heads, covered in fur, sharp claws adorning their hands, and standing upright with tails trailing behind, these beings were unmistakably werewolves. My goodness, are these not the very creatures depicted in the statues? Indeed. I once believed that apart from monsters, no other intelligent races could possibly exist in this realm. Yet now, even werewolves have made their appearance. Could it be that the four races depicted on the statue may also manifest within this forbidden ground? With werewolves already present, it stands to reason that gorgons, mermen, and elves might also be lurking somewhere in this desolate place. This is purely conjecture. Perhaps the statues bear no connection to these werewolves at all. No one can ascertain whether these werewolves are linked to the statues near the celestial monument. For now, they remain mere speculations. Upon spotting Qin Chuan, a werewolf brandishing a wooden weapon lunged toward him. These werewolves resembled primitive beings, crafting only rudimentary tools for their assaults, as evidenced by their crudely fashioned weapons. Many among them wielded stone implements, snarling and rushing toward Qin Chuan in a bid to crush him. Their ferocity was palpable, yet their true strength remained uncertain. In the presence of these towering creatures, Qin Chuan seemed diminutive, and the werewolves believed a single stomp could reduce him to mere pulp. With a resounding thud, one werewolf swung a stone hammer at Qin Chuan, the impact echoing through the air. However, Qin Chuan was far too elusive to be struck so easily. He deftly dodged the attack. Leaping atop the stone hammer, he executed a flying kick aimed squarely at the werewolf's head. A painful cry erupted as the formidable figure of the werewolf soared through the air, akin to a football, crashing into a grand tree. A werewolf resembling a leader uttered some commands, and in an instant, the surrounding werewolves encircled Qin Chuan. They brandished their weapons and commenced their assault. Their movements were simplistic and direct, their strikes aimed downward. Qin Chuan evaded their blows with effortless grace, dodging their attacks, while they left countless craters in the ground. "Oh, you clumsy beasts, how slow you are," Qin Chuan taunted them. This, of course, incited the ire of the werewolves, who howled in frustration, seemingly provoked by Qin Chuan's mockery. "What are you howling about? A loud voice does not equate to prowess." With a sudden burst of energy, Qin Chuan leapt, aligning himself with the head of one werewolf, and delivered a swift kick that sent the creature flying. The remaining werewolves reacted swiftly and possessed considerable strength, yet their agility paled in comparison to Qin Chuan's. Their chaotic onslaught proved futile, often resulting in self-inflicted injuries, a tactic Qin Chuan employed deliberately. "What a pack of foolish wolves!" Qin Chuan exclaimed with satisfaction, launching another strike, landing a punch on a smaller werewolf. He even caught a massive stone hurled by the werewolf leader with one hand, and, with a forceful thrust, pressed the boulder down upon the leader, pinning him beneath its weight. A piercing howl of agony escaped from the lips of the werewolf leader, eliciting a sense of satisfaction from Qin Chuan. Witnessing their leader wounded, the other werewolves hastened to his side, assisting him while baring their fangs at Qin Chuan, attempting to convey their fearlessness. In a guttural utterance, the werewolf leader spoke, followed by a long howl that signaled retreat. The surrounding werewolves promptly escorted their leader away, leaving a faction to hinder Qin Chuan's advance. Thinking of fleeing? Qin Chuan would not permit such an escape. He charged forward to engage. However, these werewolves displayed remarkable loyalty, bravely rushing towards Qin Chuan, allowing their leader to retreat safely. Yet, the cost was steep. With dozens of their brethren felled by Qin Chuan's might, some dead, others grievously wounded, they were surprisingly swift. All around, not a single werewolf remained. They had all been driven off by Qin Chuan. "Qin Chuan, are you unharmed?" The others, Shangwan Riyun and Shin Gongbao, caught up with him. But upon witnessing the multitude of werewolf corpses strewn about, they fell into a state of shock. All of this was wrought by Qin Chuan alone. Monster name: werewolf. Quality: none. Strength evaluation: 2 stars. Talent: intelligence, strength. Qin Chuan was truly formidable. These werewolves appeared utterly feeble in his presence, hardly a match for him. Towering at over 3 meters, their physical stature was impressive, yet their strength was hardly commendable, resembling paper tigers. What manner of beings were these werewolves? Their possession of intelligence and a distinct language indicated they formed a cohesive race. They resembled primitive apes from ancient times, having just begun to awaken to consciousness, yet not having evolved to the level of modern humans. Otherwise, they would not rely solely on crude weaponry. It remained a mystery how many such races existed within the Forbidden Land. They demonstrated cooperation and weapon crafting skills, posing little threat to Qin Chuan. But should they encounter other fortunate souls, it could spell disaster for them. Ultimately, it was Qin Chuan's strength that ensured his safety. Qin Chuan, have you eradicated this entire race of monsters? Shangguan Ruyan mused, gazing at the ground. The emergence of these werewolves was hardly good news for her. The werewolf leader had escaped. While these creatures appeared fierce, they fled like cowards when the time came. Qin Chuan held them in contempt, having intended to annihilate the entire pack, but regrettably, they had managed to escape rather swiftly. I wonder if they possess beast cores, Shangguan Ruyan pondered. Qin Chuan intended to dig for one himself, but reconsidered, believing such tasks should not be performed personally. Instead, he turned to Shen Gongbao. Big Cat, it is your time to shine. Shen Gongbao took a moment to comprehend the request, but soon trotted over to the fallen werewolves. With a swift swipe of its paw, the werewolf's head burst open, revealing a beast core, which Shen Gongbao delicately picked up and presented to Qin Chuan. It turns out that these werewolves possess beast cores as well. Qin Chuan expressed his satisfaction, having acquired dozens of beast cores, 5 of which were of the 3-star variety. Now, he only needed 4 more to complete his task. This mission isn't particularly difficult, he murmured. Meanwhile, Shangguan Ruyan stood quietly at the side, reluctant to speak. She felt inadequate, unable to confront even a single 3-star creature. They set off once more, ascending the mountain. Shangguan Ruyan harbored concerns about the potential reappearance of the werewolves. She feared that if the next encounter brought an even larger number of them, with a more elaborate strategy, they could pose a real threat. After all, these werewolves possessed the ability to craft rudimentary tools, exhibited intelligence, and understood the value of cooperation. If they were to set more traps, it could be perilous for them. However, Qin Chuan had a different perspective. He envisioned launching a direct assault on the werewolf's lair. Shangguan Ruyan's apprehensions proved to be unfounded. Their journey continued without any significant disturbances. Save for a few low-level monsters, not a single werewolf appeared. They did, however, discover numerous signs of werewolf activity, indicating that this mountain had clearly become their stronghold. Unfortunately for them, they were no match for Qin Chuan, who had driven them into hiding. Upon reaching the mountainside, the forest thickened, and the paths grew treacherous. Crucially, the sky began to darken, with ominous clouds gathering and thunder rumbling. It looks like rain is imminent. We should find a place to take shelter, Shangguan Ruyan suggested. Leaping onto a tree to assess the weather. Traveling in the rain could be quite exhausting. All right, Big Cat, find a safe spot to wait out the rain, Qin Chuan instructed. After some searching, they stumbled upon a cave. Let's enter this cave, he proposed. As they stepped inside, the rain began to fall in earnest. The downpour intensified once they had taken refuge within the cave. They glanced at the sky, now thick with clouds, uncertain of when the rain might cease. The cave was surprisingly spacious, though it bore a rather pungent odor. Armed with flashlights, the two ventured deeper into the cave. Having spent considerable time in the forest, and knowing well that this cave likely housed other creatures, they had unwittingly entered the lair of some sort of monster. Though the identity of its occupant remained a mystery for the moment. As they advanced further, they soon heard a rhythmic sound. Was it the wind? No, it resembled breathing. Whose breathing could be so loud? Shangguan Ruyan wondered. I cannot say. There are numerous creatures in the Forbidden Zone. Who knows what species we may encounter? We will soon find out, Qin Chuan replied as they pressed onward. Chapter 77. Qin Chuan. The mightiest of beasts. As Qin Chuan and his companions ventured deeper into the cavern, they came to a startling realization regarding the creature that resided within. Goodness! It's a bear, Qin Chuan exclaimed in astonishment. What a colossal black bear, Shangguan Ruyan remarked, observing the slumbering giant. The rhythmic sounds of its snores permeated the air, accompanied by the distinct scent emanating from the creature itself. The surrounding ground was littered with the remains of various monsters, intermixed with the unmistakable odor of the bear's droppings tucked away in a corner. Creature name, Black Bear's Spirit. Quality, Bronze. Strength rating, 3 stars. Talents, Strength, Defense, Endurance. Upon discovering the creature's details, both were taken aback by their fortuitous encounter with a bronze-level beast so effortlessly. It's a 3-star bronze creature. Qin Chuan expressed his delight. While others would shy away from such formidable monsters, Qin Chuan felt nothing but exhilaration in their presence. This heralded opportunities for rewards and potent beast cores. With the acquisition of this 3-star bronze beast core, Qin Chuan was confident he could elevate Shangguan Ruyan to the ranks of a 3-star powerhouse. The energy contained within a bronze-level beast core was indeed exceptionally pure. Could this be sheer luck? Observing Qin Chuan's expression, it was evident he was in high spirits. Many fortunate individuals abroad, upon encountering bronze-level creatures, would flee, fearful of detection. This illustrated the disparity in strength. Qin Chuan was no ordinary individual, and a mere bronze monster was something he could soon overpower. The fact that this creature was still asleep presented a prime opportunity that should not be squandered. Qin Chuan gestured for Shangwan Riyun and Shun Gongbao to remain silent. While he unsheathed his tiger-slaying sword, a grin spreading across his face. He was ready to make his move. Engaging it head-on would be feasible. Yet he sensed the thrill of striking from behind might prove equally exhilarating, and thus he decided to test this approach. The black bear spirit was to be his subject of experimentation. With a sudden surge of power, the three-star creature was caught off guard, and Qin Chuan leapt onto its head, gripping his weapon tightly as he aimed for a decisive blow. Qin Chuan, you're not adhering to the rules of combat. How could you, Qin Chuan? Resorting to a sneak attack? That's rather devious. Laughter erupted, as they realized that their fearless Qin Chuan was indeed employing such tactics. They had anticipated a fair duel where the black bear spirit would rise to challenge him. However, Qin Chuan's cunning approach was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. Why exhaust himself in a confrontation when he could discreetly eliminate the threat? Qin Chuan, I support you. Your strategy is sound. Yet, they still yearned to witness an epic showdown between Qin Chuan and the black bear spirit. The fact that he had resorted to a surprise attack left them momentarily astonished. In their eyes, Qin Chuan was a figure who feared neither heaven nor earth. A mere monster, it has never known how to write the word fear. It has always faced monsters head-on. This time, however, it resorted to cunning tactics. Engaging in a surprise attack. With a swift and merciless strike, Qin Chuan drew his blade, delivering a lethal blow. In an instant, he vanquished the slumbering black bear spirit, ending the encounter with no struggle whatsoever. Contrary to their expectations, the creature did not awaken mid-attack. It was simply dispatched in a blink of an eye. The black bear spirit's head fell to the side, its eyes forever closed in death, indicating it departed without experiencing a shred of pain. Alas, it truly perished. I had anticipated the black bear spirit would possess some instinct, yet it turned out to be disappointingly feeble, meeting its end so effortlessly. Thus, one must never sleep too soundly, otherwise, one may not even realize how they succumbed. This serves as a lesson, and one wonders how many individuals now dread sleeping too deeply at night. This was a monster of the 3-star bronze level, and yet it was slain with such ease. My goodness, what incredible fortune! Foreign netizens were left utterly bewildered. Despite his overwhelming strength, Qin Chuan resorted to a sneak attack, and remarkably, it succeeded without a hitch. They found it hard to accept this reality, harboring serious doubts about whether Qin Chuan was cheating. His luck was undeniably extraordinary, far beyond the norm. Why does he consistently encounter such fortuitous circumstances, while our own fortunate ones do not? It seems profoundly unfair, and we demand a reasonable explanation from the Yanhuang authorities. Indeed, an explanation is warranted. The response from Yanhuang was simply that their fortunate ones were too weak. Such words felt like an affront. Bingbing was once again left speechless on the program. Since becoming Qin Chuan's commentator, she had lost count of how many times she had been rendered dumbfounded during the show. Her flustered expressions had even inspired many adorable memes among netizens, leaving her both amused and exasperated. We have witnessed that Qin Chuan's luck has always been rather favorable. However, we must acknowledge a truth. Would another fortunate individual have the audacity to strike at a 3-star bronze monster under such circumstances? This statement prompted many to reflect deeply. Aside from a select few, most would indeed lack the courage. They would flee at the sight of a 2-star monster, let alone a 3-star one. Even if encountered, they would need both courage and strength. Even in the presence of a sleeping monster, their thoughts would not be of slaying it, but rather of preserving their own lives and fleeing far away. I believe everyone understands that. Even if this slumbering black bear spirit appeared before other fortunate individuals, only a mere handful would possess the bravery to attempt its demise. As far as I know, without the requisite power, one cannot even breach a monster's defenses. You have all witnessed that this black bear spirit possesses defensive attributes. Without formidable strength, even with courage, lacking the requisite power ultimately leads to a dead end. Bingbing elucidated a rather straightforward principle to everyone. Many assumed that Qin Chuan's victory over the black bear spirit was simply a matter of course. Yet they failed to consider why Qin Chuan was able to achieve such a seamless and effortless triumph over this formidable foe. The foundation of this success lies in possessing ample self-confidence and capability. This sentiment is certainly acknowledged by netizens abroad, yet they still feel a profound sense of discomfort and envy. Is there truly no monster that can defeat Qin Chuan of Yanhuang? In this forbidden land, is Qin Chuan not the most powerful entity? We extend our gratitude to Bing Bing for her explanation. We all comprehend the reasoning. We simply had not contemplated it from this perspective. Our Qin Chuan is not merely fortunate. He possesses undeniable strength. Without strength, even the most fortuitous circumstances would slip through one's fingers. Other fortunate individuals encountering such a creature would only flee, lacking the courage to confront it head-on. Chapter 78. The Transformation of Yin Huang. Forbidden Land Announcement. Yin Huang's fortunate one, Qin Chuan, has slain a 3-star bronze-level monster, the Black Bear Spirit, and is rewarded with 50-fold natural gas resources from Yin Huang, along with a chance for a 3-star lottery draw. The Forbidden Land will grant Qin Chuan a 3-star lottery draw, a reward unknown to outsiders. All in the Forbidden Land, these fortunate ones made an effort to steady their emotions. How many times has this occurred? The third time, indeed. Are these monsters merely akin to harmless rabbits? One after another, they are vanquished by Qin Chuan of Yin Huang. Or perhaps, this Qin Chuan from Yin Huang utilized some method to eliminate them? They were consumed by jealousy. For them, dealing with even 2-star monsters posed a challenge. And many could not even contend with 1-star creatures. They now chose to flee upon encountering monsters, rather than rushing in for close combat. Yet Qin Chuan, on the other hand, seems to make an appearance in the Forbidden Land announcements every couple of days. It is as if the announcements have become his domain. They could not ascertain whether Qin Chuan was genuinely formidable or if he had employed other means to conquer these monsters. Yet they once again firmly etched his name into their memories. Upon seeing the announcement from the Forbidden Land, netizens did not exhibit much reaction. After all, this was not the first time Qin Chuan had appeared in the Forbidden Land announcements. They had long grown accustomed to the pattern. As long as one slays a monster of bronze rank or higher, they would be featured in the announcements and receive a lottery draw. They eagerly anticipated what Qin Chuan would obtain in his next draw. Only the foreign netizens, upon encountering this sudden announcement, flocked to Qin Chuan's livestream, curious to see how this little one from Yin Huang had fared. Had this young lad truly slain another 3-star bronze-quality monster? Could it be that this child was, as the people of Yin Huang claimed, a scion of divine lineage? Is this little rascal truly only 4 years old? I find it hard to believe. I suspect that this national fortune game is merely a conspiracy orchestrated by the people of Yin Huang. I vehemently demand the expulsion of Qin Chuan from the Forbidden Zone. He has violated the rules. How could such a young child possibly contend with so many formidable monsters? It is utterly unreasonable. This marks his 3rd defeat of a bronze-level 3-star monster, and I missed the moment he vanquished this creature. Goodness. I heard that Qin Chuan dispatched this Black Bear Spirit with effortless ease. What? He eliminated it while it was in slumber? This is nothing short of cheating. I strongly urge the orchestrators of the national fortune to come forth and provide an explanation. Countless foreign netizens are watching the replay of Qin Chuan's battle against the Black Bear Spirit. They witnessed him effortlessly slaying the beast, securing 50 times the natural gas resources for his nation, and crucially, winning a lottery as well. This is a bronze-level lottery, far superior to the ordinary ones. It feels as though he has received a reward without any effort. While the entire Yin Huang nation rejoices, they are secretly lamenting. Their hearts are heavy with sorrow. Some even inquired if it was still possible to apply for Yin Huang nationality. Naturally, this person was met with scorn from numerous foreign netizens. Meanwhile, in reality, throngs of individuals rushed to the Nationality Application Center to apply for membership in the Yin Huang nation. However, they soon discovered that a long queue had formed. It is astonishing how many people desire to join Yin Huang. Although the official statement from Yin Huang clearly indicates that gaining citizenship is exceedingly difficult, perhaps only 1 in 100,000 will succeed, they remain determined to seize that 1 in 100,000 chance. Yin Huang is simply irresistible. Early fortunate foreign netizens who managed to acquire Yin Huang nationality proudly declare online, "I am truly proud of my decision back then. I now enjoy all the rights of a citizen of Yin Huang. I am an American, yet I harbor a profound disdain for my previous country, where they profess freedom and democracy, yet at night, the streets are nearly deserted, and one could be shot for merely drinking in public. Yin Huang, however, is splendid. The nights here are even livelier than the days. I relish street-side barbecues and enjoy a beer, knowing that as long as I do not cause trouble, no one will interfere. This is the kingdom I have always envisioned. Yin Huang is the safest country in the world. Here, you need not fear being shot at. The gun control in Yin Huang is genuinely effective, unlike in my country, where a mere conflict could escalate into a small-scale gunfight. My parents abroad were initially vehemently opposed to my joining Yin Huang, but now, believe it or not, they are inquiring how they might also join. Can you guess my response? I told them, I have no idea, and it truly brings me a sense of satisfaction. Although I am of Caucasian descent, I consider myself fortunate to have joined the nation of Yanhuang, where the denizens exhibit no discrimination or distinctions of status. The essence of Yanhuang itself encompasses over 50 ethnic groups, and it is only here that such a multitude of cultures can coexist in harmonious unity. Other nations would indeed do well to learn from the exemplary model of Yanhuang. In the National Security Bureau, the search is underway. Yang Jingyi, upon receiving the resource reward in Qin Chuan, promptly organized a team to investigate the origin of these resources, his face radiating excitement once more. He was unaware of how many times he had smiled in front of so many people in Qin Chuan. It was simply impossible to contain his exhilaration. Qin Chuan continuously brings forth such bountiful resources for the nation, and his joy was uncontainable. Xin Yong quickly responded, "Director Yang, we have located them." "Where?" Yang Jingyi inquired eagerly. "In the Bashu region," Xin Yong replied. "Regardless of the location, these resources belong to our great Yanhuang nation and can be disseminated widely." Yang Jingyi was elated. Natural gas is a rare and invaluable resource, and its utilization is paramount. It not only serves as a means of power generation, but also holds significant importance in the chemical industry. The use of natural gas can drastically reduce environmental pollution and lower costs, making it an excellent resource for both domestic and commercial use. Having discovered the resources, the subsequent arrangements for their management would not fall under his purview. All resources originating from the forbidden areas would be extracted by designated personnel from the state, ensuring that every bit is utilized rationally and effectively. To this end, the government has established regulatory bodies and will periodically inform the citizens about the utilization of national resources, instilling a sense of security in the populace. The people of Yanhuang inherently trust their government, though only a few days have passed. Many have already begun to enjoy the substantial benefits these resources bring. They believe that under the nation's guidance, their homeland will prosper and flourish even further. Yanhuang is thriving, evoking envy from abroad. Chapter 79. I can teach you the inhabitants within the forbidden zones remain blissfully unaware of the happenings both within and outside the nation. Shangguan Ruiyun promptly urged Qin Chuan, "Hurry and draw a lottery. Let us see what you can win." Qin Chuan grinned, clasping his hands together, and said, "Let us set a modest goal first, just to draw a divine artifact." Shangguan Ruiyun responded with disbelief. The live audience collectively fell silent, sighing at Qin Chuan's far-reaching aspirations. A divine artifact is merely a small goal. What then is the grand ambition? As Qin Chuan initiated the lottery, a row of packages exuding a bronze hue appeared. In life, one must always strive to be the first. Thus, Qin Chuan selected the foremost package. "Congratulations. You have obtained a 3-star spell, Fire Dragon Technique." A book materialized in Qin Chuan's hands, leaving him somewhat speechless. Yet another worthless tome. Qin Chuan smirked in dissatisfaction. Shangguan Ruiyun quickly inquired, "What sort of book is this?" The spell, a mere 3-star Fire Dragon Technique, elicited a dissatisfied response from Qin Chuan. "Oh," Shangguan Ruiyun nodded, but soon her expression shifted in astonishment, exclaiming, "This is indeed a spell. Moreover, it is a 3-star spell." Shangguan Ruiyun's breath quickened as she urged, "Let me see it." The viewers in the live stream commented, "Yet another spell book." But Qin Chuan, why the discontented expression? Goodness, it's a skill book. Yet Qin Chuan's demeanor resembles that of a wronged bride. Regarding Qin Chuan's current demeanor, I can only utter, "Qin Chuan, hand it over, I wouldn't mind. I would kneel before you. Take me as your disciple, and consider this skill book a token of our first meeting, shall we?" I am uncertain what Qin Chuan deems as valuable. It seems his standards are rather lofty. Perhaps this stems from a disparity in experiences. After all, Qin Chuan is the offspring of an immortal, and his perspective naturally differs from that of mere mortals like us. I sensed an air of pretentiousness. Shangguan Ruiyun diligently flipped through the Fire Dragon Technique, studying it from beginning to end, her brow furrowed, her expression earnest, resembling an exemplary student. "Do you understand it?" Qin Chuan inquired. Not a single word made sense, Shangguan Ruiyun replied earnestly. The crowd exclaimed, "Such classical Chinese." And yet Shangguan Ruiyun confessed she comprehended nothing, as if deciphering a celestial script. Countless viewers frantically questioned on the screen, "Seeing you so engrossed, I thought you understood." Miss Shangguan managed to tease us. "Almost deceived by your earnest expression. How can one learn something they cannot comprehend?" Qin Chuan swiftly explained to them live how to utilize the skill book. This type of book is not meant for reading. It is used in this manner. Qin Chuan took the Fire Dragon Technique, crushed it, and as it transformed into light, it entered his mind, allowing him to master the spell. "Did you incur any tuition fees?" Qin Chuan asked. Shangguan Ruiyun responded, "If only you had mentioned it earlier." I pondered for ages without understanding. It turns out learning is this simple. What an eye-opener. Oh no, I have inadvertently learned this worthless spell. Qin Chuan lamented dramatically. Shangguan Ruoyun, she wished for silence. Live stream viewers, if they could throw objects, they would have already begun tossing banana peels at Qin Chuan. Let's test its power. Shangguan Ruoyun voiced what many were thinking. Qin Chuan nodded, raising a hand. Fire dragon technique. With a whoosh, a surge of pure magical energy erupted from within Qin Chuan, transforming into swirling flames that coalesced in the air, ultimately shaping into a fiery dragon. The fire dragon spiraled through the air, akin to a true dragon soaring, illuminating the entire cave as if it were daylight. This spectacle left countless viewers entranced. It truly is a fire dragon. I never expected it to be so effortlessly summoned. It appears that Qin Chuan possesses exceptional mastery over spells. As the child of an immortal, endowed with a celestial spirit, he is inherently capable of wielding magic. The fire dragon technique is merely a trifle for him. Wow, you seem to know Qin Chuan quite well, one remarked. Indeed. I am a well-versed sage of the martial world, came the reply. I trust you as much as I would a ghost. You old rascal are quite mischievous. Spinning tales from your excessive reading. How infuriating. If I could perform such a spell, I wouldn't be single. Another lamented, filled with envy at Qin Chuan's magical prowess. Oh, I too desire to cultivate immortality. Immortal cultivation is a deception. Qin Chuan is merely an ordinary person. Observing the spell, Qin Chuan noted its aesthetic appeal, fitting for his current status. Although its power was somewhat diminished, it could still serve as a source of illumination, so he reluctantly accepted it. He began to manipulate the fire dragon, allowing it to glide around him. Upon witnessing this, the crowd fell silent, incredulous. So, this fire dragon spell is merely a substitute for a light bulb in your eyes? How extravagant. Their hearts brimmed with resentment, perceiving the spell as a complete waste of resources. How splendid it would be if it were bestowed upon us. At least we wouldn't use it as a mere lamp. With the small fire dragon illuminating the cave, Shangguan Ruoyun could meticulously examine her surroundings. Driven by an indomitable spirit, she sought additional resources. Yet reality dictated otherwise. No rewards awaited her here. Ultimately, Shangguan Ruoyun found herself at a loss, having discovered nothing, merely watching Qin Chuan play with the fire dragon. Aside from providing light, this spell also serves as a source of amusement. They mused, curious about the spell's duration. They anticipated witnessing Qin Chuan's magical energy deplete, leading to the spell's dissolution, yet they were met with his casual dismissal. Boring. With a flick of his hand, he severed the flow of magical energy, causing the fire dragon to extinguish in reluctant defeat. The onlookers found this unremarkable. A spell devoid of magical energy vanishing was entirely natural, akin to a light bulb without power failing to illuminate. Only Qin Chuan understood that had it been anyone else, the spell would have certainly exploded. Yet for him, the outcome was altogether different. Sister Shangguan, do you also fancy this spell? Qin Chuan inquired, noticing her reluctant gaze. I do find it quite enviable, she admitted. I can teach you, he offered. Really? Shangguan Ruoyun's spirits lifted. However, Qin Chuan quickly added, I almost forgot, you cannot learn it. Why not? Shangguan Ruoyun's heart sank, having been given hope only to have it abruptly snatched away. Because your body does not belong to the fire element, Qin Chuan explained. Chapter 80. Dominating the wild boar fire element? Shangguan Ruoyun appeared perplexed. Then what element am I? Qin Chuan promptly replied, Sister Shangguan, you truly are foolish. You are a space element. Shangguan Ruoyun responded with realization. Oh, so I am a space element. No wonder I can acquire spatial abilities. However, she felt a sense of discomfort, as if Qin Chuan had looked down upon her. Being scorned in intellect by a mere 4-year-old child was quite infuriating. How dare you call me foolish, Qin Chuan? Just wait and see how I handle you. With her sleeves rolled up, Shangguan Ruoyun charged at Qin Chuan, playfully clawing at him. You can't catch me. You can't catch me. Qin Chuan, agile as an eel, swiftly evaded her, leaving her to miss her target. The two engaged in a spirited chase, much to the bewilderment of the audience in the live broadcast room. This was a forbidden zone, yet they were frolicking amidst peril. Could they not display a semblance of seriousness? The cave echoed with laughter, bringing tears to the eyes of countless foreign viewers. Why was there such a stark contrast between their fortunate ones and the fortunate ones of Yanhuang? Look at how freely they could play in a forbidden zone, while their own fortunate ones were resorting to grazing on grass due to a lack of food. It seemed they were reverting to a primal state. This only strengthened the resolve of many to join the Yanhuang nationality. After tiring from their playful antics, the two began their training, with Shangguan Ruoyun focusing on honing her spatial abilities. Yet, the results were less than commendable. She sustained injuries all over her body due to her inability to control her powers, even colliding with the stone walls multiple times, much to Qin Chuan's amusement. Consequently, they found themselves in yet another chase, with Shangguan Ruiyun consistently falling behind. "I will catch up to you," she declared, exasperated. Qin Chuan simply replied, "I'll be waiting." Perhaps it was only in the company of Qin Chuan that Shangguan Ruiyun could display her ordinary feminine side. However, it seemed she had forgotten that this was a global live broadcast. Her every action, every smile or frown, whether cold or decisive, tender or charming, strong or fearful, was laid bare for countless viewers. The fortunate ones in the Forbidden Zone were no longer concerned about being broadcasted worldwide. Their singular focus was survival. The rain poured relentlessly for 2 full days, during which Qin Chuan and Shangguan Ruiyun remained in the cave, diligently practicing. In those 2 days, several fortunate individuals received resource rewards, with someone claiming a reward almost every day. Yet, despite their efforts, when they glanced at the immense disparity on the National Fortune Resource Leaderboard, their modest achievements felt utterly insignificant, over 300 times the difference. How long would it take for them to reach such heights? On the 3rd day, the relentless downpour finally ceased. After 2 days of rigorous practice, Shangguan Ruiyun had gained a commendable grasp of her extraordinary abilities. The next phase was to engage in real combat. For it is only through battle that one can experience rapid growth. As a special forces operative, Shangguan Ruiyun understood this better than anyone. She sought to test her skills against a solitary creature. Filled with unwavering determination, she set forth. Qin Chuan, sensing the surroundings, remarked, "There is a lone monster over there. Let us give it a try." The two mounted the Shingon leopard and ventured into the woods. Within minutes, they spotted the solitary beast, a 2-star ranked creature, perfectly suited for Shangguan Ruiyun's practice. Monster name: Explosive Wild Boar. Quality: None. Strength evaluation: 2 stars. Talent: Sharp teeth. Charge: the wild boar, with its elongated tusks, was foraging for food in the forest, consuming a haphazard diet that likely included flesh. With a loud grunt, the explosive wild boar charged towards them upon noticing their presence. "This is perfect," Shangguan Ruiyun exclaimed, taking the initiative. With a powerful stride, she lunged forward, tightly gripping her military dagger, and aimed a fierce slash at the boar. Clang! The creature's robust defenses thwarted her initial assault. Instantly, she leaped to evade the boar's oncoming charge. Engaging in a direct confrontation with such a powerful beast would be unwise. Upon landing, she swiftly turned and activated her spatial ability. Teleportation. After countless collision-based training sessions, Shangguan Ruiyun had finally mastered the approximate distance of her teleportation. She appeared right behind the wild boar, her dagger poised, and without hesitation, plunged it into the creature's rear. Roar! The wild boar's agonizing cry echoed through the woods. However, the viewers in the live stream were taken aback by the brutality of Shangguan Ruiyun's attack. They instinctively covered their eyes in disbelief. No one anticipated that she would resort to such a ruthless tactic. The injury she inflicted was grievous, severely wounding the creature. Shangguan Ruiyun quickly retreated as the wild boar thrashed on the ground, its cries of pain resonating through the air as it collided with several small trees. A pool of crimson blood began to form beneath it, a testament to the severity of her strike. "Who would have thought Miss Shangguan could be so ruthless?" exclaimed one viewer. "You see, this boar possesses formidable defenses. Attacking its weak points is indeed the most effective strategy. Truly remarkable, one precise strike, executed flawlessly. As long as one can deliver a fatal blow to the enemy, any target is valid. This is the battlefield, where it is a matter of life and death. In combat, there is no place for shame. Defeating the enemy is the ultimate path." As a special forces operative, Shangguan Ruiyun fully comprehended this principle and acted accordingly. Shangguan Ruiyun did not act immediately. Instead, she observed the wild boar. Once the boar struggled sufficiently, she leapt forth to attack. Thud! She struck the boar once more. Yet its formidable defenses were not to be underestimated. The thick hide merely sustained a superficial wound. The boar retaliated, snapping its jaws towards Shangguan Ruiyun. With effortless grace, she evaded the attack and countered with a blow to the creature's head. Engaging in close combat, she utilized her unique abilities whenever the boar became enraged, provoking it to a furious state. However, defeat for the boar was merely a matter of time, as it had lost too much blood and soon began to stagger, struggling to maintain its footing. Seizing the opportunity, Shangguan Ruiyun plunged her dagger into the boar's eye before teleporting away. Her decision proved astute. At the moment the dagger penetrated, the boar collapsed, but by then, Shangguan Ruiyun had already vanished, leaving it to writhe and roar in agony on the ground. Before long, the boar succumbed to its injuries. and Shangwan Ruyun emerged unscathed after conquering such a resilient foe. Chapter 81. The Harvest of the Blue Flame Flower. Clap, clap, clap. Sister Shangwan, you are truly remarkable. Qin Chuan applauded incessantly. With a radiant smile, Shangwan Ruyun approached him and playfully tapped his forehead, saying, I doubt that's truly how you feel. Qin Chuan feigned innocence, replying, Did you guess that? As they ascended the summit of Black Mountain, the aftermath of recent rain combined with the emerging sun created a stifling heat, steam rising from the ground. However, they soon discovered that traps had been laid ahead. Such rudimentary snares could not deceive them. They contemplated taking a detour, but found that the entire path upward was riddled with traps. This must be the work of those werewolves, Qin Chuan remarked. Surely, these werewolves are not targeting us. Perhaps they are merely hunting, Shangwan Ruyun observed, noting that the traps did not appear freshly made. Let us investigate further. They located a spot to dismantle the traps and proceed. For Qin Chuan, this task was effortless. Wielding the tiger-slaying sword, he soared forward, dismantling every trap in his path. What a massive pit they've dug. Upon closer inspection, they discovered a chasm several meters deep, its bottom lined with sharp spikes, clearly designed to ensnare monsters. Let us proceed. The two mounted Shun Gongbao once again, continuing their ascent to the summit. Apart from a few unblinking small creatures they encountered along the way, nothing else of note transpired. Their objective was clear, the mountaintop. In a short span, they reached their destination. There, they spotted werewolves lurking in the distance. Observing the surroundings as a group of them stood guard, armed with weapons, they mistakenly believed that the mountaintop was the lair of the werewolves. Qin Chuan contemplated storming into the heart of their den, yet he soon discerned that no signs of other werewolves lingered in the vicinity. Only the pack before him remained. There were 15 werewolves in total, and the most formidable among them appeared to be the red-haired one. It was peculiar. This particular werewolf bore a slight resemblance to the others, yet was distinctly different. Upon observation, Shangwan Ruyun determined that the red-haired werewolf possessed a strength level of 3 stars, while the others ranged from 1 to 3 stars. To her astonishment, 3 3-star werewolves were present. Were they guarding something of significance? Curiosity piqued, Shangwan Ruyun exclaimed, Look, what is that? Qin Chuan sensed a pure energy emanating from the edge of the cliff, and upon closer inspection, he discovered a cluster of blue flowers. Those were the blue flame flowers. What a delightful surprise to find them here. Shangwan Ruyun was elated, never expecting to encounter them at this location. However, they first needed to deal with the monstrous guardians before them, a task that posed little challenge for Qin Chuan. With their target now in sight, he and his companions boldly stepped forward. The werewolves, upon noticing their presence, emitted a series of warnings and fierce howls. Little pups, I have come to challenge you, Qin Chuan declared, his intent to kill palpable. The werewolves wasted no time, seizing their weapons and charging at the two. Qin Chuan and Shangwan Ruyun swiftly advanced as well. While Shun Gongbao let out a furious roar and lunged at one of the werewolves, his 3-star strength ensuring he would not fall easily. With a powerful kick, Qin Chuan sent one werewolf flying and, in a swift motion, leaped into the air, delivering a crushing blow to another. At that moment, 2 3-star werewolves charged towards him. Intent on eliminating this formidable human, they approached from either side, certain that he would meet his demise at their hands. Gripping their stone weapons tightly, they launched their fierce assault. Bang! Bang! Their weapons struck the ground heavily, yet they failed to hit Qin Chuan. He had already leapt into the air, aligning himself with their heads, and with a fierce flick of his foot, akin to a tempest, he sent both werewolves hurtling away. The sound of cracking bones echoed as he unleashed his overwhelming power, shattering their skulls and ending their lives in an instant. Witnessing the demise of his powerful companions ignited a furious roar from the red-haired werewolf. It was a primal cry of vengeance. Unlike the others, this werewolf did not charge at Qin Chuan, and it bore no weapon, marking a significant difference. Yet, as an unusual energy enveloped the red-haired werewolf, the mystery began to unravel. The crimson werewolf is indeed a remarkable creature, enveloped in flames that seem to emanate from its very being. It is a fire-wielding wolf, capable of commanding the element of fire. With a thunderous roar, the fire wolf launched its assault, transforming into flames as it unleashed 2 fireballs from its claws, aimed directly at Qin Chuan. Unfazed, Qin Chuan scoffed, asserting that anyone could wield magic. He too possessed fire spells, for the magical child Nezha was intrinsically a child of flames. However, Qin Chuan's current ability was insufficient to manifest his full potential, leaving him reliant on a fire dragon spell acquired through chance. Summoning a flame that morphed into a diminutive fire dragon, Qin Chuan poured forth his magical energy, enlarging it to a height of 2 meters. Allow me to demonstrate my prowess in fire magic, he declared, guiding the petite dragon forward. In mere moments, it devoured the fireballs hurled by the wolf and crashed into it with relentless speed. With a resounding explosion, the fire dragon detonated against the werewolf, sending it hurtling through the air, grievously wounded. The once mighty fire wolf could scarcely fathom that Qin Chuan's fire dragon spell would be so formidable. How weak! I have yet to unleash my full strength, Qin Chuan mused, feeling a profound sense of solitude in his invincibility. Thunderbolt spell. Crack! A flash of lightning erupted, striking the fire wolf and scorching it black in an instant. Within 2 minor spells, Qin Chuan had vanquished the fire wolf, which had only managed to retaliate once. His formidable reputation was once again solidified. The title of the strongest in the Forbidden Land was well-deserved. Thunderbolt spell. Thunderbolt spell. Thunderbolt spell. He unleashed a series of spells, swiftly dispatching the remaining werewolves, leading to the annihilation of their small squad of 15. Sister Shangwan, proceed to collect your task item, Qin Chuan instructed. Understood. Glancing around, Shangwan Riyun hurried to the edge of the cliff and, following the task's instructions, uprooted the blue flame flower. It's a bit hot. This peculiar flower, with its elevated temperature, emitted a faint blue glow reminiscent of tiny flames. Task completed. We may depart, Qin Chuan announced. After collecting the target, he gathered the remaining blue flame flowers and mounted the Shanggong leopard to descend the mountain. Chapter 82. Transcendence. Viewers in the live stream observed Qin Chuan meticulously uprooting every last blue flame flower, showcasing his dedication as a flower thief. Qin Chuan, you are neglecting the protection of flora. I shall report you. These blue flame flowers are exquisite. Look at those petals, bathed in a blue glow. Truly remarkable. Is that fire? I never imagined a flower could emit flames. I wonder what purpose this flower serves. I can only imagine how furious the werewolves must be. After all their efforts to guard the blue flame flowers, Qin Chuan has uprooted them all. At this moment, Qin Chuan and Shangwan Ruyun could complete their task together, allowing them to embark on new endeavors and reap fresh rewards. They hurried to finish the current tasks, eager to claim all the rewards for themselves, leaving no scraps for other fortunate souls. Why have you gathered so many blue flame flowers, without leaving even a single one behind? Shangwan Ruyun inquired, glancing down at Qin Chuan, who was still toying with the newly collected flowers that emitted a cerulean glow, resembling tiny blue flames dancing atop the blossoms. I wonder if these can be consumed, Qin Chuan mused, licking his lips in contemplation. Do not act recklessly. It could lead to unforeseen consequences, Shangwan Ruyun cautioned promptly. I am aware, hence I shall refrain from any folly, Qin Chuan assured her with a nod. Then, he called out, Big Cat. Shen Gongbao instinctively turned around, only for Qin Chuan to pry open its mouth and stuff a blue flame flower inside, subsequently pouring a mouthful of water down its throat. Shen Gongbao coughed, struggling to swallow the unexpected contents. With wide eyes, Shen Gongbao wondered what Qin Chuan had just fed him. Shangwan Ruyun sighed in exasperation. You claim not to act recklessly, yet you forced Shen Gongbao to do so on your behalf. You are quite the mischievous one. Soon, Shen Gongbao appeared unwell, sensing something amiss. Qin Chuan embraced Shangwan Ruyun and leaped to the ground. With a pained howl, Shen Gongbao writhed as though engulfed in flames, rolling on the ground in distress. Observing Shen Gongbao's predicament, Shangwan Ruyun regarded Qin Chuan with a serious expression. Yet, Qin Chuan remained cheerful, remarking, Sister Shangwan, look how adorable Big Cat is when it acts spoiled. Is this acting spoiled? Have you ever seen a cat act spoiled while screaming in agony? Shangwan Ruyun retorted. Qin Chuan, this is far too reckless. Do you understand that you could harm Shen Gongbao? Her frustration mounted. How could this child be so naughty? Such a flower should not be consumed so carelessly. Surely, Shen Gongbao would not be in mortal peril? Qin Chuan observed the rolling and howling Shen Gongbao, feigning innocence as he looked at Shangwan Ruyun and replied, But look, Big Cat is still breathing. How could it possibly be in danger? Shangwan Ruyun felt a surge of irritation. Did he believe that one must wait for a creature to be on the brink of death before acknowledging the seriousness of the situation? Calm down, after all. He is only 4 years old. Shangwan Ruyun acknowledged that Shen Gongbao had been quite obedient, tirelessly serving as their steed without a hint of complaint. Despite Qin Chuan's constant teasing, Shen Gongbao exhibited no signs of discontent. Such a well-behaved leopard is indeed rare to find. Qin Chuan's casual treatment of Shen Gongbao regarding food was truly excessive. Let us observe a moment of silence for Shen Gongbao. Little leopard, your misfortune lies in encountering Qin Chuan. You are the first extraordinary creature he has met. Had it not been for your cleverness, you would have long since been reduced to a pile of bones, if even that remained. The plight of Qin Gongbao is indeed quite pitiable. Qin Chuan has been rather excessive. As Qin Gongbao's steed, it endures daily torment at the hands of Qin Chuan, which is truly arduous. However, I believe Qin Chuan's actions are not without merit. It is essential to remember that Qin Gongbao initially intended to consume Qin Chuan, even after being subdued. It remained only due to Qin Chuan's formidable strength and potential to aid in its own enhancement. The Forbidden Realm has already cautioned against trusting anyone, including the leopard. Is Qin Chuan truly reckless? Beneath his seemingly youthful visage lies the soul of an adult. Hang in there, big cat. After all, it is merely a flower. A trivial matter that shall pass. Observing Qin Gongbao's resilience, Qin Chuan chose not to intervene, believing that enduring some hardship was worthwhile. Qin Gongbao lamented a woe. Translation, Qin Chuan. I curse you. Shangwan Royan. Qin Chuan. What is this Qin Gongbao uttering? A layer of flames enveloped Qin Gongbao, making it appear as though a conflagration threatened to incinerate it. The agony was profound. The flames erupted from within, scorching its organs, cells, blood, and bones, inflicting excruciating torment. Qin Gongbao felt as though death was imminent. Its fur had turned charred black. It was on the verge of being burned alive. It could not perish at the hands of an enemy, yet faced demise from a companion. It regretted not fleeing when it had the chance. As time passed, just when Qin Gongbao believed it could endure no longer, the searing pain abruptly vanished. In its stead arose an unprecedented sense of relief, as if a resurgence of vitality coursed through its being, mending its ravaged form. The cells, meridians, organs, blood, and bones that had been scorched seemed to undergo a metamorphosis, becoming more resilient, vibrant, and immensely powerful. A radiant blue light enveloped Qin Gongbao, akin to a rebirth, emanating a resplendent brilliance. Shangwan Ryun stood in astonishment, inquiring, "What has happened?" "Evolution," Qin Chuan replied, a satisfied smile gracing his lips, his efforts not in vain. "Evolution," Shangwan Ryun exclaimed in surprise, observing Qin Gongbao's transformation, which indeed resembled a process of metamorphosis, akin to a rebirth. The prior agony was now matched by an exhilarating sense of strength. Qin Gongbao comprehended the truth. It should never have doubted Qin Chuan. It felt exponentially more powerful than before and resolved to be a commendable leopard. Qin Gongbao's fur transformed, shifting from a deep black to a striking blend of black and blue, adorned with intricate blue patterns. Its physique shed the excess weight from overindulgence, becoming more robust. With powerful limbs, sharpened claws, fully bared teeth, and keen eyes, a surge of regal power erupted from it, amplifying its formidable presence. Chapter 83, Astonishing. The Silver-Level Wolf King. Bang! Qin Gongbao's head was struck forcefully, leaving it feeling quite aggrieved. "What are you roaring about? What is there to be proud of?" Qin Chuan expressed his dissatisfaction. Immediately, Qin Gongbao sought to appease him by rubbing its head against Qin Chuan, licking his little hand with its tongue, seemingly pleading for its master not to be angry. Upon witnessing this, Shangwan Ryun discerned the underlying truth. It appeared that Qin Chuan's apparent recklessness harbored ulterior motives. Monster name, Dark Flame Phantom Leopard. Quality, Bronze. Strength evaluation, 3 stars. Talents, Darkness, Blue Flame, Speed. Shangwan Ryun gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Qin Chuan, Qin Gongbao has indeed evolved." Qin Chuan scrutinized the details of Qin Gongbao and noticed its newfound attributes. Oh, splendid. It now possesses both dark and fire elements, and its quality has risen to bronze. Qin Gongbao joyfully yelped, its tail wagging like that of a happy pug. It was unexpected that it would one day attain bronze quality. This was all a gift from Qin Chuan. The effects of the blue flame flower were truly remarkable. It was no wonder that the werewolves had dispatched so many of their kin to protect it. At last, Shangwan Ryun grasped the reality. "No, I also fed the big cat a beast core from that flame werewolf. Otherwise, it would be dreaming to think of evolving." Qin Chuan acknowledged that all of this was orchestrated by him, driven by the desire to empower Qin Gongbao, for the creature had a tendency to hinder its companions. Oh, so that was it, Shangwan Ryun understood. The werewolf was inherently capable of controlling fire, making its beast core naturally fire attribute, and combined with the blue flame flower's influence. That was how Qin Gongbao successfully evolved. However, the pain of evolution was considerable. Previously, Qin Gongbao had nearly lost half its life. One must endure hardship to become the best among leopards. "Big cat, your journey is still long," Qin Chuan remarked with profound meaning as he gazed at Qin Gongbao. Originally, Qin Gongbao was quite pleased, but for some reason, upon seeing Qin Chuan smile, it began to feel a twinge of fear. Reflecting on how Qin Chuan had forced its evolution without any preparation left it feeling quite disheartened at the prospect of enduring such experiences again. Wow. Shun Gongbao's expression is simply priceless. I once thought Qin Chuan was truly malicious. It seems he had a plan all along. What a clever little rascal. Qin Chuan was remarkably skilled to have facilitated Shun Gongbao's evolution. The name Dark Flame Phantom Leopard was indeed impressive, and one could only wonder how much its power had increased. As they were about to descend the mountain, they found themselves encircled by werewolves. Layer upon layer of werewolves surrounded them, leaving no room for escape, while numerous traps and obstacles had been set to prevent their flight. The surrounding werewolves were numerous, fully equipped, and it appeared they had emerged in full force. The reason was likely Qin Chuan's theft of their cherished blue flame flower. As for how these werewolves became aware of it, Qin Chuan had no inclination to ponder. There were countless werewolves, at least several hundreds, it seemed. Shangguan Ryun felt a sense of foreboding upon witnessing such a multitude. If only a few, dozens, or even 100 werewolves had appeared, she would have been less concerned. However, the sheer number this time was overwhelming, especially with one towering at 5 meters, robust in build, with powerful arms and adorned with a pair of horns resembling those of a bull. This particular werewolf appeared formidable, likely the strongest among its kin. Monster name: Wolf King. Quality: Silver. Strength evaluation: 3 stars. Talent: Strength, Fury, Titan's Might. To their astonishment, a silver-tier Wolf King had emerged. It was their first encounter with such a formidable creature. Shangguan Ryun was filled with dread, especially upon spotting another creature of bronze tier. Monster name: Frost Werewolf. Quality: Bronze. Strength evaluation: 3 stars. Talent: Ice Control. A 3-star silver werewolf, coupled with a 3-star bronze werewolf, alongside hundreds of werewolves armed with various weapons, created an insurmountable disadvantage. Qin Chuan and his companions numbered only 2, with an additional leopard. Each of them would have to contend with over 100 foes. Could they possibly escape? This was no trivial matter, encountering a silver-tier monster. The situation was dire. The werewolf numbers were overwhelming, leaving Qin Chuan and his companions with little hope of fleeing, while Qin Chuan himself remained unfazed, confident in his ability to escape. Shangguan Ryun and Shun Gongbao were in grave danger. Given Qin Chuan's nature, he would never consider retreating. These werewolves were undoubtedly there for the blue flame flower. Would they allow him to return it peacefully? Werewolves are monsters, and the notion of negotiating with them was utterly delusional. There could be no compromise. The Wolf King appeared immensely powerful. After all, it was a silver-tier monster. How ironic it was to witness the fortunate one of Yen Huang bring about his own demise. Werewolves. Crush them. I could almost envision the scene of the 2 humans and the leopard being torn apart. They had been arrogant, and now they had finally provoked the werewolves. Qin Chuan. Shangguan Ryun said anxiously. You run up the mountain. The rest is up to me. Qin Chuan was confident in his escape, but this meant he could not ensure Shangguan Ryun's safety. As long as she was secure, everything else could be managed. What? You expect me to face these werewolves alone? No. How could I possibly escape? Shangguan Ryun was not one to cower in fear for her life. How could she allow Qin Chuan to confront them by himself? Sister Shangguan, you must trust me. I can handle these werewolves. Though they outnumber us, it is merely a matter of time. Rest assured, leave it to me. Without further ado, Qin Chuan leaped to the ground, patting Shindong Bao and instructing, take Sister Shangguan and hide. Do not engage too much with the werewolves. Whimpering, Shindong Bao was concerned for Qin Chuan, but complied with his command. Shangguan Ryun wished to voice her thoughts, yet Qin Chuan had already charged forward, leaving her with a resolute, trust me. Shangguan Ryun did indeed trust Qin Chuan, and thus, she could only depart with tears in her eyes. All of this was to prevent distracting Qin Chuan. Her presence here would only hinder his focus on the battle. Ultimately, she felt too weak to assist him. Qin Chuan. You must be safe. Chapter 84. Qin Chuan under siege. Howl. The Silver Wolf King, witnessing Shangguan Ryun's retreat, raised his massive stone axe and roared furiously. The surrounding werewolves echoed his howl, charging toward Qin Chuan. However, getting through was no simple task. Qin Chuan summoned the Zhanhu sword, channeling his magical energy to conjure over 100 ethereal swords composed of concentrated mana. With a mere gesture, the magical swords surged forth like a swarm of bees. Clang! The sound of swords shattering resonated, akin to countless weapons clashing. Thud! The ethereal swords flew with remarkable speed and density. The feeble werewolves stood no chance against them. And wherever the swords passed, the werewolves were utterly obliterated. Roar! Upon witnessing this, the Wolf King let out a furious howl, leaping several dozen meters and crashing to the ground, positioning himself before the magical swords. He swung his stone axe with tremendous force to sweep away the oncoming ethereal blades. Clang, clang, clang. The Silver-Tier Wolf King possessed formidable strength, augmented by both power and might, making his assault truly formidable. As he swiftly shattered the ethereal swords conjured by Qin Chuan. However, these magical swords were entirely formed from his mana. Being destroyed was inconsequential, as he could simply recreate them. Yet, Qin Chuan did not intend to do so. The more ethereal swords he summoned, the greater the mana consumption and mental effort required to control them. He opted to conjure only 3 ethereal swords, in addition to the Zhanhu sword, thereby wielding a total of 4 blades against the Wolf King. If he could slay the Wolf King, the morale of the werewolves would undoubtedly plummet. Qin Chuan directed the swords to strike from 4 different angles. The Wolf King, formidable in its own right and boasting robust defenses, managed to deflect 3 of the blades head-on, but one managed to land a hit from behind. Yet, the Wolf King's tough hide and resilient flesh mitigated the damage, only serving to further incite its wrath. In a fit of fury, the Wolf King instilled terror among the pack. Towering at 5 meters, his stride spanned several meters with ease. In mere moments, he stood before Qin Chuan, casting a disdainful gaze upon the diminutive figure. Without hesitation, he swung his axe downwards. The ground trembled, leaving a significant dent, a testament to the ferocity of his attack. Yet, Qin Chuan was not caught off guard. He deftly evaded the strike. Summoning the power of thunder in his palm, arcs of electricity crackling around him. With a leap, he launched an offensive against the Wolf King. Heavenly Thunder Curse. Crack. Lightning surged towards the Wolf King. However, true to his title, the Wolf King emerged with only a scorched mark, his rage igniting anew as he swung his axe at Qin Chuan once more. The colossal axe whistled through the air, narrowly missing Qin Chuan, whose agility rendered him elusive to the Wolf King's might. At that moment, a chill swept through the air, and a barrage of ice spikes materialized, aimed at Qin Chuan. With formidable awareness, he sensed the danger and executed a series of backflips, successfully avoiding the onslaught. As the ice spikes crashed to the ground, emanating an astonishing coldness, the ice werewolf and his band of minions approached menacingly. The Wolf King howled repeatedly, rallying his icy brethren toward Qin Chuan. Undeterred, Qin Chuan advanced swiftly, delivering a punch that sent one of the smaller werewolves flying with a kick. Nevertheless, the sheer number of werewolves was overwhelming, with several pursuing the vulnerable Shangguan Run. Qin Chuan sprang into action to assist, conjuring a small fire dragon that surged toward the oncoming hordes. Boom! Several werewolves were obliterated, yet a few managed to penetrate the forest in pursuit. Confident in Shangguan Ryun's intellect, Qin Chuan believed she would adeptly utilize the terrain to her advantage, especially with the support of the bronze-quality Shingon leopard. He swiftly retreated from the relentless assaults of the ice werewolf. However, mere evasion was not Qin Chuan's style. He seized control of 4 spirit swords and launched a fierce counterattack against the ice werewolf. Clang, 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 clang. The ice werewolf was not easily bested. A wall of ice materialized before him, thwarting the sword's advance. Qin Chuan was compelled to deal with the incoming werewolves, whose ranks were composed of merely 1- or 2-star foes, easily dispatched, though their numbers demanded time. The ice werewolf, unwilling to grant him respite, pressed the attack, forcing Qin Chuan into a state of constant vigilance. Indeed, the Silver Wolf King seized the opportunity to strike, lifting a massive boulder and hurling it towards Qin Chuan. In a swift motion, Qin Chuan grasped a werewolf and hurled it at the incoming rock. The boulder shattered the werewolf into fragments, crashing heavily to the ground before rolling away into the distance. Such formidable strength. Qin Chuan did not underestimate the Silver Wolf King and seized the opportunity to command his flying sword to charge at the werewolves. A cacophony of screams erupted, mingled with splashes of blood, as these frail werewolves stood no chance against the razor-sharp assaults of the flying sword. After dispatching a dozen werewolves, he was halted by the ice spear of the ice werewolf. Qin Chuan redirected the flying sword to attack the ice werewolf. Yet the Silver Wolf King hurled several more boulders at him, forcing Qin Chuan to retreat. It was time to reconsider his strategy. Engaging in battle here was exceedingly disadvantageous for him, given the overwhelming number of foes. At that moment, he surmised that Shangguan Ryun must have ventured deep into the forest, and it was time for him to retreat while fighting. He understood a fundamental tactic: retreat when the enemy advances, and advance when the enemy retreats. Come on, you little wolves, if you dare, pursue me. Qin Chuan sprinted for a distance, evading numerous attacks, then turned around to make a face at the Wolf King and his minions before plunging into the woods. Roar! Commanded the Wolf King, All troops, advance. We must slay Qin Chuan beneath our paws. The previous scenes had been utterly perilous, yet Qin Chuan managed to evade danger each time. Ultimately, he was but a solitary figure, vulnerable and exposed. Had he someone to assist in holding back those minions or the Wolf King, he would not feel so beleaguered. Yet, Qin Chuan's concern for Shangguan Ryun mirrored the worry one might feel for a beloved mother, prompting him to let her flee first. If I were in his position, I would act similarly. A man ought not to leave a woman in a perilous situation. The silver-quality Wolf King's strength was remarkable, lifting such immense stones as if they were mere trinkets. As Qin Chuan entered the forest, he displayed cleverness, adeptly leveraging the geographical advantages to confront these monstrous foes.